Long Live Summons Chapter 794 to Chapter 837. The information presented in the grimoire was simply unbelievable to Yu Yang. A man, who had been unable to advance to become a divine beast, not only successfully advanced to become a divine beast, she was also the first to obtain a divine spark. Even the infinitely evolved Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Hornless Dragon Jiangying, who inherited the Dragon God's supreme divine power, Red and Ika, who fused with the divine blood, or the world-destroying demon wolf Hui Tai Lang, who was personally cultivated by Yu Yang, or Xue Wuxia Storm Goddess Envoy, who fused with the Book of Truth and Impatience's Charm Demon Queen. Those who advanced to divine beast earlier than A Man. They were more perfect. Even Xiaowenli, who was born as a divine beast or even a super divine beast, was not able to obtain a godhood. Now, the barbarian cow A Man, who no one would have thought of, stood out among the many guardian beasts and was the first to obtain a godhood. After fusing with the divine power of the Five Elements pillar, she had a unique divine spark, Earth Divine General. Earth Divine General, one of the Five Elements divine generals. With A Man's current strength, not to mention a divine general, even a god's envoy who was close to a god could not meet the requirements. However, A Man was extremely lucky. She met a senior who left all her power, knowledge and divine spark to her descendants before she died. According to the information presented in the grimoire, Yu Yang could not understand how that senior died. He only knew that this prehistoric Earth Divine General left her power and divine spark on the heaven stairway before she died. Child who inherited my power and divine spark, please find other successors of the Five Elements Divine Generals. Only then can you truly use the power of the Earth of the Five Elements. After awakening the power of the Earth, please go to the Heaven Realm and take back the Temple of the Earth God. Maybe this request is a little too strict for you, who has just inherited my power and divinity. However, I don't have time to climb higher heaven stairway and look for a stronger descendant to complete this task. Furthermore, it might be a kind of fate that you can inherit my power and divinity. Work hard, my child. The earth will never perish. Make good use of your power. Godhood is just the beginning of the path to godhood. There are even higher and stronger godhoods waiting for you. I hope that you can bring the power of the earth with you and ascend to godhood, God King, and even supremacy. Bless you, my child. The earth will always be with you. Oh my God, there really are gods in this world. The Southern Demon King exclaimed. A man is so powerful. Yu Bing was full of envy. There doesn't seem to be any special feeling? Yu Bing turned to look at A Man who was still bathing in the divine light. She felt that something was wrong. Usually, when a beast leveled up to a divine beast, it would cause an earth-shattering phenomenon. Especially when a beast leveled up to a god's envoy, it would cause an earth-shattering phenomenon. Why was there no such phenomenon happening to A Man now? Maybe it's because she hasn't fully awakened, or maybe her body is a little different. Sickly Beauty thought that A Man's body should be a piece of cake for her since she was just a phantom. Moreover, with the continuous supply of the power of the earth, her assimilation of the Five Elements divine spark should be different from others. Only Yu Yang realized that something was wrong. This was the stairway to heaven. The entire stairway to heaven was an unimaginable world tree. When A Man was assimilating with the Five Elements divine spark, the entire ground trembled slightly. The entire ground trembled slightly. What did this mean? The entire stairway to heaven shook. What kind of power could make the entire stairway to heaven shake? A battle between heaven-ranked level 5 couldn't even create a deep hole in the stairway to heaven. Under the restriction of countless laws and supreme divine power, the entire stairway to heaven was an indestructible existence. Especially the steps of the stairway to heaven, they were even more indestructible. Therefore, even the slightest tremor was an inconceivable reaction of power. When A Man was assimilating with the Five Elements divine spark, the entire stairway to heaven actually shook. Thinking about it, that kind of power was really unbelievably strong. Only divine power could achieve that. The divine light gradually dissipated. A Man's figure gradually appeared in front of everyone. At this moment, she was slightly different from usual. The horns on her head had become even more exquisite and lustrous like jade, and her black hair faintly emitted a circle of rainbow brilliance. She was both sacred and dignified, causing others to feel ashamed of their inferiority when they saw her. The armor on her body shattered into pieces, and her perfect body shone with a layer of beautiful red. Under her slender feet, there was a circle of golden halo. The golden Earth Bear King's divine sense phantom had become very careful at this moment. Like a small bear cub, it crawled under her feet and bowed to its new master. It also became Aman's guardian beast. Although they were both phantoms, it had been assimilated by the previous generation Earth Divine General's divine sense and the current generation Earth Divine General Aman's guardian beast. It had a semi-physical body. It was a platinum-ranked Earth Bear King once the fusion was successful. Similarly, it had also fused with a small amount of 5 elements divine spark. Not only did it not weaken its original heaven-ranked level 5 strength, it even had the potential to continue to advance. The golden bell that was originally hanging on Aman's neck was now floating on her left wrist. On her right wrist, the golden hoop of the Taurus Palace was floating. The giant's belt on her waist also fell off and floated, half covering Aman's perfect divine body. They had also fused with the 5 elements divine spark. The seal had been completely unlocked and it was emitting a dazzling brilliance. Aman! Anan was excited and couldn't help but call out. After calling out, she suddenly felt a little worried. The current Aman was no longer the Aman from before. The current her was already an Earth Divine General with a divine spark that couldn't be blasphemed. When Aman heard the call, her originally tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. The supreme divine power spread out as she opened her eyes. The entire platform that was 1,000 steps tall shook because of it. The divine light that shot out from her eyes was terrifying. It was as if the whole world had to bow down to worship her so that the dignity of the divine spark wouldn't be violated. First, she wore the golden bell, golden bracelet, giant's belt and other items on her naked divine body. Then, she summoned the platinum grimoire and recalled the Earth Bear King that was crawling under her feet. Then, she walked over with a step that could shake mountains and rivers, and a step that could shake mountains. Yu Bing and Anan both panicked. Their consciousness was overwhelmed by the divine power. They shook their little hands and shouted, "No, Aman, don't do this." Even though Aman had become an Earth Divine General with a divine spark and a supreme dignity, they still hoped that Aman could be like before and get along with everyone peacefully instead of being scary like now. Aman walked over with large strides, her eyes staring at Yu Yang. Was she going to leave her brother? After becoming a divine general, was she going to betray her brother and leave her guardian beast? When Yu Bing thought of this, she panicked even more. She rushed out and stood in front of Yu Yang. She cried out, "Aman, no, Earth Divine General, you can leave, but you can't hurt brother. We didn't do anything wrong to you. Although you are brother's guardian beast, we have always treated you as a human. Now that you have a divine spark, you can leave if you want to be free, but you can't hurt brother." No matter how strong Aman had become, as long as she wanted to attack her brother, Yu Bing was determined to fight her to the death. Before her body was crushed, she would definitely not let her pass. Aman stretched out her hand, and a divine light flashed. Yu Bing couldn't help but float to the side, completely unable to resist. Just as she was enraged, she leapt towards Aman, only to discover that Aman had knelt down and was hugging her brother's legs. Her fist uncontrollably struck towards Aman who was kneeling down. Luckily, Yu Yang caught it lightly. "Master." Aman raised her face. Everyone could see that her face was full of tears. Aman is finally a divine beast, finally a perfect human. You have worked very hard. Yu Yang gently reached out his hand and helped her to gently wipe away the tears that were constantly flowing down. He did it again and again with incomparable patience. However, Aman was like a child who had been looked down upon by the world and saw the smiling face of her parents. She hugged his legs with both hands and cried loudly. Her cry was like a cuckoo crying blood. It was heartbreaking and echoed endlessly in the world of the heaven stairway. Yu Bing was a little embarrassed. She reached out her hand and hugged Aman as an apology for doubting her in her heart. Until now, she was completely at ease. Aman would never betray or leave her brother. She was her brother's guardian beast. She would always be. No matter if she became an Earth Divine General or something else, this would never change. Of course, there were also some things she didn't understand. For example, Aman had become a divine beast and had a godhead. Why would she still cry so sadly and so hard? Shouldn't she be happy? Yu Bing couldn't empathize with Aman. She would never be able to understand the psychological changes of an originally ugly female barbarian cow who was constantly perfecting a human through arduous training. It wasn't that a man didn't understand before, it was just that she didn't have enough emotions and couldn't express her emotions. A man was different from Duo Duo. Duo Duo's transformation was extremely fast and perfect. In comparison, a man's transformation was also very fast. However, among Yu Yang's many guardian beasts, she couldn't be compared to Duo Duo, Jiangning, Red, and even more couldn't be compared to Little Wenli, the Lamia lowly who was naturally superior in all aspects. She had always been an ugly female barbarian cow. It had always been difficult for her to reach the realm of a divine beast. To be able to reach where she was today, she had put in a lot of effort and her master's support. When she recalled the feeling, there were all kinds of different emotions. There was sadness, there was bitterness, there was joy, there was happiness, there was bitterness, there were all kinds of emotions mixed together. How could she not cry out loud? Moreover, after crying this time, a man believed that she would never cry again. Because she wanted to transform into an Earth Divine General and work hard to become her master's greatest helper. She wanted to become his one and only man. Hearing a man cry to her heart's content, everyone was moved. Inan and Yu Bing hugged each other and secretly wiped their tears. Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty's eyes were also red. They couldn't help but comfort a man softly. Southern Demon King, on the other hand, secretly clenched her small fists and swore in her heart. Work hard, I have to work harder. By his side, not only were the women outstanding, even his beasts were so outstanding. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid that I will fall far behind. 3 days later. When Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai climbed the 10,000 steps for the third time, they found that the Night Empress had come down and was waiting for them. It seems that you have discovered the secret of the Heaven Stairway. How is the harvest? Is that so? Does everyone have different harvests? This depends on fate, it can't be forced. As long as you calm down and cultivate, there will always be something suitable for you. Now that we have obtained the reward from the seniors, it is actually a kind of inheritance of the Heaven Stairway. When we are strong to a certain extent, or when we have to say goodbye, we can also leave a shadow of our divine sense here to guide the future generations. Queen Vivian Li, Prison Emperor, Qian Yi, Tian Luan, Wu Sei, and other senior experts have all left their divine sense shadows on this Heaven Stairway, it's just that we don't know where they are. What kind of harvest did you get? Tell me about it and make me happy. It's like this, the first one is Bing Heir, she obtained the Dream Pearl. Princess Sisai told them about everyone's harvest in detail. A man has become a divine general? The Earth of the 5 Elements Pillar Divine Power? It's really surprising. I thought that I would only get this kind of reward after reaching 500,000 steps and above. The Night Empress's heavenly voice was filled with incomparable joy, especially when she heard that a man had become an Earth Divine General. She was even more surprised. It's a pity that with a man's current level, she can only use 1% of the power of an Earth Divine General. Yu Yang sighed with regret. Don't be discontented, fortunately it's a man. If it was someone else, they might not be able to withstand the divine power of an Earth Divine General. Besides, even if a man can only use 1% of her divine power now, it's still amazing power. That's divine power, it's completely different from ordinary power. The Night Empress laughed when she heard this, but she still comforted Yu Yang gently. What did Jizun and you gain up there? Shui Wuxia asked. I have already obtained the highest recognition of the divine sense protection of 7, 8, and 90,000 steps, and I have gained a little. 100,000 and 150,000 steps were obtained by Jizun, and she was currently rushing towards 200,000 steps. Ever since the battle with the 9 glory races Heavenly Queen, her supreme martial artist realm has increased. Her previous goal of 200,000 steps is no longer that difficult now. Her current goal is 500,000 steps. If she has little Yu Yang's help, I think she can even reach 1 million steps within a year. But the prerequisite is that both she and little Yu Yang must have the Holy Grimoire and have full control of the divine equipment. The Night Empress words shocked Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai. Everyone knew that Jizun had broken through during the battle with the Empress. But he never expected that her progress was so great. His previous goal was the 200,000 steps of the Heaven Stairway. If it was as the Night Empress said, it was no longer very difficult, then what realm had the current Jizun reached? Could she climb to 300,000 steps alone, or 400,000 steps? When she saw the bewilderment in the hearts of the three, the Night Empress burst out laughing. It seemed to be a little mischievous, but also as gentle as a breeze. You little brats, are you the only ones allowed to grow, and others are not allowed to improve? You little brains should be smarter. In the same amount of time, you can take 10 steps forward, but we can't even take 1 step forward? Princess Sisai hurriedly waved her hand. That's different, 1 step of yours is much bigger than 10 steps of ours. In your realm, every step forward is a change in heaven and earth. The Night Empress laughed. Don't flatter me, we know our limits. When Yu Yang heard that the Night Empress was unwilling to talk too much about the realm of cultivation, he quickly changed the topic and asked, Jizun, do you want me to reach 100,000 steps or 200,000 steps? Do you think the current me can climb 200,000 steps? Not to mention 200,000, even 100,000 steps, I feel that it's not enough. The Night Empress waited for him to finish speaking, paused slightly, and said softly, we all know that you are impatient, but cultivation cannot be rushed. Shui Wuxia's eyes lit up, and she cried out in surprise, you have a way to help him break through? As soon as she cried out, Yu Yang and Princess Sisai immediately reacted. They looked at the Night Empress with incomparable anticipation. The Night Empress did not speak. She muttered to herself, as if she was organizing her words. After a while, she said softly, there are many ways to break through, but we can't be anxious. We have to choose the most suitable one. Little Yu Yang, your breakthrough point is nothing else but fighting. You don't need to cultivate on the heaven stairway yet. You should fight fiercely among the enemies and fully stimulate the potential of your lower levels. When the potential below the innate stage has been fully stimulated and reached the perfect harmony, then you will naturally break through to the innate stage. Don't be hasty. For you, this level will be a natural breakthrough when the conditions are right. You don't need too many external factors and conditions. All you need to do is to maintain the state of battle and the mental state where you are fully focused and going all out. Yu Yang thought for a moment, are you asking me to return to the heaven realm? That's right, there is nothing wrong with you cultivating here, but because of you, everyone can't do their best in cultivation. With you here, everyone is afraid that you will be worried, and they don't dare to challenge themselves to the limit. If you break through to the innate stage in the heaven realm, and then return here to cultivate with me and Jizun, then there will be no problem. We can try to break through to the 500,000 steps. If you can't break through to the innate stage in the heaven realm, then I have a small method that I don't know if it will work. Go back to the Tianluo Palace and find a Xian, ask her if she is willing, and try to bring her to the Divine Grimoire world, maybe she has a way to let you contract the Divine Grimoire. Ah, Fourth Mother? Yu Yang was stunned when he heard this. I'm just guessing, I'm not 100% sure. Moreover, if you can break through to the innate stage yourself, don't borrow this Divine Grimoire. The Divine Grimoire is not easy to contract. Even if you contract it, you can't use it now, and it will affect you instead. The Night Empress paused and said a few more words. Finally, without waiting for the shocked Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia to react, she floated away with a burst of fragrance. Fourth Mother has a way to let Yu Yang contract the Divine Grimoire. This news was even more unbelievable than a man fusing the 5 elements pillar's divine power to become an Earth Divine General. In the end, what kind of background did Fourth Mother and her sister have? Why did they have such mysterious powers, but they were so unknown? Yu Yang was thinking of another possibility. Could it be that the current Fourth Mother was still contacting her sister in some way? Sister Fourth Mother, the most mysterious woman in the entire Tong Tian Tower, the only woman who could enter the God's ruins. Was she still in the God's ruins, or was she cultivating above the 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 steps of the heaven rank? Shui Wuxia was the first to recover, and gently hugged Yu Yang from behind. Don't think too much, no matter what Fourth Mother does, she definitely wants us to grow the best. Princess Sisai also nodded, affirming Shui Wuxia's words. How about this, the 2 of us will accompany you to the heaven realm to cultivate. When we break through to the innate stage, we will return to Tianluo Palace together to find Fourth Mother and go to the Divine Grimoire world to take a look. If we can use the Divine Grimoire, then we will contract it. If not, then it's fine. I believe that your grimoire will definitely be a Divine Grimoire in the future. All right. Yu Yang secretly wiped his cold sweat. In fact, he already had a divine grimoire, but he couldn't use it. Currently, he already had a diamond grimoire and a divine grimoire. Could he contract another divine grimoire? This answer, Yu Yang didn't dare to think about it. Based on the idea of keeping the goodies within the family, Yu Yang secretly made up his mind. Even if he couldn't contract a divine grimoire in the future, he wouldn't let others contract it. Whether it was Fourth Mother, Shui Wuxia, or Princess Sisai, whoever could contract it, he would let her contract it. If it really couldn't be done, he would rescue Queen Vivian Li, who was trapped in the Black Hole Seal, and let her contract a divine grimoire. One must know that there were only 10 divine grimoires in total, in the Heaven Realm, not to mention the Holy Grimoire and Divine Grimoire. Even a diamond grimoire was rare. A Heaven Realm warrior who had a platinum grimoire or even a gold grimoire was extremely powerful. So, how could such a good thing like a divine grimoire be given to others? If Yu Yang could continue to contract divine grimoires, with his thoughts, contracting all 10 divine grimoires wouldn't be too much. If he really couldn't contract so many, assimilation was also fine. In any case, the quota for this divine grimoire must be filled by his own people. He must not let others get it. The divine grimoire was definitely the best divine equipment. There should be a divine beast among the guardian war beasts, a god's inherent skill, a god's domain and supreme divine sense, an absolute divine power and a unique divine spark, and so on. If such a thing fell into the hands of the enemy, what would happen? Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai decided to return to the Heaven Realm after resting and enter the trial ground to fight against the enemies of the central shrine. 400 steps, platform. Yu Yu and Sickly Beauty, who were recultivating for the 9th time, guarded Lu Yi as she challenged the 400 steps divine sense Shadow Fog Man. The Fog Man waved the fog scythe in the white fog, forcing Lu Yi, who was exhausted, to retreat. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's strict training, Lu Yi, who had exhausted her physical strength in climbing the heaven stairway, wouldn't have been able to hold on. The 400 steps Fog Man was very difficult to defeat. It didn't have a particularly tangible body, it was just a cloud of fog, but it could change into human form and weapons at will in the fog, and attack the practitioner. If it wasn't for the fact that the Perforate Deer's teleportation was too fast, and that Lu Yi could teleport as one, allowing her to escape in the nick of time, she would have been cut in half by the mist scythe created by the Mist Man. You have to work hard, I can't tell you its weakness, you must overcome it yourself and strive for perfect recognition. No one has obtained the reward of the 400 steps, maybe it belongs to you, you have to work hard. Yu Yu also spent a lot of effort to defeat the Fog Man. She was anxious for Lu Yi, but she couldn't help. Got it. Lu Yi answered distractedly and was almost hit by the Fog Man. She was shocked and teleported 100 meters away with the Perforate Deer. A few strands of hair on the top of her head were cut off by the fog scythe. They floated in the air. Yu Yu stomped her feet. It seemed that it was still too difficult for Lu Yi to climb up 400 steps. This Lu Yi had no attack power at all, Just as Yu Yu was burning with anxiety, she suddenly saw Lu Yi's bra, which was split open by the fog scythe, flashing a little golden brilliance. That was the golden lock piece? Why did this little thing look a little familiar? Yu Yu was puzzled and couldn't help but touch the golden rune lock on her neck. Mine is still there. If this golden lock is really a pair, then isn't Lu Yi the real one? If she is the real one, then maybe I am. Yu Yu was anxious. She wanted to see it clearly, but she was worried that Lu Yi would not be able to defeat the Fog Man holding the sickle. However, because of the oppression of the shadow of death, Lu Yi's potential was stimulated. Her heart was filled with inspiration. When she once again avoided the mist sickle, she stretched out her right hand. A holy and flawless light bloomed in the palm of her hand. The mist sickle that was about to cut her head turned into smoke in an instant under Lu Yi's purification talent. It disappeared into nothingness. That ever-changing and ferocious Fog Man also gradually calmed down. Its brows relaxed, and its eyes regained their clarity. After taking a deep look at the willow leaf, it transformed into a cloud and flew high up into the sky. It blended into the clouds and the sky and disappeared. The mist sickle that had been dispelled by the cleansing talent, that mass of light smoke that had turned from black-gray to milky white, was now like a ribbon of life, lingering around Lu Yi, making her look like a fairy, out of this world. Previously, no one had obtained the highest recognition of the 400-step test. Now, Lu Yi, who passed the test in the best way, received the reward left by the predecessor, Light Mist Ribbon. Light Mist Ribbon, Gold Level, Treasure, Psychic to protect the owner. When controlled by mind, it can summon more clouds to enhance or protect the owner. Congratulations! Yu Yu was sincerely happy for Lu Yi and rushed over to congratulate her. Of course, she also wanted to see it clearly. Does Lu Yi also have a golden rune lock? However, Lu Yi was very shy. She immediately covered her torn bra. Coupled with the mist ribbon, Yu Yu couldn't see if she also had a golden lock. At least, Yu Yu couldn't be sure that Lu Ye's golden lock was the same as hers. Lu Yi seemed to see that Yu Yu's expression was a little strange. She asked with a little doubt, "Sister Yu Yu, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just realized that your misty ribbon is quite beautiful. I'm fascinated." Yu Yu quickly waved her hand to deny it. It was impossible to ask directly on the surface. If the truth was revealed, it might hurt Lu Ye's heart, and it might not be a consequence that she could bear. Yu Yu did not dare to pursue the truth for the time being. She just secretly noted it down in her heart and waited for a chance to pay attention to it in the future. Regarding the mystery of her identity, Yu Yu was very conflicted. She wanted to solve the mystery in her heart, but she was afraid that she would not be able to face Yu Yang after knowing the truth. "It's a pity that I have fused with him. Otherwise, I would give him to you." Lu Yi smiled bitterly. This treasure wasn't like the others. It recognized its owner and couldn't be given to others even if she wanted to. "How can I take yours? I will have mine in the future. Besides, this is the most suitable for you." Yu Yu caressed Lu Ye's little head with a little affection. She should focus on her cultivation first and not worry about her identity for the time being. She would think about it when there was a chance in the future. Thinking of this, she sighed in her heart. The problem of her identity was too difficult. If she knew the truth, it might not be a good thing. Anyway, the current situation was not bad. She would just follow him. The truth was not the most important thing. She had already decided to take care of him for a lifetime. Yu Yu's thoughts tumbled. After a while, she regained her confidence and patted Lu Ye's shoulder. "Let's go. We will rest for a while and continue to work hard. This is just the beginning." West Heaven Realm, the first stage of the trial grounds. Rain Valley. Yu Yang first arrived at the Wind Valley, but found that there were not many Heaven Realm warriors active in the Wind Valley. With incomparable confusion, he returned to the resting pavilion in the Rain Valley. Only then did he realize that Fatty Hai and the others had not passed the stage. They were all still catching lightning swifts in the Rain Valley. The lightning swifts were like a school of sardines in the sea. They only flew in the sky. A dozen of the strongest leaders surrounded the lightning swifts with an energy storm. The Heaven Realm warriors on the ground were like sharks hunting for prey. Every time they jumped, they would aim at the center of the lightning swifts, hoping to catch their target. Of course, because of the restriction of the Forbidden Space Law, every Heaven Realm warrior's jump would not be easy. If they were not careful, they would even be struck by lightning. Below 1,000 meters, for every 10 meters they jumped, they would have to bear double the gravity. Even if they did not catch the lightning swifts, they would still be able to land safely. Heaven Realm warriors who had just passed Heaven Stage Level 1 would be more tragic. If they were not careful, they might even fall due to the gravity and get covered in dirt. Even if they caught the lightning swifts, it did not mean that they had succeeded. Uncle Yu's condition was to catch them alive. The lightning swifts were extremely timid. If there was no special way to catch them, even if they caught them, they would just be a scared dead bird. Is this thing really that hard to catch? Yu Yang blushed with shame. Actually, he did not catch the lightning swifts because he liked them. At the same time, Yu Yang could see that this was all a condition set up by Uncle Yu when he was bored. That was why Uncle Yu let him go. Yu Yang's appearance made Fatty Hai and the others, who were struggling to catch the lightning swifts, stunned, and pleasantly surprised. "How did you get here?" Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tianluo asked at the same time. They did not expect Yu Yang to return to the Rain Valley. "I came back to take a look." "Are you guys trying to catch or kill?" Yu Yang was sweating profusely as he looked at the sky full of Heaven Realm warriors trying to catch the lightning swifts. Even King Lingyun was no exception. Actually, with their strength, it was easy to catch a lightning swift. However, it was more difficult to catch one alive. What Yu Yang didn't know was that even the Vice Palace Master of the Central Divine Palace, Wei Zhan, had to spend 3 hours to complete this task with great difficulty. Yu Yang saw the process of everyone's effort and realized that it was still somewhat difficult to catch the lightning swifts alive. They should use techniques. Brute force, that was definitely not possible. But now that 3 days had passed, King Lingyun and the others were still trying to catch it. Perhaps he saw the doubt in Yu Yang's eyes. At the same time, he also wanted to prove himself and not let the third young master Yu Yang feel that he was too useless. King Lingyun stepped forward and saluted, releasing a lightning swift with a smile. We have already completed the task, but there are still many people who have not been able to pass and need to retake the test again and again. We feel that there is no need to rush over for the time being. Besides, being able to listen to Lord Yubo's guidance every day is an extremely rare benefit. City Lord Tu Hai also immediately rushed forward and saluted. Catching lightning swifts is a kind of cultivation for us. In this kind of cultivation process, many people have faint signs of a breakthrough, and the fastest one, Prince Tan Lang, has directly advanced by 1 level. Seeing the two of them being so attentive, the leaders of the 3 forces of Ba Huang, Shui Yuan, and Zhang Ge suddenly understood. The mysterious young man in front of them was the third young master they had been talking about. Should they step forward and greet him, or wait and see? In the absence of an introduction, as a king with the strength of peak heaven stage level 5, should they, like Lingyun and Tu Hai, respectfully greet the quasi-heaven stage third young master who was ridiculously young? While they were still a little hesitant, they suddenly saw Yu Yang stretch out his hand. The lightning swallows released by Lord Spirit Cloud suddenly descended from the sky, circling around his body in an incomparably beautiful manner. When Yu Yang pointed his finger to the sky, the lightning swifts soared into the sky again and disappeared into the group of lightning swifts that were dodging the pursuit of the Heaven Realm martial artists. Everyone was confused. What was the meaning of this? 10 seconds later, suddenly the sky was full of lightning swifts. One by one, flew down like arrows, densely covering the sky. One by one, they flew around Yu Yang in a large whirlpool. Shock, everyone present was dumbfounded, shocked to the point that they could not believe their eyes. Were these still the lightning swifts known for their timidity and repulsion? Now, they were even more docile than doves that liked to play with people. Yu Yang clasped his hands together, and the purple lightning, under the influence of the power of the small law, formed thousands of lightning balls. One by one, the lightning balls wrapped around the lightning swifts and gradually merged into their bodies. The destructive purple lightning balls now had no lethality at all. On the contrary, there was only a special activation and unsealing effect. The seal inside the lightning swift's bodies shattered with a bang, and the power stimulated by the lightning balls gushed out. One by one, the lightning swifts immediately evolved from Earth stage war beasts to Heaven stage level 1 war beasts. One by one, they were like purple lightning. In other words, lightning was their wings, and thunderbolts were their power. The eyes of the onlookers widened. Everyone looked up and saw these little creatures flapping their flashing electric wings, flying around Yu Yang in the sky, forming a huge lightning vortex. They couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. Such creatures were the real lightning swifts. Greetings, third young master. At this time, the leaders of the 3 major forces of the 8 desolate Snowfield Warsong team had long been shocked to the extreme by Yu Yang. For the first time in their lives, they saw someone use the power of the law with the strength of a quasi-heaven stage, and for the first time, they witnessed it in front of hundreds of thousands of people. Tens of thousands of creatures were instantly activated by the power of the law. It was too spectacular and too shocking. There was nothing more powerful than this kind of power that made their hearts palpitate. This was simply the power of a god. If it weren't for the fact that there were so many people, if only one person saw it, he would probably kneel down in fear on the spot. Lord Lingyun and City Lord Tu Hai were so moved that they almost shed tears. What was power? This was power. The third young master's move completely shocked those who thought that they were infallible because of their strength. Seeing the leaders of the 8 Desolate, Snowfield, and Warsong teams bowing respectfully to the third young master, Lord Lingyun and Tu Hai looked at each other and nodded secretly. It's too late for them to show their goodwill. It's still the two of us who know best. We've wasted too much time in the Rain Valley. Although it's a good thing to improve our cultivation, the situation no longer allows us to grow. Leisurely. Yu Yang's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and he revealed another shocking news. The Central Shrines team is coming in large numbers, and within a day, they will all enter. If we don't leave the Rain Valley soon, I'm afraid it won't be as simple as a battle between the fallen warriors of the Dark World. Let's go, let's move forward. Those who have the ability and confidence, follow me into the Wind Valley. We will wait for them in the 2nd or 3rd stage. We all have confidence. Lord Lingyun was overjoyed. Following the third young master was definitely the right choice. They had already offended the Central Shrine, and if they didn't have a strong backer to support them, their future would be very miserable. Yu Yang brought everyone back to the Resting Rain Pavilion together with the millions of lightning swallows that were flying in a whirlpool of lightning. In the distance, the warriors of the Dark World also followed carefully. They didn't want to fight with Yu Yang, but they also didn't want to disobey the orders of the Central Shrine, because they couldn't afford to offend either side. Yu Yang looked at them and said, "Old man, let them pass too. Some things are more fun when there are more people." Uncle Yu replied snappily, "It's fine if you want to make an exception for yourself, but you even brought so many people who couldn't pass the trial into the Wind Valley. I don't care about that, but you turned my lightning swift into your beast. Where do you want me, this old man, to put my face? You never cared about them. It's already too much not to thank me for breaking the seal on them, and you still want to criticize me? Furthermore, I'm just borrowing them. When the Wind Valley is over, I'll naturally return them to you." Yu Yang laughed out loud and kicked Fatty Hai, who was bowing respectfully to Uncle Yu, into the teleportation gate on the roof of the pavilion. Then, he disappeared together with Hui Tai Lang. The millions of lightning swallows were like a whirlpool of purple lightning, following closely behind them. With regards to Yu Yang's forceful expropriation of the lightning swallows, the unlucky old man Uncle Yu could only pretend not to see it. Instead, he nodded to Shui Tan Lang, who was the last to bow and leave. "Work hard, you have to pass at least 3 stages. You have potential, you just lack time." Wind Valley is the complete opposite of Rain Valley. Yu Yang's words were not only said to the Heaven Realm warriors from the 3 great forces, but also to the Dark Realm fallen warriors. In here, you must never land on the ground. Otherwise, you will be punished by the ancient code. Maintain your body in the air, the higher the better. You can summon as many beasts as you want. This stage doesn't forbid the summoning of beasts, but the ancient code forbids the summoning of weapons, including treasured weapons. Before he could finish his words, he saw a Heaven Realm warrior trembling with sweat all over his head. In his hand, he was holding a golden trident. In a few seconds, the golden trident in his hand became so heavy that he couldn't control it. It dropped. It flew straight towards the ground. Similar to him, among the Dark Realm fallen warriors, there were also a few warriors who dropped their weapons one after another. Depending on their abilities, the time they needed to hold on to their weapons was different. Some could hold on for a longer time, while others could hold on for a shorter time. However, no matter how long they could hold on, it was meaningless. This was because the weapons that appeared in Wind Valley were destined to never return to their owner's hands. Perhaps it wasn't absolute, but unless they had an unparalleled willpower or the power of the ancient code, it wouldn't be easy for a warrior to retrieve or use their weapons in Wind Valley. Fatty Hai and the others had already received Yu Yang's repeated instructions, so they naturally wouldn't make such a gaffe. Each and every one of them stood proudly in the middle of the group of Heaven Realm warriors. Although their strength was already the weakest in the group, the current them wouldn't dare to look down on them anymore. When they summoned their grimoires, it caused the Heaven Realm warriors to gasp in surprise. Everyone in Third Young Master's group actually had a grimoire. In Wind Valley, as the challengers, it's best that you don't kill anyone. That's what you summon your beasts to do. Otherwise, you will face 10 times the punishment. Also, in here, shadow beasts only attack their masters. If someone else kills them, the punishment will be doubled. No one can help you, you can only rely on yourselves. As Yu Yang spoke, the number of shadow beasts as many as the Heaven Realm Warriors' beasts had already flown over from the horizon. Are we not going to attack? King Lingyan was shocked. There are simply too many shadow beasts. Tu Hai turned pale with fright when he saw the endless stream of shadow beasts in front of him. There were at least 10,000 of them. Among them, the shadow beasts of the three leaders were the strongest, and the third young master's shadow beasts were all lightning swallows. The leaders with keen senses discovered an unbelievable fact. Other than the lightning swift's shadow beast, this third young master Yu did not have any other beasts that flew towards him. Could it be that the maximum number of shadow beasts here was 10,000? Or could it be that the Yu clan's third young master used the lightning swift to conceal his true strength, if this third young master Yu was not affected by Wind Valley? That was too terrifying. Thinking of this, the 10 leaders' faces changed. They saw that all of their shadow beasts, including the secret beasts that they had not summoned, had been completely replicated by the ancient code. However, that mysterious third young master Yu, other than the lightning swallow, did not have any shadow beasts. What did this mean? The laws of Wind Valley were useless against this Yu third young master? Could he completely stay out of it? Could it be that this third young master Yu was really from that legendary race? Was he a descendant of that race that came to the Heaven Realm to train, or was he a descendant of a god that came from the Heaven Realm? You guys can use your buffs. Although you can't directly fight, you can still use your buffs to support your beasts. Yu Yang waved his hand, and purple lightning covered the entire sky as if it had substance, forming a lightning net. All of the lightning swifts received the buff. On the contrary, those shadow beasts that looked exactly the same did not receive any buff at all. The difficulty of Wind Valley was many times more difficult than Rain Valley. This was not only for normal heaven-ranked warriors, it was also for the strong leaders of the Empire-level teams. Fortunately, they were old and experienced. Although they had to fight against all of their shadow beasts, they knew their weaknesses and strengths. If they were to fight, victory would not be a problem. As for normal heaven-ranked warriors, it was hard to say. Especially those warriors whose beasts were much stronger than their masters. The only thing they could rely on was that their beasts were capable. Shadow beasts would never retreat in fear, would never run away, and would never betray on the battlefield. Although they did not have a master to command them, when they fought, they were actually not much weaker than real beasts. Many heaven-ranked warriors' beasts chose to betray their masters after suffering heavy injuries in the cruel battle. There were also some who could not escape the attack of the shadow beasts and died on the spot. 10 minutes later, the leaders of the three major teams won the battle one after another. King Lingyun and the others were all panting from exhaustion. If not for Yu Yang's warning, they would have participated in the battle and received double the punishment. The consequences would have been unimaginable. What made them feel strange was that Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Xue Tan Lang and the other young people had actually won. The slowest among them was Fatty Hai. Because of the Wind Breath Seabird's attack, Fatty Hai was simply exhausted. Fortunately, he had the help of the real Wind Breath Seabird. Finally, after paying the price of being covered in wounds, he won the battle. Sometimes, it's not a good thing for beasts to be too smart. Fatty Hai sighed awkwardly. Puff. His sigh caused the Wind Breath Seabird to be seriously dissatisfied. It rewarded him with a wind blade. At the same time that Fatty Hai dodged it, it flapped its wings angrily and raised its head to trigger a heavenly thunder. It exploded on top of his head, causing the originally embarrassed Fatty Hai's hair to immediately turn into a chicken's nest and emit green smoke. Baby, when did you comprehend the lightning ability? Fatty Hai, who was already used to being beaten, was not angry. Instead, he asked happily. Humph. The Wind Breath Seabird turned its head and ignored him. It seemed that it was angry. What an idiot master. Yi Kong laughed until his tears flowed. Master's intelligence is lower than that of a beast. Fatty, you have created the history of the entire heaven realm. It's still better than you who can't create history. Fatty Hai was furious when he heard this. He reached out and put his hands on Yi Kong's neck, ready to fight. I said you're fat, why are you panting? Yi Kong immediately rewarded him with a punch, giving Fatty Hai a black eye. This young master will fight you to the death. Fatty Hai fought back with his fists and feet. While their masters were fighting, the wind-breast seabird, as a beast, had somehow conjured a dish of snacks out of nowhere. It carried the dish with its claws and flew to the back of Yikong's earthquake dragon. It happily enjoyed the snacks while watching its masters fight. It was just short of cheering and whistling. The earthquake dragon was obviously not as smart as it, watching its master fight a little nervously. Seeing that Fatty High's wind-breast seabird was so smart, Tu Hai and Ling Yun almost drooled. Earthrank war beast, the wind-breast seabird, which was not even in heaven stage, was already so smart and psychic. If it grew up, it would probably be a fully humanized holy beast. In the heaven realm, there were powerful war beasts, but such a smart war beast was rare. They felt that the only one that could compare with this little thing was the lazy Hui Tai Lang. Lord Lingyan saw with his own eyes that just now, facing a shadow war beast of the same strength, Hui Tai Lang opened its mouth and swallowed the shadow war beast. In less than a second, it ended the battle. As if the shadow war beast did not exist at all, Yu Yang noticed that the wind-breast seabird was watching the fight between Fatty Hai and Yikong with great interest. He found that the growth of this little thing was really impressive. Unknowingly, it had begun to transform into a human without borrowing the strength of its master. Perhaps it had already evolved successfully in the battle between Fatty Hai and the great emperor of Ziwei, Shun Tian. If it wasn't for it, Fatty Hai would have died in the hands of Shun Tian. Not yet, but after a period of time, this little thing would evolve a few more times. Then, it would no longer be called it, but she. Heaven Eye's divine vision saw the truth, but Yu Yang did not tell Fatty Hai, lest he became too proud and affect his state of mind for cultivation. When Fatty Hai and Yikong were exhausted from fighting, the Heaven Realm warriors had also gradually come to an end. The losers all fell to the ground. Even if they were not killed by the Shadow War Beast, they would die under the law of the ground. The rumbling sound of the explosion reminded the Heaven Realm warriors of a cruel reality. If they fell to the ground, they would be smashed to pieces. The victors all floated in the sky, enjoying this hard-won victory. Of course, they all knew. The test of the Wind Valley was just the beginning. The environment of the strong and the weak in the Heaven Realm had made them understand this principle. Without enough strength, it would be a tragedy no matter where they went. On the contrary, if they could survive the test, it would be the beginning of a new realm. It all depended on whether they could live up to expectations and whether they could win in the future. It's different from the Rain Valley. Other than the Shadow War Beast, there are also Wind Valley War Beasts guarding the treacherous terrain at a certain distance. We can choose to force our way through, or we can advance step by step. Yu Yang and the others looked over and waved his hand. Let's go. Maybe we will have a surprise. For example, the central shrine will send a forerunner. Maybe 1 or 2 temple elders will stay in some treacherous terrain. I believe that at that time, we will all be touched by the central shrine's thoughtful arrangement. What? Yu Yang's words made everyone's expression change. Other than the divine shrine elder who is waiting outside, there are a total of 5 elders who have entered. I think that there would be a pleasant surprise in Wind Valley. When Yu Yang said this, the Heaven Realm warriors were overwhelmed with shock, but at the same time, their spirits were roused. According to Third Young Master Yu, it seemed that the temple elder outside had already been killed by him. Otherwise, he would not have said that the temple battle team would need a day to gather. If he hadn't killed the deity's hall elder and caused chaos on the deity's hall side, the deity's hall troops that had been mobilized would have already rushed in and killed them. Although Third Young Master Yu did not say it clearly, everyone was not stupid. They immediately understood the meaning behind his words. Everyone looked at Yu Yang with gratitude, including the Dark Realm fallen warriors. In order to survive, they had no choice but to walk this path. In the cutting-edge valley of Wind Valley, 2 deities' Templar elders were hiding in a dark corner, whispering to each other, "Not bad, we got such a good draw. With this achievement, we might even be able to challenge the sect master and the Great Senior when we get back. It just so happens that our Great Senior has just died in battle, so there's still an empty spot. I don't want to be Great Senior, but I am not afraid of too many achievements." The other elder laughed evilly. "Wait until I have enough achievements, I want to exchange for that holy sword." Holy sword, my god, how many achievements would that be? That is my dream. Unless we completely annihilate the 8 desolate Snowfield Battle Song team, I can guarantee that you will not even be able to exchange for a pearl on the holy sword. Completely annihilated, my god, you really dare to dream. However, with this kind of terrain, it might really be possible, huh? They did not notice that in the terrifying cutting-edge valley, there was a gold-seeking mouse quietly lying on the ground. No, to be precise, there were two of them. The other one was a shadow beast. However, no matter if it was the gold-seeking mouse or the shadow beast, they did not have any attack power. The two of them quietly lay together, like a pair of twin beasts. Blade Slicing Valley was an extremely peculiar terrain. It was certain that this valley was not natural, but rather created by a powerhouse with unparalleled power. The highest point of the valley was no more than 3,000 meters. Above it was the void that could devour all living things. If it wasn't for the power of the ancient code, any heaven realm powerhouse flying in the sky would have been sucked in by the void and turned to dust. 3,000 meters below was a ravine filled with howling winds. The wind here was similar to the Rain Valley. It would erupt at irregular times. Sometimes it would be calm for a few minutes, and sometimes it would blow violently for hours. The wind was often accompanied by tornadoes or wind blades that could cut living things into pieces. It was extremely fast and impossible to defend against. Of course, these were just the side dishes. The real danger lay in the terrain of the Blade Slicing Valley. As the name suggested, Blade Severing Valley was made up of hundreds of millions of giant and sharp blades. These giant blades were controlled by all kinds of mechanisms. There were also some mechanisms that couldn't be destroyed because of the ancient code. At the entrance were 600 rotating giant sawtooth rings. These 600 sawtooth rings were of different sizes. The largest ones were 3,000 meters in diameter, while the smallest ones were less than 100 meters. The speed at which they revolved was also different. Some were fast while others were slow. Once you entered, you would be trapped in these sawtooth rings. Even if you could safely pass through these 600 rotating sawtooth rings, there were many more terrifying and inconceivable mechanisms inside. Wait in the front. Heavens! Even though he had heard Yu Yang's words before, King Lingyan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw this Blade Slicing Valley. Not to mention others, even a king with the strength of a peak heaven rank level 5 powerhouse like him wouldn't dare say that he could pass through this Blade Slicing Valley. The most frightening thing was that in this Blade Cut Valley, there were still 2 temple elders guarding the most dangerous place. What should we do now? Tu Hai decided that he didn't need to think about it anymore. In any case, the more he thought, the more mistakes he would make. He might as well listen to Yu Yang. Wait. Yu Yang's words were very simple. Then let's do this. The leaders of 8 Desolation, Snowfield, and Warsong gathered together and whispered to each other. They all felt that the best thing to do now was to exhaust the enemy. In a place like this, no one had absolute confidence. Even if the people from the central shrine caught up with them, as long as they rushed in together, it would be a matter of luck. If he didn't get rid of the 2 deities' Templar elders lying in ambush here, directly entering would be no different from throwing his life away. Yu Yang was not in a hurry. They suppressed the anxiety in their hearts. The third young master was confident. Then what did he have to be afraid of? 3 hours later, the 2 temple elders, who had been waiting impatiently in Blade Cutter Valley, kept cursing in their hearts. What kind of cowards were these fellows? They actually stopped outside the Blade Cutter Valley and refused to enter. It would be fine if it was an ordinary Earth rank or quasi-heaven rank, but the leaders of those teams were all heaven rank level 5 experts. Yet, they were actually so timid and cowardly. If the 3 big teams did not enter, they would not come out to fight. They could only choose to endure and wait bitterly. Beasts, there are more beasts. In the sky above the Blade Cutter Valley, countless beasts with fire, wind, lightning, light, darkness, and other attributes surged out. Each of them ignored the traps and pounced towards the resting Heaven Realm warriors. These kinds of beasts all had a special body shape, so they were not afraid of being cut or separated. It was also because of this attribute that they became the guardian beasts here. They originally lived inside the Blade Cutter Valley. When the 2 temple elders saw that the warriors from the 3 big teams did not come in, they could not bear it anymore and sent out their beasts to lure them out of the valley. They hoped to use their pressure to force the warriors from the 3 big teams into chaos. Once they panicked and ran into the Blade Cutter Valley, the 2 temple elders would use the dangerous terrain to give them a fatal blow. If these beasts ambushed the three big teams inside the Blade Cutter Valley, the warriors from the three big teams would definitely suffer heavy casualties. However, once they left the valley to fight, the situation would be the opposite. Without the restrictions of the traps, these beasts' fighting power could not even be compared to the shadow beasts from before. If the two temple elders could be patient and continue to hide, instead of sending out their beasts to lure them out, they believed that these beasts would be more effective if they stayed near the traps and attacked. No one is allowed to enter the Blade Cutter Valley. Don't panic, fight your own targets. For this attack, there was no need for Yu Yang. The leaders of the three big teams could handle it very well. They also wanted to make friends with Yu Yang, this mysterious young man with great potential. They wanted to take this opportunity to show off their abilities, so they were naturally more proactive. Every Heaven Realm warrior's mentality was similar. No one was not eager to try, hoping to gain the recognition of this mysterious third young master. Today was the day to rise above Qin Yun. No one would be friends with a weak person, and no one would be friends with a coward. When the Heaven Realm warriors saw Yu Yang standing at the side, they all rushed up to the sky, looking for their best beasts to counter and charged forward. Because of the large number of people, some warriors who were not strong enough formed a temporary team to attack the guardian beasts. Because they were too proactive, they had unintentionally destroyed the Shrine Elders' plot. The two Shrine Elders had originally wanted to use their beasts to lure the beasts back when the battle between the two sides had begun, and drag all the warriors from the three great teams into the Blade Cutting Valley. However, the warriors from the three big teams were too eager to make a contribution and attacked first, messing up the Temple Elders' plan. Damn it, did these idiots see through our plan? How did they know we were lying in ambush here? Maybe not, it's just that these guys are greedy for life and afraid of death. In order to protect themselves, they wanted to kill the guardian beasts first. It doesn't matter if these guardian beasts die. Anyway, the Blade Cutter Valley is strong in the traps. With our sneak attack, other than the leaders of Heaven rank level 5 and above, it would be hard for them to survive. What I want is total annihilation. Without total annihilation, I can't exchange for the Holy Sword. Don't wait and see. Total annihilation is difficult. Unless the three big teams, Blade of Justice, Adjudicator's Hand and Judgment Hammer, can arrive, it will be difficult for the two of us to completely annihilate them. Come to think of it, with the arrogant attitude of the three executioners, when they arrive, will they still cooperate with us? They will definitely snatch away our merit. I feel that we should snatch the merit first, and then think of a way to completely annihilate them. Alright, but no matter what, the merit of these three big teams is mine. The two temple elders were whispering to each other, repeatedly discussing the attack plan. Outside the Blade Cutter Valley, the three big teams were happily fighting. Another victory. Easy victory. Compared to the battle with the shadow beasts, it was much easier, and they obtained many heaven-ranked magic crystals as spoils of war. The remaining guardian beasts escaped back to the Blade Cutter Valley. Of course, some of them were lured back by the beasts of the two temple elders. In terms of luring the enemy, the two temple elders displayed astonishing abilities. If it wasn't for Yu Yang's warning, even a ranker like Ling Yun wouldn't be able to see that it was a trap. They wouldn't even be able to find out which beast was controlled by the temple elders. Knowing that there was a tiger on the mountain, everyone naturally wouldn't go there. A few Heaven Realm warriors who wanted to put on a show pretended to fly to the entrance of the Blade Cutter Valley. After circling around for a while, they retreated to show caution. Although there were many people injured in the three big teams, their faces were full of joy. There were a few people who had successfully broken through in this battle, such as Shui Tanlang and Prince of Tian Luo. Fighting against special beasts was very beneficial to them. They had seen countless heaven-ranked rankers' consummate skills during the battle, and the enlightenment they gained was indescribable. Usually, they wouldn't have the chance to see so many heaven-ranked rankers display their abilities in front of them. Furthermore, with Yu Yang by their side, it would be difficult for them not to break through. Fatty Hai and Yikong also had faint signs of breaking through, but they couldn't grasp the relevant enlightenment yet. Their forms were the prelude to an explosive increase in power. You guys stay here. Those who are interested can come back with me to play. After careful consideration, Yu Yang felt that if he didn't enter the Blade Valley, the two Shrine Elders wouldn't come out. Hence, he made a sudden decision to bring Fatty Hai and the others back to the Rain Valley. He wanted to see if he could launch a surprise attack on the Central Shrine's army that had entered the Rain Valley. All right. Lord Lingyan and Tu Hai had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. Not to mention them, even the leaders of Ba Huang, Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge wanted to show off their skills in front of Yu Yang. After some discussion, the three leaders who decided to stay looked at Yu Yang with a puzzled expression. Third young master, if they come out from the Blade Cutter Valley, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist them. Yu Yang laughed and waved his hand. Don't worry, the more we act like this, the more they won't dare to come out, because they are also worried that we will ambush them. You have to pretend that you don't know there are people inside, and if you have any doubts, you can occasionally send some beasts to explore the way, and pretend to be cautious. As for you two leaders, every once in a while, you have to meet up to discuss and pretend to be plotting something. Believe me, no idiot would abandon an absolutely advantageous terrain and run out to attack you. However, the longer you stay outside, I believe that they will become angrier. This is possible. Ignoring Fatty Hai and the others, including Lord Lingyun and Tu Hai, a total of 11 leaders who had at least the strength of Heaven rank level 5 decided to follow Yu Yang back to the Rain Valley and attack the main force of the Central Shrine. If this kind of thing were to be spread out, it would be a disaster that would wipe out their entire clan. However, if they did it secretly, no one would know. The dead couldn't speak. On the surface, the kings were all Heaven rankers with excellent moral character, but in private, as a king, everyone knew that it was a place of blood and corpses. As kings, many of them had killed people from the Central Shrine, but today's large-scale attack was really the first time. The crazy excitement made their hearts beat faster. Yu Yang glanced at them one by one. One by one, they took off any related clothes and disguised themselves as another person. Many people had shape-shifting beasts, directly changing their appearance. Some people also used transformation gems or skills. Even worse, like Yu Yang, they wore a mask and did not show their true face. At the same time, their war beasts also changed. When doing this kind of thing, it was impossible to use their own guardian war beasts or symbolic war beasts. In case someone escaped, the Central Shrine would definitely destroy the whole clan. Contending with the Central Shrine, except for the powerful Queen Vivian Li, no one in the Heaven realm could shake their position. Therefore, everything could only be done in the dark. I am number 1, Lord Lingyun you are number 2, City Lord Tu Hai you are number 3, and so on. You all have your own code names. Yu Yang said the plan in secret, then took the 11 people and floated away. Fatty Hai and the others hurriedly entered Grey Wolf's grimoire world. Let it lead them and see if there is a suitable opportunity. Of course, they couldn't play any role in the battle between the super strong. With their current strength, as long as they could participate in the battle, it would be good. The most ideal battle was when the enemy was defeated and they came out to join forces to pursue. Grey Wolf kept Fatty Hai and the others in his grimoire, changed his lazy appearance, and restored his fighting spirit, chasing after Yu Yang. Rain Valley, at the entrance. Countless Heaven Realm mercenaries died tragically under the attack of the Shadow War beasts, letting out painful wails. However, behind these Heaven Realm mercenaries, there were 3 battle teams lined up neatly. Their bodies were lined up in a straight line. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they indifferently watched the tragedy in front of them. Seeing thousands of Heaven Realm mercenaries die tragically and wail in grief, these 3 battle teams that were full of killing intent and strict discipline did not even blink. All the soldiers in these 3 teams had the strength of at least Heaven rank level 3. The captains were all Heaven rank level 5. As for the 5 shadows standing in front of the captains wearing invisibility cloaks, they were even more unfathomable. Are you sure that the pirate leader has come in? The shadow standing in the middle asked in an emotionless voice. Yes, every 100 years, he will come in to challenge, and this year will be no exception. Moreover, my subordinates saw him come in with their own eyes, so there is no mistake about this. The shadow standing on the far left replied solemnly. His words were slow and heavy like iron, as if every word he said had to be engraved on an iron plate. Good, this year, when I come out, I must eliminate that pirate leader. The remnants of the Conquest Queen, the defeated soldiers of Tong Tian Tower, must be erased in the Heaven Realm. I don't care what the Western Heaven Realm is like, and I don't care what the world thinks. The matter of the three great leaders is the matter of Jizun of the temple and the realm lord, it has nothing to do with me. I only know that Tong Tian Tower will always be the enemy of the central shrine. As long as Tong Tian Tower exists, the central shrine will not be at peace. As long as the central shrine exists, there will be no Tong Tian Tower. This time, after killing the pirate leader, this seat will send troops to destroy the entire conqueror city. At that time, Tong Tian Tower will no longer have any hope. This seat will personally sink Tong Tian Tower into the eternal dark world. For the glory of the temple, all of you will sacrifice your lives. The temple is supreme. The soldiers of the three teams with shiny armor and murderous aura all clenched their fists in front of their chests and heavily hit the armor on their chests to show their determination. 2 hours later, the three teams from the central shrine, under the leadership of their respective captains, entered the teleportation gate of the Resting Rain Pavilion in an orderly manner. 5 unfathomable shadows stood in front of Old Man Yubo. The leading shadow didn't have any reaction. Instead, the black shadow, who spoke as if he was carving words on an iron board, slowly loosened his grip on Old Man Yubo's throat. It was as if he needed to think carefully before making such a decision. However, the other shadow standing beside this person was different. He laughed casually, as if he was talking to an old friend. Old friend, I believe you have also seen it. Fei Wenli, Prison Emperor, and the others have all become history, but we have recovered our full strength after thousands of years. It is clear who is the real victor. Tong Tian Tower, there will no longer be any outstanding juniors, not even an innate elder. Don't hope that there will be a second Prison Emperor stubbornly resisting. Tong Tian Tower has already reached its final moment of destruction. Do you still dream of reviving it? If that is the case, why not hope that we will show mercy? Haha. We will not give up. Old Man Yubo's expression was painful. The handprint on his throat was still as deep as an iron board, unable to recover. Why? Just because of Fei Wenli's group of crippled veterans? At that time, with Fei Wenli there, you still couldn't win. Now, she has been sealed, and may even have been annihilated. Just a group of old and weak soldiers want to revive, it's simply absurd. The shadow sarcastically said. Tong Tian Tower will not be destroyed. There will always be outstanding descendants who will inherit the strength of the seniors. It will not be defeated by any power. It has always been like this since ancient times. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Old Man Yubo's painful face. That's right, it has always been like this since ancient times, but it doesn't mean that it will be the same in the future. Because after the Prison Emperor dies, there will not be a second Prison Emperor in Tong Tian Tower. You have spent a lot of effort to nurture a Prison Emperor. He has 3 divine weapons. Using the power of the warriors from Long Teng, Heaven Stairway, and Demon Abyss to nurture a Prison Emperor who is as strong as Fei Wenli, I have to say that you have done a great job. But, your achievements are just like that. Now, with your strength, can you still nurture a second Prison Emperor? Do you still have divine weapons? No, do you still have divine weapons? Was there still a divine spark? There's no more. The Prison Emperor didn't have enough time to cultivate and was unable to reach the Holy Supreme Elder Realm. He was unable to fuse with the Godhead, he only had the divine equipment and divine power, but he died tragically in the hands of the 3 great leaders. Now that Jiao Shao, Void, and Ming Yuguang have all returned, we can be at ease. The Prison Emperor has passed away, there are no more strong people in Tong Tian Tower. The shadow reached out his hand, gently patted Uncle Yu's shoulder, smiled like an old friend, and said, maybe you haven't lost all hope yet. Maybe you still think that the pirate leader is still here. If he can get the 10th level of the Divine Book, then there is still a chance to save the situation. Don't you think so? The Divine Codex will never belong to the warriors of the Central Shrine. You are all traitors. The Divine Codex will never accept traitors. Elder Yubo sneered. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Traitor? That's too harsh. Now, who knows the truth about the establishment of our Central Shrine? In the whole heaven realm, in the eyes of all the warriors, we are the embodiment of justice, and you are the source of evil. The shadow laughed and waved his hand, we also don't need the Divine Codex. Not to mention that it is hard to contract with, it is also very dangerous. If we are not careful, we will be noticed by those old fellows from the sky beyond heaven. Alright, I admit, deep in my heart, I also desired the divine codex before. But it doesn't belong to me, why should I be reluctant to part with it? We just need to make sure that you can't get it. Even the Conquest Queen couldn't pass the 10th level, Cook Caribbean won't succeed. The Shadow, whose words were like words carved on an iron board, said in a serious tone. That's right. Even if we sit back and do nothing, he will still fail. He will escape to the Southern Heaven Realm and become a free pirate leader. However, this year is different from the previous years. Jiao Shao, Void and the others have returned and confirmed that the prison emperor has passed away. In addition, our battle power has recovered completely. There is no need to wait any longer. Today is the day to destroy Tong Tian Tower. The Shadow, who pretended to be approachable but was extremely arrogant on the inside, snorted fiercely. If that's the case, why aren't you guys moving? Uncle Yu didn't even raise his eyebrows, ignoring the other party's threat. We're here not only to eradicate your last hope, but also to hope that you old ghosts will be smart enough to tell us all the secrets you know about the gods' ruins. Don't force us to take action. The Shadow made it clear that he had come. God's ruins is a good place. Unfortunately, I have never entered it before. Uncle Yu sighed slightly. Let's see how long you can be stubborn. There will be a day when you will beg us with tears streaming down your face. Remember my words, it will come true soon. Or are you willing to watch the entire Tong Tian Tower sink into the dark world and become a rubbish dump under your watch? The Shadow laughed out loud. He was fearless and didn't care how Uncle Yu would feel when he heard it. Uncle Yu coughed. What do you want me to say? Beg you now? Junior, you are still too young to scare me. Slap, the Shadow gave Uncle Yu a slap, causing his old face to swell up on the spot. Blood flowed out from the corner of Uncle Yu's mouth. But he just smiled, not caring at all. When the Shadow was about to continue, the Shadow in the middle who had been silent suddenly raised his hand and stopped. Enough, there is no need to do useless things. Leave a small team and seal the first gate. Let's go. That pirate leader is definitely not in the first gate anymore. Otherwise, Uncle Yu wouldn't have talked so much with you. He is stalling for time. 5 shadows entered the portal of the Resting Rain Pavilion. Under the pressure of their consciousness, even Uncle Yu couldn't hide the existence of the portal. From the beginning, he couldn't stop the people from the central shrine at all. There was a small team of 10 who stayed behind. About 5 minutes later, there was actually an invisible shadow that flashed in the sky and disappeared into the portal. If this shadow didn't enter the portal and leave the Rain Valley, then no one would be able to discover his existence. After the 5 shadows left, he actually didn't really leave. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, he realized that Uncle Yu didn't have any reaction. Only then did he feel that the target had already left. Indeed, who would stay in front of a large group of pursuers for a long time? Uncle Yu shook his head, his expression was a little disdainful. But in the end, he remained silent, ignoring the enemy's actions. When the invisible shadow really left, Yu Yang floated over, as if he didn't see the 10 guards of the central shrine standing around the Resting Rain Pavilion. After flying into the Resting Rain Pavilion, he sat on the stone bench as if he was entering his own home. Under the watchful eyes of the 10 guards, he reached out and poured himself a glass of wine, savoring it with relish. Kid, give me some too. Uncle Yu's wine bug was simply gluttonous. That group of people just now was very arrogant. Who are they? Yu Yang ignored the surrounding guards and asked the unfathomable mysterious shadows in front of them. Die. The 10 guards attacked Yu Yang together. What a good wine. Yu Yang didn't seem to see the 10 deadly weapons slashing towards him, still raising his head and drinking. Boom. Boom, Lord Ling Yun, City Lord Tu Hai, and the 9 leaders quickly arrived and attacked the 10 guards. The moment they attacked Yu Yang, all of them were forced out of the Resting Rain Pavilion. Yu Yang didn't pay attention to the surroundings, handing a glass of wine to the anxious Uncle Yu and asked, You see, it's not good to do too many bad things, old man, you have to be like me, a good boy, otherwise, being imprisoned here, being beaten and scolded by others without being able to fight back, how pitiful would that be? Uncle Yu laughed, it's too late, if this old man knew that it's not good to do too many bad things, I would have been a good person, but unfortunately, it's too late. Yu Yang slightly hesitated. This young master originally didn't like it, especially those who are more arrogant than me. I hate them the most, but this young master doesn't have time these days. I'll take revenge for you later. Revenge? Ha, kid, it's not that this old man wants to discourage you, but this old man can pinch you to death with one hand. Just now, this old man was really afraid that you would overestimate yourself and jump out. This old man is the head of the 3 temple masters of the central shrine, the famous temple master of the entire heaven realm, and his strength is comparable to the 3 giants. If you want to fight him, go back and practice for 2 years first. Not to mention the temple master Jiga Jiwari, even the fire temple master Burning Wind, the dark temple master Wan Mo, and the 3 leaders of the temple masters, the blade of justice, the arbitration hand, and the hammer of judgment. Any one of them would be enough for you to fight. Uncle Yu drank a glass of wine, and his expression showed signs of poisoning again. After a long time of pain, he finally smiled at Yu Yang. Kid, this old man is very satisfied that you have such a kind heart. In the past, Prison Emperor didn't even let out a fart. You are still a little loyal. Of course, this young master is the greatest person in the world. Yu Yang had a smug expression, as if saying, please continue to praise me more. That guy Cook is in trouble. The person that Jiwari has his eyes on is very troublesome. If you don't have any good ideas, you should hurry back to Tongtian Tower. Uncle Yu looked up, paused, and then sighed. It seems that the heaven realm is going to be chaotic again. Don't be so pessimistic. If Prison Emperor can do it, so can I. Yu Yang confidently patted Uncle Yu's shoulder. However, when he came back to his senses and looked at the battle outside, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. At this time, the situation of the battle had changed abnormally. It turned out that the leaders of the 3 teams, who all had the strength of Heaven Stage Level 5, had joined forces with Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai to attack the 10 temple guards, who were all Heaven Stage Level 3 except for the team leader who was Heaven Stage Level 5. Not only did they fail to defeat the temple guards, but they also made their opponents look very embarrassed. Why was this so? It was not impossible for a Heaven Stage Level 5 warrior to kill 10 Heaven Stage Level 3 warriors by himself. But now it was 11 against 10, and they were bullying the weak. Instead, they were being forced to retreat step by step. This was really strange. City Lord Tu Hai let out a miserable howl. He was seriously injured by the opponent's team leader. He spat out blood and was sent flying out of the battle. Yu Yang's body trembled slightly. If it weren't for Grey Wolf's timely rescue, he believed that Tu Hai would have been killed by the opponent. Boy, now you finally know the power of the central shrine, right? These people are the real temple guards. Those you met before are probably just small fries from the outer sect. Uncle Yu smiled and hinted at Yu Yang to be careful when facing the people of the central shrine. Any carelessness was enough to be fatal. Die. At the moment when Lord Ling Yun was hit, a temple guard completely disregarded life and death. He opened his arms and hugged Lord Ling Yun's body. Another temple guard did not hesitate to stretch out his long halberd. He nailed his companion and Lord Ling Yun together. The guard who hugged Lord Ling Yun had a crazy look in his eyes. It was as if death was the highest honor for him. With a bang, he hugged Lord Ling Yun and self-destructed. The temple guard who was pierced by his companion's halberd immediately self-destructed. Flesh and blood exploded all over the sky. The shockwave shook the entire earth. In the space of the explosion, Lord Ling Yun, whose body was covered with cuts and bruises, escaped from the aftermath of the big explosion in pain. He, who was at heaven-ranked level 5, was actually unable to resist the self-destruction of a heaven-ranked level 3 temple guard. These temple guards all had a special ability that could increase their strength by more than 100 times in a short period of time. Of course, the price of this forced increase was death. Compared to Lord Ling Yun, the temple guards whose strength had been increased by 100 times were not much weaker. 100 times increase in strength, coupled with the buff of their own special armor and the buff of the combat skills they had cultivated, the power of their self-destruction had far exceeded the maximum endurance of an expert of Lord Ling Yun's level. It was already very rare for Lord Ling Yun to be able to escape from the center of the explosion. When he was about to escape to his companions, hoping to get help, even faster than the leaders of Octoterra, Snowfield, and Warsong were the other Divine Hall guards. Two of the Divine Hall guards, including the one who had pierced through Lord Lingyun's body with his halberd, seemed to know that Lord Lingyun could escape. Before he could completely rush out of the explosion range, they had already rushed over. One on the left and one on the right. They held on to Lord Lingyun's left and right legs. Both of their hands had a special kind of blood dagger. The blood dagger had a chain. Once it was pierced into the enemy's body, it would tightly connect the enemy to the armor on his body. Unless they could immediately shatter this special temple armor, it was impossible to break free from this blood dagger chain. The eyes of these two temple guards also flashed with the madness of the previous temple guard. It was as if self-destruction and mutual destruction with the enemy was the most honorable ending in their lives. Lord Lingyun angrily raised his hands and smashed them heavily on the heads of the two Divine Palace guards. The strength was so great that the two helmets and skulls of the two Divine Palace guards were smashed into pieces. Although the two Divine Palace guards' faces were covered with blood, they still opened their mouths and coldly spat out a word, "Die." Boom, two even louder explosions rang out. No, no. City Lord Tuhai let out a cry of despair. Lord Lingyun was like an elder brother to him, usually taking good care of him, but now he was watching helplessly as the enemy blew himself up and killed him in front of his eyes. How could he not be heartbroken? He's still alive. After the shockwave of the explosion passed, a leader of the 8 Desolations found a broken shadow standing in the center of the explosion. Die. However, before everyone could rush to the rescue, another 2 Deathsworn from the Godly Hall grabbed Lord Lingyun's broken body, one above the other below. Their eyes were filled with terror and madness. City Lord Tuhai desperately rushed towards Lord Lingyun, wanting to rescue him, but even the leader of the 8 Desolations could not stop him. A shadow appeared in front of City Lord Tuhai, its crazy eyes reflecting the face of City Lord Tuhai distorted with anger. The leader of the 8 Desolations team wanted to retreat, but found that there were 3 more shadows approaching silently, and suddenly, the shadow of death in his heart grew. In fact, the moment when several leaders flew over to rescue him, one of the shadows broke into the group and exploded with a bang. Even the captain of the Godly Hall Guards had rushed in front of Yu Yang, seemingly wanting to perish together with Yu Yang. Boom! 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 A series of suicidal shockwaves broke out one after another. The entire battle space was razed to the ground. Lingyun, Tuhai, and the leader of the 8 Desolations were nowhere to be seen. Even the last few leaders who came to rescue were affected by the power of the explosion, and their bodies were more or less scarred. "Do you think you can kill me?" Yu Yang asked the captain of the Godly Hall Guards in front of him indifferently. "No, but as long as I can take one of your hands and break one of your legs, it will be enough." The captain of the Godly Hall Guards was not a fool, and he also knew that Yu Yang was the strongest among all of them. He did not think that he could kill Yu Yang with his strength of Heaven Stage level 5. Even if his strength was increased by 100 times, coupled with his self-destruction, he might not be able to succeed. However, he still chose Yu Yang, who could not be killed, and not others. Because, in his eyes, as long as he could exchange his life for one of Yu Yang's hands and one of his legs, it would be a big gain. "You can't even hurt a hair of mine." Yu Yang's lips showed a mocking smile. "No matter what, I have to try." The captain of the Godly Hall Guards was unwavering. "Come." Yu Yang hooked his finger at the captain, indicating that he could start. The moment the captain of the Godly Hall Guards activated the forbidden power and prepared to self-destruct, he found that the young man in front of him had disappeared. He turned around and looked back. What he saw was an incredible scene. Lord Lingyun, City Lord Tuhai, and the leader of the 8 Desolations who had died together with them were all still standing in the field. Even the 9 subordinates who had self-destructed one after another were still standing behind them. But in their eyes, there was a kind of emptiness of consciousness, pupils dilated, heartbeat stopped, as if they had been dead for a long time. The captain of the Godly Hall Guards glanced at the faces of Lord Lingyun and the others and found that Lord Lingyun, City Lord Tuhai, and the others were also full of surprise and confusion. There were no scars on their bodies, but this was definitely not resurrection. The captain of the Godly Hall Guards thought, "Illusion," this mysterious young man used an illusion that was so real that it was difficult to distinguish it from reality to successfully make his 9 subordinates self-destruct. In fact, Lord Lingyun and the others were not at the center of the explosion at all. Furthermore, his subordinates did not self-destruct at all. They only thought that they had successfully self-destructed, and their souls had died contentedly. This mysterious young man had used an illusion to successfully deceive them, including himself. If he had not dispelled the illusion, he was afraid that he would have also self-destructed in this illusion and died. In fact, his defeat was not unjust. The creation domain that Yu Yang possessed could not be seen through except for those who had the supreme will of the innate supremes. And even if they had the supreme will, it was impossible to completely see through the creation domain, unless they were gods. Who would dare to say that they could completely see through Yu Yang, who had the talent of disguise, the creation domain, and the protection of an immortal beast? On that day, even with the ability of the Empress of Heaven, she could not see through Yu Yang. He was just a captain of the godly hall guards. It was normal for him to be defeated by the creation domain. Do you still have the confidence to kill me now? Yu Yang asked lightly with a smile on his lips. You are very strong, much stronger than I imagined. Today, we will die in your hands, and we will have no regrets. However, the first Hall Master will avenge us. He has a supreme divine sense, and your illusion will not be able to deceive him. Although you are strong, in front of the Lord Temple Master, you are nothing but an ant. The captain of the godly hall guards saw Lord Lingyun and the others slowly approaching, intending to capture him alive. He roared wildly, and before Lord Lingyun and the others could take out their treasures to capture him alive, he stabbed the blood dagger through his forehead. At the same time, his body activated the forbidden power and exploded. Yu Yang stretched out his hand. A dazzling starry sky appeared in his hand. There were countless stars twinkling in the starry sky, but they were still and motionless. The body of the captain of the godly hall guards and the shockwave from his self-destruction all floated motionlessly in front of Yu Yang's palm in an instant. A second later, Yu Yang's palm turned, and the starry sky rotated at the same time, forming a beautiful galaxy vortex, and finally forming a black hole that devoured all things. In an instant, all the flesh and blood and the shockwave were sucked into it. 3 seconds later, the captain of the godly hall guards disappeared from the world, leaving not a trace. His entire person no longer existed, as if he had never been born into the heavenly realm. Heavens! Lord Lingyun and the others were all horrified. What kind of strength did the captain of the godly hall guards have? After using the forbidden power to self-destruct, he was stronger than any of them. However, in front of Yu Yang's third young master, he could not even harm a hair on the third young master's head before completely disappearing from this world. That kind of starry sky that could even freeze time and space, that kind of black hole that could devour all things, what kind of ability was that? This was not even the power of the laws. If Yu Yang used the power of the laws, coupled with the starry sky and black hole, then what would happen? No matter how powerful the enemy was, they would still be annihilated, wouldn't they? The enemy has countless men of sacrifice, and the realm of the Lord of the Godly Hall is close to that of a god. It is not something we can defeat even if we join forces. It is not suitable for us to fight. Lord Lingyun, City Lord Too High, you should retreat from the trial ground first. Yu Yang's words were actually a test. If Lord Lingyun and the others were willing to leave, then they were not worthy of deep friendship at all. Third young master, everyone will die one day. Lord Lingyun pondered slightly, and suddenly laughed. If you hadn't used the illusion to save me just now, I would have died under the enemy's men of sacrifice. After death, I still have a whole body left. If I don't retaliate against the enemy, it will be difficult to vent the anger in my heart. If third young master doesn't think I'm useless and a hindrance, please allow me to follow you. Even if I'm just a pawn, it's better than going back to be a coward. Besides, the central shrine intends to get its hands on the Western Heaven realm. Even if we go back, we won't be able to survive for long. That's right, instead of sitting back and waiting for death, it's better to fight with all our might. Even if we die, we should die a glorious death. City Lord Too High was almost killed by the godly hall guards just now. His heart was filled with hatred and anger. How could he let it go? Yu Yang was not worried about him and Lord Lingyun. However, the other 9 leaders might not necessarily have the same thoughts. The central shrine, the terrifying men of sacrifice, and the lord of the godly hall, these were the key factors that made people retreat. After a moment of discussion, 4 people decided to stay, 2 from the 8 wilderness, and the other 2 from Snowfield and Zhangga respectively. The 5 people decided to leave, but they promised that if Lord Lingyun and the others went to join them, they would do their best to accept them. As for their choice, Yu Yang did not force them. Everyone's ideas were different. Besides, it was difficult to be able to fight hard. They parted on good terms. Yu Yang and Lord Lingyun bid farewell to the 5 people, put away the armors of the 9 godly hall guards, and prepared to continue to chase after the godly hall guards, looking for opportunities to attack the godly hall guards. The lord of the godly hall and the other 4 wanted to catch up with Cook Caribbean, so it was impossible for them to stay with the main force. Yu Yang followed and harassed them along the way, weakening the power of the central shrine. Grey Wolf took the letter written by the leaders of the 3 major teams and accelerated forward. He hoped to find the 3 major teams waiting in the Blade Cutter Valley before the godly hall guards arrived and let them leave quickly, otherwise they would all be destroyed. All of you, change into your armors. Although these armors are not the best, because they are made of special materials, they can be considered gold-ranked. Most importantly, these armors have about 3 times the buff effect, which is very helpful to everyone's combat power. Yu Yang asked Fatty Hai and the others who came out from Grey Wolf's grimoire world to change into the godly hall guards' armors. These armors not only had the effect of camouflage, but they could also greatly increase one's combat power. However, their only weakness was their defense. They had almost no good defense. Let alone heaven rank level 3, even the power of a heaven rank could not be broken. The only complete defense was against attacks below quasi-heaven rank. In addition to asking everyone to change into the godly hall guards' armors, Yu Yang also mentioned a weakness that even Lord Lingyun did not know. The godly hall guards are extremely crazy, and they view death as the highest honor. Once they are defeated, they will immediately activate the forbidden power in their body, instantly increasing their strength by 100 times, and self-destruct. On the surface, this combination of self-destruction and madness is invincible, but I can tell you that it has a weakness. As long as you grasp this weakness, you can easily kill a godly hall guard. Not to mention Lord Lingyun and City Lord Tu Hai, even Yi Kong and the others can do it. What? Lord Lingyun and the others were shocked when they heard this, and then secretly rejoiced. It was indeed the right decision to stay. Those who left would never know this secret. As long as the 3rd young master regarded them as one of their own, they would know the weakness of this godly hall guard. Can we also kill a heaven rank level 3 godly hall guard? Fatty Hai was so happy that he danced with joy. He had never been so arrogant in his life. Even if a heaven rank level 3 powerhouse stood still and let him hit them, he still wouldn't be able to kill them. Absolutely, and it's an instant kill. Yu Yang added fuel to the fire, igniting everyone's morale to the peak. Good. Even Shui Tanlang clenched his fists. Killing a heaven rank level 3 godly hall guard was his desire. The reason why the godly hall guards can increase their strength by 100 times is because there is a kind of taboo power in their bodies. This taboo power is a kind of restriction that is close to the law. As long as they activate this taboo power, their bodies will immediately be unable to withstand the spread of the taboo power and explode to death. This is also the reason why the power of their self-destruction is so powerful. Yu Yang glanced at the crowd and said word by word, think about it, if you activate the taboo power in their bodies one step ahead of the enemy, what will the result be? They will explode to the point that even their mother won't be able to recognize them. Fatty Hai trembled with excitement. That's right, their weakness is this. I have a way to let you quickly master this method of activating the taboo power. Even if you can't learn it, I can create a rune crystal. With the help of this rune crystal, you can activate the taboo power in their bodies and let them all explode into pieces. Yu Yang felt that the taboo power in the enemy's body was not scary. It was equivalent to a time bomb. As long as the controller was in his hands, besides becoming a human bomb, what else could they do? If we activate the taboo power, how do we escape from the center of the explosion? Prince Tianluo was the calmest and asked this difficult question. It's very simple. Yu Yang raised a finger. With regards to the second problem that everyone was unable to solve, he easily gave the answer: I have also discovered a weakness just now. It could be said that these two weaknesses are connected, and the enemy would not be able to get rid of either of them. The second weakness is that after they activate the taboo power, their whole body will be out of control for at least a second. During that process, they can't do anything. Their eyes can't see, their ears can't hear, and they can't change anything other than maintaining their original state before they self-destructed. Perhaps Lord Lingyun and Tu Hai have already noticed that after they forcefully embrace their bodies, they are completely motionless. Moreover, in order to ensure the success rate of sealing the enemy, the blood dagger chain on your arms is a clear proof that they must use this to seal the enemy. In other words, once the taboo power is activated, you will have at least a second to escape from the center of the explosion. If you use various skills and treasures, you will have enough time to safely evacuate. Third young master, with this important information, I can guarantee that they will die a miserable death. Lord Lingyun and the others were ecstatic. For powerhouses of their level, they could easily leave the center of the explosion in 1 second. Even for Fatty Hai and Yi Kong, the difficulty of retreating in 1 second was not a big problem. If they used rune crystals and other items to activate it, they could easily kill those arrogant temple guards just now. Lord Lingyun and the others were overjoyed. Choosing to follow the third young master was indeed the best choice. Those who left would probably regret it in the future. However, they only had one chance to make a choice. If they made the wrong choice, they could only regret it endlessly. Yu Yang led Lingyun and the others into the Wind Valley. They stopped first. Using the Heaven Runes method, he explained the technique of activating the taboo power to them. What made Lord Lingyun and the others feel ashamed was that in the process of mastering this new technique, it was not the 6 heaven-rank powerhouses, but the Prince of Tianluo and Xue Tanlang who comprehended it first. 5 minutes after they fully comprehended it, Lord Lingyun and Yi Kong then explored the profound meaning of the technique together. After another 3 minutes, Fatty Hai, Tu Hai, and the 4 leaders learned the technique together. Although the slowest were the Li brothers, their learning time did not exceed 15 minutes. Although these young people were only weak earth rank, their comprehension and speed of learning were really amazing. If compared to the younger generation in the Heaven Realm, many outstanding geniuses who could show off everywhere were only qualified to carry the shoes of these unknown young people. With such intelligence and talent, it was no wonder that the third young master looked at them differently. After seeing this, Lord Lingyun and the others sighed helplessly. Perhaps it would not take long for these young people to catch up with them. Watching them grow rapidly and catch up at an astonishing speed, but they had no way to break through, that kind of feeling was very helpless. Fortunately, they chose to follow the third young master now. If they could get a few pointers from him or get some elixirs, maybe they could continue to advance. Thinking of this, Lord Lingyun and the others became excited again. Following the third young master would definitely have a bright future. Just look at the growth of Xue Tanlang and the others. Lord Lingyun and Tu Hai looked at each other and nodded secretly. They strengthened their confidence. Let's go. If there is a small group of temple guards, we will try out the new technique. If there is a large group, we will slowly follow behind. There are a total of 10 stages in the trial, let's play with them slowly. Yu Yang waved his hand, and Lord Lingyun and the others stood up straight and followed his order. In their hearts, although Yu Yang did not give them a positive answer, they had already consciously regarded themselves as Yu Yang's personal followers. Blade Cutter Valley. When Yu Yang, Lord Lingyun, and the others arrived at Blade Cutter Valley, they found that everything was normal. The 3 leaders who stayed behind were still waiting for Yu Yang's arrival with a surprised look. Hui Tai Lang had already brought a letter, but after some discussion, although they believed the authenticity of Hui Tai Lang's letter, they did not choose to leave immediately. As a precaution, most of the members of the 3 major guilds had gone into hiding. However, the 3 leaders of the guilds remained behind to observe the situation in the dark. What puzzled Lord Lingyun and the others the most was that they all said that absolutely no one had passed through Blade Cutter Valley. It was understandable that they could not find traces of Cook Caribbean and the Lord of the Temple, Jiwori, but it was too strange that no one from the 3 teams, Blade of Justice, Arbitration Hand and Hammer of Judgment, came. We have been discovered by Jiwori. At least, he already knows of our existence. Yu Yang thought of a possibility. As the lord of the temple, it was impossible for Ji Wori not to know the weaknesses of his subordinates. Previously, he left a small team of temple guards behind. Perhaps it was a test. Once he found out that he could easily kill those temple guards, this Ji Wori immediately hid all the temple guards into the grimoire world and hid in the dark without a trace. Ji Wori's main plan was to kill Kut Caribbean. He did not immediately attack the three teams of Ba Huang, Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge, but he must have a backup plan. In any case, the warriors of the three teams could not go far in the trial ground. As Yu Yang thought of this, an ominous thought flashed in his mind. He frowned. Maybe this time, Ji Wori not only brought his subordinates, but also a large group of treasure-hunting mercenaries who did not know the truth. When the warriors of Ba Huang, Shui Yuan and Zhang Ge came out of the trial ground, those treasure-hunting mercenaries who thought that they had obtained treasures would besiege them. This was the most suitable action for the central shrine to provoke a chaotic war in the Western Heaven Realm and take the opportunity to seize the ruling power. Third young master, are you saying that Ji Wori used a grimoire to hide all the temple guards? Did he sneak them through Blade Cut Valley? Lord Lingyun also came to his senses. Although he hadn't thought too far into the future, he could guess at some of Ji Wori's actions. Maybe he doesn't even want to fight with us. Prince Tian Luo and Xue Tan Lang fell into deep thought. If that's the case, then Ji Wori definitely has some powerful tricks up his sleeves. Yi Kong and the others had followed Yu Yang for a long time, and were already used to deducing the situation of a battle. Will Ji Wori leave a group of people outside to ambush us? If that's the case, then we'll be in danger. We'll be forced to move forward, but the further we go, the more dangerous it will be. If we all die in the trial grounds, then it'll be a piece of cake for him to take care of us. Fatty Hai shouted. His words made King Ling Yun and the others' originally ugly faces look even more bitter. If what Fatty Hai said was true, then the three teams were in a dilemma. If they left the trial grounds, they would most likely be in danger. If they continued forward, they would be eliminated due to their lack of strength. With the terrifying first palace lord of the divine temple, Ji Wori, and nearly 1,000 crazy divine temple guards lurking in the shadows, what should they do? Yu Yang didn't know what the others would do, but he would never let his companions leave his sight again. Leaving meant being ambushed by the enemy. It meant death. You guys enter the grimoire first. We'll deal with all changes by staying put. Hui Tai Lang, you must follow me closely. Don't leave me for even a moment. Yu Yang let Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others enter Hui Tai Lang's grimoire world first. With their strength, if they were ambushed by the enemy, there was a high chance that they would be killed instantly. What about us? The three leaders who had stayed behind now understood the seriousness of the situation. Their faces were extremely ugly, not knowing what to do next. There are two choices. The first is to follow us and force our way through this Blade Cut Valley, as well as all the checkpoints behind. Not only must we pass through the Wind Valley, we must also pass through the third checkpoint. We will continue forward. After the third checkpoint, the trial will be completed. I will think of a way to bring you guys out. The second choice is to leave now. Once you get out, leave the trial grounds as soon as possible. If you really can't do it, then hide in Conqueror City. Yu Yang gave them two choices. Among us, there are a lot of people who aren't strong enough to follow third young master through the checkpoints. One of the leaders shook his head worriedly. I can only say that I will try my best to take care of them, but I can't guarantee that no one will be harmed. After all, clearing the checkpoints is a test of one's own laws. Others can't help even if they want to. Although Yu Yang had the ability to bring everyone out of the trial grounds, he wasn't a Heaven Realm warrior's nanny. He wouldn't do such a strenuous and unrewarding thing. Furthermore, even if he brought the warriors from the three teams to a safe area, how many people would be grateful to him? They might even feel that Yu Yang had deceived them afterwards. Just now, when they sent Hui Tai Lang to deliver the letter, they were also dubious. Just based on this point, Yu Yang couldn't completely trust them. Why don't we leave together? Wouldn't it be safer this way? One of the leaders was obviously a little timid. He didn't dare to start a fight with the head of the Central Shrine's three Great Hall Masters, Ji Wori. Ji Wori wasn't an ordinary temple warrior. His name resounded throughout the entire Heaven Realm. Compared to the three great leaders of the Western Heaven Realm, who had been forgotten for 6,000 years, he was even more terrifying. They followed Yu Yang and had the confidence to challenge normal temple warriors and even temple elders. However, against Ji Wuri, the temple's great hall master, they couldn't even muster up their last bit of courage. One had to know that above the temple elders, there were sect masters and great seniors. Above them were the temple masters, and finally, the great hall masters, whose strength was comparable to the Heaven Realm's great leaders. Moreover, the great hall master, Ji Wuri, was the head of the central shrine's three great hall masters, a figure close to the level of God. Yu Yang didn't show it on the surface, but in his heart, he gave up trying to persuade them. He casually said, "Maybe Ji Wuri has already set his eyes on me. If I leave with everyone, then we may all be wiped out. If you leave, Ji Wuri won't easily leave the pursuit in order to complete his goal of killing Captain Cook. I am also in the Wind Valley, so he definitely can't be distracted. Therefore, it may be the safest for you to leave now. Lord Ling Yun, now that the situation has changed, you can also reconsider." In the end, Yu Yang even tried to sound out Lord Ling Yun and the others again. Hearing this, Lord Ling Yun was afraid that Yu Yang would doubt his sincerity, so he hurriedly swore, "Third young master, since I have decided, I will naturally follow you until death." Tu Hai and the four leaders who decided to stay also responded, saying that they would never leave and decided to follow Yu Yang to the end. In this situation, staying with the third young master was the safest. The arrival of the central shrine's main force, the appearance of Ji Wuri, and the disappearance of all these signs all showed the beginning of the chaos in the Heaven Realm. In this chaotic period, human life was worth less than cabbage. Either become a hero and become famous in the Heaven Realm in the future, or die quietly and be annihilated. Following the third young master might not guarantee their lives, but they could definitely become heroes. If they left now, the possibility of being annihilated was very high. Only a fool would be in a hurry to leave. In that case, we will wait for you in the Conqueror City. The three leaders had not seen the real strength of Yu Yang, so they were unwilling to put their lives at his disposal, so they decided to leave with their team. They felt that with the warriors of the three major teams accompanying them, as long as the temple did not focus on encircling them, they should be safe. Take care. Lord Ling Yun had an impulse to ask his friends to stay, because if they left, it was very likely that they would run away to their deaths. Be careful and pay more attention. Tu Hai and the others also felt the same way. However, reason told them. No matter what they said now, those people would not listen. Because things had not reached the worst point, the warriors of the three major teams still had hope. Unable to persuade his teammates, they could only watch helplessly as they walked into the portal opened by the three leaders. In the end, Lord Ling Yun could not bear to watch anymore. He did not know whether he was right or wrong, but he knew that it was definitely wrong for the warriors of the three major teams to leave now. Yu Yang asked the names of the four leaders, which made them overjoyed. This kind of inquiry was also a kind of recognition. My name is Gue Xian, and he is my biological brother, Gue Zhen. Two men who looked somewhat similar introduced themselves. The strength of the older brother, Gue Xian, was only slightly inferior to that of Lord Ling Yun. If the two of them joined forces, they could completely defeat Ling Yun and Tu Hai. The other two people, one called himself Xianxia, and the other called himself Iron Fist. Both of them were friends of Gue Xian's brother. Although they came from different places, they had been old friends for a long time. Ling Yun, before I met Third Young Master, I was a small straggler in the Heaven Realm. Ling Yun was not familiar with the four people, so he quickly took the opportunity to introduce himself again. I am Tu Hai, originally a city lord under Lord Ling Yun. I was responsible for guarding the gate of the Heaven Realm for the central shrine. Because of my strength, I have never had the opportunity to enter the Heaven Realm. In addition to being honest with everyone, Tu Hai also expressed his humility to Yu Yang. He hoped that Yu Yang would not despise him for being only at the peak of the fourth level of the Heaven stage. There is still hope in the Heaven Realm. It is important to be strong. In order to win people's hearts, Yu Yang naturally comforted them. He took out 6 Supreme Martial Spirit pills and gave one to each of them. When Lord Ling Yun and the others received this Supreme Martial Spirit pill, which was extremely rare in the Heaven Realm, they were so shocked that they could not speak. Too high, in particular, almost wanted to cry out loud. With this martial spirit pill, he had the opportunity to break through the peak of the fourth level of the heaven stage, which he could not break through for hundreds of years. The fifth level of the heaven stage was one of the basic standards to enter the heaven realm. Now, there was finally hope. For him, who had been longing for recognition for a long time, the desire that he had been suffering for many years was so easy in front of the third young master. As soon as he raised his hand, the dawn of hope appeared in front of him. This was the third young master's ability. No, this was only the beginning. If he made a great contribution, with his guidance and rewards, would the heavenly realm, the place he yearned for even in his dreams, still be a problem? This is too expensive, third young master, we have not made any contribution. Lord Lingyun and the others all expressed their fear and did not dare to accept. There are plenty of opportunities to make contributions. Don't worry about the martial spirit pill. The effort and the harvest are proportional. Not to mention the martial spirit pill, even if it is the martial god pill, I will not be stingy. Yu Yang waved his hand and threw out the bait of the martial god pill. It would not do to want a horse to run without giving it grass to eat. Any subordinate must be given some benefits to do things, otherwise, who would work for you? Martial god pill? When Yu Yang talked about the martial god pill, his indifferent attitude completely shocked Lord Lingyun and the others. The martial god pill was a divine pill that increased one's potential. Only the legendary gods could make it. For this kind of martial god pill, the temple masters of the central shrine would fight each other, completely disregarding unity. When one's strength reached a certain level, the most valuable thing was not the breakthrough or strength, but the potential. Without potential, many heaven stage martial artists could only stay at a certain level for their entire life, watching others catch up with them and surpass them. If there was a martial god pill, all of this would not happen. This was the reason why the martial god pill made the experts crazy. Of course, Yu Yang was just throwing out a bait. Unless Lord Lingyun and the others could become loyal subordinates like Captain Cook under Queen Vivian Li, otherwise, no matter how many martial god pills Yu Yang had, he would not give them to them. No matter how many martial god pills there would never be too many. It was better to let Yu Shuang eat them like candy than to give them to outsiders. Follow me until death. Lord Lingyun and the others were so excited that their hearts almost exploded. Of course, they also knew that the martial god pill was not so easy to obtain, but now that they had the martial god pill in their hands, they did not care about or believe in Yu Yang's words. At this time, they had secretly made up their minds. No matter how difficult it was, they would fight for a martial god pill in this life. Otherwise, even if they died, they would not be able to rest in peace. If they did not cherish such an opportunity, they were afraid that if outsiders found out, they would die of anger. Now, Lord Lingyun and the others were once again glad. Fortunately, they firmly chose to follow third young master Yu, otherwise, how could they obtain the martial god pill as a reward? How could they have any hope of obtaining the martial god pill in the blade-cutting valley? 6 almost transparent shadows appeared on top of the quintet seeking golden mice. Regarding their arrival, the two deities' Templar elders who chose to hide unexpectedly did not know. One of the shadows leaned over to observe the quintet seeking golden mice, but it was not the shadow that was exactly the same as the previous one. In the end, it even let out a heartfelt praise. What an exquisite battle puppet. In the heavenly realm, I did not expect to see such a clever and dexterous person. How rare. Burning wind, even in the hands of the skilled craftsmen of your fire temple, this quintet seeking golden mice can't be made? Another shadow asked curiously. Impossible, those guys are not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the creator of this quintet seeking golden mice. It's too amazing, it can actually capture and collect information while we are invisible and send it to its master. Look at those two elders, they are still like fools. 1mo, have you seen a battle puppet that can hide from the deity's Templar elders? The man called Burning Wind was the fire temple master that Uncle Yu spoke of. Among the temple masters, he was at least ranked in the top 5, maybe even in the top 3. Can it be stolen? The man called 1mo asked. Even I cannot steal it, I can't even destroy it. The most mysterious man in the middle opened his mouth. He was the legendary temple master Jiga Jiwari who was the closest to God. What? Even you, master, cannot destroy it? The man called Wan Mo was shocked when he heard this. This is a metal type, they should have 5 bodies in one. Even if it is destroyed, this little thing can still recover in the grimoire. Burning Wind judged. I hate good things that I can't get my hands on and can't destroy. The man called Wan Mo was extremely frustrated. He suddenly said in the end, seeing such an outstanding beast in the enemy, I'm really unhappy. Why don't I go and beat up those 2 stupid elders? The more outstanding the enemy is, the more stupid they are. They didn't even notice the little mouse that was exploring by their side, and they even called themselves elders. F***ck, if I don't vent my anger, I'm going to go crazy. They are Zhonghua's men. If you beat them up, Xianxia will definitely accuse you, the Dark Temple Master, of using your position to take revenge. Burning Wind laughed when he heard this. Wan Mo was speechless. There's no need to do such a boring thing. Let's chase after that pirate leader first. We'll slowly observe the owner of this battle puppet. The most mysterious Ji Wuri in the middle waved his hand, and the 6 of them disappeared without a trace. As for the 2 lurking deities hall elders, they knew nothing about it. Outside the Blade Cutter Valley, Yu Yang closed his grimoire. A smile flashed across his face. Inside the Blade Slicing Valley, the 2 temple elders were really impatient. The enemy had not fallen into the trap for a long time. Could it be that they had already seen through the ambush, when the Heaven Realm warriors from the 8 desolate snowfield, Zhangge, and the other 2 teams had left, they had almost been intercepted. In order to prevent the enemy from luring them into the trap, the 2 of them decided to continue lying in ambush. No matter what, if the enemy wanted to break through, they would have to pass through the Blade Slicing Valley. Although waiting here was a stupid idea, if someone fell into the trap, it would be the best place to annihilate the enemy. Here, one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies. Relying on the geographical advantage, the 2 of them decided to hold their ground. No matter how long they waited, they would never reveal their secret. Only a patient hunter would be able to hunt their prey. Using the various mechanisms in the Blade Slicing Valley, combined with the traps and beasts' abilities, they would definitely be able to make the enemy pay a heavy price. In the entire Wind Valley, there was no better place for an ambush than here. They're here. They're finally here. The temple elder on the left noticed that there was movement outside the Blade Slicing Valley. Follow the original plan. When they reach the Blade Slicing Valley, activate the mechanism. Even if they have immortal bodies, they will still die a horrible death in the Blade Slicing Valley. This mechanism was probably created by the gods. No one can escape its power, and no one can destroy it. You have to pay attention to whether someone will break through quickly. We might have to wait for a while. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. They're here. The temple elder on the right was overjoyed. He and his companions hid their presence even more deeply, but their awareness was expanded 100 times. They kept a close eye on Yu Yang and the others who had entered the Blade Slicing Valley. As if they did not know that there was an ambush in front of them, Yu Yang walked at the front of the group, Tu Hai beside him, and Lord Ling Yun at the back. In the middle were Gui Xian, Gui Zhen, and the others. Everyone kept a certain distance from each other. At this distance, they could look out for each other, and it would not affect each other's movements. In case they encountered any dangerous traps in the Blade Slicing Valley, they would also have more time to deal with them. One big wheel after another kept spinning. All kinds of sharp knives, earth spears, poisoned arrows, broken bones, iron nail boards, giant stone grinders, wolf tooth grinders, and all kinds of unimaginable mechanisms were triggered one after another as Yu Yang and the others walked past. Only the most agile and quickest people would be able to dodge all of them. Some of the flying arrows seemed to have no space to dodge at all. One had to wander among the arrows and find the best temporary space to hide oneself. Only by dodging in sequence could one avoid the arrows. As Yu Yang walked through this place, he couldn't help but praise the ingenuity of the designer. Only with this kind of mechanism could one obtain the best training results. In comparison, the mechanisms in Skysplit Tower's 5-element palace were nothing more than a drizzle. If not for the 2 Divine Hall elders lying in ambush, Yu Yang would have asked Hui Tai Lang to release Fatty Hai and the others so that they could gain some experience. Among the mechanisms, there were some sharp knives and earth spears that could pierce through the entire space. Once a person walked on top of them, they wouldn't be able to dodge them. One had to be able to see the pattern of their contraction and instantly pass through them to avoid being hit. As Yu Yang walked, he made a mental note of this. He planned to build a similar mechanism in Skysplit Tower for training in the future. After walking through dozens of huge mechanisms, they had not even reached 1/5 of the total. However, it was already enough to make King Lingyun and the others dizzy. Fortunately, no one was injured or killed. Everyone had successfully made it through. Yu Yang stopped in front of a several hundred-meter-long blade-slicing channel. This channel was incomparably huge, but it was filled with spinning sawtooth blades that rolled like waves. Thousands of sawtooth blades rotated continuously. If anyone was hit by one of them, they would definitely be minced into meat paste. This channel was the largest and most difficult to pass through in the blade-slicing valley. It was impossible for anyone to pass through it. Anyone who wanted to pass through it had to first pass through one sawtooth blade, wait for the second sawtooth blade to rotate, and then wait for an opportunity to pass through the third sawtooth blade. There were thousands of such sawtooth blades. Once one entered, one could only move forward. There was no possibility of retreat. After passing through this sawtooth blade, there were still other mechanisms. Although they were more complicated, they were slightly easier to pass through. There was no real danger of death. Therefore, the most difficult part of the entire blade-slicing valley was the blade-slicing channel. Damn it! King Lingyun knew that there were 2 temple elders lying in ambush behind the blade-slicing channel. He was already on his guard. He had also heard from Yu Yang that there were various techniques and important points to pay attention to. However, he still had no confidence that he could safely pass through this blade-slicing channel. There were thousands of spinning sawtooth blades. There were simply too many of them. A single mistake and he would die. The worst thing was that the 2 temple elders were watching him from the shadows, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. If not for the Yu clan's 3rd young master, he would never have passed through this so-called blade-slicing channel. This place was a deadly place, however, he also knew this. If he couldn't even pass through this blade-slicing channel, then there was no point in following the Yu clan's 3rd young master. He might as well go back and buy a piece of tofu to kill himself. He and Tu Hai were the first to set off. After passing more than 100 sawtooth blades, Gui Xian and Gui Zhen followed closely behind. After passing more than 500 sawtooth blades, Xianxia and Iron Wrist also began to enter the blade-slicing channel. The 2 temple elders were waiting for Xianxia and Iron Wrist to enter. From what they could sense, Yu Yang was just a quasi-heaven ranker. They didn't need to bother with him at all. As long as they could trap King Lingyun and the others in the blade-cut passage, they would have a 90% chance of success. Without hesitation, they activated the traps and temporarily closed off the blade-slicing channel that Yu Yang was about to enter. The spinning speed of the sawtooth blades in the channel immediately increased by 10 times. Moreover, there were also many metal-type battle beasts that pounced out from their hiding places in the channel, attacking the flustered King Lingyun and the others. 10 minutes later, King Lingyun and Tu Hai were hit by the traps one after another. Although they managed to avoid the most fatal sawtooth blades, they were still covered in cuts and bruises. Most importantly, they were both hit by the metal-type battle beasts. These battle beasts were the descendants of the battle beasts left behind by the ancient predecessors. Each of them had a certain kind of ability. Once they hit their target, they would be able to stop the intruder from moving forward. Countless metal-type battle beasts formed cumbersome chains or handcuffs on their bodies, trapping Lingyun and Tu Hai in the blade-slicing channel. Several times, they were in danger and were almost ground into meat paste by the sawtooth blades. The 2 hall elders laughed aloud. Their plan had gone so smoothly that it had surprised them. However, they did not find it strange that they had achieved such a success, even though they had not planned for it. The depression and unhappiness brought about by the ambush for the past few days were swept away at this moment. In order to quickly end the deaths of King Lingyun and Tu Hai, in order to quickly obtain the final victory, and in order to obtain more merit, they decided to personally enter the blade-slicing channel and give the heavily injured Lingyun and Tu Hai a fatal blow. Although Lingyun and the others were heaven rankers level 5, they had enough confidence. In this blade-slicing channel, not only did the 2 temple elders' strength not weaken, Instead, it increased several times. Under such circumstances, how could they not be confident? Beautiful Crimson Crane, it's your turn again. The temple elder on the left summoned a crimson crane. The crimson crane was as beautiful as the sun. When it spread its wings, it seemed as if it could burn the entire world. Its strength had reached the astonishing heaven ranker level 5. It was not weaker than its master, and even surpassed it in some aspects. Your crimson crane is so beautiful no matter how I look at it. The temple elder on the right exclaimed as he summoned a creature the size of a mountain. It belonged to the category of supergiant battle beasts. Star-shaped. It was bigger than a mountain, but its appearance was not clumsy at all. On the contrary, it looked very light. What was most surprising was that this mountain-like star-shaped beast with the strength of heaven stage level 4 could fuse with metal. It was like water merging into the soil, naturally merging into the blade-slicing channel. It moved freely inside, forming a small mountain-like barrier area. Moreover, it constantly shrank the space, intending to cooperate with the sawtooth blades to force the 6 people trapped inside to death. The temple elder on the left opened the last section of the blade-slicing channel. Before entering, he laughed. My crimson crane was dyed with countless amounts of blood. Of course it's beautiful. With the blood of these 6 leaders, my crimson crane will definitely be even more beautiful. Old man, let's stick to the original plan. You'll be in charge of sealing the channel, and I'll give them a fatal blow. Haha, these fellows' cautiousness happens to be their fatal weakness. If they don't split up and advance and retreat together, then it won't be easy for us to attack them. Now, there are only 2 people in front, and all of them are heavily injured. My beautiful crimson crane can no longer wait. There seems to be a gust of wind. The temple elder on the right felt a gust of wind blowing from inside. They are still trapped very far away. It's impossible for them to come out. It's just a convection caused by the difference in temperature. The temple elder on the left sensed carefully and found nothing unusual. That's right, but we still have to be careful. It's better to be careful. The temple elder on the right nodded, admitting that he was overreacting. They did not see that not far away from them. The invisible Yu Yang was standing above the trap, looking down at the 2 of them. In the end, Yu Yang did not make a move to rescue Lord Ling Yun and the others. He just put away the quintet seeking golden mice and left silently. If Lord Ling Yun couldn't even pass this test, then they didn't need to stay in the heavenly realm anymore. Otherwise, no matter where they went, they wouldn't be able to keep their lives. This was the most basic test that they had to pass. What Yu Yang wanted wasn't trash, but rather followers who were courageous, intelligent, and had genuine skills. Lord Ling Yun and the others also knew this, and they felt that they had to show their best performance. This performance would directly determine the 3rd young master's impression of them. Whether they were valuable or not. It would be reflected in this battle. The crimson crane spread its gorgeous wings, and under its skill, thousands of flames turned into thousands of sharp blades. The moment the sawtooth blades staggered, they shot towards Lord Ling Yun and City Lord Tu Hai. Oh my god, it's the crimson crane. Lord Ling Yun now knew who the person who ambushed him was. It was the very famous Elder Crimson Crane of the Central Shrine. Weaklings, let out a painful cry, that will be your last voice in the heavenly realm. Elder Crimson Crane's hands shook, and endless flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, and then all of them were transformed into sharp blades by the summoned Crimson Crane, flying towards Lord Ling Yun and City Lord Tu Hai. Elder Crimson Crane had an invasion talent. Any enemy, as long as they were hit by the Crimson Crane, the flames would invade the enemy's body through the blood vessels of the wound, and then all the enemy's blood would be transformed into sharp blades, cutting the internal organs, piercing the skin, and shooting out. Their death would be extremely terrifying. What is this? City Lord Tu Hai found that his hands were wet. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked to find that it was not water, nor was it blood, but liquid metal. The liquid metal seemed to have a life of its own, spreading all over his body, and in the blink of an eye, countless long metal spikes grew out, supporting Tu Hai's whole body in the middle of the blade-cut channel. If it was somewhere else, this might not be a problem, but here was the blade-cut channel. Seeing the countless spinning sawtooth blades sweeping towards him like a wave, and he could not struggle at all, Tu Hai suddenly broke out in a sweat. Lord Lingyan couldn't help but take a look and also exclaimed, "It's Elder Chi Feng's multi-legged golden starfish. Throw away all the metal on you. It can fuse with metal. Run." Another Elder Chi Feng laughed, "It's too late, in this blade-cut valley, the Crimson Crane and I are invincible, you can all rest in peace." Lord Lingyan dodged thousands of sharp blades and was about to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Suddenly, he felt a feather blade smaller than a needle under his feet, gently ding towards his heel. In shock, Lord Lingyan lifted his foot and jumped up, but he did not realize that there was a sharp blade above his head, folding like a paper crane and drilling down from the top. Lord Lingyan stretched out his hand to block it, but his palm was scratched and bleeding. The sharp blade that was about to fall immediately turned into flames, drilling unstoppably into the wound on Lingyan's palm, and then turning into several sharp blades, piercing through the back of his palm. "Ah!" Lord Lingyan screamed in pain. He watched helplessly as the blood on his palm all turned into sharp blades, piercing through his blood vessels. "Die, you are doomed to die." Elder Chi Feng knew that once the enemy was injured, the battle would be over. "Elder Chi Feng, you are wrong, this is just the beginning." Lord Lingyan's arms suddenly turned into a cloud of mist, and the sharp blades that had drilled into his body fell to the ground. Without blood, they could not continue to invade. On the other side, City Lord Tu Hai also turned into a waterman, splashing out of his armor and quickly escaping from the sawtooth blades. Although he was in a sorry state, he was able to free the enemy from the shackles of the multi-legged golden starfish. Is it the innate ability of mist and illusory water? Elder Chi Feng suddenly understood why these two guys dared to come in first to explore the way. It turned out that they had a life-saving trick. However, even if they had the ability of mist and illusory water, how many times could they use them? Innate abilities were not omnipotent. Especially in this blade-cut channel, even if they could use mist and illusory water, once they were cut apart, even if they did not die on the spot, their bodies would still be separated after they recovered. Most importantly, whether it was mist or illusory water, they were at an absolute disadvantage against Chi Feng, who could transform flames, blood, and sharp blades. Even without the innate ability of invasion, they would not be able to take advantage of him. Due to the abnormal state of Ling Yun and Tu Hai, the two temple elders who were caught in the battle had long forgotten about Yu Yang, a quasi-heaven stage expert. Although Yu Yang and Grey Wolf had disappeared from the Blade-Cut Valley at some point, they still did not notice. Who would pay attention to a quasi-heaven stage expert? If they did, they would pay attention to Gui Xian, Gui Zhen, Chong Si, and Iron Wrist, the four strong reinforcements who were still trapped in the previous blade-cut channel space. Before they arrive, I have enough time to take care of you. Elder Chi Feng sneered. He decided to use his trump card, a trick that was enough to make the enemy completely desperate. Wind Valley. When Yu Yang reached the end of Wind Valley, still wind building, he saw Feng Bo, who was the same as Yu Bo. Unlike Yu Bo, Feng Bo was hanging upside down, head down and feet up. At the same time, he was constantly being tortured by the power of punishment. What surprised Yu Yang was that according to Feng Bo, both Captain Cook and Ji Wuri had used their abilities to pass through before. They did not need to go through him and directly entered the third stage, Sand Valley. Brat, you have to be careful. Ji Wuri is definitely not easy to deal with. Of course, he probably won't care about you. You're no threat to him at all. He's mainly dealing with that idiot Cook. Unlike Uncle Yu, who loved wine as much as his life, Uncle Feng was dismissive of wine. He only loved food. Yu Yang gave him all kinds of delicious food and used the same strategy as Yu Bo to bribe him. Towards this kind of old man, as a junior, there was no harm in being a little more respectful. In order to increase the effect of flattery, Yu Yang even let Fatty Hai and the others come out and pay their respects to this senior expert one by one. When it came to bootlicking, Fatty Hai's current abilities were fully displayed. He was definitely a first-class expert. You are highly respected, talented, famous in the world, everyone knows about you. Fatty Hai's flattering words could be said for 2 hours without repeating them. Good, good. It had been a long time since Feng Bo had heard such a comfortable compliment. In his joy, he revealed a shocking secret to Yu Yang. Seeing that you juniors are quite sensible, I'll tell you a secret. If it was Yu Nong, that trash, he would definitely not tell you such a useful thing. You are this old man. Fatty Hai quickly gave Fengbo a thumbs up. Yubo is naturally not as good as you. When Yu Yang heard this, he knew that these two old fellows were actually sworn enemies. Previously, Yubo did not have any good words with Fengbo. He isn't even fit to carry my shoes. If it wasn't for Solomon's soft-hearted fear that he would commit suicide if he married me, we would have gotten married long ago. You know, that bastard not only messed up my marriage with Saruman, he also provoked countless enemies. If it wasn't for that idiot, would we be locked up here? It's bad enough that he had ruined my relationship with Wind Valley, he had even ruined my salamander. Now that I think about it, I really want to kill him. My Saluman, I haven't heard from her for a long time, let alone see her. You must send my regards to her. The Saluman that Count of Wind mentioned was the guardian of the third stage, Sand Valley, Granny Xia. Definitely, definitely. Yu Yang snickered in his heart. What he heard from Uncle Yu was a completely different story. However, he was not interested in the grudges between the three seniors that had existed for tens of thousands of years. If he made good use of this point, he could better control these old fellows after the seal was lifted. At the very least, he could let them stay in Tong Tian Tower peacefully and become a strong helper for the rise of Tong Tian Tower. Fengbo was even more talkative than Yubo. He was afraid that Yu Yang and the others would be prejudiced, so he listened to Yubo's words and repeated the story of his love with Granny Xia. Shui Tanlang almost fell asleep listening to it. Prince Tianluo maintained a polite smile on his face, although it went in one ear and out the other. The Li brothers resisted the urge to yawn, took out their weapons and kept wiping them over and over again. Only Yi Kong and Fatty Hai became more excited as they listened, especially Fatty Hai. From time to time, he would applaud and cheer for Fengbo's touching love story, or he would wring his hands and sigh. As the two of them listened, Fengbo felt as if he was a close friend and poured out his grievances. Finally, after 3 hours of narration, Yu Yang, who was leaning on Hui Tai Lang, woke up 3 times. He finally told them the secret that only he and Granny Xia knew. You must have never heard of it. Before the Heaven Realm, there was a super strong person who once swept the entire Heaven Realm. No, it's not Fei Wenli. Although Fei Wenli is a little belligerent, her evil is far worse than the previous super strong person. Wu Xiang Emperor. No, it's not Wu Xiang Emperor. What kind of evil is Wu Xiang Emperor? I have killed as many people as him. At most, Wu Xiang Emperor is a little stronger than me. Yes, only a little stronger, mainly because he has a divine weapon in his hand, and I don't. Yu Yang quickly corrected Fengbo. Let's go back to that super strong person. What's his name? This especially evil guy is called Kai Tian, known as the Lord of Wan Mo. About 60 or 70,000 years ago, he killed many people. The entire Heaven Realm was in chaos because of him, and the people had no way to live. Of course, if you do too many bad things, you will definitely not have a good ending. This awesome guy is no exception. One day, he was silently sealed. Fengbo introduced. Could it be that he is sealed in this Wind Valley? Yu Yang asked. No, how can a place like this seal the Kai Tian demon venerable? That's impossible. In the 6th stage, after passing through the Desire Valley, Beast Valley, and Demon Valley, before leaving the Demon Valley, if you use the Demon Order, you can open a hidden demonic palace. Inside is the sealed place of the Kai Tian demon venerable. If you can defeat him, I believe you will definitely be able to obtain the reward of the strong person who sealed him. Fengbo pointed out a clear path for Yu Yang. You have the demonic token? Yu Yang asked again. How is that possible? The demonic token is placed in the Earth Demon Palace. That is the key to open the demonic palace. How can it be given to anyone? That little girl Fei Wenli wanted to take it back then, but because of various considerations, she was afraid that her competitors would beat her to it, so she didn't kill the Earth Demon Palace's demon venerable. She didn't challenge the Heaven Demon Venerable in the 6th stage and directly went to the back. Unfortunately, even she wasn't able to pass all the stages. Fengbo talked about the past and felt a little regretful. If Queen Vivian Li had challenged him, she might have succeeded. Where is the Earth Demon Palace? Who is that demon venerable? Yu Yang was confused by this fellow. Wouldn't it be better to just say it out loud? In the 3rd stage, Sand Valley, there is an extremely secret place. There is an Earth Demon Palace, and the Demon Venerable is sealed inside. The Demon Venerable was the accomplice of the Heaven Demon Venerable. Back then, he was the leader of all the evil demons and was second only to the Heaven Demon Venerable. For example, if the Heaven Demon Venerable was an emperor, then the Demon Venerable would be a marshal. As punishment, the Demon Venerable was also sealed in the Earth Demon Palace and suffered all kinds of torture. Although he stayed in the third stage, his suffering can't be compared to ours. What we have suffered is considered a small punishment, but what they have suffered is the real punishment. Every day, they have to bathe in lava or molten iron, and then be struck by 100 bolts of lightning every day. That is the most basic punishment. Furthermore, that is the power of the law, it is impossible to resist it with strength. When Feng Bo mentioned the punishment of the law, he was actually a little afraid. He was unwilling to say more, as if he would suffer if he said more. How do we enter the third stage, the Earth Demon Palace? Yu Yang thought to himself, can't you just say that you want to enter the Earth Demon Palace to get the demonic token? After making a big turn, you almost turned into a ravine. There's nothing you can't do. You must be the clearest. Yi Kong flattered Feng Bo against his will. Nonsense. Fatty Hai rebuked angrily, how could Senior Feng Bo know the secret in this world? Senior Feng Bo and Granny Sha are lovers, they are the same person. Granny Sha must know the secret the best. Yes, you are right. If Saruman didn't know, would she be guarding the Sand Valley? Originally, if you want to go to the Earth Demon Palace, you have to pass her test. However, she is too kind-hearted, so she definitely won't allow you to go to the Earth Demon Palace. I can show you the way, but I can't guarantee that you can win against the Earth Demon Venerable. Because with your strength, it's not that this old man is looking down on you, but it's really hopeless. You can write it down first. When you have enough strength in the future, you can challenge it. If you really can't resist your curiosity, you can go in and take a look. As long as you take a look from afar, I don't think there will be any danger. Under Fatty Hai and Yi Kong's flattery, Feng Bo finally couldn't help but draw a simple map of the Earth Demon Palace for Yu Yang. We're just going in to take a look. Don't worry, we won't act rashly. Yes, if Granny Sha asks about this, we won't say anything. We definitely won't say anything. After Yu Yang, Xue Tan Lang and the others memorized the map, they immediately destroyed it. You've memorized such a complicated map so quickly? Not bad, you can't compare to this old man, but your memory is passable. Feng Bo was a little surprised. Yes, how can us juniors compare to you? Fatty Hai nodded and bowed. Memorizing the map was a piece of cake. It was much easier than memorizing the unpredictable and endless Heaven Rune Circle. Fatty Hai and the others definitely didn't have this kind of memory in the past, but after following Yu Yang for so long, their abnormal memory had been trained. Memorizing a map was not worth mentioning. After leaving the second stage, Wind Valley, Yu Yang brought everyone to the third stage, Sand Valley. This was a strange world filled with yellow sand. All the sand was a quicksand whirlpool that devoured life. Anyone who fell into it could only be buried inside. If they didn't have special abilities, they would definitely not be able to escape. In the sky, there was also a strong wind that swept up the sand. When it hit a person's body, the power was even stronger than a sharp arrow. If it was an innate rancor, just a grain of sand would be enough to kill them, not to mention a sky full of sand. Yi Kong asked Yu Yang cautiously, are we really going to the Earth Demon Palace? Prince of Tianluo also agreed with Yi Kong's concerns. Uncle Yu definitely knows about this Earth Demon Palace, but he didn't say anything. This proves that this Earth Demon Palace is not something that we can challenge with our strength. Back then, Queen Vivian Li and Prison Emperor didn't challenge it. This also shows how difficult it is. Fatty Hai quickly denied, Her Majesty and Prison Emperor are afraid that their competitors will rush to pass. We don't have a time limit, it should be possible. Li brothers only listened to Yu Yang. No matter what decision he made, they wouldn't object. Hence, they didn't express their opinion. Yu Yang thought for a while and looked at everyone. I understand, this Earth Demon Palace is definitely not easy. However, this is the most important time for us to increase our strength. If we don't improve quickly, I'm afraid that Ji Wori will sink us into the dark world together with Tong Tian Tower. Our time is even more limited than Queen Vivian Lee's time. Hence, I have to give it a try. Another reason is that if we advance too quickly, we will definitely attract the attention of Jiwori and the others. Once they notice us, Jiwori will definitely leave a rancor in front of us to ambush us. At that time, even if we can pass through safely, our strength will be exposed. If Jiwori realizes that there is a new generation in Tongtian Tower, he will definitely abandon Captain Cook and chase us with all his might. With our current strength, we really can't fight against that fellow. After everyone heard this, they all became silent. In the end, Yu Yang gave another reason. Jiushao and Void are the three great leaders of Western Heaven Realm. They are probably recovering their strength. If we don't hurry before they recover, I'm afraid that a new disaster will befall Tongtian Tower. They also don't want us to rise. In order to increase our strength faster, we need more and stronger challenges. The Earth Demon Palace is another new beginning. Xue Tanlang nodded solemnly. I understand. Even if we die, we will challenge to the end. Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, Prince of Tianluo and Li brothers all stretched out their hands towards Yu Yang, and us. Sand Valley. According to the route recorded on the map, Yu Yang brought Hui Tai Lang, Fatty Hai and the others to the entrance of the Earth Demon Temple. Seeing the entrance, Yu Yang couldn't help but curse that old fellow Feng Bo for being a muddle-headed worm. He was so old that his head was rusty. The reason was that following the route on the map was correct, but there were many unnecessary routes that would be wasted. The map given by Feng Bo was just like his way of speaking, taking a big detour. Until the end, Yu Yang realized that if they took the best route, they could reduce the time by at least 2/3. Moreover, there wouldn't be so many sea thorn worms, sand spiders, and other monsters ambushing them halfway. Forget it, we've finally reached our destination. It's better than a wrong map. Xue Wuxia, who was cultivating in Yu Yang's grimoire world, also came out. When she came out, not only Xue Tanlang, even Fatty Hai and Yi Kong became obedient. Other than Jizun, Xue Wuxia was the most dignified among the girls. Even though she rarely spoke. She rarely interfered. This was related to each person's personality and temperament. It had little to do with strength. For example, no matter how strong the gentle Yu Yu was, she couldn't be as strict as Xue Wuxia. This Earth Demon Temple seems a little strange. After the last battle, Princess Sisai's 6 records inherent skill had become sharper. Of course, her 6 records inherent skill could only be used at its strongest in battle. 6 records, for images as 1, that was the strongest Princess Sisai. Yu Yang frowned slightly. Outside the entrance of the Earth Demon Temple was a huge quicksand whirlpool. In the middle was a dark and bottomless abyss. A terrifying dark power surged like an undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Everyone could clearly feel it, but on the surface, it was incomparably calm and smooth like a mirror. There was no life within a radius of tens of kilometers. In the Sand Valley, there were terrifying man-eating monsters such as sea thorn worms and sand spiders. They hid in groups under the sand. Once a creature passed by, they would immediately pounce and drag the prey into the endless quicksand. However, there was not a single creature within dozens of kilometers of this quicksand whirlpool. It was as if something destructive existed. They had no choice but to stay far away. Xue Wuxia elegantly closed the Book of Truth and shook her head slightly. She asked Yu Yang, the Book of Truth doesn't show much, only darkness. What about you? What did you see? She knew that Yu Yang's eyes could see through the truth more accurately than her Book of Truth. Yu Yang also shook his head. I can only see that the power of the seal has weakened. I can't see anything else. Princess Sisai was slightly shocked. If that's the case, then our trip will be even more dangerous. If the power of the seal weakened, what does that mean? The enemy might have already broken free from the seal. If we had to face a demon lord who had run amok in the heaven realm since tens of thousands of years ago, it would be very difficult for us to face him head-on. Although it hasn't reached the worst situation yet, I have a hunch that the Sky Demon Order will definitely not be easy to obtain. We have to enter the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. Yu Yang kicked the hesitant Hui Tai laying down first, then pulled the 2 girls and jumped down. This young master's glorious path to fame in the heaven realm will begin with this battle. Fatty Hai tried his best to encourage himself. So long-winded. Yi Kong was behind him. Yi Kong, who was behind him, kicked the fatty who was so scared that his legs were trembling. When everyone jumped into the abyss that was so dark that they couldn't even see their own fingers, they realized that there was actually another world inside. The power of the seal formed the entire space. There was no light at all. The sky and the earth were the same color. There were no clouds or water. No matter if it was the sky or the earth, it was endless black stones or black lava. The temperature of the black lava was higher than magma. Even the black stones seemed to be burnt, and the heat was oppressive. Hui Tai Lang stretched out his tongue and panted. Fatty Hai, who was extremely afraid of heat, looked the same. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai floated in the air, carefully searching their surroundings with their consciousness. He was shocked to find that there were actually plants here. It was a kind of black demonic plant. It had no leaves at all, only twisted and ugly tree roots and tree trunks. There were also bumpy tree pomegranates that looked like human faces and heads. When Yu Yang approached, those ugly tree ants would even wave their claw-like branches, as if they wanted to capture him. The human faces on the trees would even have a bloodthirsty expression. When Yu Yang was discovered by those tree ants, a kind of ghost-like demonic shadow had appeared from the cracks of the rocks in the surrounding space. Every single one of them was extremely ugly. They were neither living beings nor evil spirits, but a kind of delusion monster that was born from evil thoughts. If it could be said that a super strong divine sense could leave a positive energy shadow on the heaven stairway, then the delusion monsters here could also do the same. It was just that they were completely filled with negative energy. The evil trance and delusion monsters were probably produced by the demon lord's evil consciousness and negative energy. There were already so many monsters before they even entered the Earth Demon Shrine. Shui Wuxia frowned slightly. It seemed that the demon lord was not just an ordinary kind of scary. She had seen many divine sense shadows left behind by her seniors on the heaven stairway, but the delusion monsters and evil trance here were not any weaker than the energy shadows below 1,000 levels. This was even under the situation where the demon lord was sealed and even punished by the ancient code. What would happen if the demon lord regained his freedom? The negative energy would be at least 100 times stronger than it was now, right? You guys stay here and try your best to eliminate these trance and evil shadows. We will find the real entrance to the Earth Demon Shrine and come back to pick you up. Yu Yang felt that with Hui Tai Lang and Fatty Hai's strength, there should be no problem staying here. He brought Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai past the delusion monsters that were gradually surrounding them, and flew towards the source of the evil energy. Be careful, everyone, don't fall under the rocks. These monsters are not afraid of heat, they might ambush us from below. Prince of Tianluo realized that he was the weakest here. His ability and his flaming winged sky demon could not restrain the enemy, they might even be able to strengthen the enemy. Fortunately, Shui Tan Lang was here. His frost was the nemesis of the monsters here, its power was beyond the limit, and could slightly make up for the loss of his combat power. Shui Tan Lang coolly did not say a word. He summoned his thunder wind beast and turned the surrounding space into a world of frost. Awesome! Yi Kong and the others felt their bodies become refreshed, but the monsters felt extremely uncomfortable and avoided them in disgust. Rumble! Fatty Hai's wind-breath seabird was the first to attack. It shot out a thunderbolt and struck the nearest evil treant, breaking its body and branches. The faces on the treant also showed a painful and twisted expression. However, there was no sound, there were no sorrowful cries like everyone expected. The evil treant that was struck by the thunderbolt did not die, it recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fallen tree trunk slowly recovered. Even the branches that fell on the ground absorbed the heat and grew new branches, showing no signs of dying. Once the wind-breath seabird saw that its attack was ineffective, it suddenly spat out another wind blade with frost on it, hitting the half-dead treant. The treant was immediately sealed in ice, the expression of the human face on it first froze in the ice. After a while, it recovered and revealed an extremely ugly expression of fear. A strange hot vomit was spat out from its mouth, flying all over the sky, trying to melt the ice. Luckily, the frost is effective. Yi Kong secretly wiped his cold sweat. My good baby, when did you comprehend the frost ability? Fatty Hai hugged the wind-breath seabird and kissed it again and again. On the contrary, the wind-breathed seabird rolled its eyes. Who's the master here? The Li brothers were confused by this question. Who would believe that a beast was smarter than its master? Change to an ice-type weapon. Prince of Tian Luo's words were equivalent to announcing the start of the battle. On the other side, Yu Yang found a black cliff after flying for about 50 kilometers. There was a depression halfway up the cliff. Yu Yang and the two girls flew in and found out that it was a wide cave. The Earth Demon Divine Palace was built inside the cave. According to the various stalactites and obelisks in the cave, the sealer created an extremely mysterious sealing circle. This sealing circle was not to seal the Earth Demon Elder, but to seal the entire Earth Demon Divine Palace, not allowing anyone to destroy it easily. Any power that attacked the Earth Demon Divine Palace would be reflected back to the attacker under the effect of the sealing circle. If he was not impatient and wanted to go in to take a look, Yu Yang would first study this huge sealing circle to see how it was constructed. The Earth Demon Divine Palace that was 100 meters tall was only a small castle in Yu Yang's eyes. It was similar to a castle. But the only difference was that this castle wasn't built from any stone, but from frost. There was a supreme sealing power, an irreversible power of law that kept the temperature of the frost at absolute zero, eternally unchanging. When Yu Yang tried to put his feet on the castle's first ice-ranked floor, he discovered that his entire leg had been frozen by the frost. Scary. Yu Yang's expression changed. The scariest thing was not the power of the ice seal, but the perfect control of the ancient code. The power of the ice seal stopped after it reached Yu Yang's legs. This kind of perfect control of the ancient code even after its master left really made Yu Yang exclaim in surprise. It also opened a door in his world of perception, allowing him to gain more knowledge and experience in the area of ancient code. He stretched out his hand and gently lifted Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia up, letting them sit on his shoulders. Relying on his body, the three of them walked into the Earth Demon Divine Palace. This was the only loophole that Yu Yang could take advantage of here. If he did not have the Heaven Eyes divine vision and the knowledge that Sister Xianxia had left for him, he would not be able to do this. In this Earth Demon Divine Palace, everyone had to walk in with their feet, which also meant that everyone had to freeze their legs in order to enter the castle. Yu Yang lifted Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia and walked in as one. He did not violate the rule of walking in with their feet, he only took advantage of the small loophole of 3 people as one, because the predecessor who made the rule did not expect that there would be someone in the younger generation who could do this. Welcome, it has been many years since a guest came to my castle. I did not expect that there would be 4 distinguished guests today. It is really glorious. A voice that was as elegant as that of a noble scholar came from the depths of the castle. 4? Yu Yang's complexion changed slightly. There were only 3 people on his side, who was the 4th person? I did not expect that even this cautious little boy and that semi-god equipment book could not see through my invisibility, but Master could see through it with a glance. You are really worthy of being the Earth Demon Lord who ran amok in the Heaven Realm. A voice faintly sounded less than 10 meters behind Yu Yang. In the darkness, a shadow flashed, and a handsome man with a head full of snake-like hair appeared. He looked at Yu Yang, who was standing on the ice stairs, and revealed a devilish smile. In this seemingly friendly smile, Yu Yang could clearly see that he had 4 vampire-like fangs, and a serpent-like forked tongue. Earth Demon Temple, on the ice stairs. Yu Yang stared at the snake-hair demon man for a long time. However, he, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai didn't show any hostility. He didn't summon his grimoire. This snake-hair demon man didn't have the bad feeling of killing, only an extremely strange and mysterious feeling. May I know who you are? Princess Sisai sat on Yu Yang's shoulder, but she greeted him as a junior. Don't worry, I don't have any bad intentions, and I'm not a pawn of the central shrine. The snake-hair demon man was like a courteous gentleman. He raised his hand slightly to return the greeting. I'm just a little curious, because I can feel the aura of an old friend on you and that boy. More accurately, it's 2 old friends, Prison Emperor and Fei Wenli. Do you know Prison Emperor and Queen Vivian Li? Shui Wuxia asked. Of course, I've fought with Prison Emperor before. However, although he had obtained divine power and a divine weapon, which is the Prison Emperor divine sword on you, he hadn't comprehended his divine spark yet. I wasn't too willing to fight with him. After all, other than me, he has many enemies who are eyeing him covetously. The snake-haired demon man revealed a smile, his dark green eyes revealing a kind of deep recollection. I have also fought with Fei Wenli once. Fei Wenli, the conqueror queen, is very fierce. I have to admit that I was not her match at that time. The snake hair you see is from her curse. Queen Vivianly knows how to curse? Yu Yang was curious. Not only does she know, she's proficient in it. The snake-haired demon man shook his head with a bitter smile. If I didn't have the mirror of pain and the dispatch, inherent skill that can reduce damage through various means, I'm afraid I would still be a rock. It's not as simple as having a head of snake hair to be free. You should be the Conqueror Queen's disciples. Don't worry, although I fought with the Conqueror Queen, I won't do anything to you. On the contrary, when I see you descendants of Skysplit Tower, I, who have half of the bloodline of Skysplit Tower, am very happy. Who said that we are the descendants of Tong Tian Tower? Yu Yang asked coldly. You guys aren't? The snake-haired devil man didn't believe them. For esteemed guests have graced my humble abode with your presence. How can you stand at the door for a long time? This is truly against my way of treating guests. Please come in. A wise and far-sighted voice that sounded like that of a noble scholar floated out from within. Immediately, the ice door that was sealed by the Heaven Realm runic circle slowly opened. An even colder chill gushed out from within. Yu Yang extended his hand and used his pure yang energy to protect Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. The two girls were safe and sound, but the right hand that Yu Yang extended was instantly covered in frost. Beneath his feet, even though Yu Yang tried his best to hold on, he still couldn't help but take 3 steps back. He retreated down the ice steps and his legs were forced to the surface of the snowy ground before he could stand firmly. The snake-haired devil man floated past Yu Yang. When he calmly stepped onto the ice steps, the frost only submerged his feet and didn't even reach his knees. It was completely unlike Yu Yang, whose frost extended all the way to his thighs. The cold air inside had yet to dissipate. The snake-haired devil man walked in proudly, completely unaffected. Other than the white fog that was emitted when the snake hair flicked out its red tongue, the rest of the time, it was as if he was in a normal space. Although Yu Yang didn't say it on the surface, he had to admit that the snake-haired devil man was stronger than him. Other than the demon dragon, Yu Yang hadn't met another man as strong as him yet. Even the Lionheart King, whose hidden strength was almost at the Domain Emperor level, couldn't compare to him. Yu Yang secretly judged that this snake-haired devil man, although he didn't say his name or his background, he was at least a Domain Emperor level ranker. He might even be a Heaven Realm great leader. Heaven Eye's divine vision could see through all truths. The Book of Truth, a semi-god weapon, could also reveal the truth of things. However, regardless of whether it was Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision or Shui Wuxia's Book of Truth, there was no information on this snake-haired devil man. This snake-haired devil man seemed to be invisible. There was no information about him at all. His ability to hide had reached an appalling level. The only thing that could be confirmed was that this guy didn't have any killing intent for now. When the cold air dissipated, Yu Yang, together with Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, stepped on the ice stairs and followed closely behind the snake-haired devil man. After walking a few dozen steps, they entered the main door, passed through the spacious front hall and beautiful atrium, turned around the ingenious winding corridor and the ingenious main hall door, and finally entered the magnificent castle hall. This place was more luxurious than any castle in the world. The snow-white fur of the heaven-ranked Earth Bear King was spread on the ground. There was not a single blemish on it. The tables and chairs were made of pure gold. There was also a beautiful chandelier inlaid with diamonds. Even the tableware on the table was made of platinum. The extremely exquisite platinum cutlery was filled with steaming hot food. Evil Eye oxtail soup, 9 rolls of white jade lettuce, black pearl fish sauce, fried dragon liver, roasted wyvern wings, pan-fried angelfish, dreamy sweet banana boat, and Titan blood fire wine. Any one of these dishes was extremely extravagant. Let alone ordinary warriors, even the Heaven Realm King would not be able to afford it. One must know that every dish here was made from the body of a heaven-ranked war beast. There was even a fire wine made from Titan's blood. If this wine was given to an ordinary heaven-ranked warrior to drink it, they would probably explode and die on the spot. Of course, if they could absorb all of it, then warriors below heaven ranked level 3 would have the possibility of breaking through. Sitting in the master's seat was a silver-haired old man dressed in luxurious clothes. He wore a pair of elegant single-chain spectacles. His neatly combed hair and glossy forehead showed his incomparable wisdom. If one were to look at his eyes, they would discover that they were as deep as the sea. Whether it was knowledge, wisdom, life experience, or attitude toward life, the owner of this pair of eyes had already reached the realm of having everything in the world in his heart and bearing the past and present. He was holding a strangely large black book in his hands. The mysterious heaven rune patterns on it were as complicated as the stars in the Milky Way. Seeing the snake-haired devil man, Yu Yang, and the two girls enter, the silver-haired old man gently closed the book. His feet were bound by ice chains, but he did not stand up. Instead, he politely extended his hand to greet them. He did not look like a prisoner, but more like a noble scholar who could not walk properly. He expressed a cordial welcome to the snake-haired devil man, Yu Yang, and the other two, and warmly invited them to sit down and enjoy the feast together. For esteemed guests, let's not talk about the purpose of your visit for now. To be able to meet each other is fate. You must know that this deity has not had any esteemed guests for thousands of years. It is really lonely to pass the time in vain. Today, for esteemed guests have arrived. Allow me, the host, to entertain you first, or else I will not be at ease. Reverend Nasu, there is no need to be polite. The snake-haired devil man was the first to step forward and bow. Chang Feng greets Senior. Your surname is Lai, or Gu? The wise silver-haired old man asked. No, my surname is Dugu, a very rare surname in the heaven realm. Once the snake-haired devil man said this, the silver-haired old man immediately clapped his hands and praised, as expected of the descendants of the 4 great clans. This deity once heard of a legend. In the distant past, there were 4 outstanding warriors who were recognized by the supreme dragon god and were bestowed with 4 surnames. From then on, the heaven realm had the 4 great clans. And the Dugu clan is one of them. It is my honor to be able to meet the descendants of the Dugu clan today. In front of Senior, how would Chang Feng, who has no military achievements, dare to show off the glory of his ancestors? Compared to Senior, Chang Feng is just an insignificant junior. In terms of potential, I am not even as good as the genius youth from Tong Tian Tower and the 2 beautiful girls. The snake-haired devil man said modestly. Indeed, although the 3 of them are young, their intelligence is unparalleled. It is really rare to be able to reach the innate elder realm at such a young age. What makes this deity the most is that no matter if it is your strength, or the 2 girls, they all have hidden their true strength. In terms of real combat power, I am afraid that they are not even comparable to the innate elder realm. This is even more rare. I have seen countless talents in the world, but who would not know that there is such an outstanding talent? When the silver-haired old man stared at Yu Yang had an illusion that he was seen through. He could only force himself to calm down. With his talent and disguise, and the protection of the Phoenix sisters and the Qilin girl Bing Yin, even if the opponent was Demon Lord Lidi, he would not be able to see through his true strength. If he could see through it, he would definitely not say it. It was because he had doubts in his heart that he opened his mouth to probe. Yu Yang's will was comprehended in the gate of life and death, and he had reached the supreme innate elder will. Even if the silver-haired old man, Demon Lord Lidi, and the snake-haired devil, the descendant of the Dugu clan of the 4 great clans, joined hands to probe him, he would not be affected at all. Not only did Yu Yang keep his mind clear, but he also linked his mind to Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, making them look calm on the surface. The abnormal reaction of the 3 people made the silver-haired old man's eyes behind the monocle show a trace of admiration. My friend, do you want to inform your family too? How can an outstanding disciple like you be a nameless descendant? Do you know that I am willing to repay the honor of my family to the envious master? The silver-haired old man raised his hand amiably and asked Yu Yang. I am also from the 4 great clans. When Yu Yang said this, the snake-haired devil was stunned. He looked at Yu Yang in surprise, as if he needed to get to know Yu Yang again. Ah, my friend, you are also a descendant of the 4 great clans. Which clan are you from? The silver-haired old man asked in surprise. Yu clan. Yu Yang's answer made Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai feel dizzy. If not for the rise of Yu Yang, the Yu clan, which was one of the four great clans, would not even be considered in Tongtian Tower. They would only be famous in the Soaring Dragon continent. Now, in Heaven Realm, they were even used to fool an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. It really made people sweat to death. Is there a Yu clan among the four great clans? The snake-hair devil was confused and asked in disbelief. My four great clans are a little different from yours. You are from the four great clans of Heaven Realm, while I am from the four great clans of Tongtian Tower. Yu Yang answered. Didn't you deny that you are a descendant of Tongtian Tower just now? The snake-hair devil felt dizzy again. Which part was the truth? Very good. To be able to be ranked as one of the four great clans of Tongtian Tower, they are of course famous. Although Tongtian Tower is small, how could it be any worse than Heaven Realm? Tongtian Tower is filled with experts, and the younger generation of experts are endless. Only warriors from Tongtian Tower would go to Heaven Realm to train and dominate for a time. Very few warriors from Heaven Realm would go to Tongtian Tower to show off their prowess. From this, it can be seen that Tongtian Tower is not inferior to Heaven Realm by a single star, and might even be better than Heaven Realm. My friend, as an outstanding descendant of Tongtian Tower's four great clans, your outstanding appearance really makes me gasp in amazement. I wonder if you could tell me your name, and also the two young ladies. I was too busy introducing myself, I forgot to invite my distinguished guests to sit down. Sit, please sit. The silver-haired old man gestured for Yu Yang and the others to sit down, while enthusiastically asking for Yu Yang's name. Junior Shui Wuxia greets Senior. Shui Wuxia came down from Yu Yang's shoulder and stood on the golden chair. However, she found that there was no cold air here. Junior Jun Yuan greets Senior. Princess Sisai also sat on the other side of Yu Yang. Little friend? The silver-haired old man nodded very amiably, as if he was a kind grandfather seeing his granddaughter. No one could have imagined that in the near future, a fierce battle of life and death would break out between the two sides. It was like the calm before the storm. The more harmonious it was now, the crueler the battle would be. My surname is Yu and my name is Titan. Originally, I wanted to go to Heaven Realm with a few friends to broaden my horizons. You should know that compared to a big place like Heaven Realm, our Tongtian Tower is like a small village in the countryside. We country bumpkins from the countryside haven't been able to enter the city for thousands of years, so we were especially impatient. We didn't even have the slightest bit of strength, so we anxiously came up here. Please forgive us. Yu Yang's words carried a hint. Little friend, you already have such strength at such a young age. I believe that the elders who nurtured little friend and the two young ladies must be extraordinary people. The silver-haired old man guessed deeply just like what Yu Yang was hinting at. However, he didn't think that there weren't many powerful people in Tongtian Tower. At least, other than Jizun and Night Empress, no one else could be considered. The snake-haired demon man suddenly thought of something and asked with a little shock, Little friend Yu, from what you said, could it be that the prison emperor who was rumored to have passed away in Heaven Realm is still alive? With regards to the snake-haired demon man and the silver-haired old man guessing that the prison emperor was here, Yu Yang just smiled and didn't reply. His impassive smile. It was also a kind of persuasive psychological suggestion. The expression of the snake-haired demon man and the silver-haired old man changed slightly, and a look of realization flashed across their faces. With the strength of Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, it was impossible for them to break through the sealed Heaven Realm passage and pass through the heavily guarded Heaven Realm gate of the central shrine to enter the Heaven Realm. The reason why the three of them could enter the Heaven Realm was mostly because they were led by a super-strong warrior from Tongtian Tower with a grimoire. That person was most likely the prison emperor who had died in battle. The prison emperor didn't die. It seemed that the Heaven Realm was in chaos again. To the snake-haired demon man, it was none of his business. To the silver-haired old man, he hoped that the more chaotic it was, the better. It would be best if the order of the Heaven Realm collapsed. A great teacher produces a great disciple. The silver-haired old man raised his wine cup and saluted towards the outside of the hall, showing his attitude towards the prison emperor. And to thank Master for your warm hospitality and sumptuous banquet. The snake-haired demon man also raised his wine cup. Yu Yang looked at his wine cup for a long time, but didn't have the intention to lift it up. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai naturally looked at Yu Yang. The silver-haired old man was slightly startled. "Little friend, are you dissatisfied with this kind of simple hospitality?" The snake-haired demon man laughed loudly and used his platinum knife and fork to cut the piping hot food, wolfing down the delicacies on the plate. "Maybe a well-educated and cautious person would be worried, but I don't care about this at all. In front of delicious food and fiery wine, my politeness and modesty can be thrown to the 9 heavens. Look at this fresh dragon liver, tsk, I haven't eaten it for a long time. There's also the Titan's blood fiery wine. This thing, even if it's poison, I will gladly endure it." Yu Yang looked at the delicacies on the table, and then looked at the wine in his cup. Suddenly, he sighed. Even Princess Sisai was baffled by his sigh. Why did he sigh all of a sudden? Even if they were to fight later, they would have to eat their fill first. Could it be that a person like Yu Yang would feel guilty if he turned hostile after eating? Shui Wuxia smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Yu Yang shook his head. "I'm reminded of a movie called The Matrix." "What is a movie?" For Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, Yu Yang had a lot of new terms that were inexplicable. They were used to it and did not find it strange. If he did not explain his origin clearly, they would not ask too much. The silver-haired old man and the snake-haired devil man were a little curious. What was a movie? Could it be an image interwoven with lightning? Could it be an ancient sign? "Little friend, can you tell us in detail?" The silver-haired old man had a good temper. If one ignored the fact that his name was Demon Lord Adumbra, then most people would be willing to see this old man as a wise scholar. The story goes like this. In a mysterious world, the humans there are all controlled by intelligent puppets. They are all sleeping in the bodies of the puppets. The various types of energy emitted by their thoughts and wills are all collected by the puppets through a special method, becoming the source of energy for the puppets. In there, people are all sleeping, but none of them know the truth. They are all living a normal life in the dream that the mechanical puppet weaved for them. In that dream, they would feel that the food they eat is delicious, they would feel that their work is tiring, and they would feel that their sleep is comfortable. In short, no matter what they do, it is exactly the same as reality, but it is an illusory dream, a dream that provides energy for the mechanical puppet to operate. Yu Yang described it very vividly. When he said this, the silver-haired old man's eyes began to shine, and his originally smiling face gradually became serious. "Can no one see through the truth?" Shui Wuxia asked. "Yes, very few people know the truth. They escape from the bodies of the puppets with the intention of awakening more people. However, when their thoughts enter the bodies of the puppets and try to awaken others, telling them that this world is a dream, no one will believe them. Instead, they will think that they are abnormal. The intelligent puppets will immediately receive this information and send out thought killers to hunt them down. Once they are killed, the bodies that escape from the puppets will also die, unless their will is strong enough to completely ignore this kind of mental death," Yu Yang explained with a smile. "In the end, did the experts who tried to awaken the people succeed?" Princess Sisai asked again. "I didn't see the end, so I don't know if the rescue was successful." Yu Yang waved his hand. Although he denied it, everyone suspected that he knew the final truth. "Say, is there a possibility that we are all living in a dream similar to that world? In this dream, we feel delicious when eating, tired when working, and comfortable when sleeping?" Shui Wuxia asked again. "I don't know, I'm not the savior." Yu Yang couldn't answer this question. "Why are you not the savior? How do you know so many secrets?" The snake-haired devil realized that he could no longer eat the fragrant dragon liver. If he was really living in a dream made by the puppets, if this world was really a dream, then everything he did, wasn't it? He broke out in cold sweat. The silver-haired old man suddenly clapped his hands briskly. "Wonderful, what a wonderful speech. To be honest, I have never tried to doubt that I am living in a dream made by others. Little friend, how do you think that reality is a dream made by others? A long time ago, I heard a legend. It was a legend that was so far away that it was said that the entire Tongtian Tower is a godly grimoire. Of course, the heaven realm is no exception. No matter how much we jump, we can't jump out of the scope of 2 godly grimoires." The snake-haired devil had just picked up a piece of dragon liver and was hesitating whether to put it into his mouth. Hearing this, his body shook. The fork in his hand, along with the fragrant dragon liver, fell together. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were also stunned. Tong Tian Tower and the Heaven Realm were such huge worlds, how could they be a godly grimoire? Yu Yang didn't feel too surprised. After all, there were transmigrations. It was not strange to say that the Tong Tian Tower was a godly grimoire. Whether it was a godly grimoire or not, the Heaven Realm and the Tong Tian Tower were definitely different worlds. At a higher level, there might be a bigger and more advanced world. As for the essence of the Heaven Realm and the Tong Tian Tower, Yu Yang didn't bother to find out. Moreover, this was not something he could find out with his current strength. Everyone, cheers to us living in the godly grimoire. The silver-haired old man picked up his wine cup again and invited everyone to drink. Yes, although I can't hope to contract a godly grimoire in this life, it's not bad to be able to live in it. Cheers. The snake-haired devil laughed and threw away the chaotic flow in his mind. His eyes regained confidence and his original self. Yu Yang was still sitting, motionless. This time, even Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai felt a little strange. This kid was a little abnormal today. It's like this. I want to ask, regardless of whether we are living in the godly grimoire or living in a dream, in this earth demon temple, is there a law that is the same as the law of the underworld? Yu Yang asked. The law of the underworld talisman? The silver-haired old man asked curiously. He found out that there was a law that he didn't know. It is said that the god of the underworld in the underworld took a fancy to a beautiful goddess, so he took her into his palace. He tried to persuade her every day, but the beautiful goddess didn't like him and insisted on leaving. The mother of the goddess was a goddess in charge of the earth's harvest. She cried to the Pantheon king, saying that the god of the underworld had taken away her daughter and imprisoned his precious baby. Because of the sadness of the goddess of harvest, the flowers on the earth no longer bloomed, the grains could not grow, and everything withered. The Pantheon king saw this and asked the god of the underworld to release the daughter of the goddess of harvest. The god of the underworld had no choice but to comply, but he found a loophole. When he told the beautiful goddess the good news, he sent her a table of delicious food. Unable to resist the temptation of food, and thinking that the god of the underworld really wanted to release her, the beautiful goddess happily ate the fruit that the god of the underworld sent. In the end, according to the law of the underworld, although she could leave, she had to stay in the underworld for a few months every year after eating the food of the underworld. Although the god of the underworld couldn't have the beautiful goddess forever, he had at least a few months every year to live with her. When Yu Yang told this story, the snake-haired devil immediately spilled the fire wine in his hand. The other hand that was reaching for the heavenly apple also retracted like a snake bite. He nervously swallowed his saliva and looked at the silver-haired old man. If, in this earth demon temple, there was also the law of the underworld, after eating the food, she had to stay for at least a few months every year, then it would be over. After hearing this, the silver-haired old man suddenly became quiet. He opened the ancient book. Holding a monocle in one hand, he looked at it carefully, as if he wanted to find an example in it to confirm Yu Yang's statement. After a long time, he raised his eyes between the lines of the ancient book and shook his head. Little friend, I can't find any records in this ancient book that can confirm the dream of the Matrix and the law of the underworld that you mentioned. Presumably, this is also not the historical record of the Tong Tian Tower. Where did you learn about this? Where I know is not important. What's important is, does it really exist? Yu Yang smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with a cunning light. This? The silver-haired old man pondered for a while and said with certainty, yes. What? The snake-haired devil suddenly exclaimed, how can there be such an example? Didn't you say that there is no such record in the heaven realm? There is. One here in the earth demon temple. The silver-haired old man closed the ancient book and stood up, revealing a smile that terrified the snake-haired devil man. In the earth demon temple, everything is an illusion, and those who are confused by the illusion, especially those who have the blood of me, the earth demon venerable, will suffer the endless torture of the laws and the torment of the soul with me. Lambs trapped in the earth demon temple, I welcome your presence. However, do not be afraid, you are not the only one. The snake-haired devil, who had just drunk the Titan's blood fire wine, was immediately sealed by the absolute zero ice. Even Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, who did not move at all, were constantly condensing cold air. It was only a matter of time before they were frozen. At this time, the snake-haired devil only realized that everything had disappeared. All that was left of the Earth Demon Temple was an empty hole in the ice. The silver-haired old man, who was a wise scholar, was hung on 9 ice chains. The lightning created by the nomological laws on his body was more powerful than Sky Punishment and Sky Punishment's thunder annihilation. It lingered on his body without dissipating. The Earth Demon Venerable was probably in constant pain and torture. What made the snake-haired devil most afraid was that around him, there were dozens of human-shaped ice sculptures. Obviously, they were the predecessors who had fallen for the same trick. Yu Yang put Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai back on his shoulders. His smile did not change. It was as if he did not see the cold air corroding his body, and did not see the ice moving up his legs. Like a student asking a teacher, he asked the silver-haired Earth Demon Venerable, "May I ask, we have not been confused, we have not eaten anything, why are we still restricted by the Earth Demon Temple? Can you explain it to us?" "This, you don't need to know. As long as you become ice sculptures, you will have unlimited time to think about this question. I can guarantee that you won't waste a single minute of sleep. You will be awake every minute and every second of every day." The silver-haired old man's body flashed with electricity, causing his skin to emit green smoke. However, the silver-haired old man showed an expression of enjoyment. As if it wasn't pain, but pleasure. Yu Yang furrowed his brows as he stared blankly at the frost spreading from his legs. He tried his best to lift Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai up a little. Although this couldn't prevent the 2 girls from being frozen, it was his wish to slow them down a little. Xue Wuxia flipped through the Book of Truth, trying to find an answer. Princess Sisai raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in her hand, as if she was going to attack at any time. If there was a target, she would have attacked long ago. But the enemy now was a sealed power, a rule left behind by the predecessors. Hence, even with the Divine Sword in her hand, she couldn't do anything. "Damn it, this damned power, break for me." The snake-haired demon man struggled with all his might. The frost on his body suddenly exploded, scattering on the ground. The snake-haired demon man's body emitted a power that could destroy heaven and earth, as if a demon god had descended. He dispelled all the frost on his body. Then, he quickly took out a magnificent semi-god mirror pain mirror and shone its light on the silver-haired old man. When the pain mirror shone on the silver-haired old man, countless wounds immediately appeared on his body. Blood splattered on the spot, completely replacing the snake-haired demon man to bear the recoil of the rule. The blood didn't even have time to splatter on the ground as it froze in midair. When it landed on the ground, it had already turned into powerful icicles, nailed to the ground. There were also some icicles that shot towards the snake-haired demon man under the guidance of the silver-haired old man. The pain mirror spun again. The icicles that hit the silver-haired old man fell to the ground without any power. However, on the same spot on the silver-haired old man's body, strange wounds that looked like they were pierced by the icicles appeared. The silver-haired old man couldn't help but twitch in pain. The snake-haired devil man conjured another divine artifact. It looked like a flying shuttle and a frisbee at the same time. Jump up and glide in the sky. Faster than lightning. What surprised Yu Yang and Xue Wuxia was that the snake-haired devil, who seemed to be able to escape, was instantly frozen in the air along with the frisbee, forming an ice sculpture that floated in the air. Countless ice and frost hung down from the frisbee. Other than his head, the rest of the snake-haired devil's body was completely frozen. He no longer had the strength to struggle. With the last of his strength and willpower, he shook the mirror of pain out of the ice. "Ha ha ha, it's useless. No matter what you do, you will never be able to leave the Earth Demon Temple. The power of the seal here has always been one that only allows entry and not exit. There are no exceptions, not to mention that you drank the wine made from my blood. According to the rules, you are my friend, so you have to bear at least 1/10 of my punishment, and this time limit is forever." The silver-haired old man couldn't stop laughing. "There is another way." The snake-haired devil, whose throat was covered in ice, suddenly screamed in pain, "You 3, if you don't want to die, do as I say." "Hurry." "How do we do it?" Yu Yang asked. "Pick up the mirror of pain and transfer all the ice on your bodies to me, or to that old ghost. Use the godly sword to kill him." Only when he is dead will the seal be removed. The godly sword can kill him, only the divine artifact can. The snake-haired devil spat out a mouthful of blood that turned into ice. The ice and frost began to climb up his neck and spread to his head. The snake hair on his head all stood up in fear, but their tails were fixed on their heads, so they couldn't escape no matter how hard they tried. We can't use your mirror of pain. It's a divine artifact, too advanced. Yu Yang spoke the truth. You don't have to. I will control it. You just need to pick it up. The snake-haired devil could still use his spiritual power to control the mirror of pain, but he no longer had his hands. Under the power of the ancient code, his entire body turned into an ice sculpture. Will it really work? The cautious Yu Yang still had a trace of hesitation. I don't know, but it's better than doing nothing. The snake-haired devil spat out a mouthful of cold air in pain. The ice and frost had already started to spread to his cheeks. I don't have much time left. Hurry, hurry. The silver-haired old man knew that something was wrong. He hurriedly used his feet to activate millions of ice balls. They bombarded towards him. They were as dense as stars, and as fast as lightning. His intention was to speed up the snake-haired devil, his strongest opponent, and to stop Yu Yang from picking up the mirror of pain. He didn't want to try the mirror of pain again. Although he valued Yu Yang, Xianxia, and Princess Sisai, he didn't fear them as much as the snake-haired devil. After all, the snake-haired devil was the real descendant of the Duga clan of the four great clans. He was different from the fake Yu Yang. Princess Sisai waved the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and accurately cut through the storm-like ice attack. With the support of Shui Wuxia's energy, Yu Yang moved his frost-covered legs with difficulty and walked towards the mirror of pain step by step. Shui Wuxia opened the Book of Truth, and her spiritual power was also facing the silver-haired old man who was also opening the ancient book. Compared with Princess Xianxia's open defense against frost attacks, her spiritual battle was more dangerous. If she was not careful and let the enemy successfully sneak attack her, she would be in a state of mental breakdown. She might even become an idiot under the impact of the enemy's will energy. Hurry, hurry up. The snake-haired devil's face started to freeze. He couldn't even breathe out from his mouth and nose. He would probably turn into an ice sculpture in less than a minute. Don't be noisy. Yu Yang walked with great difficulty. In fact, if he didn't have Shui Wuxia's absolute ice energy, he wouldn't be able to break free from the ice seal just by relying on his restrained fire ability, let alone moving forward. Step by step, one footprint after another, Yu Yang walked with great difficulty. It was as if every step he took required all of his strength. Like a robot, he walked forward with heavy steps. The short distance of more than 10 meters was like a heavenly moat. Princess Sisai used the Prison Emperor Divine Sword to protect him while Shui Wuxia secretly attacked him with her spiritual power. With great difficulty, he finally arrived in front of the snake-haired devil's ice sculpture. However, Yu Yang found that bending his waist was a problem. His movements were as slow and jerky as a rusty machine. At this moment, both the silver-haired old man and the snake-haired devil were extremely anxious. One wanted to stop him with all his might, while the other wanted to pick it up successfully. Of course, because of the power of the seal, they couldn't interfere directly. They could only leave everything to Yu Yang. Yu Yang stretched out his right hand. Bit by bit, he reached towards the mirror of pain. Just a little bit more and he would be able to touch it. Just a little bit more. Hurry, I can't hold on any longer. The snake-haired devil used the last of his spiritual power to break through the ice on his face. On the other side, the silver-haired old man crazily spewed out frost towards them. He secretly used his spiritual power to form a shock wave, intending to send Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai flying. I'll let you go, as long as you don't touch it. The silver-haired old man even stated his conditions. Don't listen to him. The snake-haired devil urged Yu Yang to quickly pick up the mirror of pain and take control of the battlefield. No matter what, picking up the mirror of pain was the most important move. It was the key to turning the whole situation around. The silver-haired old man became anxious. He summoned a strange mechanical beast from the ancient book and charged towards them crazily. Its intention was very simple. It wasn't to attack Yu Yang, but to knock the mirror of pain further away so that he couldn't pick it up. Even a blind person could see that Yu Yang's resistance against the power of the ice seal had already reached the limit of his limits. If the mirror of pain was knocked away, even if it was 10 meters away, he wouldn't have enough energy to complete the 10-meter expedition again. Yu Yang's slow and trembling right hand competed with the mechanical beast in terms of speed. Whoever was faster would be the key to deciding the whole situation of the battle. Although the mechanical beast was fast, Princess Sisai's Prison Emperor Divine Sword accurately slashed it into 2 halves. Its upper body flew over, but its lower body stayed on the icy ground. If it wasn't for Princess Sisai's frozen hand that was holding the Divine Sword, this mechanical beast would have been destroyed by the Divine Sword's sword chi. After this block, Yu Yang's hands were even faster. However, the moment his fingers touched the mirror of pain, Yu Yang suddenly stopped. Then, he retracted his hand with great effort. Under the baffled gaze of the snake-haired devil and the silver-haired old man, he slowly straightened his body. "What are you doing?" The snake-haired devil looked like he was about to faint. "Nothing. Do you still remember the story I told you in my dream? Do you still remember the underworld law I told you before? That was all a test of mine. If I had picked up this mirror of pain, then I would be a real fool." Yu Yang revealed a helpless smile that would drive his enemies crazy. He straightened his body and held Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai's slender waists with both his hands. The 2 girls also kept the Book of Truth and the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in tacit understanding. The mental shock wave and millions of frost rushed towards them. The 3 of them seemed to not have felt anything. Their bodies were hit by the millions of frost and mental shock wave without any defense, turning into a unique 3-in-1 ice sculpture. Then, in the next moment, the entire ice sculpture shattered like glass. It shattered into millions of pieces of different sizes. The ice castle and chains were still the same. The hanging silver-haired old man and the frozen snake-haired devil were still the same, but there were 3 people who were completely different. The 3-in-1 ice sculpture in front of the mirror of pain had disappeared. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai were still sitting on the golden chairs, as if they had never left. How is this possible? The silver-haired old man's expression changed when he saw this. "Haha, of course it's impossible." Yu Yang smiled very happily, as if he had met an old friend in a foreign land, or suddenly met an old friend that he hadn't seen for a long time. His smile was especially friendly. He used his finger to lightly knock on the armrest of the golden chair. There was a dull metallic sound coming from the chair. "How is it? Is the illusion we created more realistic than the one you created?" "Before I went to Heaven Realm, Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li had told me that I cannot trust anyone in Heaven Realm, no matter if they are friends or enemies." "Fei Wenli is still alive?" The silver-haired old man and snake-haired devil trembled slightly when they heard this. "We will not discuss that question. Let's return to the problem of the current battle situation. Because everyone is suspicious of everyone, you, who claims to be from the 4 great clans, are no exception." Yu Yang pointed at the snake-haired demonic man and explained with a smile. "I am your ally now. As long as we work together, we can fight against the reigning demon lord." Snake-haired devil roared in exasperation. "Yes, that is what I have done. I have always been thinking of ways to fight against you, because you are the real reigning demon lord." Yu Yang exchanged glances with Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, and finally came to this conclusion. "What did you say? Are you crazy?" Snake-haired devil was furious. "I said that you are the reigning demon lord. Actually, I have evidence." Yu Yang pointed at the silver-haired old man who was hanging upside down on the 9 ice chains, enduring the punishment of the ancient code all the time, and said, "He is not the real reigning demon lord, but your guardian beast. You used your inherent skill and used your guardian beast to bear the punishment of the ancient code on your behalf. You escaped this punishment with your real body. Or perhaps you also need to bear the same painful torture, but at least you don't have to hang on the 9 ice chains. At least you have recovered some of your strength. You cannot resist the power of the seal, nor can you leave. Your maximum range of activity is the Earth Demon Shrine. That is why you appeared behind us so coincidentally." Yu Yang smiled confidently, as bright as the sun. "Let me tell you a secret. To be able to hide from my eyes and her Book of Truth, you must at least be a god. Even the legendary Temple Lord Jiwori, who is closest to a god, could not do it. You are not a god, yet you can hide from my eyes. This can only prove one thing. You are the master. Listening to Yu Yang's final judgment, the snake-hair demon man's face changed. His eyes instantly became as sharp as a blade. His killing intent soared to the sky. After a long time, the snake-hair demon man moved his eyes away from Yu Yang and looked at the Book of Truth in Shui Wuxia's hands. Shui Wuxia flipped through the Book of Truth as if nothing had happened. She did not care about the other party's gaze at all, as if the snake-hair demon man was blind. The snake-hair demon man looked at the prison emperor Excalibur on Princess Sisai's back again and nodded his head heavily. I have made a mistake. I really did not expect that the children nowadays are so smart. I was too careless. I thought you were still young. Who would have known that you would be able to possess the Book of Truth and the prison emperor Excalibur? You are not simple people. However, what I am most curious about is, what kind of ability do you have to make two female companions who possess divine weapons and semi-divine weapons listen to you? It can't be as simple as creating illusions, right? Very soon, you will know my abilities one by one. If you think that we dare to barge into the Earth Demon Divine Palace and challenge you, a demon lord without any abilities, then you are even more wrong. Yu Yang smiled again. This time, his smile did not give the snake-hair demon man a feeling of sunshine. Instead, it gave him an inexplicable chill that penetrated his heart. It was as if this smile was the smile of the Grim Reaper. Is that so? The snake-haired demon was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted and sneered coldly, then let me see. Fight. Yu Yang raised his hand slightly, and Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai immediately jumped up, their slender feet floating in his palms. Wait a minute, before the battle, can you satisfy this old man's curiosity? May I ask, little friend, where did you find the flaw that I am the guardian war beast and not the real demon lord? The silver-haired old man suddenly took out a pen and paper, as if he wanted to write down the answer. Although he might not be able to use it in the future, at least he knew where the flaw was. Actually, it's very simple, because of his inherent ability. If you are the real demon lord, then he is the guardian war beast. If he is the guardian war beast, then it is impossible to deceive us with the dispatch inherent ability that reduces the damage through various means. This is the biggest flaw. Especially in the later stages, after we used dreams and the laws of the underworld to test you, you still created a trick of injuring yourself. The combination of the dispatch inherent ability and the mirror of pain aroused our suspicions. Other than this biggest flaw, if you were the Earth Demon Venerable and used the ancient code to seal us with ice chains, you wouldn't be able to stop us with just the power of your guardian beast. This is because you know that there are some ancient code that can exclude beasts from participating in battles. For example, this Earth Demon Shrine. War beasts are forbidden in the Earth Demon Temple. Even if they can appear, they have no fighting power. If you don't know this secret, why are you so arrogant to say that you can stop us? Yu Yang's words caused the silver-haired old man and the snake-haired demon's expression to change dramatically. Just now, we didn't summon war beasts because we wanted to force you to attack. In order to dispel our worries, you summoned a mechanical war beast to attack. In fact, when it came out, we confirmed the judgment in our hearts. It turns out that the laws of this Earth Demon Temple really forbid war beasts to attack. Shui Wuxia opened the Book of Truth with incomparably elegant movements and said calmly, my Book of Truth is one with my guardian war beast, and it is also connected to my mind. If this kind of mind is isolated, I can only judge that it is the seal of the law. No wonder. You've already seen through our plan. The silver-haired old man sighed. He pretended to be Du Guchongfeng of the four great families, entered the Earth Demon Temple, and even drank the fire wine in front of everyone. As a disciple of the four great families, it is impossible for him to be so careless. Princess Sisai also expressed that there were many flaws. We will definitely pay attention to this detail in the future. After the silver-haired old man finished recording, he looked up and asked, do you have any last words? Remember this. Yu Yang sneered. This is the 99th time I've heard this question. And the last time. The silver-haired old man put away his pen and paper with great certainty. The snake-haired devil man was the real devil venerable erection. He easily broke free from the ice seal. With his talent and the treasure, the Mirror of Pain, he could transfer the seal's power to the silver-haired old man, his guardian beast, at any time. Although it was impossible for him to truly leave the Earth Demon Divine Hall and completely break free from the Seal of Laws, it was very easy for him to fight with all his strength. With a wave of his hand, the Mirror of Pain returned to the Devil Venerable Erection's right hand. The Devil Venerable Erection turned around and changed into the Sky Demon Divine Armor, which was also a semi-god equipment. It was the best among the semi-god equipment, just a little bit away from becoming a divine equipment. Of course, this gap would be forever. A semi-god equipment could not be compared to a divine equipment, no matter how good it was. It was just like how a holy beast could not be compared to a divine beast no matter how strong it was. Although the Sky Demon Divine Armor given by the Heaven-Splitting Demon Venerable was not a divine equipment, it was already in existence that no heaven ranker could break through. Unless one had a divine equipment, a supreme sovereign will, or used the power of laws. Otherwise, this Sky Demon Divine Armor would be an indestructible treasure. Regardless of whether it was the helmet, shoulder pads, battle armor, belt, arms, shin guards, or boots, the entire set of Sky Demon Divine Armor gave off a glow that was only inferior to a god artifact. If they were not in the Earth Demon Divine Palace where all power was sealed, the moment the Sky Demon Divine Armor appeared, the energy shockwave would be enough to shake the earth and turn night into day. Even though Yu Yang was prepared, he was still forced back 3 steps by the Sky Demon Divine Armor's energy shockwave. He had not even used a single move, and just the spread of the armor's energy was already so powerful. If a real battle broke out, how could he fight? The snake-haired Devil Venerable Erection summoned a gorgeous holy Bible, which floated in front of him. He held the Mirror of Pain in his right hand and gently brushed the holy Bible with his right. When he flipped to the next page, he took out a gigantic Devil Erection axe. The Devil Erection axe was also a semi-god equipment, but it was not given to him by the Heaven-Splitting Demon Venerable. It was the weapon that made the Devil Venerable Erection famous. Its quality was similar to the Mirror of Pain, and it was slightly inferior to the Sky Demon Divine Armor. In the hands of the Devil Venerable Erection, that terrifying axe that weighed close to 5,000 kilograms was as light as a strand of seaweed. It was effortless. A light stroke. A deep and irremovable crack was immediately formed between the snake-haired Devil Venerable Erection and Yu Yang. The Devil Venerable Erection pointed at the crack with his axe and said confidently, "This will be your burial ground. You will never be able to escape, and you will never be able to cross the boundary. Because if you move, your body will be separated from your body in the next moment." What's the point of him saying all this? Yu Yang asked Shui Wuxia. It's useless. However, he is stalling for time because we don't have his inherent skill. Once we use our own strength, the law of sealing will see us as a hostile target, and we will be sealed in this Devil God's book together. Shui Wuxia replied casually without raising her head. If we don't resist, that sly silver-haired old man will take the opportunity to secretly release his frost power. Princess Sisai snorted angrily. Indeed, the silver-haired old man had already been sealed. If he used his strength to attack, he would at most suffer a little more punishment. However, if Yu Yang didn't resist, he would die a horrible death. In front of him was the snake-haired Devil Venerable Erection with his axe, and behind him was his humanoid guardian beast, the silver-haired old man, who was secretly sealing him with frost power. Yu Yang felt that it was indeed a little troublesome. The enemy was very cunning, using the law of sealing and the law of sealing in this Devil God's temple. No matter if he attacked or not, he would definitely die. Could it be that none of the powerful people who entered the Devil God's temple to challenge came out alive? Yu Yang suspected that among the group of unlucky ice sculptures, there was Heaven Realm's 4 great clans Dugucheng Feng. Otherwise, how would the Devil Venerable Erection dare to impersonate a stranger? Moreover, the Devil Venerable Erection didn't have any information about Dugucheng Feng. So how would he know if Prison Emperor and Fei Wenli were dead or alive? The snake-haired Devil Venerable Erection waved his axe, and a black light shone brightly, turning into thousands of black blades, shooting towards Yu Yang. However, the deadliest attack came from behind Yu Yang. The silver-haired old man's ancient book jumped out like an evil spirit. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, tearing towards Yu Yang's back, intending to grab Yu Yang's heart with one claw. Yu Yang's afterimage disappeared. He appeared in front of the Devil Venerable Erection who was waving his axe. At the moment when the devil axe was about to hit his head, Yu Yang swam past all the black blades like a fish in water. He cleverly rushed into the enemy's blind spot and punched the devil Venerable Erection's chin with a soaring fist. In the sky, Princess Sisai jumped up, raised the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and slashed down heavily. Shui Wuxia landed behind Yu Yang. With lightning in her left hand and ice in her right, she ruthlessly attacked the devil Venerable Erection's ears. Boom, the three of them were hit by the recoil and retreated. When Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai returned to their best fighting position, they were surprised to find out that the devil Venerable Erection was not injured at all. Other than the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, which left a shallow mark on the demonic armor's shoulder armor, proving the fact that it had attacked before, the other attacks were completely ineffective against Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia. Although you have the Divine Sword, you are still too young. You are unable to unleash the full power of the divine equipment. The devil Venerable Erection shook his head. You guys are really too weak. You are the weakest among the dozens of challengers. Alright, I don't want to play anymore. I will send you guys on your way. The painful mirror in his right hand shone on his body. Slightly tilting his body, the light reflected towards Yu Yang. An image that looked like the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hand slashed towards Yu Yang's shoulder. The power was exactly the same as Princess Sisai's attack just now. Yu Yang couldn't dodge in time. Another image appeared behind him. It looked like Shui Wuxia. The ice and lightning in her hand struck towards Yu Yang's ears. In front of him, Yu Yang saw himself rushing into the blind spot in front of him and punching himself in the chin with a soaring fist. Even though he tried his best to dodge, it was completely ineffective. The three attacks all hit their target. Fresh blood spurted out from Yu Yang's shoulder. He was thrown far away like a kite with a broken string. The perfect combination of the Mirror of Pain and the demonic Venerable's dispatch, inherent skill allowed him to return most of the power of an attack to its owner. Moreover, it was impossible to dodge, and it would definitely hit. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xianxia rushed towards the Earth Demon Venerable. They wanted to kill this guy to avenge Yu Yang, but who would have thought that the Earth Demon Venerable would take off his head and make a defenseless gesture? Do you want to cut off my head? Don't worry, use your divine sword to chop off my head to vent your anger. My head can be reattached after being chopped off. I am a demon. I wonder if you humans have this function? Ha ha ha, foolish humans, let me tell you a secret. We demon dwellers are an undying race. Even if you chop us into meat paste, we can still easily recover. Even the power of laws cannot easily annihilate us demon dwellers. Otherwise, why would you only seal us and not completely destroy us? The Earth Demon Shrine's challenge, you guys are too naive. This is a battle that is destined to be unwinnable. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm wasting my time, I wouldn't even need to waste my time. I could kill all of you instantly. He let go of the Earth Demon axe and raised his left hand. A terrifying and irresistible shockwave gushed out from his palm. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were like driftwood in a torrent. They disappeared without a trace in an instant. The two girls seemed to have been annihilated by the shockwave. The Prison Emperor Divine Sword fell from the sky and stabbed into the ice. Following that, two loud bangs could be heard. Two dull bronze grimoires fell from the void to the ground. They seemed to be the two girls' belongings. Did they die just like that? Too weak. I wanted to play with them for a while longer. The Earth Demon Venerable shook his head. You are a smart kid. I thought there would be a surprise. I can't be sure that they are dead. Although their aura had disappeared, I couldn't see their final moments of death clearly. However, the silver-haired old man suspected that Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai were not dead yet. Hearing that, the Earth Demon Venerable stretched out his hand. A black light shot out from his index finger towards Yu Yang, who was lying in a pool of blood. First, it shot a hole in Yu Yang's heart. Then, he stretched out his hand and clenched it. The blood on Yu Yang's body immediately turned into a frost blade and pierced through his body. In less than 10 seconds, Yu Yang, who had been pierced by the frost blade, was once again covered in frost. He became an ice sculpture that was no different from the surrounding ice sculptures. Seeing that Yu Yang was killed on the spot and the two girls did not move at all, the silver-haired old man could only believe that they had already died in battle. He opened the ancient book and recorded, Heaven Realm's recent era's year, month, day, 3 Tong Tian Tower's descendants entered the palace to challenge. A trace of loneliness appeared in the earth demon Venerable's eyes. How long do I have to wait before I can leave? The day His Majesty the Sky Demon regains his freedom will be the day Master will be freed. The silver-haired old man smiled as he recorded the process of the battle. Those 3 kids just now were really not bad. It's a pity that they were too young, almost like babies. If they did not come here in advance, after a few hundred years, when they had fully grown, the battle would have been even more exciting. It's a pity that this apple was not ripe yet. Forget it, there are so many geniuses like this in Tong Tian Tower and Heaven Realm. Every once in a while, a large batch of them will be born. We have killed so many geniuses like this. The Earth Demon Venerable had already started to forget about Yu Yang. To him, there was no need to remember a dead person. Really, I thought that you guys would feel a sense of accomplishment after killing me. Who knew that you guys didn't even stand on my corpse to brag? An image flashed in midair. Yu Yang landed with a face full of disappointment. He raised his hand slightly, and Shui Wuxia, who was holding the Book of Truth, and Princess Sisai, who was holding the Prison Emperor Divine Sword, floated down to his left and right palms. They were like fairies that descended from the heavens. On the ground, the 2 bronze grimoires, the Prison Emperor Divine Sword and the ice sculpture that seemed to be Yu Yang's corpse disappeared without a trace. Yu Yang smiled brightly. I thought that you guys would be surprised. How is it? Isn't the illusion that I created more realistic than you guys? I wanted to let you guys be happy for a while, but after seeing your pretentious actions, I have to give you guys more surprises. I think that in this world, there is something that you guys can't use your inherent skill and the painful mirror to reflect. The snake-haired Earth Demon Venerable did not believe him at all. Very good, what is it? Other than the power of the ancient code and divine sense. Is there anything in this world that can't be reflected? A special flame emerged from the bottom of Yu Yang's feet. When it appeared, the frost on Yu Yang's body quickly disappeared like a mouse seeing a cat, completely escaping Yu Yang's body. The flame grew bigger and bigger until it formed a fire armor that covered Yu Yang's body perfectly. Nirvana's flame? The Earth Demon Venerable's eyes twitched. He never thought that this mysterious young man would have the ability to control Nirvana's flame. This is just the beginning of the sorrowful wail. Yu Yang smiled even more mysteriously. He summoned his grimoire. Yu Yang had already understood the rules of the Earth Demon Divine Palace after repeated attempts. It was not impossible to summon a beast here, but it could not be used in battle. Otherwise, it would be punished by the rules. This should have been a restriction set up by the senior who sealed the Earth Devil Venerable in order to prevent him from escaping. Without a beast to fight, the Demon Marshal could not escape from the Earth Demon Divine Palace. Other than not being able to use a beast, the Earth Demon Divine Palace could not condense energy to attack. Once condensed energy to attack, it would easily trigger the power of the seal. Moreover, the Demon Marshal didn't dare to attack recklessly. Furthermore, the ancient code's punishment would be transferred to the silver-haired old man, the guardian beast, through the dispatch inherent skill and the mirror of pain. He didn't dare to accumulate any sealing power. The Demon Marshal thought that he could use the rules of the Earth Demon Divine Palace to scheme against Yu Yang. Who would have thought that Yu Yang would see through it on the spot? What surprised him the most was the appearance of the Nirvana flame. Kill. The silver-haired old man who was hanging on the 9 ice chains struggled with all his might and dragged the ice chains down forcefully. His feet landed on the ground. A terrifying frost energy passed through his feet and went deep into the ground, straight towards Yu Yang's feet. Even with the protection of the Nirvana flame, Yu Yang's feet were immediately frozen. The power of fire and ice collided. Although the eternal Nirvana flame was unbeatable, the frost energy released by the silver-haired old man was still able to gain the upper hand for a few seconds. Die. The Demon Marshal did not give Yu Yang the chance to summon his grimoire. No matter if the summoned beast was useful or not, he would not give Yu Yang a chance to attack. It was 100 times faster than lightning. The Demon Marshal's demonic axe chopped down. Yu Yang put his hands together and accurately blocked the blade of the demonic axe on his forehead. Princess Xianxia's Prison Emperor Divine Sword slashed at him, but it was useless. This was because with her strength, she could only leave a shallow mark on the extremely high-quality Sky Demon divine armor. She couldn't hurt the standing demon elder at all. Shui Wuxia's attack was deflected by the mirror of pain, but it also failed. Taking advantage of the fact that Yu Yang's feet were sealed in ice, Demon Venerable Standstill raised his leg and kicked heavily on Yu Yang's chest. Yu Yang's small body couldn't take the blow that was like a lightning hammer. His waist bent backward, curved like an arch bridge. Yu Yang, who was still holding the demonic axe in his hands, dodged Demon Venerable Standing Ground's powerful kick. With his arms, chest, and abdomen clamped the leg, he twisted his body and flipped the Demon Venerable Standing Ground over. The moment he landed on the ground, the Standing Devil Venerable used his right hand, which was holding the Mirror of Pain, as a support, and borrowed the momentum to perform a roundhouse kick. His leg was like a hook, hanging upside down towards Yu Yang's already twisted body. The battle seemed unavoidable, but Yu Yang's body suddenly turned around and spun. He dodged Demon Venerable Standing Ground's roundhouse kick just in time. Whether it was the time or the distance, Yu Yang's control was impeccable. Demon Venerable Standing Ground's kick missed, and his body flipped over. On the other hand, the Nirvana flame on Yu Yang's body had completely melted the silver-haired old man's ice power. Regaining his freedom, Yu Yang, together with Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, retreated once again, maintaining the 3-in-1 battle stance. An obvious footprint appeared on his chest, and a similar footprint appeared on the ice wall behind him, which was tens of meters away. It was merely a penetrative energy shockwave. Yet, it caused such a terrifying result. If Demon Venerable Standing Ground really hit him with his full strength, the consequences would be unimaginable. A trickle of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Yu Yang's mouth. Even though it didn't hit him all the way, Demon Venerable Standing Ground's kick had still injured his internal organs quite badly. Fortunately, Yu Yang's battle experience and techniques far surpassed his peers, and he also had Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai to help him. If it was someone else, he would have been killed instantly by Demon Venerable Standing Ground. You won't be so lucky if you come again. Demon Venerable Standing Ground didn't believe that Yu Yang would be able to dodge another wave of attacks. TSK, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you've lived for tens of thousands of years. Yu Yang wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth. Just now, he was testing the waters for the last time, and the result proved that his guess was the same as what he saw with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. There was a loophole in the laws of the Earth Demon Shrine. Demon Venerable Standing Ground had found this loophole, and now he had found it too. Yu Yang's grimoire glowed brightly. He didn't summon any beasts, but the grimoire's world would always exist. There was no need to summon it. Even if it was a space that forbade summoning, it wouldn't be able to stop it from appearing when it was in its chaotic body state. Once the world appeared, not only would it increase the strength of its owner, Yu Yang, it would also grow like a black hole in the surrounding space. Even if this was the Earth Demon Shrine, it would still absorb energy like a black hole. There was no way to stop it. Just as Yu Yang had guessed, it was a special beast that didn't exist in the laws of the Earth Demon Shrine. If his guess was wrong, Yu Yang would be punished by the Earth Demon Shrine's laws. However, his previous probing and the existence of the Nirvana flame allowed him to confirm one thing. There was a higher level existence above the normal laws, just like how there was a higher level existence above the normal gods. Nirvana's flame, world, these were all such existences. Even the Prison Emperor Divine Sword in Princess Sisai's hands, the semi-god weapon in Demon Marshall's hands and the Book of Truth in Shui Wuxia's hands all provided strong support for Yu Yang's judgment. As long as you don't attack and are in a state of counterattack or defense, you won't be punished by the Earth Demon Shrine. Shui Wuxia flipped a page in the Book of Truth. She had already obtained one of the answers in the entire truth. This was the same as what Yu Yang had observed and judged with his Heaven Eyes divine vision. With this definite answer, Yu Yang could then be at ease to unleash his power without worrying about the Earth Demon Shrine's punishment. The white tiger in my body has always existed. Princess Sisai also gave a definite answer. Since that's the case, let's start our counterattack. Yu Yang stretched out his hands, and the two girls floated into the air. Bits of starlight emitted from Yu Yang's body. It was resplendent like the Milky Way. It's just a small trick. The Demon Marshal's heart tightened. He looked fine on the surface just now, but his legs were actually in extreme pain from the Nirvana's flame. If it wasn't for the demonic armor protecting his body, he would have died miserably under the burning of the Nirvana's flame. Of course, Yu Yang's quasi-heaven rank strength was his biggest belief in victory. No matter how strong and abnormal this brat was, he was still a quasi-heaven rank. He wasn't even an innate elder, he definitely wouldn't be able to win this battle. The demon marshal rushed forward again and swung his axe wildly. In midair, he suddenly abandoned his axe. The demon marshal's axe slashed down as if it had a life of its own. At the same time, he stretched his left hand forward and released a destructive energy shockwave. The silver-haired old man couldn't help anymore. His action of dragging the ice chains just now was immediately punished 100 times by the Earth Demon Shrine. The lightning pillar blasted down from the top of the castle and struck his body. However, before he received the punishment, the silver-haired old man opened the ancient book and formed an energy barrier with the demon marshal's domain. It enveloped Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and the others, preventing them from escaping the range of the energy shockwave. Rumble, the demon marshal who thought he could hit Yu Yang again, realized that the moment he hit his opponent, there was another him in front of Yu Yang, doing the same action. The same axe slashed down, and the same energy shockwave shot out. The demon marshal was sent flying on the spot. Although he had the supreme-grade demonic armor to protect his body and wasn't injured, he still shouted in surprise, "Impossible, this isn't an illusion." The stars around Yu Yang interweaved into countless beautiful patterns. The most obvious one was the commonly seen 12 constellations in the sky. For some reason, the 12 constellations that appeared were very similar to the legendary Aries, Taurus, and Gemini. It was as if the historical legends were real. An Aries walked down from the Aries constellation in the sky. With every step it took, the stars in the entire space would become brighter, and their power would increase by 1-fold. With just a few steps, the power of the 12 constellations increased by several folds. Behind it, there was a golden barbaric bull. It didn't look like the gentle and elegant Aries. Instead, it looked like it was going to fight with its life on the line. Its eyes were red, and its nose was spewing out flames and smoke. It followed behind the golden barbaric bull angrily. From time to time, it would lower its head, as if it wanted to use its horns to flip the Aries in front of it. With every step the golden barbaric bull took, the demon marshal could feel the gravitational force increasing by 1-fold. Its body had an indescribable gravitational force, as if it wanted to suck the demon marshal over. These seem like illusions, but they aren't illusions at the same time. What kind of domain power is this? Even the materialization of divine sense can't be so real. Who are you? The demon marshal stretched out his hand, wanting to release an energy shockwave to destroy the Aries and the golden barbaric bull in front of him. Suddenly, he saw a shadow slowly walking out from the darkness. This shadow seemed to have walked out from the endless darkness. It walked for a long time under the demon marshal's gaze. Suddenly, the demon marshal noticed a strange sign. His energy shockwave hadn't even fully condensed yet. Therefore, this shadow had only appeared for less than a second. Which one of us is the shadow? The shadow walked to the front of the demon marshal. The demon marshal realized that this shadow looked exactly like his twin brother. It was even more similar than his own reflection in the mirror. You can talk? The demon marshal didn't expect that this shadow, who had the same strength as him, could talk. Isn't this illusion too real? Gate of life and death, gate of life and death. The silver-haired old man reminded the demon marshal. This was the gate of death in the Heaven Tower's gate of life and death. How many special abilities do you actually have? The demon marshal was shocked. He immediately calmed himself down, but when he saw that Yu Yang had condensed He Guai Tsung and Bai Shuang Hua, he couldn't help but roar, "Aren't you too much? You're just a quasi-heaven ranker, where did you get so many abnormal special abilities? If this isn't an illusion, how come your sword chi isn't restricted by the ancient code and the power of the seal? Tangible sword chi, what kind of sword chi is this? Do I have to tell you that I've learned the Buddha's palm before?" Yu Yang's tone was as low-key as Stephen Chow's. Would the ancient code restrict Yu Yang's innate invisible sword chi? Innate skills, domains, treasures and beasts couldn't restrict innate sword chi at all. It was an existence that surpassed everything. Yu Yang already knew that, but he couldn't guarantee that it wouldn't be restricted by the ancient code. Now, after secretly condensing it, he realized that the ancient code in the Earth Demon Shrine could completely ignore the existence of innate sword chi. Seeing that his trump card was still useful, Yu Yang naturally became proud. Just when the demon marshal was secretly disappointed in He Gui's song and by Xianxia, he suddenly saw Yu Yang's 10 fingers moving, as if he was pulling out a thin line. His body suddenly felt some kind of restriction. The power of the ancient code, this brat also knows how to use the power of the ancient code, the demon marshal screamed in fear. He wanted to escape, but he realized that his body was restricted, and he couldn't move at all. He could only watch as Yu Yang floated towards him with the two girls floating in the air. Two deadly sword chi pierced through his heart. It was the first time in tens of thousands of years that the shadow of death appeared in his heart. He couldn't help but shout in fear, "Impossible! This is an illusion. The gate of life and death is real. Senior, your mournful cry before you die can be even more mournful." Yu Yang replied. Yu Yang didn't use He Gui Zong and Bai Shuanghua to attack the demon lord standing ground. Instead, he changed his direction and stabbed the silver-haired old man's heart and forehead. The silver-haired old man didn't expect that Yu Yang was actually attacking him. His body trembled slightly. Then, he trembled in pain under the damage of the two swords. He was a humanoid guardian beast, so he wouldn't really die. However, if he was severely injured or was being punished by the ancient code, the demon lord standing ground wouldn't be able to use the mirror of pain and dispatch inherent skill to transfer the damage to him. Yu Yang had already noticed this and saw through it. Before he attacked the demon lord standing ground, he used He Gui Zong and Bai Shuanghua to pin the silver-haired old man down. The demon lord standing ground moved extremely slowly. He forcefully moved his body in an attempt to escape from Yu Yang's second wave of attack. He didn't know what other attacks Yu Yang had, but he knew that they wouldn't be simple. Pa! Yu Yang brushed away the demon lord standing ground's helmet with his palm. This ingenious brushing force didn't have any attack power at all. It didn't cause the sky demon divine armor to defend against it. Furthermore, this force mysteriously deceived the sky demon divine armor's consciousness, just like how the demon lord standing ground took off his helmet. Princess Sisai slashed her sword down on the demon lord standing ground's head. The divine sword slashed a bloody wound on the demon lord standing ground's head. The sword chi penetrated through his body and left a deep crack on the ground. A small mechanical beast quickly appeared under the feet of the demon marshal. The demon marshal slightly tilted the mirror of pain in his hand. After receiving the prison emperor divine sword's attack, the damage was transferred to the small mechanical beast's body. The small thing immediately turned into powder. The demon lord standing ground only regained his freedom after he diverted the slash. When he dodged Shui Wuxia's second attack, he realized that there was a little lamia behind him. Not only his inherent skill, he also has a domain. A domain that can lock onto a target and transfer damage to him. Shui Wuxia had already made a detailed observation of the demon lord standing ground's abilities. The weakness is here. Yu Yang was responsible for finding the opponent's weakness during the battle. When Princess Sisai spun her divine sword and sliced through the devil venerable standing ground's neck again, the second mechanical beast appeared, but Yu Yang stepped on it and crushed it. Demon venerable standing ground laughed coldly, and a small mechanical beast appeared behind him to take on the attack of the divine sword on his behalf. He swung his great axe and sent Princess Sisai flying. Then, he raised his axe energy and slashed at Little Wen Li. Little Wen Li's eyes widened in anger. The binding inherent skill erupted violently. Standing ground devil venerable who was swinging his axe was still maintaining his slashing motion. Even the axe's astral axe was frozen in midair. At this moment, the might of the divine beasts will surpass the combination of the demon lord standing ground's inherent skill, treasure, domain, and will. Yu Yang and Little Wen Li had great teamwork. Unknowingly, the stars under their feet had already formed an eternal wheel. Little Wen Li released her binding inherent skill, leaped up, and slashed at the demon venerable standing ground's axe with her two blades. The demon venerable standing ground's axe trembled for a while. Under Little Wen Li's ingenious rotation, it strangely escaped from the demon lord standing ground's palm and flew into the sky. In the sky, Princess Sisai, who had condensed the Azure Dragon's saint power, was waiting for an opportunity. Shui Wuxia's attack was 10 times faster than before. She stood upside down on the roof of the palace and reached down with her hands. Lightning and frost struck the ears of the demon lord standing ground from both sides. Yu Yang pressed one hand on the demon lord standing ground's face. Nirvana flame erupted like a volcano and entered the demon lord standing ground's nose and mouth. I'll send you on your way. Princess Sisai swung the prison emperor divine sword with her greatest strength and chopped off the demon lord standing ground's head in one strike. Yu Yang, who had just dodged the divine sword chi, chased after the demon lord standing ground and kicked the demon lord standing ground's head out of the earth demon palace. The silver-haired old man who was suffering from He Guizong and Bai Shuanghua looked at everything in confusion. Chopping off the demon lord standing ground's head wouldn't be able to kill him. What's the use of that? Furthermore, even if he was kicked out of the palace, the demon lord standing ground wouldn't be able to escape from the power of the ancient code because of the ancient code's seal. He would automatically be bounced back into the palace and wouldn't be affected by space and distance. Whether it was using sword chi to injure the guardian beast or chopping off the demon lord standing ground's head, it wasn't a fatal injury. Why did Yu Yang and the two girls still insist on doing this? The silver-haired old man couldn't understand at all. The head that was bounced to the ground showed a pained expression. This wasn't only caused by the prison emperor divine sword in Princess Sisai's hand, it was also caused by the ancient code's punishment. Every time he moved a meter away from the Earth Demon Palace, the ancient code's punishment would be doubled. When it reached the limit, it would even explode. The demon lord standing ground's head spat out an energy shockwave towards the ground and bounced back into the palace using the ancient code's power. After the eternal will disappeared, the body that had lost its head immediately shook off Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, who were trying to stop it, and rushed towards its own head. Even if it was an immortal demon cultivator, it didn't feel good when its head was chopped off. The moment he entered the palace, Shui Wuxia suddenly reached out her hand. She gripped it lightly. The lightning and ice energy that was poured into his ears exploded. The right ear of the demon lord standing ground's head exploded, while his left ear spat out a gust of ice, sealing the head on the palace's door. Princess Sisai also used her sword as a support and activated her black tortoise holy power. The dragon head broke through the ground, causing the headless demon lord standing ground's legs and knees to be sealed by ice. The more he moved, the slower he moved. Little Winley slid over and slashed crazily at the headless body. Even though she couldn't severely injure the demon lord standing ground, who was wearing the sky demon divine armor, every time she slashed, the headless body of the demon lord standing ground would be sealed in ice. What are you guys doing? Do you think you can kill me like this? Impossible, I'm an immortal demon cultivator. The demon lord standing ground was furious. Nirvana's flame can purify everything. Princess Sisai mentioned a possibility. However, the Earth Demon Palace's rule is to seal me and make me suffer endless pain and torture. Nirvana's flame can kill the demon cultivators, but I will be able to escape under the protection of the rule. As long as the Earth Demon Palace exists, I will exist as well. No matter what you guys do, it will all be in vain. The demon lord standing ground laughed coldly. His most fearless asset was the rule seal that allowed him to endure endless punishment. Since he had his guardian beast as a substitute, this weakness became the ultimate protection of his immortal body. That's why we want to destroy this Earth Demon Palace. Yu Yang revealed his true purpose of coming to the Earth Demon Palace. Senior, killing you is only my side mission. My true goal is to absorb the rule seal here. What did you say? The demon lord standing ground couldn't believe his ears. A guy who wasn't even an innate elder dared to say that he wanted to absorb the rule seal of a god? By standing here, we have already succumbed to the rule seal. If we take a step further and assimilate the rule seal, we will no longer be restricted by the rule seal. If we take a step further and surpass the rule seal, we will be able to escape from the rule seal. Finally, the final step, if I can absorb the power of the Earth Demon Divine Palace's ancient code, wouldn't I be able to control the entire Earth Demon Divine Palace? Yu Yang proposed a dreamlike idea. You're crazy. The demon lord standing ground had seen all kinds of people in his life, but he had never seen a lunatic like Yu Yang. I'll let you broaden your horizons. The rule seal here is the best nourishment for me to become an innate elder. Why do you think I came all the way here to fight a meaningless battle with you? It's really to kill you. Wrong, you should be punished endlessly. I just need to become stronger, that's why I came here to absorb the rule seal. At the same time, I'll kill you out of mercy and end your unforgivable life. Yu Yang stretched out his arms, and the rule seal slowly appeared on his body. Just like the Night Empress Starry Sky Domain, the White Goat, the Golden Barbaric Bull, and the Gemini image appeared one after another. The White Goat, the Golden Barbaric Bull, the Gemini image and the others appeared one by one. The summoning grimoire's world was strengthened to the maximum. It frantically absorbed the energy in the surrounding space. No matter if it was ice, fire, lightning, or any type of energy, it absorbed all of it, turning it into nutrients for its evolution. The Earth Demon Palace's rule seal was challenged by Yu Yang's rule seal, and immediately changed. It was no longer as hidden as before. It was as if a god had descended. An unimaginably majestic power appeared in the Earth Demon Divine Palace and pressed down on Yu Yang, intending to destroy all of his consciousness that challenged the ancient code, annihilate and obliterate him, turning him into a walking corpse that submitted to the ancient code. At the same time, 99 ice chains extended towards Yu Yang like white snakes. They worked together with the rule seal to imprison this challenger. The senior ranker who created the Earth Demon Palace had set this rule. No matter who tried to challenge the Earth Demon Palace's rule seal, they would receive 10 times the rule seal's rule seal. The demon marshal was shocked at first, but then he rejoiced, "You're finished. From now on, both of you can stay and be my companions." Haha, haha. In less than 2 seconds, Princess Xianxia cut off his tongue with a wave of her divine sword. The headless body that was still holding the mirror of pain moved its arms slightly. The mirror of pain tilted slightly, and the light reflected onto a mechanical beast not far away. The mechanical beast shattered, and the demon marshal who had his tongue cut off recovered immediately. His tongue and lips returned to their original state. It's useless. No matter how you try to hurt me, it's useless. Moreover, I can send you out of the Earth Demon Palace. Because this brat tried to challenge the rule seal, the entire Earth Demon Palace will be sealed again. Let's meet again in 1,000 years. I hope you can think of your last words to say to your loved ones in 3 seconds. 2 circles of light appeared around Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai. The mirror of pain reflected the light. The demon marshal looked at the 2 girls and laughed mercilessly. "Goodbye, I won't send you off." The 2 girls disappeared immediately after being hit by the light. At the same time, little Wenli, who was trying to dodge, was also sent out of the Earth Demon Palace by the demon marshals. Dispatch, inherent skill. The headless body walked to the door of the palace, took off the head with both hands, and placed it back on the neck. When the flesh and blood were reconnected, it shook the head. When it realized that there was no discomfort, it smiled at Yu Yang, who was struggling to resist the power of the rule seal and using the nirvana flame to resist the 99 ice chains of the rule seal. What a fool. I dare say that there has never been a human as arrogant as you. With the power of an innate honorable, you want to challenge a god who can seal me, the demon marshal, with the power of the rule seal? TSK, I never thought that there would be someone like you in this world. Alright, pitiful creature, stop struggling. You want to defeat a giant dragon with the power of an ant? To think that you have such senseless courage. Because I am me, and because you are not me, you will never be able to understand my realm. Yu Yang laughed instead of getting angry. Let me wait and see how long you can be so stubborn. Just hold on for a little longer, okay? I really don't want this thrill to disappear from my body so quickly. The demon marshal laughed maniacally. Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and little Wenli were running out of the cave. It was as if they knew that something terrifying was about to happen. They had just escaped from the cave. Behind them, there was an indescribable force that pressed their bodies down to the bottom of the cliff. They couldn't even lift their heads, they couldn't even blink their eyes. In the Earth Demon Shrine, Yu Yang, who knew that Shui Wuxia and the others had left safely, unleashed the power of the ancient code that was inspired by the card of fate on his body. It was a power of the ancient code that he couldn't control normally. An immeasurably tall golden giant rose above Yu Yang's head. Even a single toe of the golden giant was 10 times taller than Yu Yang. In front of this golden giant, everything was insignificant. The arrogant demon marshal knelt on the ground while laughing maniacally. He used his hands to support himself, and even his heartbeat stopped. he couldn't even breathe, let alone struggle. The earth demon shrine that was created by the gods let out a terrifying cracking sound. The power of the ancient code that sealed the demon marshal couldn't be compared to the power of the golden giant at all. In an instant, the golden giant exploded, and the dome was pierced through. The entire earth demon shrine couldn't even contain one of the golden giant's feet. 99 ice chains exploded. The ice chains that were forced into Yu Yang's body by Nirvana's flames exploded like powder, turning into mindless energy that was absorbed by the world and Yu Yang crazily. The godlike energy source that existed in the earth demon shrine paled in comparison to the golden giant. The godlike image of the godlike energy source that was only 200 to 300 meters tall didn't even reach the golden giant's knees. The head and chest of the golden giant couldn't be seen at all as it towered into the sky. Dozens of kilometers away, Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others were fighting. When the golden giant appeared, they were all suppressed to the point that they couldn't move at all. The surrounding evil treants and delusional monsters all fell to the ground at this moment. Many of them turned into black fog and disappeared, the dignified image of a deity shattered soundlessly. Maybe it was crushed by the golden giant, or maybe it had lost the support of its will. The energy had completely turned into free energy without any attribute or consciousness. Together with the power that formed the seal, it flowed towards Yu Yang and the summoning grimoire like a galaxy. The golden giant disappeared. The light on Yu Yang's body became even more dazzling. It was 1,000,000 times more intense than before, and it almost had the power of a legendary god. At this moment, he had truly reached the final stage of breaking through to the elder innate realm. The energy flow that was as vast as a galaxy slowly flowed towards Yu Yang. With him and the summoning grimoire as the center, a huge star nucleus was formed. The colorful energy shone brightly, illuminating the entire Earth Demon Temple. Yu Yang's bold challenge had finally succeeded. After the golden giant destroyed the divine consciousness of the entire Earth Demon Temple, all the ancient code energy was transformed into the ancient code energy that could not be controlled. It became the best nourishment for Yu Yang to level up. This ancient code energy was so huge. If Yu Yang wanted to completely absorb it, it would definitely not be done in a day. However, he did not need to completely absorb this ancient code energy. As long as he used the ancient code energy to break through to the innate elder realm, it would not be too late to slowly form his own unique divine consciousness. With the summoning grimoire's ancient code energy absorbing it together, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. The demon marshal woke up. He felt like his bones were about to break. Just now, he thought that he would be killed instantly. In just a few seconds, he felt that his body and soul had suffered injuries that he would not be able to recover from even in 1,000 years. The invincible golden giant's ancient code energy was even more terrifying than the god that sealed him. There was no way he could resist it. In fact, the Earth Demon Temple was also destroyed by the golden giant. Even the divine consciousness that was sealed inside had been destroyed into a non-elemental and non-conscious energy source. Even the demon marshal had never imagined this kind of power. In his entire life, he had never met an enemy with this kind of power. A thought flashed through the demon marshal's mind. Perhaps only the legendary supreme dragon god would have this kind of invincible power. The demon marshal raised his head from the ground with difficulty. He saw Yu Yang, who was floating in the air and absorbing the ancient code energy. He shuddered involuntarily. It was too terrifying. This young man was not an existence that he could imagine. The best way was not to attack him now, but to escape as fast as possible. Before he could clone himself, he would escape from here and hide forever, never to be found by this brat again. Free, I'm free. I never thought that I would be free one day. The silver-haired old man also climbed out of the ice shards. He was also heavily injured. He raised his hands in surprise and excitedly muttered to himself. 2 lines of tears rolled down from his eyes. He had become his master's substitute and had to endure the punishment of the laws. He had been hung upside down in the Earth Demon Temple by 9 ice chains. He had never thought that he would regain his freedom one day. Even if Kai Tian Demon Venerable broke through the seal, he would only be able to bring his master away. He probably wouldn't waste a huge amount of energy and risk being sealed again to save this guardian beast that was punished for his master. Go, it's dangerous here. At this moment, the demonic venerable did not care about his freedom. It was still too early to talk about freedom. Once that brat finished absorbing the power of the laws, he would rebuild the Earth Demonic Temple and seal it again. Yes, I'll clear the path. The silver-haired old man always remembered his duty as a guardian beast and summoned the gigantic ancient book. Just as he was about to escape from the destroyed Earth Demon Shrine with the Holiness Devil Venerable, 3 figures suddenly appeared in front of him. Unknowingly, a thick ice wall had formed in the passage. These ice walls were formed by the combination of the extreme cold energy and the mental strength of Xue Wuxia's divine telekinesis domain. Before Xue Wuxia was defeated, no one would be able to pass through the ice wall formed by this domain. Xue Wuxia, who had the same inherent skill of heart as Yu Yang, would benefit a lot every time Yu Yang leveled up in battle. Due to the connection between their inherent skill of heart and mirror, she would benefit a lot from it. At the very least, her comprehension of the realms would be able to fuse as one. When Yu Yang broke through to the innate elder realm, she had also opened a window in her mental strength that she had never seen before. Although she did not level up, her strength and mental strength had undergone an earth-shattering change silently. Xue Wuxia raised her hand. The source of the laws in the distance seemed to have sensed it. A strand of them spread out and flowed towards her palm. Little Wenli and Princess Sisai stood on her left and right, protecting her so that she could absorb and fuse with the power of the laws that no longer had any attributes or will control. Kill. The silver-haired old man cursed in his heart. Other than that abnormal brat, the little girl who loved to read could also absorb the law energy. Once she succeeded, not only would he and his master not be able to leave, they would also continue to suffer in this Earth Demon Temple. With killing intent in his heart, he flipped open the ancient book. Although he was heavily injured by the pressure of the golden giant, the silver-haired old man still had an extremely strong power. Boundless black energy exploded like a tsunami. The entire rocky ground seemed to have been set off by a raging wave. Soil, sand, mud, and stone pounced towards the 3 girls like a demon descending into the world. Faster than the silver-haired old man was the snake-haired man, the standing ground demon Venerable. In the blink of an eye, the standing ground demon X had already reached Princess Sisai's face. Without the law seal of the Earth Demon Temple, even if he was heavily injured, even if he could only unleash a tenth of his peak power, it was enough to instantly kill any ranker below heaven ranked level 5. While the standing ground demon Venerable was slashing at Sisai, he still had the time to take out the mirror of pain and shone it at little Wenli, reflecting her binding inherent skill onto the silver-haired old man's body. Even if the silver-haired old man's body was bound and frozen on the spot, he was completely fine. In the nick of time, Princess Sisai bent her waist and retreated. The prison emperor divine sword blocked in front of her. It blocked the slash of the demon axe, but as the standing ground demon Venerable waved his hand, the demon axe gave birth to an extremely strong vibrating force. Princess Xianxia, who had just fallen to the ground, shot backwards like an arrow. Her body smashed into the frost rock surface, creating a deep pit. Her head even slammed into the ice wall with a loud bang. When I regain my freedom, do you think you can stop me with just the few of you? The standing ground demon Venerable was deeply affected by the law in the Earth Demon Temple. He needed the mirror of pain and dispatch, inherent skill to get rid of the power of the seal. He couldn't unleash his true power at all. Now that he regained his freedom, even if he was heavily injured and could only use a tenth of his power, it was still much stronger than when he couldn't even use 100th of his power in the seal. Ding 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 ding. Little Wenli's hundreds of slashes were easily blocked by the standing ground demon Venerable. Wearing the demonic divine armor and regaining his freedom, he wasn't afraid of little Wenli's attacks at all. Whether it was blocking, it was more than enough. Other than divine weapons, divine sense, and the power of the law, the standing ground demon Venerable didn't care about any other attacks. After the silver-haired old man froze, the black energy wave recovered and swept towards little Wenli and Xue Wuxia. Before Xue Wuxia could react, little Wenli summoned her diamond grimoire and raised her protective shield. It only lasted for 2 seconds before the standing ground demon Venerable reached out his hand and broke through the protective shield. He grabbed one of little Wenli's 2 blades and threw her towards the ice wall. When little Wenli was thrown into the air, 2 of her 6 hands were holding a bow. However, before she could draw her bow, the standing ground demon Venerable had already caught up to her. He didn't punch her in the face just because she was a little lowly. Princess Xianxia grabbed Xiao Wenli's snake tail in her hand. She quickly pulled her out of the dangerous situation. The demon venerable standing ground punched the ice wall. The ice wall that was formed by divine sense and frost immediately cracked. Pfft! Shui Wuxia, who was absorbing the power of the law, was mentally injured. Her body trembled slightly and she spat out a mouthful of blood. With her as the center, the black energy wave spun out millions of black demon blades and rotated crazily. From Shui Wuxia's Book of Truth, a storm goddess messenger came out fiercely. She punched the ground angrily and froze the entire vortex of the black energy wave. Millions of black demon blades froze together. They were so close to turning Shui Wuxia into powder. However, they would never be able to achieve this wish. Shui Wuxia, who spat out a mouthful of blood, continued to absorb the power of the law with her left hand. The fingers on her right hand trembled slightly. In the Book of Truth, she gently flipped a page. An ice chain appeared on the ice wall and extended as if it had a life of its own. It automatically chased after the demon venerable who was about to attack Princess Sisai. The standing ground demon venerable glanced at the ice wall as if he had seen a ghost. The moment he attacked Princess Sisai, he turned around and dodged the ice chain. This was the ice chain that was sealed by the law of the Earth Demon Divine Palace. It was exactly the same, just that the quantity was different. If he was chained by it, the ending would be very tragic. The silver-haired old man couldn't be bothered to continue his long-range attack. He closed his ancient book and kicked Shui Wuxia's face. The standing ground demon venerable also realized that Shui Wuxia was his second greatest enemy. She was even scarier than Princess Sisai, who wielded the prison emperor divine sword. He and the silver-haired old man attacked from the front and back. On the ground, Princess Sisai flung little Wenli, who was in her arms, away. Little Wenli, who was chasing after the standing ground demon venerable like an angry arrow, was of course slower than the standing ground demon venerable. However, under her divine beast unparalleled willpower and binding inherent skill, the standing ground demon venerable and the silver-haired old man were shocked to realize that their speed was getting slower and slower. In the end, they almost stopped. The three of them were slowly swimming in the air. Compared to them, little Wenli, who was flung away by Princess Sisai, was a little faster. It's too late. What kind of person was the standing ground demon venerable? He calculated the distance and estimated that little Wenli would still be a short distance away from him. Furthermore, even if she managed to catch up to him, there would still be attacks in front of her. She wouldn't be able to stop this wave of attacks. What a joke! Princess Sisai grew a pair of wings on her back. The vermilion bird's raging flames filled the entire Earth Demon Divine Palace ruins. Even under the pressure of the divine beast's willpower, she was still as fast as a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, she had overtaken little Wenli. She caught up to the standing ground demon venerable. Princess Sisai didn't attack the enemy immediately. Instead, she rushed to the front of Shui Wuxia and raised the prison emperor divine sword. Using the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise's 6 records inherent skill, she slashed the ancient book in the silver-haired old man's hand. The standing ground demon venerable and the silver-haired old man were stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. The prison emperor divine sword slashed the ancient book in half. Shui Wuxia, who hadn't moved at all, was 10 times faster than Princess Sisai. She pressed her left and right hands on the ancient book, and the Book of Truth shone 1,000 times brighter behind her. The storm goddess envoy screamed. She quickly changed and evolved. Under the perfect combination of heart mirror, ancient code power and ancient book's knowledge provided by Shui Wuxia, she leveled up. The divine light was like a pillar that pointed to the sky. Although she wasn't an official deity yet and had just leveled up to a divine general, she already had some divine power. Although she had just stepped into the realm of a peak divine general, and her control of power and intelligence was not as good as a man's inheritance, this kind of self-evolution was more powerful and had more potential. When Devil Venerable Holdy's fist landed on Shui Wuxia's back, intending to kill her with a single punch, the Storm Goddess Envoy, who was still in the process of leveling up to Storm Goddess General, exploded in anger. Protect her master. Her divine power filled the entire space. She void reached out her hand and grabbed the standing ground demon venerable. She then fiercely threw the standing ground demon venerable onto the ice wall. the ice wall was pierced through 100 meters. The standing ground demon Venerable didn't even have the time to groan in pain. The silver-haired old man who had just picked up the painful mirror and was about to transfer the damage to his master was smashed into the ground by the storm goddess envoy. The painful mirror spun in the air and shone on Princess Xianxia. The light was then reflected onto an ice sculpture. The ice sculpture cried out in pain and jumped up. He held his head and groaned in frustration. This young master got shot even though I was lying down. Princess Xianxia realized that the damage she had received earlier was really transferred by the painful mirror. She was slightly surprised. She didn't have the dispatch inherent skill, right? When she looked at the man who had just woken up from the ice sculpture, she was even more dumbfounded. This was because she saw a second snake-hair demon. A snake-hair demon that looked exactly like the standing ground demon Venerable. Could it be that there were two standing ground demon Venerables? Princess Xianxia raised her sword and cut down the snake-hair demon man who looked exactly like the demon lord. She didn't care who he was, she would kill him without hesitation. Before she could swing her sword a second time, the snake-hair demon man took out a small white flag and raised it up high. I surrender, I surrender. In the end, it wasn't what he had expected. Princess Xianxia brought the white flag along with her people, raised her sword and chopped them down. The snake-haired demon man, who didn't die even after being slashed twice by the prison emperor divine sword, crawled up while trembling. Princess Xianxia unleashed the power of the four saints. You are indeed the real demon lord. This sentence simply scared that fellow out of his wits. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. No, I'm not. The demon lord stole my appearance. I'm Chongfeng from the Duga clan, one of the 4 great clans in Heaven Realm. Can you not attack me first? I can prove my identity. Oh right, the Mirror of Pain was also snatched from me by the demon lord Lidi. He only has the dispatch inherent skill. Without my Mirror of Pain, he would be nothing in the Earth Demon Temple's seal. It would have been better if he didn't say it. Princess Xianxia immediately picked up the Mirror of Pain. Thank you, it's finally returned to its owner. The snake-hair demon man stretched out his hand, wanting to ask for the Mirror of Pain back. You're welcome. Princess Xianxia kept the Mirror of Pain into her storage ring. If the Mirror of Pain was still controlled by the demon lord before, she wouldn't have kept it. The Storm Goddess General's attack just now destroyed the demon lord's consciousness that didn't fully control the Mirror of Pain. It was a good thing for Princess Xianxia. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Princess Xianxia had been with Yu Yang for a long time. Her view towards treasures was different from before. Now, she wouldn't be as polite as before when she saw the treasures on the ground. Even if it wasn't suitable for her, she had so many sisters in her family, like Sky Law, Fallen Flowers, Inan, and Bing Air. All of them needed a powerful treasure like the Mirror of Pain. The snake-haired devil man fell to the ground. It was over. His treasure had been stolen again. Moreover, the chances of returning the item to its rightful owner were 0. He tried his best to prove, that was mine, but Demon Venerable Lidi snatched it away. Princess Xianxia nodded. Understood. It's mine now. If you're unhappy, you can ask the Earth Devil Venerable for it. He was the one who snatched it from you, it has nothing to do with me. The snake-haired devil man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground again. His face was full of tears. He now understood one truth: reasoning with a woman was simply nonsense. Worse off than the snake-haired devil man was the arrogant demon martial erection. With every passing second, the goddess of storms would evolve more and more perfectly. With every passing second, she would evolve more and more perfectly. Yu Yang, who was still immersed in the Khanate Supreme Mirror, automatically separated a wisp of nomological energy from his will, allowing the goddess of storms to continue growing. Shui Wuxia and Yu Yang were connected telepathically. Their comprehension and nomological energy, in this once in a 1,000 years opportunity, continued to grow. The goddess of storms would grow exponentially. In order to stop the increasingly undefeatable opponent, the Earth Devil martial erection and the silver-haired old man desperately launched attacks. However, such attacks could only send the goddess of storms flying one after another. They could foresee one thing. If the goddess of storms' evolution was completed, it would be the time of their death. They had to kill the master, Xianxia, before her evolution was completed. Attack first. They had to achieve their goal in the shortest time possible. Hell. The Earth Devil martial erection pounced forward crazily. Halfway through, he removed the protection of the Sky Devil divine armor. His arm split into thousands of spear-like weapons. Each of them swam as if they were alive. They extended and shot towards the back of Xianxia. Now, he didn't want to protect himself, he only wanted to kill the enemy. As long as the master, Xianxia, was killed, the goddess of storms would die no matter how strong she was. Princess Xianxia combined her 4 holy powers and 6 records inherent skill. She raised the prison emperor divine sword high up, and the guardian beast white tiger's image appeared above her head. Crackling lightning formed an electric net, trapping the silver-haired old man in the center. The vermilion bird's raging flames surrounded the surroundings, not giving the silver-haired old man a chance to escape. With her 6 records inherent skill, she discovered the weakness of the other party. It was his fear of fire. Little Winley took out a ball of light. The light from the treasure shone on the ruins of the Earth Demon Shrine. The divine beasts will exploded. The light slowly returned to Little Winley's palm. The silver-haired old man's body seemed to show signs of cracking. Gradually, he couldn't maintain his human form anymore. He turned into an ugly demonic figure, his ferocious face and sharp claws twisting uncontrollably. He let out a long cry. Under the might of Little Winley, a divine beast that surpassed normal divine beasts, the silver-haired old man who had only reached the level of holy beast transformation was not considered perfect. Even if he was stronger, his might and will were inferior. Under the pressure, he staggered towards Little Winley. Under Little Winley's binding inherent skill, his footsteps became slower and slower. However, he persisted in moving, swearing to use his sharp claws to kill the Little Winley who had not fully matured yet. Little Winley didn't retreat. Instead, she advanced. She faced the silver-haired old man who had turned into a terrifying demon. When Princess Xianxia saw this, she retracted her sword and changed her target to the demon marshal instead of attacking the silver-haired old man who had turned into a terrifying demon. Standing ground demon marshal used the sky demon divine armor on his other arm to block the attack forcefully. He kicked the demon axe in his hand and made it spin. With a slash of death, the blade of the demon axe spun towards Xiao Winley. A small oddly shaped beast sneaked out from under Princess Xianxia's feet. It was carrying a piece of broken ice and flew towards the direction where the demon axe was spinning. It threw the piece of broken ice towards the direction where the demon axe was spinning. The piece of broken ice collided with the demon axe and shattered into pieces. However, the trajectory of the demon axe changed strangely after being hit lightly. When it spun behind Xiao Winley, it had already exceeded her height and was about an inch above her head. The demon marshal hated the little thing that destroyed his killer move. However, he couldn't do anything because the storm goddess general had sent him flying again. The little water-repellent golden-eyed beast ran towards its master to ask for a reward. When Princess Xianxia glared at it, it quickly pretended to be obedient and hid to the side, not daring to act coquettishly anymore. The silver-haired old man who had turned into a terrifying demon fought with Little Winley. Little Winley's blades sliced away his thousands of muscles, but the attacks from his claws were blocked by the bows in Little Winley's other 2 hands. When Little Winley's old battle skills awakened, for a personal guard captain who had once accompanied Queen Vivian Li to conquer the entire Heaven Realm, her battle skills were much better than the terrifying demon. Most importantly, Little Winley's divine beast will rose again and again. It completely suppressed the terrifying demon. The terrifying demon realized that every time it sliced away a piece of flesh, it would transform it into energy and seal it into the other 2 hands of the little serpent Loli. It couldn't help but feel terrified. There was absolutely no chance of winning this battle. The result would only be another seal. Master, go, go. The terrifying demon passed through the thousands of blades of Little Winley without any defense and forcefully broke through Princess Xianxia's sword net. Covered in wounds and on the verge of death, it roared at the demon venerable standing ground, "I won't really die. At most, I'll be sealed. It won't be too late for Master to come back and save me when you recover your full strength. If we don't leave now, both of us will be sealed here." The demon venerable standing ground closed his eyes helplessly and gritted his teeth. He turned around and fled towards the ice wall. Hundreds of punches were thrown at the ice wall, trying to forcefully open up a path to escape. Behind him, the silver-haired old man who had turned into a terrifying demon opened his arms and forcefully resisted the attacks from Little Wenli and Princess Sisai. He even resisted the 3 consecutive heavy blows from the storm goddess and didn't move even half a step. Princess Sisai slashed with all her might and cut half of the terrifying demon's waist. However, it still used its hands to grab onto the entrance of the ice cave and insisted on letting the demon Venerable Standing Ground escape. Just as the demon Venerable Standing Ground's last punch pierced through the ice wall, he didn't even have the chance to take a breath of air. Xue Wuxia flipped through a page of the Book of Truth. 3 ice chains formed by the ancient code extended from her fingers. They quickly extended and caught up to the demon Venerable Standing Ground, locking onto the demon Venerable's arm that had taken off the Sky Demon Divine Armor. The terrifying demon that only had half of its body left pounced towards Xue Wuxia in a frenzy, trying to self-destruct and perish together with its enemy. Little Wenli nailed it onto the ice wall with an arrow. The demon Venerable Standing Ground immediately cut off his arm. As the ice chains locked onto him, he turned around and completely ignored the double attacks from Princess Sisai and the Storm Goddess. He used all his strength and pressed his palm towards Xue Wuxia's face. Even if he died, he had to kill this detestable enemy. It was precisely because of her existence that the battle situation had become so miserable. Everything was going according to her plan. Including taking off the arm guard just now, it was also a tactical arrangement. If such a smart enemy didn't die, they wouldn't be able to win no matter how much of an advantage they had. I can't stand it anymore. What's so great about bullying a girl? The snake-haired devil rushed forward to help. Scram! The demon Venerable Standing Ground spat out a shockwave from the side of his face, sending the snake-haired devil, who had just recovered 1% of his strength, flying. You scram too? Xue Wuxia sneered. She pressed one hand on the Book of Truth while the other hand was filled with absolute cold energy. This was the absolute cold energy that could even freeze Yu Yang's Heaven's Fury red chain. It was a unique energy that she was born with. Other than the Nirvana's flame, there was nothing in this world that she couldn't freeze. She threw this ball of energy towards the demon Venerable Standing Ground. At the same time, her right leg kicked out a ball of lightning. Speaking of close combat. Other than Yu Yang, she didn't have any opponents. Even Princess Sisai had to team up with Yu Bing and the others to be able to fight against her. Just when Xue Wuxia thought that the demon Venerable Standing Ground would be completely frozen, and then be blasted away by lightning and die from the Storm Goddess General's all-out attack, just when the demon Venerable Standing Ground's defeat was certain, he suddenly spat out a strange black nail from his throat. When this black nail appeared, Xue Wuxia's soul shook violently and she fell into a daze. She lost control of the ice and lightning. A cruel and bloodthirsty look flashed in the demon Venerable Standing Ground's eyes. It was said that this black nail used to be a divine artifact, the soul-fixing nail. Even if a deity were to be nailed by it, they would not be able to resist and could only wait for death. Although it was sealed by an unknown deity due to too many killings, causing its quality to drop to a semi-divine weapon, it was still a piece of cake to deal with a human girl who wasn't even an innate elder. He didn't use it just now because he didn't have the best timing. Now, it was the best time to kill this girl. Die, die. The demon Venerable Standing Ground's huge palm turned into a claw and pressed towards Xue Wuxia's face. Not only did he want to kill this intelligent human girl, he also wanted to peel off her face and make it into a bloody trophy of honor for his collection. You dare to hit my girl? An angry voice sounded behind the demon Venerable Standing Ground. The demon Venerable Standing Ground felt an irresistible force exploding at the back of his neck. Then, the world started to spin and his entire body was plunged into the ground, reaching a depth of a few hundred meters. While he was feeling dizzy, a certain guy who had just become an innate elder started to burn and purify the black nail with Nirvana's flame on one hand. Then, he hugged Xue Wuxia with the other hand and lowered his head to kiss the woman he loved deeply on the battlefield. It wasn't without reason that Yu Yang forcefully kissed Xuanyo the moment he came out. After all, there was a snake-haired demon man here. If he didn't declare his sovereignty, it would be very troublesome if someone took a fancy to him. Just look at the Celestial Empire. There were endless problems in the East and South Seas. If they had understood a little in the past, would billions of people be able to trouble a small Diaoyu island? Of course, these two examples were not the same. Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai would definitely not look at anyone else other than Yu Yang. However, Yu Yang felt that it was better to clarify their relationship as a couple. That way, a lot of troubles would be gone with the wind. After kissing Shui Wuxia, he hugged Princess Sisai and gave Tigress a suffocating kiss. As expected, seeing Yu Yang's blissful life with beauties on his left and right, the snake-haired demon man who called himself Chang Feng became extremely jealous and smashed his head against a rock. It wasn't easy to meet a girl with character, but who knew that she was already taken? I don't want to live anymore. Chang Feng, who called himself the young master of the Heaven Realm's 4 great clans, cried with tears and snot all over his face. Looking at his sad appearance, it was possible that he would cut his wrists and commit suicide. If you hang yourself, you will die very slowly. It's better to use a knife. Yu Yang enthusiastically handed him a knife. I don't want to die. Chang Feng wasn't stupid. He hadn't enjoyed his life to the fullest, so how would he be willing to die so early? It's okay. If you can't think straight, you can find me at any time. I have dozens of ways to let people die painlessly. As long as you pay a small consultation fee, I can even order a coffin for you at Whitestone City's West Main Street. I'm very familiar with that, boss. If you die during a big festival, you can even buy one get one free. Before Yu Yang finished speaking, that young master Chang Feng was already so scared that his face turned ashen. He ran away frantically, not even daring to look back. It was as if he stayed a second longer, he would be convinced by Yu Yang to commit suicide. Domineering. Princess Sisai knew that Yu Yang was an extremely possessive fellow who didn't want others to look at him. She raised her fist and gave him a punch. Although she looked coquettish on the surface, her strength was not enough to kill a mosquito. I'm just worried that you're too charming, Tigress. Yu Yang flattered Princess Sisai, making her feel sweet inside. She knew that he was jealous. But at the end of the day, he was worried about her, so he was not angry but happy. Due to the appearance of the snake-haired devil Chang Feng, as well as the holiness demon's attack on Shui Wuxia, Yu Yang was forced to stop comprehending the innate sovereign realm. Originally, he could have used the energy of the Earth Demon Divine Palace to advance to the perfect innate sovereign realm, or even above the second innate sovereign realm. But now that he had stopped, he could only try to comprehend and improve again in the future. Nothing was absolutely perfect in this world. Being able to take the risk and absorb the energy of the ancient code to advance to the innate sovereign realm was already a great success for Yu Yang. Moreover, in this extreme challenge, Shui Wuxia's storm goddess envoy evolved into a storm goddess general due to the combination of the ancient book, comprehension, and the ancient code, and her strength improved greatly. Who are you? The holiness demon roared angrily. He felt that Yu Yang was definitely not an ordinary descendant of the Tong Tian Tower. He might have come from that legendary place. How could an ordinary human have his level of comprehension? How could he have everything that he had? This was not something that could be achieved by nurturing a few rankers of the Tong Tian Tower. If he really came from that legendary place, then this battle was already destined to be lost. Even the Sky Demon Majesty could not fight against the rankers of that place, let alone himself. There's no need for a dead man to know secrets. Although Yu Yang had advanced to the innate sovereign realm and his strength had reached a whole new level, he did not dare to underestimate his enemy. This holiness demon venerable was really not a simple opponent. However, because of the ancient code seal, he had lost a large amount of strength. He did not even have a tenth of his peak strength. If the holiness demon venerable fought him with his peak strength, the consequences would be, at the very least, the holiness demon venerable would not be able to leave. Even if Yu Yang and Shui Wuxia worked together, they would not be able to stop him. The Nirvana flame turned into a pillar of fire and rose up. Yu Yang leaped up agilely and rode on the fire phoenix that was formed from the Nirvana flame. He rushed towards the holiness demon venerable. As the holiness demon venerable roared like thunder and waved his fists, an eternal wheel appeared on his right hand that was slowly expanding. Within 10 meters, everything returned to eternity. The heavily injured holiness demon venerable could no longer struggle or move like before. His left hand reached towards Yu Yang, who was on the holiness demon venerable's chest, and pressed lightly. The world-exterminating wheel that had undergone the enlightenment of the innate sovereign realm started to spin. The ancient runes were no longer faintly discernible like before. Instead, they were completely revealed the moment they were born, displaying their world-destroying power. Stronger and deeper ancient runes appeared on Yu Yang's forehead, left hand, and the core of the world-exterminating wheel. With Yu Yang's innate sovereign realm divine sense, the power of the small code and the world-destroying power of the world-exterminating wheel, the ancient code seal combined and sliced into the holiness demon Venerable's chest. This slash did not cut the enemy's body in half like before. Instead, it included the soul, will and energy. All of them were sliced open. Finally, it gave a world-destroying attack. Yu Yang had just stepped into the innate sovereign realm. The power that he had comprehended was not enough for him to truly unleash the power of the world-exterminating wheel. If Yu Yang reached innate sovereign level 10 and stepped into the holy sovereign realm, the power that he could unleash would be the true godly might. This attack could truly destroy the world, and it would not be as simple as killing an enemy. The world-exterminating wheel pierced through the holiness demon Venerable's chest and came out from his back. The gigantic image split the holiness demon Venerable in half. However, the weird thing was that the holiness demon Venerable's body did not get cut into half. The sky demon divine armor that could defend against anything did not have any resistance against the world-exterminating wheel, as if it did not know that the world-exterminating wheel had pierced through its body. After unleashing the world-exterminating wheel, Yu Yang felt extremely tired. He had regained his true power after attaining the innate sovereign realm. He was sweating profusely and panting heavily. It was even more tiring than fighting continuously for 3 hours. Princess Sisai was a little shocked as she held onto Yu Yang's arm. The flash of the ancient runes not only drained Yu Yang's energy, she and Shui Wuxia also felt a little dizzy. The entire Earth Demon Divine Palace ruins also had an irreversible effect. The crushed stones, ice, and the stone floor had all turned into a destructive whirlpool. All the living things in the surrounding space had been destroyed. The group of ice sculptures that had not awakened had already been sealed for a long time. Not many of them had survived. A few of them had been killed by the Golden Giant's pressure, and only 2 of them were left. However, because of the world-exterminating wheel that Yu Yang had unleashed with all his might, they were instantly turned into ashes. The ice sculptures had all been turned into nothingness by the world-exterminating wheel. Other than a few faded grimoires, nothing else was left. The world-exterminating wheel can be so strong. Even though Shui Wuxia had the Book of Truth, she did not know that the world-exterminating wheel that Yu Yang had unleashed after attaining the innate sovereign realm was so terrifying. Yu Yang was panting heavily. He did not have the time to reply. In fact, he did not expect it either. The holiness demon Venerable who had been struck by the world-exterminating wheel was not dead yet. It was just that his life force had been cut off. The sky demon divine armor on his body fell off automatically. The storage ring, followed by the holiness demon axe. He could no longer maintain his snake-like appearance as he turned back into a sinister-looking demon person. He looked a little similar to the guardian beast demon that Little Wenli had pinned onto the ice wall and was also killed by the world-exterminating wheel. The holiness demon Venerable seemed to want to walk towards his guardian beast, but just as he took a step, his body started to tremble. The holiness demon Venerable stumbled uncontrollably and was controlled by the holiness demon Venerable. On the second step, the guardian beast in front of the holiness demon Venerable, the silver-haired old man, turned into a ray of light and scattered in the air. However, it did not return to the body of the holiness demon Venerable like the other guardian beasts that died. With a bang, the holiness demon Venerable's grimoire fell to the ground and quickly dropped in rank. Its color dimmed and the light of the grimoire became weaker, just like its owner's life. The holiness demon Venerable's knees went soft and he almost knelt on the ground. However, he struggled and stood firmly. "You're very strong. If I wasn't sealed for tens of thousands of years, I wouldn't be your opponent. If I was strong enough, I would definitely challenge you in your strongest state. However, because of the situation outside, I don't have time to wait anymore. I need to become stronger urgently. Holiness demon Venerable, you didn't lose to me, you lost to fate." Yu Yang slightly bowed towards the holiness demon Venerable. "My fate was already destined to be a tragedy since tens of thousands of years ago. It's better to die like this than to continue living." "Young man, thank you. If you see the Sky Demon King, please tell him that I'm free. The Holiness Demon Venerable bent down and took out a piece from the Sky Demon Divine Armor. He wiped it lightly. Then, he threw it to Yu Yang. Finally, he stood up straight with determination. He maintained his body that was as straight as a javelin. Even if his pupils were dilated and his life force was completely extinguished, he still didn't fall. Even if Yu Yang killed him with the world-exterminating wheel, he was still the Holiness Demon Venerable who rampaged through the entire heaven realm. Yu Yang looked at the exquisite Sky Demon Order in his hand and kept it in his bosom. Then, he bowed towards the Holiness Demon Venerable. He waved his hand and released a ball of Nirvana flame. He incinerated the Holiness Demon Venerable's corpse. This was the first time that Yu Yang didn't use the corpse as fertilizer or dog food after killing a strong opponent. It was the first time that he treated an enemy's corpse with true respect. If the Holiness Demon Venerable was at his peak state, even if Yu Yang used the world-exterminating wheel, he might not be able to hit this strong enemy. Before the world-exterminating wheel killed him, the Holiness Demon Venerable had already been weakened by the ancient code seal. He was also heavily injured by the Golden Giant's pressure. He even allowed Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, Little Wenli and the Storm Goddess to attack them. This kind of enemy was worthy of Yu Yang's respect. He wasn't the first person to fall in the river of time, and he wouldn't be the last. However, he was definitely worthy of being recorded in Yu Yang's history. You don't look too happy? What's wrong? Princess Xianxia handed the painful mirror to Yu Yang. She had thought that this brat would jump up in joy, but who knew that when he received it, he would stare blankly at it, as if he had suddenly become stupid. I can't tell, but I have an indescribable feeling. Anyway, it seems like, Yu Yang couldn't tell why. However, he had a feeling that the mirror of pain wasn't a good thing. It was more like a god's curse, or someone had placed a mark on it. Apart from its creator, no one else could become its master. Using Nirvana's flame to purify it would only destroy it. In short, when Yu Yang held it in his hands, he felt a sense of danger. If it wasn't for Princess Sisai, he would have thrown it on the ground like a hot potato and abandoned it as soon as possible to avoid trouble. Chang Feng was a human, but he became like that. Yu Yang guessed that it had nothing to do with Queen Vivian Li's curse. It was most likely the Mirror of Pain's curse. If Empress Fei Wenli wanted to curse the snake-haired devil man Chang Feng, he would have been dead long ago. It was impossible for him to continue living. Also, Yu Yang suspected that the devil venerable who used the Mirror of Pain broke free from the seal and couldn't recover his strength was also because of the Mirror of Pain. There was no direct evidence for these speculations, but Yu Yang couldn't say that he didn't. What would happen if he used the Mirror of Pain? Princess Sisai was very smart. Seeing that Yu Yang's expression was not right, she suddenly realized that she had picked up a deadly item and quickly snatched it. She threw it far away. Although she wanted to help Yu Yang as much as possible, she definitely didn't want him to be affected by it. There were many treasures in the world that were not suitable for use. They couldn't be forced. For example, the demonic sovereign erecting ground's demonic axe and demonic divine armor. These two demonic equipment weren't something that everyone could use. This was especially true for the demonic divine armor. Only lifeforms that were filled with evil and demonic chi could wear it. Otherwise, if a normal person were to wear it, they would be corrupted into a demonic person. However, the standing Earth Devil Axe and Sky Devil Divine Armor were still fine. Yu Yang couldn't use them, so he could give them to Grey Wolf to fuse with. To him, the more evil and demonic a treasure was, the easier it was to fuse with it, and the more it could increase its strength. It was a demon wolf that represented destruction. After the battle at the Earth Demon Divine Palace, other than everyone's improvement, the real treasure they obtained was the soul-fixing nail that needed to be purified by the Nirvana flame. The soul-fixing nail was still sealed. If Yu Yang could break the seal and get it to recognize him as its master, he would obtain an extremely powerful divine weapon. With this treasure, Yu Yang was somewhat comforted. Of course, divine weapons weren't cabbages. They couldn't be used whenever they wanted. If Yu Yang wanted to get the soul-fixing nail's recognition, he still needed to put in a lot of effort. Although we can't use it, we might be able to bring it out and find Night Empress and Jizun to take a look. Or we can seal it in a special place. We can't let it stay in the ruins of the Earth Demon Divine Palace. Otherwise, if someone picks it up, I'm afraid it would be a disaster. Shui Wuxia thought for a while and asked the storm goddess to pick up the mirror pane. She handed it to Yu Yang and placed it in the demon-subduing tower to seal it temporarily. It seems that sometimes, taking advantage of others isn't worth it. Princess Sisai stuck out her tongue cutely. Her rare innocent look made Yu Yang's wolfish desire rise. He wanted to have a taste of Tigress's little tongue. But this time, what he got was a punch from Princess Sisai. The Earth Demon Divine Palace turned into ruins. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Xianxia rested for a while. When they had recovered most of their strength, the Storm Goddess and Hui Tai Lang, who had rushed over after hearing the news, had already cleaned up the battlefield. They didn't let go of anything valuable. The demonic armor and the standing ground demon axe were left for Hui Tai Lang to fuse. The good things were left for his loyal watchdog. Although Yu Yang often punched and kicked Hui Tai Lang and ordered him around, he occasionally treated him well. At least, he would always leave a portion of the good things for him. He was barely qualified as a master. Hui Tai Lang was overjoyed. Semi-god equipment was definitely a rare item, especially the demonic armor. It was an extremely high-quality semi-god equipment that was infinitely close to a divine equipment. If Baruth, Ha Xian and the other great demon kings in the demon abyss of Tong Tian Tower knew that Yu Yang had fused with Hui Tai Lang, they would definitely cry. Hui Tai Lang was smart. He understood that a long night would be fraught with dreams. He didn't leave anymore. He directly swallowed the standing ground demon axe and fused with the demonic armor in the ruins of the Earth Demon Temple. Let the rankers of the demon abyss cry themselves to death. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Sisai returned to the black lava area. They found Fatty Hai, Yi Kong, and Shui Tan Lang fighting a huge and ugly human-faced evil ancient tree. If it hadn't gone through the pressure of the golden giant that Yu Yang had just raised, this human-faced evil ancient tree would have easily defeated them. Although it couldn't move, its strength was at heaven rank level 5. In this place filled with evil energy, it was an invincible existence. It was a pity that the golden giant's pressure had greatly damaged it. The evil energy around it was also greatly weakened. Most importantly, Fatty Hai and the others were very shameless. Shui Tan Lang, the Ice Cube Man, was the main attacker. Prince of Tian Luo and Yi Kong were the ones who restrained it. Fatty Hai's Wind-Breath Seabird was in charge of long-range attacks. The Li brothers were cleaning up the evil trance and delusion monsters that had survived the pressure. Everyone worked together slowly. They were very patient against a big boss that couldn't move. They prepared a kiting tactic of sawing a big tree with a knife. Heaven rank level 5 was very resistant to attacks. However, no matter how resistant it would still be injured if it was hit too many times. As long as its recovery speed couldn't keep up with its attack speed, it would fall no matter how strong it was. Not bad. Yu Yang watched for a while and gave a rare praise. When he spoke, Shui Tan Lang and the others, who were focused on fighting, realized that Yu Yang had come out. They were immediately overjoyed. Their morale was high and their fighting spirit was boundless. Pay attention to the pressure. As long as you enter within 100 meters of it, its domain can suppress you to the point that you can't move. It can kill you at any time. You must pay attention to the distance. It's best to use this opportunity to comprehend the supreme will of the Supreme Elder Realm. As long as your willpower is strong enough, its pressure will weaken a lot. There's one more thing, and that is rebirth. Under its roots, there's a huge core that's no less than the tree face above. Even if the tree face above is knocked down by you, there's enough energy to grow a new tree face. Shui Wuxia opened the Book of Truth and guided everyone. Especially the younger brother Shui Tan Lang, who was the main attacker. He warned everyone not to underestimate the enemy. After all, a heaven rank level 5 was not an existence that they could easily take down. Understood. Shui Tan Lang nodded solemnly. If you can defeat this ugly treant, you'll definitely improve. It's very important to understand more in battle. Cherish this rare enemy. Princess Sisai was usually very strict, but today she was more lenient. The main thing was that this trance situation was a little special. Its roots were here. It couldn't move, which was its fatal point. If it could run like Yu Bing's Titan Treant, Fatty Hai and the others would have been killed in a second. Before Yu Yang left, he said, "It seems that the evil core inside this Treant is not bad. Remember to bring it back, I have a use for it." Fatty Hai's head hit the rock when he heard this. What kind of boss was this? The little brothers had worked so hard to get treasures, and they still wanted to contribute. No, who was the boss here? It seemed like he was the boss in name, right? He was about to open his mouth to bargain and exchange some treasures from Yu Yang, but Yu Yang didn't give him the chance. He took the two girls and floated away. Yi Kong sent Fatty Hai flying with a kick and scolded loudly, "Are you a pig?" Fatty Hai was about to fight back when he suddenly saw a life-threatening tree root appear where he was standing just now. He was so scared that he shivered. Being distracted on the battlefield was equivalent to suicide. Fortunately, this monkey still had some loyalty. "Brother monkey, you're a good person." Fatty Hai enthusiastically gave Yi Kong a good person card. "Are you trying to disgust me to death?" Yi Kong's face twisted when he heard this. He almost vomited on the spot. Sand Valley, quiet sand corridor. Yu Yang, Shui Wuxia, and Princess Xianxia found Granny Sha, who was trapped in the quiet sand corridor under the guidance of Uncle Yu and Uncle Feng. It turned out that Yu Yang thought that this Granny Sha, who was called Saluman by Uncle Feng, was a kind old lady. Who would have thought that he was shocked? This Granny Sha was not old at all. She looked to be at most 40 years old. She was a mature, steady, virtuous, and intelligent middle-aged woman. Compared to Fourth Mother, she was a little more mature. At the same time, she lacked the gentle motherly glow. This Granny Sha stood in the middle of the clear pool surrounded by water, wearing a beautiful dress. Her feet were firmly nailed to the ground, unable to move at all. The punishment of the Sand Valley was that she couldn't take a bath. Even though there was clear water everywhere around her, she could only look at it. She couldn't take a drop of water to clean herself. Even if Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai used their fastest speed to set off a large wave, they would all turn into white mist and disappear before they could pour on her body. This punishment made Yu Yang speechless. On the other hand, Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai resonated with this punishment and felt that it was very cruel. They felt that a woman who had a serious obsession with cleanliness and liked to take a bath had stood by the water for tens of thousands of years without being able to take a bath. Such a punishment could no longer be described as cruel. What made Yu Yang curious was what kind of bad things this Granny Sha called Saluman had done in the past to be sealed here for tens of thousands of years as punishment. Don't mention the past anymore. How old are you? There are some things that children like you can't understand. Granny Sha saw that the younger generation of Tong Tian Tower had come, and saw that Yu Yang and the two girls were extremely outstanding. She was even happier. She waved her hand with a smile and didn't pursue Yu Yang's offensive gossiping. "You don't need to care about those two guys. They are both pig heads, and they are the stupidest pig heads in the world. If I wasn't afraid that they would commit suicide, I would have cut off my relationship with them long ago. You don't know, it's the biggest misfortune of my life to be mentioned together with their names. Well, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you guys. I'm very curious about you guys. Little boy, you start first." My life can be described with 2 words. Yu Yang expressed that his life was very simple. What 2 words? Granny Sha was surprised. Could 2 words describe his whole life? Intrepid. Yu Yang replied with a deadpan expression. Interesting little boy, you are quite eloquent. No wonder you can coax the 2 little girls to follow you. Granny Sha laughed. Thank you for your compliment, senior. Yu Yang bowed in a flattering manner. Valley of Sand, with your strength, it's not a problem for you to pass, but the 2 little girls are a bit troublesome. Granny Sha frowned slightly. You should know that the first 3 valleys are just trials, there is almost no difficulty. The real test is the later stages. The first 3 stages were all orderly. In other words, no matter how it changed, it was all within the control of the main body. However, the later stages were not like this. They were completely disorderly. No matter how powerful a person was, if they violated some of the rules, they would die without a doubt. For example, in the 4th stage, Valley of Desire, it is a stage that tests people's desires. If you can't grasp it, you will forever fall and become part of it, or your soul will be annihilated and disappear forever. In there, you must conform to the rules of that stage in order to pass. If you don't reach the sovereign realm, I don't recommend the two little girls to follow you to the fourth stage, let alone the more difficult stages. I am very grateful, Senior, your advice is a blessing for us juniors. Princess Sisai quickly expressed her gratitude. Can you tell us more about the later stages? Even if we don't have the qualifications to pass them for the time being, we still want to know more about them so that we can prepare in advance when we pass them in the future. Shui Wuxia also humbly asked for advice. The Valley of Desire just said that it is very difficult. In there, anyone's desire will be magnified. Of course, the environment and the rules will also affect it. In short, it is a very difficult stage, the number of warriors who can pass it can be counted on one hand. After the fourth level, the scariest thing is that there will no longer be guardians like us. It is a cruel and merciless rule. Once you violate it, you will be finished. No one can save you. Little boy, you have to think about it carefully. Do you want to challenge it? Do you want to control your desire? If you don't have absolute confidence, then it is a road of no return. Granny Xia warned Yu Yang. Thank you, I will think about it. Facing such a cruel stage, Yu Yang would certainly not be careless. Now he was no longer alone. Behind him, there was Fourth Mother, Bing Air, Shuang Air, Anan, Fallen Flowers, Sky Law and the others. They even carried the hopes of the Soaring Dragon Continent and Tong Tian Tower. Yu Yang also knew that he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Therefore, when faced with an extremely difficult challenge, he had to think carefully and not recklessly challenge it. If he hadn't reached the innate supremacy realm, Yu Yang might not have challenged the Desire Valley that Granny Xia had warned him about. But now he was more confident than before. He decided to return to the stairway to heaven. After discussing it with everyone, he would return alone and challenge the others. Granny Xia didn't try to persuade him any further. She continued, what's more difficult than the Desire Valley is the fifth stage, the Beast Valley. In there, any warrior who can't use their own strength must cultivate the most primitive beast, from weak to strong. If the cultivated beast dies, the challenger will be punished by the ancient code. If the beast dies more than 3 times, the challenger will be punished by the ancient code and directly turn into a beast. If the transformed beast still dies, then the challenger will be annihilated forever. It's worth noting that if the cultivated beast is not enough to leave the Beast Valley, then the challenger will be trapped in the Beast Valley for the rest of his life and become one of them. The sixth stage is the extremely difficult Demon Valley. The challenger can choose to join the Light faction to subdue 1MO, or the Dark faction to slaughter the angels. Both sides must complete different faction goals within a fixed time. The most terrifying thing about the Demon Valley is that no matter how many challengers enter, no matter whether they survive in the end, only the challenger from the victor's faction can pass the stage. The loser will stay in the Demon Valley forever, never to escape. When Granny Xia talked about the Demon Valley, her expression revealed a kind of fear. Obviously, the previous challenge had left an indelible psychological shadow. If that's the case, wouldn't there be a lot of defeated challengers staying in the Demon Valley? Shui Wuxia suddenly thought of this point. That's right. Granny Xia raised a finger. In the Demon Valley, there are more than 10% challengers. Huh? Yu Yang was shocked. He felt his scalp go numb. There were actually so many challengers trapped in the Devil's Valley. Putting aside the strength of the challengers who could pass the 4th and 5th stages, the Valley of Desire and the Valley of Beasts, just the number of challengers that made up 1/10 of the total number of challengers was enough to show how freakishly difficult the 6th stage was. Princess Sisai suppressed her shock and asked, Senior, can you tell me more about the 7th stage and beyond? Granny Xia shook her head. I have never entered the 7th stage, Life Valley. It is said that it is countless times more difficult than the 6th stage, Demon Valley. I really don't have the confidence to challenge it. Over there, the fastest person to pass was that little girl Fei Wenli. It seemed that it took her half a year to completely pass. Many experts who successfully passed the 7th stage were trapped in the 7th stage, Life Valley, forever unable to get out. Little boy, you have to think carefully. Even if you pass the 7th stage, you won't be able to leave smoothly. There are too many restrictions between the 7th stage and the 9th stage. I'm sorry, other than a small amount of information about the 7th stage, I don't have any more useful information for you, because I don't know anything about the 8th and 9th stage. Of course, after the 7th stage, it's still very far away for you. You should think about how to pass the Desire Valley and the Beast Valley first. Yu Yang nodded and thanked her again. As for the information about the 8th and 9th stage, Yu Yang didn't expect Granny Xia to have a lot of good news. Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li, who had passed the 9th stage, Yu Yang believed that she would definitely know more than Granny Xia. Moreover, with her perspective and methods, she might be able to give Yu Yang a different kind of inspiration. After returning to the Heaven Stairway, he must find a way to find time to see Queen Vivian Li. She was the one who knew the most secrets. When he was about to say goodbye to Granny Xia, Yu Yang suddenly remembered the painful mirror. He took it out and asked Granny Xia to help him see the origin of this thing. Who knew that the knowledgeable Granny Xia also shook her head, indicating that she couldn't see the secret of this thing. However, she was surprised by Yu Yang's action. She asked tentatively, "Did you go to the Earth Demon Temple?" "I remember that this painful mirror is the treasure of Duge Changfeng of the 4 families. In the past, Duge Changfeng insisted on challenging Holy Demon Venerable, but he never came back." "Is he dead?" Yu Yang shook his head. "He didn't die, he just turned into an ice sculpture. I found this thing in the Earth Demon Temple." He found out that Granny Xia still didn't know that he had killed Holy Demon Venerable, so he casually lied. This was good, he didn't have to waste time explaining how he got the power to kill Holy Demon Venerable. Granny Xia didn't think that Yu Yang, who had just become a Xiantian sovereign, would be able to kill Holy Demon Venerable. In her eyes, this kid was freakish enough. At the age of a little bean sprout, he was already a venerable Xiantian. Moreover, he was far stronger than other venerable Xiantians. There was a kind of perfect venerable Xiantian whose divine sense had just formed. Although Yu Yang's level wasn't high, as a senior, she didn't dare to look down on him. According to this potential, Yu Yang would definitely become a holy sovereign in the future, unless he died halfway. She didn't think that Yu Yang had already killed Demon Venerable Standing Ground, but she reckoned that Yu Yang was able to escape unscathed from Demon Venerable Standing Ground's attack. He might even have gotten some benefits, for example, the Mirror of Pain was his loot. The 4 families of the Heaven Realm are related to our Tong Tian Tower. Forget it, since he is not dead, you don't have to waste a lot of effort to save him. It's good to teach that arrogant kid a lesson. I don't know what this thing is, but I feel that it's a bit strange. It's best not to use it. Granny Xia was indeed an old demon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. We will be careful. Yu Yang sealed the painful mirror in the suppressing demon tower again. When he was about to leave, Granny Xia suddenly called out to the 3 of them. "You seem to be quite strong. Can you help me get a mermaid's tear? With it, I might be able to hide from the punishment of the law for a short time, and I can take a bath. At the very least, I can soak my feet, wash my hands, and wipe my face." Granny Xia made this request. "I'll try my best." Yu Yang felt that she was quite pitiful. She had been standing by the water for tens of thousands of years without taking a bath. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. Mermaid's tear was not easy to find. Otherwise, Granny Xia wouldn't have stood here waiting for it for tens of thousands of years. Granny Xia didn't know the secret of the painful mirror, but maybe Queen Vivian Li knew. At this time, Yu Yang was even more eager to see Queen Vivian Li. Before leaving the trial with Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai and using the 3-realm compass to return to the Heaven Stairway, Yu Yang first teleported back to the second pass, the Wind Valley. The battle between Lord Ling Yun and Tu Hai was over. It was a Pyrrhic victory. Tu Hai's right arm was broken, and his right leg was missing from the knee. Only half of him was left. Lord Ling Yun and the others were also injured. Seeing Yu Yang return, Lord Ling Yun secretly covered his chest. There was a bloody hole in it. If it weren't for Lord Ling Yun's strength and tenacity, he would have died a long time ago. Yu Yang could understand them. Even with the strength of the 6 of them, it was not an easy task to defeat 2 shrine elders in such a disadvantageous environment. But to Yu Yang's great surprise, Lord Ling Yun and the others did not choose to kill them. Instead, they forcibly captured Red Crane and Chi Feng. It was because of this that the 6 of them paid such a heavy price. Looking at Red Crane and Chi Feng, who were covered with cuts and bruises and looked like they were on the verge of death, Yu Yang could imagine how intense the battle before was. Yu Yang threw the 2 temple elders into the demon-subduing tower and sealed them. Then, he gave each of Lord Lingyan a high-grade martial spirit pill. Well done. However, this is just the beginning. To shake the central shrine, these 2 temple elders are just the tip of the iceberg. By the way, don't go out for the time being. There are no death warriors from the temple in the 3rd pass. I guess they have all left and are waiting outside. Hearing this, Lord Lingyan and the others' faces darkened. The 3 teams of Ba Huang, Shui Yuan, and Zhang Ge seemed to be in trouble. They had already guessed this possibility, but they didn't want to think about it before. Now they heard Yu Yang's warning. They were quite sad. If you are worried about the revenge of the temple death warriors, you can go to the Earth Demon Temple. The map is here. They should not be able to guess where you will go. Before Yu Yang finished speaking, Lord Lingyan and the others were already shocked and exclaimed, "So, you have already wiped out the Earth Demon Temple? You will know when you go and see." Yu Yang smiled, turned around, and left, leaving behind Lord Lingyan and the others who were dumbfounded like puppets. Heaven Stairway Level 5. Even the strongest Sky Execution couldn't stand and sat down tiredly while leaning on a rock. 100 meters around him, Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld, Baruth, Ha Xian and other rankers of Tong Tian Tower were lying on the ground in a mess. Under their exhaustion, they didn't care about their image anymore. Sky Wrath, Sky Calamity, Sky Crime, Sky Fury, Sky Assassinate, Sky Sword and the others in the demonic palace were so tired that they were lying on the ground, panting heavily. Only Sky Disaster was smart enough. She had begged Yu Yang to bring her into the Heaven Stairway to train with Sky Law, so she did not participate in the battle. Although it would be hard for Sky Disaster to catch up with Impatience who had advanced by leaps and bounds, she shouldn't have a problem cultivating below 5,000 steps. Old Dragon Turtle and Elder Nangong also came. If it wasn't for their help, Sky Execution and the others would have to spend more effort to kill the Temple Elder. In this kind of super-level challenge, no one could remember how long this battle took. The entire rankers of Tong Tian Tower all came out. The battle was so intense that the sun and moon lost their light. The battle was so intense that they were exhausted. This was only killing a heaven-ranked level 5 Temple Elder. If this Temple Elder was a little stronger, or if Yu Yang didn't destroy his morale, the result would have been completely different. It's too scary. Heaven-ranked level 5 is actually so powerful without the restriction of the laws. Great Demon King Baruth was still scared. How did that brat capture the Temple Elder alone? Dragon Emperor could no longer imagine Yu Yang's strength. He himself is abnormal. Emperor of the Underworld couldn't explain. What do you think? Elder Nangong asked as he healed Sky Execution. Exciting. Sky Execution replied coolly. Actually, he knew that Elder Nangong wasn't asking about his thoughts on the battle, but whether there was any possibility of improvement in his understanding of the battle. However, Sky Execution felt that this battle was really too exciting. The kind of ultimate challenge where the enemy could kill him in an instant at any time was like treading on thin ice. It was an extremely valuable experience in his life. In comparison, the battle with the Black Hell King and the Ancient Demon King was child's play. Even the invasion of the Nine Light Clan by the Heaven Queen was not as difficult as this battle. The Heaven Empress led the Nine Glory race in the invasion, and the hardest part was shouldered by Jizun, the Night Empress, and Yu Yang. Now, Jizun and Night Empress had gone to the Heaven Stairway, and Yu Yang had gone to the Heaven Realm to cultivate. That heavy burden was pressing down on them, making Sky Execution, who had become the leader, almost unable to breathe. Elder Nangong smiled. While he was ensuring everyone's safety, he took note of the process of the battle. He hoped that not only the super experts who were fighting here, but also the younger generation in the future could also gain experience from this kind of challenge, grow and improve. No one knew when Yu Yang had appeared on the battlefield. The clear voice rang out, and only then did everyone realize that he had returned. Yu Yang smiled at God's retribution. Then, he tossed the 2 shadows onto the ground. Exciting, isn't it? There was something even more exciting. These 2 are also Temple Elders, and they are even stronger than the previous temple elder. One of them is called Red Crane, and the other is called Chi Feng. They both have their own unique abilities. You guys, continue to work hard. Sky Execution was stunned. Sky Wrath and Sky Calamity were so scared that their faces turned pale. They had just killed one temple elder, and now there were two. Great Demon King Baruth knocked his head on the stone wall. He had the urge to commit suicide. Ever since he met Yu Yang, this abnormal brat, his life was over. Even Elder Nangong felt that Yu Yang's action of making two more temple elders was a little impatient. It was good to have pressure, especially this kind of pressure of death. It made it easier for people to improve. But now, no matter how great the pressure of death was, they could not force out much of their fighting power. After all, everyone was already at the limit of their limits. These two temple elders are not simple characters. In the Heaven Realm, it takes a total of 5 Heaven Stage Level 5 and 1 Peak Heaven Stage Level 4 expert to work together. They also have to pay the price of serious injuries to be able to take them down. Yu Yang revealed a smile as bright as the sun. This kind of smiling face, let alone great demon kings like Baruth and Ha-Xian, even the mature and steady Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld had the urge to beat him up. Yu Yang calmly floated in the air under everyone's murderous gazes. Before he teleported away, he left behind a sentence. By the way, let me tell you, Chi Feng and Red Crane, these two temple elders recover very quickly. At least, they are not slower than you. This bastard, I want to kill him. Baruth cursed. Damn it. Dragon Emperor also gritted his teeth in hatred. What do we do now? Sky Wrath and Sky Calamity panicked and looked at their boss, God's Retribution. Exciting. God's Retribution reacted. It was still 2 words, but it was obvious that his voice was a little trembling, completely lacking the usual coldness. The 2 dying temple elders on the ground quickly summoned their war beasts to protect their bodies and desperately absorbed the energy of the Heaven Stage Demon Core to recover. Everyone cursed again. These 2 guys still had private goods, but Yu Yang did not find them at all. Perhaps he did not find them on purpose. In any case, these 2 guys were just pretending to be dead. Although Red Crane and Chi Feng could not move a finger, they were very calm, because the group of people opposite them were also very tired. They did not know what their fate would be in the future. But one thing was for sure, the battle was unavoidable. God's Retribution took out a martial spirit pill, put it in his mouth, and slowly swallowed it. If he did not use the spirit pill now, when would he? For the time being, he did not care about breaking through. He had to recover his strength and kill these 2 temple elders first. Besides, if he could kill these 2 temple elders, it would be hard for him not to break through. Dragon Emperor, Emperor of the Underworld, and Great Demon King Baruth all took out martial spirit pills and swallowed them. No matter what, he had to make a move before Red Crane and Chi Feng recovered their strength. Otherwise, victory would be slim. This would be a competition of time and willpower, and then strength and realm, Heaven Stairway. When Yu Yang reached the bottom of the Heaven Stairway, he released all the energy in his body, including the unconscious law energy source that he did not have time to completely absorb in the Earth Demon Temple. He intended to continue to comprehend the innate sovereign realm and reach the perfect innate sovereign realm. There were 3 reasons why he did this. First, to perfect himself. Second, to give Night Empress and Jizun a signal, telling them that he had reached the innate sovereign realm. Third, he hoped that after reaching the perfect innate sovereign realm, he would be able to summon the divine grimoire that he had been unable to summon. The divine grimoire did not move before reaching the innate sovereign realm. After Yu Yang reached the innate sovereign realm, it had some kind of response. But Yu Yang still could not summon it. That feeling was like the time when he did not have enough energy to instantly summon the divine grimoire. Yu Yang was sure that he might be able to summon the divine grimoire, but the method was not right, the technique was not enough, or the energy required was too much and he could not satisfy it. Therefore, he hoped to comprehend the perfect innate sovereign realm, absorb more law energy, and accumulate more innate chi. It was not a golden giant like the card of fate, but Yu Yang's innate sovereign realm exploded, and the golden energy shot out was at least 1,000 meters high. With a nirvana flame as the core, the heavens fury fire lotus and frost snowflakes covered the sky, as if it wanted to split the sky of the heaven stairway into 2. Purple lightning and law energy surrounded the fire pillar, constantly absorbing and refining the unconscious energy source. As Yu Yang exploded, heaven runes appeared one after another. They interweaved into thousands of mysterious patterns, and together, they formed a bright and boundless ball of light core, with Yu Yang as the center, slowly rotating. At this moment, Yu Yang unconsciously released his divine sense pressure. Even the innate sovereigns and the Night Empress could feel it. A golden snake demon statue appeared on little Wen Li's body, shouting silently in Yu Yang's creation domain. Her mind resonated with Yu Yang's. Not only did she help Yu Yang absorb the power of the ancient code faster, but she also comprehended and perfected a higher realm together. How could the perfect innate sovereign realm be without her participation? It was the same for Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai. One used the divine sense domain, and the other used the saint power domain to help Yu Yang improve his power. In terms of thinking, they also used the tacit understanding of the dual cultivation, the three of them as one, to climb to a higher and more perfect innate sovereign realm together. Although the two of them were only assistants, they could also be a strong help, allowing Yu Yang to improve rapidly. In a safe place like the heaven stairway, Yu Yang did not have to worry about the safety of the surrounding environment. He could meditate without any distractions. Its brother, Yu Bing, who had a telepathic connection with Yu Yang, reacted the fastest and jumped up in surprise. Even though she could not see Yu Yang, she could easily tell that it was her brother from this familiar consciousness power. Let's go down. Yu made this decision without thinking. Quick, quick. Inan couldn't wait any longer. She and Yu Bing rushed to the steps of the heaven stairway. Even though they knew that there would be at least a few hours before they could see him, they couldn't even wait for a second. This kid is now so strong that even I feel powerless. I'm jealous. Every time he is with Xue Wuxia, he will break through and improve. Could it be that Xue Wuxia's luck is so exaggerated? It seems that the status of the first wife is really hard to shake at the moment. Impatience, who was still climbing the higher heaven stairway, stopped in her tracks in surprise. After sensing Yu Yang's energy, the women who were working hard to climb up all returned excitedly. Even Ji Zun and the Night Empress, who were currently at the highest position, looked at each other. Ji Zun pondered for a moment. She shook her head. The Night Empress did not return alone, but waited quietly, as if waiting for Ji Zun to change her mind. After a while, Ji Zun asked, "Do you think it's really possible for him to achieve the perfect innate realm?" The beautiful figure of the Night Empress swayed slightly in the starry sky domain. She seemed to raise her jade-like hand to cover her mouth and laugh. "If you are willing to help him, I can guarantee that he will succeed." Yu Yang felt that he was like a stream rushing down a snowy mountain. With the help of Xue Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and little Wen Li, he was moving forward bravely. Every second, there were new insights. In the beginning, Yu Yang thought that the insights of the Supreme Realm was the end of a realm, and before he broke through, it would be the end of his realm. But now, he soon found that the end that he originally thought was suddenly left behind. Many new things rushed to his face, making him feel a sense of urgency that he almost didn't have time to feel. Because there was no need to worry about personal safety, his whole body and mind could be immersed in the comprehension of the new realm, and there was an endless supply of will-less law energy obtained from the Earth Demon Temple. Yu Yang's progress in the realm of thinking was like a heavenly eagle spreading its wings, flying higher and higher, reaching a world that was completely unimaginable before. Of course, it was not only him who benefited, but also Xue Wuxia and Princess Sisai, who were in one with his mind. Even little Wen Li's face was shining. She showed a look of enlightenment. Obviously, she had further recovered the battle memory and realm of her previous life. They were completely unaware of the passage of time, and they were also unaware of everything that had happened in the outside world. Their four hearts were beating at the same time, flowing smoothly in the new world where energy and will interweaved. Even Yu Yang, who was in charge, did not know when this enlightenment would end, nor did he know how high they would be able to climb. He only knew one thing. It was just the beginning. The real improvement was still coming, and it was far from reaching the limit. The 1,000-meter-tall energy beam was slowly growing as the essence of Yu Yang's thoughts faded and continued to climb the new realm. The starting point of the entire heaven stairway was shrouded in this mysterious and wonderful law energy. Sickly Beauty, Yu Yu, and Bao Er, who returned from the top of the heaven stairway, were the first to arrive. Because they were afraid that they would affect Yu Yang, they all forcibly suppressed their excitement and looked from afar, not daring to approach. Yu Bing and Anan returned from the higher stairway, overtaking Lu Yi, Xia, and Aquamarine. They were the second batch to reach the foot of the stairway. Unlike Yu Bing had a telepathic connection with her brother. He couldn't help it. She was completely unaware of Yu Yu's attempts to stop her. She ran towards Yu Yang and quickly merged into the world of his thoughts. She used her unique insights to assist her brother and contributed her meager but indispensable strength. Bing Er also went there. Is it really okay? Yu Yu was very worried that her sister would affect Yu Yang's practice. Not only is there no problem, it seems to be even more helpful. Sickly Beauty made an accurate judgment. Then, what should we do? Lu Yi and the others also rushed over. They also wanted to help Yu Yang, but they were worried that they wouldn't be able to merge as tacitly as Yu Bing. One must know that Yu Bing and Yu Yang shared the Gemini talent and mind talent. Usually, they could communicate with each other spiritually at any time, so there was absolutely no problem with their tacit understanding. They didn't know if their intrusion would be helpful to Yu Yang, so they were hesitant. Even Sickly Beauty, who understood Yu Yang the most, looked at Anan cautiously. Anan shared the spirit mirror talent with Yu Yang, Yu Bing, and Shui Wuxia in the Virgo temple of the Zodiac. Coupled with the official body fusion cultivation as husband and wife, their tacit understanding was not inferior to Yu Bing's. Anan was a little at a loss for what to do with everyone's help. She had a desire to merge into the energy field as soon as possible, but she wasn't sure if others could do it like her. While she was hesitating, the Southern Demon King, Drunken Cat, and Sky Disaster rushed over. The Southern Demon King, who had long been in the top position in the Eastern Goblin tribe, controlled countless territories, and even became an overlord, was more decisive than an ordinary person. She suggested to let Anan, Lu Yi, and other girls with tacit understanding or pure hearts try to merge first, to see if they could help Yu Yang more. Hai Inggu Aquamarine, who was already the Ocean Empress, and Sky Disaster, who cultivated in the demonic palace and was knowledgeable, also expressed their support. In the end, Anan and Lu Yi carried everyone's hope. They calmed their minds and slowly entered the meditation energy field with Yu Yang as the center. They merged without any resistance. This was a good reaction, and everyone cheered. But even so, they still remained cautious, and let Sickly Beauty and Yu Yu step into the energy field, to see if there was any possibility of repulsion. Actually, their worries were a little unnecessary. The current Yu Yang, not only would he not reject their mind merging, he welcomed it very much. Everyone's addition, to him, was a different kind of help. If the current Yu Yang's mind was like a river, then everyone's mental help after merging would be like small streams. Although they couldn't compare to him, when combined, it was very impressive. And in this process of merging, not only did it nurture Yu Yang, but it also improved them at the same time. Giant Lowly, Red, Aman, Duo, and IKA, who were stronger and trained in the higher heaven stairway space, were madly rushing down. Night Empress and Jizun returned from the highest space. The distance between them was quickly closing. It wouldn't be long before he surpassed them. Impatience couldn't wait to overtake them and catch up with Raging Flame and Spirit of Heaven Fire. The War God Guard Sisters and Hornless Dragon Jiangying were on their way back. Seeing Impatience's anxiousness, they also followed closely, leaving Raging Flame and Spirit of Heaven Fire behind, constantly widening the distance between them. I, a Heaven Stage Level 6, am actually so weak. Captain Raging Flame sighed helplessly. Spirit of Heaven Fire didn't have great wisdom, but she could understand the desire to integrate into the energy field as soon as possible and help her master. Raging Flame gritted her teeth and followed closely behind her. If she couldn't catch up with the War God Guard Sisters, Jiangying and Sky Law, Raging Flame would accept it. But if she couldn't even catch up with Spirit of Heaven Fire, she wouldn't be able to forgive herself. Time passed minute by minute. Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours. If he hadn't obtained Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge before, Yu Yang definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand the fusion of so many different consciousnesses. But now, he felt that he was like a great river. No matter how many streams joined in, it wouldn't be a burden, nor would it exceed the limits of what he could bear. On the contrary, it was a kind of strengthening, making him more powerful and tolerant. Everyone had a different perception of everything and every battle. Yu Yang had never thought that one day, he would be able to obtain the experience of so many people at the same time. This fusion of different perspectives and different thoughts was extremely rich. Although it wasn't higher than Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge, it was definitely more complex, more diverse, and more exquisite. Using everyone's help, Yu Yang strengthened himself as much as he could every minute and second. While he was assimilating everything, he continued to surpass himself at the same time. On one hand, he opened up new realms, and on the other hand, he comprehended the knowledge inheritance that Sis Xinjiang had left behind. It could be said that the current him was killing many birds with one stone. This kind of cultivation was something he had never thought of before. It was also unimaginable to everyone. It was completely a kind of coincidence, a kind of fortune, a kind of special cultivation that was born because of the maturity of the opportunity. It was unique, and no one could replicate it. No one could be like Yu Yang, who could completely accommodate everyone's thoughts. No one could be like him, who could allow so many people to help him unreservedly. No one could be like Sister Xinjiang's inheritance of knowledge, the source of unconscious law energy, and the tacit fusion of mind and spirit. This kind of opportunity couldn't be replicated by any human or material resources. This was definitely the first time in history, and it was also the only time in history. When Impatience and the others rushed back, Yu Yang realized that his help had become even greater. If he was originally a surging stream, then after obtaining the help of Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai, he became a small, fast-flowing river. With the addition of Yu Bing and Yu Yang's speed of leveling up had turned into a wide river. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the others joined in, Yu Yang's power surged like a raging river. His power was boundless, and his momentum was ferocious. Jizun and Night Empress arrived and looked at everything in front of them in surprise. All of this was far beyond their imagination. While they were quietly watching, Red, Aman, Duo, Ikaka and the others rushed in. When the giant Loli rushed into the energy field, the energy pillar in the sky had actually risen to more than 2,000 meters, which made Jizun and Night Empress awestruck. No one had ever tried to cultivate like this, and no one knew that this cultivation would succeed. However, Night Empress and Jizun were now sure. This time, Yu Yang would definitely succeed, but it was still unknown what realm he could reach with everyone's help. After another half an hour, Captain Raging Flames and Spirit of Heaven Fire joined in. Yu Yang had been meditating with everyone's help for 3 hours. In a sense, the energy pillar that represented the realm had risen to more than 2,300 meters. Moreover, it did not stop completely, but slowly increased. This should be the will of the heavens. Since the heavens favor him so much, let's help him. Night Empress's voice sounded. She was actually not worried that Jizun would not help. For Yu Yang, Jizun was more concerned about him than she was. It was just that with Jizun's face, if she did not find an excuse of the will of the heavens, it would be a little embarrassing to face Shui Wuxia and the others in the future. After all, to integrate into the energy field, everyone had to open their hearts and minds and fully support Yu Yang. Some of the more personal secrets might not be kept. Jizun nodded slightly and no longer watched. She knew that if she and Night Empress joined in, the energy pillar that represented Yu Yang's realm and potential would at least be able to break through 3,000 meters. This was extremely beneficial to him. One must know that the higher one went, the more difficult it would be. Every 100 meters was a completely different realm. Moreover, joining in to assist him would also be beneficial to her. Although he had obtained the highest level of improvement, wouldn't they also benefit from comprehending the new realm together? When Night Empress and Jizun arrived one after the other, they reached out their hands and pressed on Yu Yang's body. Yu Yang's body shook, and a huge energy burst out from his body. The entire energy field instantly had an even more brilliant and gorgeous halo, shaped like a rainbow, surrounding the outside. The energy pillar rose hundreds of meters and easily broke through 3,000 meters. If Yu Yang's previous improvement was like an unstoppable river, then the assistance of Night Empress and Jizun was like 2 huge lakes. The endless energy and the realm that far exceeded Yu Yang's brought him an impact that was completely indescribable. Another hour passed, and Yu Yang was still unable to fully comprehend the new realm brought by Jizun and Night Empress. Especially Jizun. He felt that he almost didn't need to walk to move forward, it was completely her dragging him to fly forward. That kind of speed was even faster than flying. Not only him, Shui Wuxia and the others also felt the same way. In the energy field, everyone shared each other's everything. Everyone obtained new knowledge from others through Yu Yang and improved themselves through Yu Yang. Every moment, everyone was in the process of sublimation. After an unknown amount of time, just when Yu Yang and Jizun thought that they had already reached the final realm, the energy pillar slowly stopped rising. In the sky, the clear cry of the phoenix resounded through the clouds. Qilin girl Bing Yin jumped out and directly jumped onto Yu Yang's back. With a little bit of mischievous consciousness, she instantly communicated with everyone. Her appearance made Shui Wuxia and the others very surprised. One must know that this Qilin girl was not a simple character. Usually, she would not come out no matter how many people called her. In addition, there were two new consciousnesses that only Jizun and Night Empress could barely sense, but they were focused on Yu Yang's body. Others knew that there was something wrong, but they could not sense the existence of this energy. Jizun felt a shock in her heart. She originally thought that she had already reached the ultimate realm, but it was shattered. All of a sudden, a new and endless mysterious world appeared. She felt as if there was a sword passing through her body and piercing between Yu Yang's eyebrows. This sword not only pierced through the highest realm created by Yu Yang and herself, but also pierced the sky. No, it was not the sky. It was the world of laws of the entire world tree. Who was it, who broke the limit of the realm? Who connected the entire heaven stairway world with sword energy? Before Jizun could think about it, she suddenly discovered that the laws of the entire world tree were magically connected with Yu Yang. The unconscious law energy source that had been absorbed by Yu Yang had now been replaced. The vast law energy, like the sea, instantly rushed into the energy field and rushed into Yu Yang's body. At this moment, Yu Yang had an illusion that he was at the center of the big universe explosion. With the explosion, his soul expanded endlessly. The weakest Bower, Xiaxia, and Yu fainted in less than a second, and their souls automatically escaped from the shock of this cosmic explosion. Yu Bing and Anan persisted for 3 seconds. Red and Aman, as divine envoys and divine generals, also reached the limit in 5 seconds. Impatience, Fallen Flowers, and Princess Sisai clenched their teeth and persisted for 7 seconds. In the end, they fell to the ground. Only Shui Wuxia held on with her divine sense domain for 10 seconds. The Night Empress, whose strength was far above everyone else, could only hold on for 30 seconds. Only Jizun could hold on for a minute. In the end, she fainted at the same time as Yu Yang, and their minds were always in sync. Before losing consciousness, Jizun seemed to see a 10-meter-long and incomparably brilliant grimoire shining in front of her. Is it a grimoire? She could no longer think. She fell down, lying on Yu Yang's body, and fell into a deep sleep. When Lu Yu woke up, she felt as if she had been in the dream for thousands of years. An indescribable realm, knowledge, and energy filled her whole heart like an ocean. It was so full that it seemed to overflow at any time. She knew that if it wasn't for her realm being insufficient and unable to accommodate more, the thing she gained in the dream would be more than 10,000 times more than now. That kind of endless world was brought to her by Yu Yang, and everyone had different degrees of comprehension. Lu Yi had never thought that in this world, there was actually such an unimaginably vast and limitless existence like the universe. Master, Lu Yi sat up and anxiously wanted to see if anything had happened to Yu Yang. She wasn't sure if it would affect her master when she lost control and fainted. You're awake? Sickly Beauty appeared in front of Lu Yi and handed her a glass of water with her soft jade hand. Your potential is really good. You slept for 3 days. 3 days? Lu Yi didn't understand what her sleeping for 3 days had to do with her potential, but she had always respected Sickly Beauty, Mistress Wuhan. Lu Yi subconsciously took the cup and asked inexplicably, I was unconscious for 3 days? Yes, the more you gain in the new realm, the more time your body needs to adjust and adapt. You slept for 3 days, and the longer the adjustment time, it proves that you have gained more. You know, Bao and Xianu woke up the fastest, only 1 day. Yu, Xiaxia, and I all took about 2 days. This can prove that you have more potential than the few of us. When Sickly Beauty took back Lu Ye's cup, Lu Yu was surprised to find that on her finger, there was a strand of crystal clear energy that was almost invisible to the naked eye, wrapped around her finger. In an instant, Lu Yi felt that her heart seemed to have opened, and she could directly talk to Mistress Wuhan in her heart. What is this? Lu Yi found that there was also this kind of energy filament between her fingers, but it was not the same as the energy filament of sickly beauty. A knot in my heart. Sickly beauty smiled as she gently stroked the hair on her forehead. After the training of mind and soul fusion, each of us obtained this special mind skill. You and I decided to call it the heart connection knot. Although the form is different for everyone, it can indeed be used to communicate with the soul. Spiritual energy? Lu Yi was pleasantly surprised to find that this kind of energy could not be stopped by anything and could only be controlled by her own will. Look. Sickly beauty did not reply. Instead, she pointed her finger into the distance. Lu Yi looked up and realized that the energy field of Yu Yang's creation domain was still gathering and not dissipating. She was still enveloped within it. The entire energy field was filled with all sorts of extremely beautiful spirit energy ribbons. They were of different shapes, yet each had their own characteristics. Some were large, some were small, some were like flowers, and some were like ribbons. They interweaved together to form numerous extremely profound heart-linking patterns. Yu Bing, Anan, and the others were still in a deep sleep. Most of them were lying on the ground, unconscious. They were still immersed in the energy field. Their bodies also made different degrees of adjustments due to the breakthrough of the new realm. Lu Yi saw that the Night Empress's heart connection knot was the most beautiful. It was like one star after another, connected by starlight. The interwoven pattern was also the most gorgeous among the crowd. The bright and shining brilliance was simply too much for her to take in. As for Jizun's heart connection knot, the sword light soared into the sky. It was so cold that no one could look directly at it. Even if it was an unconscious spirit energy, no one dared to have any blasphemous thoughts. Jizun's heart connection knot was also the only unique existence with a huge image protection. That spirit image was very similar to her, but it was sitting cross-legged with its palms clasped and eyes closed. It had a little more divine power and a little less of an ordinary woman's gentleness. When Lu Yi saw it, her soul shook, and she couldn't help but give birth to a kind of worship and respect. She didn't know what the image in the middle of Jizun's heart connection knot represented, but the most intuitive telepathy was that it was a sacred existence. Unlike Jizun, Yu Yang did not have a heart connection knot, nor did he have any image protection. He was lying in the center of everyone. His entire body emitted a kind of vast energy that was as boundless as the galaxy in the universe. It was constantly supplied to the people who were still sleeping, so that they could adapt to the adjustment of their bodies after breaking through to the new realm faster. When Lu Yi saw Yu Yang's sleeping appearance, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve slightly. She was very amused, but she restrained herself and didn't laugh out loud. Yu Yang's grimoire had changed a lot. It was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. The runes on it were shining, and the unique world was also constantly absorbing energy. Seeing this, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel happy for Yu Yang. She used to hear Yu Yang often complain about the slow advancement of his grimoire. He was almost promoted to a diamond grimoire, but he just didn't advance. Now her master should be able to rest assured. How could his grimoire not be a diamond grimoire? It seemed that after advancing to a diamond grimoire, it was a little different. However, he was her master anyway, anything could happen. Lu Yi didn't investigate too much about the changes in Yu Yang's grimoire. While being gently helped up by sickly beauty, Lu Yi looked back at Shui Wuxia. She realized that this Miss Shui of the Shui family was indeed the first mistress. Among the heart-linking knots that entangled Yu Yang's body, Shui Wuxia's heart-linking knot was the most beautiful and the most wonderful. It was completely composed of runes. The runes that kept rotating were all variations of ancient runes. Lu Yi didn't recognize any of them. However, she had a telepathic feeling, those runes must be the secret words that Mistress Wuxia told her master. It was estimated that only her master alone could understand its meaning. With this heart-linking knot, her master would never mistake Mistress Wuxia. No one would be able to imitate her. You also have your unique specialty. Your purity, your kindness, and your courage to overcome all obstacles are irreplaceable. Sickly Beauty's heart-linking knot was still connected to Lu Ye's heart-linking knot. She naturally knew Lu Ye's current thoughts and comforted her softly. Yes, thank you, mistress. Lu Ye's jade face blushed. Was this Mistress Wu Hen's acceptance? She didn't dare to think too much and hurriedly put away the heart-linking knot, for fear that sickly beauty would read her shy heart. How could sickly beauty not know Lu Ye's thoughts? She just didn't want to expose her. She gently patted Lu Ye's pink little face and said, "Go take a bath, Bao Er, and the others are playing at the hot spring. Don't worry about training, let's wait for Yu Yang to wake up first." Lu Yi nodded obediently. However, before leaving, she couldn't help but turn back and sneak another glance at him. When she flew up, she was about to step forward according to the flying dance steps taught by Yu Yang, but she was surprised to find that her body was 100 times lighter than usual. As soon as she soared into the air, she could move at will. She didn't need to control her body like usual. Energy automatically flowed through her body, and the distance of a kilometer could be covered in just a thought. It was no worse than riding the perforate deer or the synchronized teleportation of unity of spirit and God. There was an illusion that the sky seemed to have become shorter and the world became smaller. Lu Yi was shocked and landed in the hot spring 10 kilometers away. She originally estimated that it would take at least a minute to arrive, but now, it only took 10 seconds. If she rode the perforate deer or used teleportation, it would probably be faster. It was not teleportation, but pure flight. The void strolled, but it was better than usual. What happened to her body? A naked and tender body threw itself into Lu Ye's arms. Bao'er's clear voice rang intimately in her ear, "Sister Lu Yi is so beautiful. Bao'er also wants to be a goddess, but unfortunately, I'm still lacking." "Who asked you to not train seriously? Xianxia is much stronger than you." Xiaoyu was bubbling in the hot spring. "No, Xianxia doesn't need to become a god's messenger, I just need to be by master's side." The half-elf slave shyly hid in the hot spring, only revealing a small head. However, the huge and plump weapon couldn't be hidden at all. It was looming in the water, making Lu Yi feel inferior. Although she was used to seeing it, now it seemed that when the half-elf slave's weapon was exposed, she really realized how powerful it was, and how shocking it was. What god's messenger? Lu Yi subconsciously wanted to ask what Xianxia ate to develop like this, but she quickly swallowed the words back. In fact, it was okay here. Compared to Bao Er's young girl's delicate body, and Xia Yi, who always hated flat breasts, Lu Yi wouldn't feel too inferior in her heart. Xianxia was an exception, and she couldn't be compared to her. Except for Sky Law, no one could compare. Xia Yi threw a mirror to Lu Yi. Lu Yi looked at it and exclaimed, "This is me?" The person in the mirror, Lu Yi had a kind of shock that she couldn't recognize. The holy and beautiful appearance showed a slight surprise. Whether it was the supreme will flashing in the pupils or the god's messenger mark inlaid like a diamond on the forehead, it all reflected that the owner of this mirror was a strong person who was promoted to God's messenger. How is it possible? I have just surpassed the innate realm, and the innate supreme realm is still far away. How can I become a God's messenger? Did the mirror make a mistake? Yu appeared behind Lu Yi. Her body exuded a burst of slightly intoxicating virgin fragrance. Even Lu Yi, who was shocked, could easily smell it. Lu Yi was shocked to find that Yu's body had undergone some strange changes, but she didn't understand what it was. Not only Yu, but also the previous sickly beauty, Bao Er, Xianxia, and Xia Yi. In front of her, all had new changes, which made Lu Yi feel like a dream. Am I still in a dream? Don't doubt it, this is just one of the many gains we got from Xiao San, Jizun, and Night Empress. I believe that there are more abilities waiting for us to unlock. Lu Yi, don't be nervous, just hide the God's messenger mark. In fact, we can't be regarded as God's messengers yet. Our realm was brought by Jizun and the guidance of countless seniors in the World Tree Heaven Stairway. If we can't reach the God's messenger realm, then it's too bad. But we have only reached the realm, and our real strength is far from enough. If it's like Xiao San's usual example, we now have flying war beasts, but we can't ride them, we can't fly into the sky, and we have to look up at the sky from the ground. As long as we continue to cultivate, we can at least reach the realm we have now. We don't need to worry about potential or bottlenecks, because Xiao San and Jizun have already helped us. What we have to do is to try our best not to cause trouble for him, so that he can focus more on improving. Yu reached out and gently hugged Lu Ye's shoulder, patiently explaining to her who had just woken up. Yes, I will definitely do my best. The half-elf slave clenched her fist and stood up from the hot spring. Wow, so white, so big. Bauer exclaimed. Everyone was stunned when they saw it. It took a long time for them to react. Yu Yu and Lu Yi looked away, while Xiaoyi punched Bauer on the head. What a fool, where are you looking at? Don't you have one yourself? The half-elf slave was greatly embarrassed. She covered her face with her hands and quickly squatted down. She hid in the water like a quail, only daring to show up above her small nose. In order to cover up her gaffe just now, Lu Yi quickly took off her clothes and slid into the hot spring. On the side, Yu Yu, who was about to go into the water, inadvertently glanced at Lu Yi's chest. Suddenly, her whole body froze. They were dumbfounded. What's wrong? After Lu Yi went into the water, she found that Yu Yu's expression was strange. She was shocked and thought that something was wrong with her. It's nothing. Yu Yu came back to her senses and waved her hand. Sister Lu Yi, your golden lock is so beautiful. Bao Er swam over and found the rune golden lock on Lu Yi's chest. Her eyes lit up. My master gave it to me. If she didn't say that I can't lose it, it doesn't matter if I give it to you. Lu Yi covered the snow mound on her chest with one hand and carefully took out the rune golden lock with the other hand. Bao Er looked closer with a little curiosity. She didn't know many heaven runes. Naturally, she couldn't understand the rune array on this rune golden lock. Xiaoyi was silent. She was not interested in the rune golden lock. However, Yu Yu's surprised expression just now made her feel that there must be some connection between the two. However, it was none of her business, so she didn't need to pursue too much. The careful half-elf slave secretly glanced at Yu Yu. Although Yu Yu had regained her calm on the surface, her heart was actually like a tsunami, churning non-stop. Lu Yi also had this rune golden lock. What did this mean? Was she her sister? Was she also a descendant of the Yu clan? What made Yu Yu's mind most confused was the completely different information she got from her father and fifth grandfather. According to what they said, the one who was born on the battlefield that year was very likely Lu Yi. Because only she had the cleansing inherent skill, could dispel the demon clan, and could save her father and the others who were surrounded by the demon clan. Because he was worried about the pursuers, her father did not leave the newborn baby behind. The baby was taken away by his comrades. Her father stayed behind and was eventually captured. Later, he was rescued by the demon clan countess and escaped back. What was the truth of that year's matter? Her father had died in the battle, so there was no way to investigate. However, she deduced from the many clues. She was very likely to be a substitute that was brought back. Yu Yu was afraid that the tears in her eyes would be discovered by everyone, so she dived deep into the bottom of the hot spring. Like a mermaid, she sat on a rock and borrowed this oppressive and breathless space to release the pressure in her heart and calm the chaos in her heart. Only in this kind of place where no one could see could his heart find a trace of peace. How would he face Xiaosan in the future? If he found out that she wasn't his sister, would he still be like this? Could she still look after him, help him in the laboratory, and take care of him in every possible way? What would others think of him if he told others about this? If he found out the truth, how sad would Lu Yi be? Lu Yi, she was so kind and pure. Her love was tied to little San, her master. If she knew the truth, would Lu Yi commit suicide? However, if this matter was not spoken of, what would happen if Lu Yi found out about it in the future? Perhaps it would be even more painful. Even if he didn't say anything, how long could he hide this matter? Father was gone, grandfather and fifth grandfather must know the truth. If Lu Yi wanted to marry Xiaosan and they came out to stop it, what should he do? Could it be that he had to tell the truth about Xiaosan's identity? If grandfather and fifth grandfather knew that Xiaosan only inherited the title of third uncle and was just a life created by Sister Xianxia on the Divine Hope flower tree, it would probably hurt more people's hearts. Xianxia would also not agree to him saying it. This was not only about Xiaosan, but also being heir and Shuang heir. What should he do? Should he pursue this matter to the end? The truth was a kind of harm to himself. It was also a blow to Lu Yi, grandfather, and fifth grandfather. It was also an extremely cruel truth to Xiaosan, being heir, and Shuang heir. What should he do? Yu Yu's thoughts became more and more chaotic. There was a kind of contradiction between advancing and retreating. She would rather she had never seen the golden rune lock on Lu Ye's neck and never knew the truth. At least in that way, she could still maintain the status quo and continue to live in a muddle in the future without worrying about reality. Under the hot spring, in the midst of almost suffocating thinking, Yu, who had a headache, suddenly felt that there was a trace of calmness in her mind. She didn't know when the beast tide came out automatically and gave her a thought. In the past, the tide did not have a human form and had no intelligence. When Yu broke through and was promoted to the divine envoy realm in Yu Yang's energy field, it also evolved in the endless law energy. Unknowingly, it evolved into a human form and also had intelligence. Perhaps because of the awakening in that realm, although its intelligence was at the primary level, it was surprisingly familiar with human nature. As a quasi-holy beast, she knew how to take care of her master. Although she couldn't understand her master's troubles, she naturally chose to share when she saw her master's repressed pain. She also isolated the surrounding water so that her master would not suffocate. Seeing the tide, who looked 70 to 80% similar to herself but looked like a water child, Yu couldn't help but reach out and caress her. "Thank you, I'm fine. Just let me calm down." The tide didn't speak and sat quietly beside Yu. She didn't know how to comfort her master and could only accompany her quietly. Yu saw that she was worried about her, and her mind suddenly became strong. Whether Lu Yi was her biological sister or not, or she was the real third miss of the Yu family, she was just a substitute. These were not reasons for her to avoid it in her heart. A long time ago, she swore to little San that she would take care of him for a lifetime. This matter couldn't be an obstacle. Untie this knot in her heart. No matter what the truth was, no matter what the world thought, she must stay by little San's side, support him, and take care of him. Thinking of this, Yu stood up, reached out and gently stroked the head of the tide. There was a kind of firmness in her eyes that was usually not there. She swam out of the hot spring and floated away under the strange gazes of Xiaoyi and the others. Returning to the energy field, she saw that Yu Yang was still asleep, and Sickly Beauty was waiting quietly outside, looking after him. Yu nodded to her. "Little San hasn't woken up yet. It's enough for you to look after him here. I want to take advantage of this period of time to go to the heaven stairway to gain experience and see if I can integrate the perception of the new realm and improve myself as soon as possible." Sickly Beauty was stunned at first. Yu was usually not interested in practicing. What was wrong with her today? However, she didn't ask further. She just nodded. "Don't worry, I will stay here all the time. You work hard first. When he wakes up, I will catch up with him." Yu hugged her gently. Her wings spread out the angel's blade, and she soared into the sky. Yu didn't know how to deal with the problems of reality. She had already given up on those, and instead, she doubled down on her beliefs. If she stayed by Yu Yang's side, she would be able to help him in all aspects. Thus, Yu hoped that before he woke up, she would be able to gain experience and level up. This way, she would be able to truly help him and not cause him trouble. Of course, this could also temporarily calm the chaos in her mind. Putting aside everything, she cultivated and improved. Yu embarked on the Heaven Stairway's cultivation path again. She had never been so focused before. In the past, she didn't like to fight and had a peaceful temperament. She didn't have a high desire for cultivation and improvement, and she mostly let nature take its course. Now, with a determination and desire that she had never had before, she transformed it into her motivation to move forward. Heaven Stairway's 1,000 steps, 1,500 steps, 2,500 steps, 3,000 steps. Yu never thought that she could rush to the height of 3,000 steps in one go. Facing the energy shadow fire spirit king of the 3,000 steps test, with its super powerful protection, Yu welcomed it without fear. With an explosive fighting spirit that she had never seen before, she waved the angel's blade. 1 day passed. 10 days passed. Half a month later, when Sickly Beauty saw the awakened Night Empress, she slowly walked out and suddenly sensed an indescribable vast energy rising into the sky from somewhere in the sky. Compared to Red's promotion to Oracle, Aman's promotion to Divine General after inheriting the 5 elements pillar's divine power was no weaker. This vast energy didn't have a trace of hostility. It was as gentle as a lake or as calm as the sea. The feeling of being born at that moment was like seeing a waterfall falling from the sky and hanging on the surface of the lake. It was clearly 1,000 feet of flowing water, but it didn't cause a single ripple. It completely turned into a gentle drizzle. Despite being in an extremely high space, Sickly Beauty could still clearly sense it. She even had a wonderful feeling of reading the other party's mood. It's Yu. She has been promoted to a real oracle. Night Empress stood beside Sickly Beauty, and the starlight domain was even more dazzling. Her beautiful figure looked up at the sky, and her heavenly voice sounded softly. She has already been promoted to the oracle realm before being an innate sovereign? Yu Yang has added another miracle to this world. Although it is a miracle, it seems that Yu has really worked hard. I thought that it would take a long time for her to be promoted to the real oracle realm. I didn't expect her to be ahead of all of you. She has always been working hard. Sickly Beauty smiled when she heard this. There was a little pride in her smile because she was the one who understood Yu the most. Heaven Stairway 5,000 Steps. After the 10th unswerving challenge, Yu finally defeated the Guardian Sea Spirit King of the 5,000th step and obtained the highest recognition of the 5,000 steps rule energy. She seemed to be able to see the predecessor who left an energy shadow on the 5,000th step. At the same time that she was promoted to an oracle by integrating the rule energy she left behind, the Sea Spirit King also merged with the tide, changed and became a Diamond Level 5 Tsunami Witch, Diamond Level 5, Humanoid Elemental Warbeast, Guardian Warbeast, imitates the Master's appearance, Elemental Form, Special Skill Tsunami, Spring, Sky, Waterfall, Dark Tide, Whirlpool, Spirit and Master unite. When Yu walked out of the energy pillar of promotion, there were 2 tears of joy on her cheeks. The Tsunami Witch, who was 90% similar to her, was no longer a child. She had grown to the appearance of 14 or 15 years old. Although immature, her slightly immature elemental body and appearance made people feel as if they were looking at Yu's sister. It was very easy to have an illusion. The Tsunami Witch half knelt on the ground to welcome her master. She, who had been promoted to a holy beast, had already learned elegant etiquette from her master's sharing of wisdom. Yu gently hugged the Tsunami Witch, as if she was hugging a sister to welcome her. Then, the Tsunami Witch turned into an energy form. She merged into Yu's body. The spirit and master unite allowed the Tsunami Witch to learn, imitate, and sense everything about her master at all times, allowing her to grow under the influence of her master. Similarly, she could also provide more convenient help to her master in life or in battle. Yu returned to the Heaven Stairway. Sickly Beauty and the others were all at the foot of the mountain to welcome her. She hugged everyone one by one. After a period of hard training, Yu was already very different from before. The current her was not only stronger, but she had also completely untied the knot in her heart that had been entangled for a long time. When Yu hugged Lu Yi, she gently blessed her in her ear, "Lu Yi, you have to work hard too." It was impossible for Lu Yi to understand the meaning behind Yu's words. She only treated it as an ordinary encouragement. No one knew the truth, including Lu Yi, who was the last to hug. Only Sickly Beauty, who understood Yu the most. Only she could guess a little. Yu smiled. I haven't seen you smile so comfortably for a long time. Sickly Beauty looked at Yu and said with a double meaning. Not only me, everyone should smile more. Yu replied with a smile. Her red lips and white teeth looked especially amiable today, like a gentle breeze that gently brushed past everyone's heart. When Yu Yang woke up, he found himself lying on the ground. There was a dull pain in his body. That kind of pain was the same as the soreness caused by breaking through too fast at certain times, and the body could not fully adapt to it, but it was more serious. How long have I been lying down? Yu Yang's heart moved, and just as he was about to sit up, he suddenly realized that Jizun was lying on his chest. An indescribable virgin fragrance filled his lungs, and her soft and wonderful body was pressed against him. She, who was sleeping with her face turned sideways, seemed to be still in a dream. Usually, he was used to seeing Jizun's sternness, seeing her smile, and seeing her anger, but he had never seen Jizun at such a close distance, and had never seen her sleeping sweetly. At this time, she was indeed very different from usual. For a moment, Yu Yang forgot her identity. He suddenly wanted to reach out and touch her face gently. He couldn't tell what kind of mentality it was, but this action was completely from the bottom of his heart. Perhaps, it was the attraction of his soul. With a slight movement, Yu Yang found that his right hand was pressed down by Jizun's arm, and he couldn't move at all. If he pulled away a little forcefully, Jizun would probably wake up. Forget it, don't I still have my left hand? Yu Yang tried to control his left hand, and suddenly he was shocked again. He didn't know when his left hand was hugging Jizun's slender waist. Did I keep hugging her to sleep? This gave Yu Yang a big shock. If Jizun knew about this, it would probably be a light punishment. Yu Yang knew that the difficulty of defeating Jizun was even more difficult than defeating the three great leaders of the Heaven Realm and even more difficult than conquering the central shrine. If he made a move too recklessly now, it would easily make her dislike him and increase the difficulty of conquering her. Although Yu Yang had long been determined to take down the strongest Jizun, it was still too early to say anything now. Without enough strength, without her approval, it would be impossible to topple the current #1 person in Tongtian Tower for the time being. She wouldn't know if she was asleep. If it was just a touch, there was an evil demon in Yu Yang's heart that kept tempting him. Just a touch. She definitely wouldn't know. This was the best opportunity. Nervously swallowing his saliva, Yu Yang encouraged himself again and again. In the end, he mustered up his courage. If he was going to die, then so be it. Even if she accidentally broke his finger, he would accept it. Opportunity knocks but once. His left hand slowly moved downwards. Yu Yang's left hand was trembling slightly because he was too nervous and had an indescribable excitement in his heart. It's here, it's almost there. When Yu Yang's trembling left hand touched a beautiful and round arc, Jizun's eyes suddenly opened and glared at Yu Yang. He was so scared that his heart almost jumped out. What do you think about all day long? Jizun did not speak, but her stern will directly penetrated Yu Yang's mind. I'm not thinking about anything. Yu Yang hurriedly pretended to be an obedient child. Fortunately, there were no lewd thoughts in his mind, otherwise, she would have seen through him. That's not right. Yu Yang found that he did not speak, and Jizun did not speak either. How did she enter his mind with her will? And this was not an invasion, but a kind of spiritual resonance, as if the two of them were born to be able to talk to each other in their hearts. What happened? Keep your mind empty and forbid any thoughts. Jizun's position on Yu Yang's chest remained the same. Maybe she had just woken up mentally, and it would take some time for her to really recover and take over the body. Yu Yang was a little regretful. If he wasn't so nervous just now and reached out a little faster, he would have touched it. He missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He didn't know when the next time would be. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Under Jizun's gaze, Yu Yang quickly calmed his mind and returned to the state of emptiness. He didn't know if Jizun's request was to take the opportunity to not let him see her disheveled appearance, or if she wanted to punish him. Forget it, although I didn't feel it clearly, at least I touched it a little. It feels really good, even if I have to suffer a little punishment, it's not a loss. A few thoughts flashed through his mind, and Yu Yang gradually fell into the state of emptiness and completely calmed down. The energy on Jizun's body erupted. It rushed out from the vast energy field around Yu Yang's body, and the energy beam reached the sky, reaching hundreds of meters high. It was extremely resounding and instantly reversed. It was projected on the head of the holy image that was similar to the image of Jizun. The holy image became even more brilliant, and behind the head, a rainbow-like light wheel flashed. On the palms of the holy image, countless golden energy emerged and transformed into different but mysterious divine swords. They automatically rotated in the light wheel, forming a new circle of swords. The holy image guardian that was similar to Jizun suddenly opened its eyes. The world was filled with light in an instant. Even the women who were climbing the heaven stairway were shocked to find that the entire heaven stairway world had turned into a world of light. Jizun grabbed Yu Yang's left hand and gently scratched it with her fingers. Yu Yang's palm split open. Blood splashed out. Jizun's jade-like wrist turned half a circle, slender as the moon, and gently guided. The blood that splashed out formed a strange blood hexagram imprinted on Jizun's forehead. At the same time as the blood hexagram was imprinted on Jizun's forehead, her fragrant body leaned forward, and her face touched Yu Yang's face, and their foreheads were tightly pressed together. Yu Yang maintained his ethereal consciousness, and in an instant, he was led by Jizun's supreme will and flew into a wonderful and indescribable spiritual space. There, Jizun's soul and Yu Yang's soul merged into one, completing the previous soul contract between Queen Vivian Li and Yu Yang. Of course, the soul contract had another name in the heaven realm, and that was divine contract. In the process of completing the soul contract, Yu Yang sensed Jizun's realm and many secrets that she didn't know. Similarly, Jizun also shared many of Yu Yang's inner secrets. Other than the secrets of the heavenly sword goddess and crossing over, which even Queen Vivian Li couldn't share, many of Yu Yang's habits and secrets in life were already revealed to the current Jizun. Because there was no need to worry that Yu Yang's realm wasn't high enough to bear it, and Jizun didn't hold back during the soul contract, Yu Yang and Jizun both obtained more personal secrets than the soul contract between Fei Wenli and Yu Yang. Even the knowledge inheritance that Sister Xianxia gave to Yu Yang was shared by Jizun, because that kind of knowledge inheritance was too vast. Moreover, some of the extremely profound knowledge was only imprinted in Yu Yang's mind. Jizun estimated that only 1/3 of what she really obtained from Yu Yang. Yu Yang gained more from Jizun, including all kinds of questions and insights in her cultivation. There were also fighting skills and habits of life. There were even 3 aspects of Jizun's comprehension of divine power, and divine deity that shocked Yu Yang. Jizun didn't have the strength of a divine sovereign, but because she had helped Yu Yang break through the infinite realm, she had actually comprehended to the divine sovereign's divine realm. In time, she would be the unique radiant goddess. In her first embrace of divine deity, execution of divine power and supreme divine power, that was light, absolutely supreme light. Why, Yu Yang really didn't understand. Why did Jizun do this? She, who had already comprehended divine deity, was destined to be born as a god. Why did she still want to make a soul contract with him? She did almost no good for her, because she didn't gain much from him. Instead, she selflessly shared all her years of cultivation and the awakening of the divine sovereign with him. If he died in battle, she, who had a soul contract with him, would also die with him. She was already destined to be the future radiant goddess, forever young and immortal. Such a divine realm existence, why would she want to experience the test of life and death with him? This question, after Yu Yang's soul returned and woke up again, he was still puzzled. Return. Jizun flew into the sky. The huge divine image immediately merged into her body. Suddenly, hundreds of millions of rays of light shone on the earth, and the entire heaven stairway turned into daylight. Nothing could hide. The blood hexagram on her forehead gradually disappeared. However, Jizun's mind could already be connected with Yu Yang at any time. Under the soul contract, the two of them didn't need to speak, and their minds could be like one person. Jizun gently bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the top of the little 6-winged blood angel's head. With another flick of her finger, from the wound on Yu Yang's palm that was about to close, she drew a drop of blood and also dripped it on the top of the 6-winged blood angel's head. A blood hexagram also flashed on the forehead of the 6-winged blood angel, but it wasn't a soul contract, but another kind of mysterious upgrade array. It turned out that the little 6-winged blood angel, under the urging of the two's divine blood, screamed, and her body returned to its original form. Her 6 wings stretched out, and her energy burst out. When it was raised to the limit, a 4th pair of more beautiful blood wings grew on her back. Jizun raised her jade hand slightly, and the 8-winged blood angel immediately transformed into a sword of life, which she held in the air. With a light stroke, the sky miraculously let Jizun draw a crack. It couldn't close for a long time. Yu Yang, who was watching from the ground, was dumbstruck. This was the real spatial rend. If any unlucky guy was hit by such a sword, no matter how powerful he was, it would be hard for him not to die. Jizun's performance after awakening to the divine realm was not over yet. According to the eternal wheel that Yu Yang comprehended, she turned the original broken void hexagram into an eternal hexagram, a hexagram that could exist forever and continuously break the void. Fortunately, without the blessing of the ancient runes like Yu Yang's eternal wheel, her eternal hexagram did not have the growth of the eternal wheel, nor did it have the ancient power of the eternal wheel. It could barely be regarded as the embodiment of Jizun's personal divine power. Before Jizun's strength reached the true divine realm, she had yet to possess true divine power, so the eternal hexagram could not exert true divine power. Blackie. It turned out that Jizun did not call the tiny black hole after breaking the void as Blackie, but after the soul contract with Yu Yang, she followed his name. She changed this destructive means of attack to Blackie. She stretched out her hand and condensed 6 blackie at the same time, which was 3 times more than the previous maximum of 2. Yu Yang felt that she had not reached her limit yet, it was just a conservative attempt, and she was still honing her control skills. This kind of super blackie was more destructive than before. Yu Yang felt his scalp tingle when he saw it. In terms of destructive power, only the World Exterminating Wheel could slightly surpass it. With a thought from Yu Yang, the World Exterminating Wheel was born. Together with the super blackie in Jizun's hand, the two destructive powers reflected each other, as if they were going to destroy the whole world. Night Empress, who came from afar, was also frightened when she saw this scene. She was afraid that the two of them would fight uncontrollably. Yu Yang and Jizun did not do what she was worried about. They just withdrew their destructive finishing moves, and at the same time realized the power of their finishing moves after reaching the new realm. After the soul contract, the two of them could not only realize different things on their own, but they could also share and complement each other at the same time. Their understanding was many times stronger than before. Destruction, Trio. Jizun was about to release the light of destruction when she suddenly found that Night Empress had sent out a comet from afar, representing her advice. Jizun immediately realized that this was not a good place for experiments. Yu Bing and the others all came after hearing the news. If they were hit by the energy of the light of destruction by mistake, they would be annihilated directly. In an instant, Jizun put away the idea of releasing it, floated down from the sky, and landed in front of Yu Yang. She looked at Yu Yang and did not speak for a long time. Yu Yang made her feel a little creepy. Was he going to settle the score now? Why did he touch it just now? Now it seemed that the difficulty of conquering it had increased a lot. When Yu Yang thought about it this way, he really had a headache. I won't say any more nonsense. After the soul contract, you know me, and I know you. Besides, who doesn't know who you are here? Jizun approached Yu Yang, her eyes staring into his eyes, her nose sticking to his nose, her fragrant lips and Yu Yang's lips were only a touch apart, and their breaths could meet each other. Even if his lips could kiss her, Yu Yang still did not dare to act rashly. He did not know if Jizun would be angry in the next second, or if she would forgive him. These two results could happen. Jizun stared at Yu Yang for a long time before she gently exhaled from her lips and said something that made Yu Yang almost unable to believe his ears. I will give you a chance, I will wait for you at the 1,000,000 steps, as long as you can climb to the 1,000,000 steps. Ah? Yu Yang was suddenly knocked down by happiness, and a huge surprise filled his whole chest. Don't let me wait too long. Jizun turned around and floated away without looking back. She passed by the Night Empress. There were no words, but the Night Empress seemed to understand Jizun's thoughts. Not only did she chuckle, but the beautiful figure bathed in the starry sky domain also bowed slightly and bid farewell to Jizun. Until the Night Empress' faint fragrance came, Yu Yang had not come back to his senses. The Night Empress looked at his dazed appearance and laughed. How is it? She has set such a goal for you. Do you feel that there is hope in the future? Yu Yang woke up from his dream and quickly came back to his senses. He scratched the back of his head. 1,000,000 steps, it is not easy to reach. I also know that this promise is an encouragement from her to me. The Night Empress' heavenly laughter sounded. It is not just encouragement. She sincerely hopes that you can surpass her. Actually, I understand her very well. Little guy, do you want me to give you a little encouragement? I don't need such a high difficulty as 1,000,000 steps, just 500,000 steps will do. Sweat. Yu Yang knew that the Night Empress was teasing him and couldn't help but sweat. It's a pity that I can't be like her. Otherwise, I will also sign a soul contract with you. The Night Empress laughed and suddenly said, why did she take the initiative to sign a soul contract with you? In fact, she hopes to bear the threat of death with you, let you understand the responsibility on your shoulders, and also give you the greatest support. Every time there is a soul contract with you as the master, your future growth will be faster and higher. I don't think I need to say more about everyone's expectations of you. So, no matter what happens, no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must always remember that you will never be alone, you will always have our support. For the next half a month, Yu Yang lived a happy life like an immortal. Although Princess Sisai and Shui Wuxia had been busy cultivating recently and had no time to pay attention to Yu Yang, Fallen Flowers and Impatience, who had not been together some time ago, stayed by his side and formed a beautiful girl team to fight against him, the great demon king. This made Yu Yang so happy that he forgot about home for the past half a month. Among them, City Lord Fallen Flowers was the most hardworking. She missed him, and on the other hand, she had not been able to find time to fuse with the Aurora. Now, with the convenience of breaking through to a new realm and the help of Yu Yang's innate qi, she finally fused the fast finger light tooth, spiral aurora and the light dragon spirit that Yu Yang had obtained from the southern heaven realm's Emerald Lord's daughter, Bai Lu, making it transform into the 9-turn dragon head death aurora. In the past, the aurora was at most 3 spirals, but now it was 9 spirals. In addition, there was the guidance of the dragon spirit. Even if it was not a divine weapon, the power of the current Death Aurora was not inferior to that of a top-grade sacred weapon. In addition, City Lord Fallen Flowers' Snow Fox Girl had been promoted to a quasi-divine beast. Now that her strength had improved greatly, the changes in Fallen Flowers made Yu Yang look at her in a new light. It was also because of this fusion that Yu Yang remembered that he still owed Bai Lu a favor. At that time, he had agreed to help Bai Lu reclaim a few border cities and fight for the Emerald Territory together. Although the plan had changed due to the changes in various aspects, Yu Yang felt that it would be a little unreasonable to not help the other party do something after receiving the Light Dragon Spirit. The cultivation was endless. If he challenged the 10 trials again, he did not know when he would be able to complete it. Therefore, Yu Yang decided to take some time to go to the Southern Heaven Realm to talk to Bai Lu. Even if Bai Lu had no plans to seize the Emerald Territory, he would still help her do something else. Go back to the Southern Heaven Realm? Captain Raging Flame seemed to have something on her mind recently. When Yu Yang mentioned the Southern Heaven Realm, she was silent. If it was in the past, she, who loved to fight, would definitely take the initiative to go back with him and help him kill everyone. You can stay, go back and have a look, it's up to you. Yu Yang saw that she did not follow, which was better. We'll talk about this when the time comes. Anyway, there are still a few days. Leader Raging Flame shook her head and strode out, once again sprinting towards the heaven stairway. What happened to her? Yu Yang asked curiously. I don't know. Everyone shook their heads and smiled. Everyone had their own little secrets, and Raging Flames was no exception. Before going to the Southern Heaven Realm, Yu Yang naturally had to deal with all the previous matters first. It wasn't easy being a boss. First, he went to the 5th floor of Heaven's stairway to take a look. He found that Red Crane and Red Peak had been beaten by God's Retribution and the others. Red Crane and Chi Feng relied on their recovery ability and strength to fight against many. However, this battle did not only last for a day, but had lasted for a month and a half. If Yu Yang had not come, they would have continued fighting. In this long war of attrition, Sky Execution and the others, who had the advantage of numbers, had the last laugh. They used the advantage of numbers to firmly suppress Red Crane and Chi Feng, not letting them recover. Now, not to mention the people of the Demonic Palace and the Demon Abyss, there were also the subordinates of the Emperor of the Underworld and the Dragon Emperor, the experts of the various clans of Tong Tian Tower, the Innate Alliance, and even the 4 great clans of the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Thousand Bones Withered Wind, the Eagle-Eyed Man Sha Huijia and other human warriors who had just advanced to the Innate Realm. Even though their strengths were simply insignificant like ants to Crimson Crane and Crimson Peak, their numbers were sufficient to affect the situation of the battle. Whenever Red Crane and Chi Feng fought with Sky Execution and the others until they were exhausted and in urgent need of recovery, they would join forces to attack. Under the leadership of the Old Fox and the Heavenly Guardians, Red Crane and Chi Feng were almost completely destroyed. However, Sky Execution and the others did not want to lose the 2 best practice targets, so they kept the 2 elders of the temple who could not live or die. When Yu Yang appeared, Yu Su, who was in charge of supporting the human warriors, and Yong Hui, who was watching from the sidelines, were shocked. Yu Su hurriedly flew over and declared to Yu Yang, I have already reached an agreement with them and accepted their employment. The same goes for Yong Hui. Because of the deprivation of the war beast, guild leader Yong Hui's strength was greatly reduced. He looked at Yu Yang nervously. He was afraid that he would not recognize the agreement. He knew that the real decision-maker in Tong Tian Tower was not Sky Execution and the others, but this Yu clan's 3rd young master. You guys continue, I will find a few practice targets in a few days. Yu Yang suddenly felt that the challenge of nearly 1,000 people besieging 2 people seemed a little too easy. Don't be meddlesome, just these 2 elders are enough to torment us. Great Demon King Baruth roared madly. I hope it's not the palace master this time. The Dragon Emperor was powerless to protest. Chi Feng and Red Crane originally felt a little confident. After all, as long as they didn't die, there was still hope. As long as there was a chance to recover to Heaven Stage Level 5, then there was hope to kill these ants and return to Heaven Realm. Except for that Sky Execution who was slightly difficult to deal with, they didn't think that the others were a big threat. Now that he saw that Yu Yang had come again, his heart immediately sank. What made them most desperate was that this kid actually had a new breakthrough after not seeing him for more than a month. If they still felt that they could suppress him before. But now, they were suddenly shocked to find that whether it was the other party's realm or strength, they had to look up to him. What kind of fortuitous encounter could make this kid improve so much? At this rate of improvement, it was really a matter of time before the Heaven Realm could capture a palace master. I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. Red Crane felt that there was no hope to continue fighting, so he might as well surrender like Yu Su or Yong Hui. Even if he despised the other party before, his life was more important now. This was not Heaven Realm, this was Tong Tian Tower, this was Heaven's Stairway, this was Yu Yang's territory. If they continued to fight, there would be no results. If they accidentally killed a relative or friend of Yu Yang, this kid would go crazy and they would be finished. The palace elder had no choice but to do small things, but to lose their lives was a big deal. When did it become your turn to speak? Continue fighting. Sky Execution sneered. The new rules of Tong Tian Tower had already been changed by Yu Yang. For the enemy, even if they surrendered, they had to be beaten until they were obedient. Yu Su and Yong Hui were examples. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Besides, where else could he find such a good practice target? Previously, Great Demon King Baruth, who was almost killed by Red Crane several times, was now angry. You're not allowed to surrender. Sky Execution has leveled up. Dragon Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld have also broken through. I haven't yet. Continue to fight, you're not allowed to surrender. Red Crane and Chi Feng fainted. What kind of people were born in Tong Tian Tower? How could they not surrender? Everyone in the Heaven Realm said that the central shrine was arrogant, but compared with these barbarians in Tong Tian Tower, the people of the central shrine were simply modest gentlemen. Yu Yang found that Sky Execution and the others had made rapid progress under the pressure of death. He was secretly pleased. His own method was more effective. Otherwise, if they had to rely on themselves to practice, who knows how long it would take for them to practice. He used the 3-realm compass and returned to the trial ground, only to find that the Heaven Realm warriors of Shui Yuan, Ba Huang and Zhang Ge had all died tragically outside the trial ground. Those human heads were like a ball chain, hung with ropes one by one, and hung densely. Even the few leaders who had withdrawn could not escape and died tragically. The ability of the central shrine was indeed not simple. As soon as they set out, the 3 great teams of the Western Heaven Realm gathered were destroyed. Except for King Ling Yun and the other 5. The rest were all annihilated. What? King Ling Yun, who was hiding in the ruins of the Earth Demon Temple, was shocked when he heard the news brought by Yu Yang. The central shrine's death warriors. Iron Wrist and the others gnashed their teeth in hatred. Those Heaven Realm warriors who had left were all their friends, even their children's relatives. I'm going to take Yi Kong and the others to Conqueror City to gain experience. You guys, come with us. In the Conqueror City, there is the wool left behind by Empress Fei Wenli and the remaining veteran soldiers to defend it. The Central Divine Palace will not risk their lives to attack that place for the time being. That place is now the safest place in the entire Western Heaven Realm. Yu Yang couldn't comfort them and could only give them an idea. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai, Shui Tan Lang and the others had already destroyed the evil tree face that could not move but was Heaven Stage Level 5. It took them more than a month. Although they were so tired that they could not move for a few days, everyone had greatly improved. Especially the main force, Shui Tan Lang, who had risen by 2 ranks. His strength was close to Heaven Stage. Of course, there was still a huge gap between Heaven Stage and Innate Elder. Not to mention them, even Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai had not reached that level yet. Even if they were heaven stage level 5, in front of an 8 elder, they were nothing more than trash. Shui Tianlang and the others still had a long time to cultivate. This could not be rushed, and they were still young, so there was no need to rush. Yu Yang felt that it was about time to throw them into the Conqueror City and let the old soldiers train them a little. Most importantly, it was safe there, and they had the experience of the old soldiers who had bathed in blood on the battlefield. It would be of great help to them on their path to becoming an innate elder. Shui Tianlang and the others had no objections. They also politely declined the heaven stage war beasts that King Lingyun gave them. They did not want to rely too much on war beasts. Although it was very important, personal improvement was the most important way for them to grow now. Without the tears of the mermaid, he could not fulfill Grandma Sha's wish. Yu Yang did not go to see Grandma Sha. He directly threw Fatty Hai and the others to Conqueror City and returned to Tongtian Tower. Fatty Hai's wind-breath seabird had already reached the level of a quasi-holy beast and was on the verge of breaking through to become a holy beast. Yu Yang could see it, but he didn't say it out loud. He was secretly keeping an eye out for Fatty Hai to see if there were any suitable treasures that could help it level up. If the wind-breath seabird became a holy beast, the lecherous Fatty Hai would definitely explode. Tongtian Tower, Soaring Dragon Continent, Tianluo Palace. Yu Yang's sudden return surprised Fourth Mother. Shuang that little girl, flew into her brother's arms with a sob. Sanner, aren't you cultivating in the heaven stairway? How come you have time to come back? Fourth Mother still did not know that Yu Yang was under the heaven stairway world tree with Jizun, Night Empress, and the others. However, she could see the changes in Yu Yang. When she saw it, she covered her mouth in surprise. It's been a long time since you've been a little different. It seems like there's a kind of divine deity initial condensation. Have you had any fortuitous encounters recently? It's like this. Yu Yang told her everything that had happened, but he didn't mention what Jizun said about waiting for him at the 1,000,000 steps. He wasn't surprised at all that Fourth Mother knew what was called the initial stage of Godhead. He also didn't ask how she knew. He knew that she must have many secrets, but she did not say them. Good, very good. With everyone's help, I am much more relieved. Fourth Mother felt very comforted. The Sanner in front of her had finally grown up. I came back this time mainly to ask you about the Divine Grimoire. When Yu Yang said this, Fourth Mother immediately waved her hand in a panic. I don't understand the Divine Grimoire. Who asked you to find me? You don't know? Yu Yang felt that Fourth Mother must know, but she didn't say anything because she wanted to keep a secret. The Night Empress would not lie about this. How could I know about the Divine Grimoire? It's a supreme existence. Fourth Mother obviously did not want to discuss this topic too much. Seeing that Yu Yang was playing with Xianxia, she happily went to the kitchen and personally made a feast for Yu Yang. When Yu Yang was eating happily, she suddenly bit her red lips and seemed to have made a decision. Sanner, about the Divine Grimoire that His Majesty and the Night Empress talked about, you should go take a look first. If you really can't do it, then think of other ways. Yu Yang knew that she would not easily accompany him to the Divine Grimoire, so he did not force her. He nodded. He continued to eat heartily, competing with Xianxia, whose hands were full of oil, one chicken leg in each hand, to see who could eat faster. Fourth Mother definitely had her difficulties. Yu Yang did not know what it was, but he knew that it must be difficult for her. Because of this, he did not want to force her. The Divine Grimoire was important, but Fourth Mother was more important. Besides, the Divine Grimoire had a spirit. If it recognized a master, it would not be affected by the outside world. Yu Yang was suddenly shocked. Fourth Mother was not willing to accompany him to the Divine Grimoire. Was she worried that the Divine Grimoire would recognize her as its master? This thought flashed in Yu Yang's heart for a long time, and could not be dispelled. Although sometimes it seemed impossible, he could not deny this possibility. Fourth Mother, how many more secrets did she have? The more Yu Yang thought, the more puzzled he felt. Yu Yang took some time to go to the Warriors Guild in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and issued a quest. A reward of 100,000 for mermaids' tears. Since returning from the Heaven Realm, Yu Yang had asked all the clans, but there was no news of mermaids' tears. He had also asked Hyang Sea clan, Dark Continent's Netherworld clan, Eastern Goblin tribe and Golden Elves, but mermaids' tears only existed in legends, no one had it. Because of this, Hai Yinggu specially went back to discuss with Countess Jiawei and Countess Yan. She rummaged through the Sea clan's treasures, but found nothing. The Southern Goblin King, who had the most treasures in her hands, also went back to search for her little treasure vault. Even Xia Yi went back to her hometown, the Gufeng continent, to ask Queen Qigu about it, but there was still no progress. There was definitely mermaid's tears, but no one knew who had it. Regarding its legend, there were many historical records in Tongtian Tower, and Yu Yang had also seen many of them. This mermaid's tears was actually not a mermaid's tears. Otherwise, the storm mermaid's tears would have been enough. It was a very special kind of pearl. Because it was extremely precious and beautiful, ordinary people could not resist its charm when they saw it. There was a legend that even mermaids could not help but shed tears of joy when they saw it. Hence, it was named mermaid's tears. If one wore mermaid's tears, aquatic creatures could go ashore and breathe freely. Similarly, terrestrial creatures could also breathe underwater if they wore it. In battle, warriors or beasts who wore mermaid's tears could increase their battle power to the maximum. Hence, mermaid's tears was a very rare support-type treasure. A few thousand years ago, mermaid's tears were quite common. In the entire Tongtian Tower, there were probably no less than 100 of them. Usually, it was worn by the emperors of various clans or female supreminates. However, after the war 6,000 years ago, mermaid's tears gradually disappeared in the long river of history. Maybe there was more, but with Yu Yang's ability, he was actually unable to find it. After asking all of his acquaintances, Yu Yang had no choice but to run to the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower and issue a mermaid's tears quest. Regardless of how much the mermaid's tears were worth, Yu Yang set the price at 100,000 gold coins. He hoped that those in the know would be tempted and leak some information to him. Son-in-law, are you looking for the tears of the mermaid? East Sky King suddenly ran over to look for Yu Yang. Ah? You have one? Yu Yang was overjoyed. I don't. That thing is for women to wear. How can a man like me want that kind of thing? East Sky King denied. The problem is that I need this treasure that women like to complete my mission. Yu Yang saw that East Sky King didn't have one, so he was going to find an excuse to send him away so that he wouldn't be dragged to drink. Now, Yu Yang wasn't in the mood to drink. On one hand, he was thinking about the grimoire. On the other hand, he was accumulating energy to prepare to meet Queen Vivian Li. Now, he was also worried about the mermaid's tears and had no time to care about East Sky King. Keeping a straight face all day won't solve the problem. East Sky King found that Yu Yang wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't drag him to drink. However, before he left, he leaned close to Yu Yang's ear and secretly said, "You can ask His Majesty, but you can't say that I'm the one who leaked the secret." Of course. Yu Yang was happy. He patted his chest and gave East Sky King a guarantee. Actually, if Yu Yang was really going to be criticized by Tianluo Emperor Huashu because of this, it would be strange if he didn't expose it. As the saying goes, it's better for you to die than for me. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that East Sky King was punished for doing something wrong. Anyway, he was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. The thickness of East Sky King's skin was so thick that even the poor mercenaries in the taverns in the Soaring Dragon continent knew about it. East Sky King patted Yu Yang's shoulder and took the martial arts pill that Yu Yang secretly handed to him. If he could get the martial arts pill by leaking the secret, why not? Good son-in-law, I'm leaving now. If you have anything you want to find, don't issue a mission, it's too troublesome. Just find me. Who am I? I was the secret digger that resounded throughout the entire Tongtian Tower. East Sky King felt that he was completely competent for this private detective job. Yu Yang was embarrassed. Fortunately, this guy's daughter didn't look like him at all. Speaking of which, if the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri was really a man, how could he have the tears of the mermaid? Even if he had the tears of the mermaid, how could he have such a secret that no one knew? Even the Eastern Sky King and the others didn't mention it? Yu Yang felt that this curiosity could kill a cat. Last time there was the dream jadeite, this time there was the tears of the mermaid. How many more unknown treasures were there in the Tianluo treasury? Once East Sky King left, Yu Yang immediately went to see the Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri. The reason was the same as last time. His Majesty was slightly ill and couldn't see anyone. That female official carefully asked Yu Yang's intentions and said that she would pass it on to His Majesty. As for the outcome of the matter, it would be up to His Majesty to decide. This time it was different from the last time. Last time it was drunken cat who brought him the dream jadeite. This time he was actually summoned. Although they were separated by a door, Yu Yang was at least 10 meters away from His Majesty this time. It was still the kind of dignified aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. Even though Yu Yang already had Jizun's will, he could still feel it clearly. As a junior, His Majesty had always taken care of Fourth Mother, Xuanxia and the others. In addition, he was the senior of Fallen Flowers and the other girls. Yu Yang naturally greeted him obediently and pretended to be a good boy. Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri's voice sounded very angry. Who told you? Yu Yang didn't even hesitate for a second and sold out his father-in-law. Your Majesty, it was the Eastern Sky King. That fellow must be itching for a beating. If he's not leading a befuddled life, then he's talking nonsense to the younger generation. Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri was very angry and scolded loudly. His attitude was so strict that even Yu Yang was shocked. He guessed that the Eastern Sky King probably didn't have a good time these few days. However, after the Eastern Sky King revealed the secret, he must have known the consequences. Maybe he had already escaped and wouldn't come back until His Majesty's anger was appeased. Anyway, it wasn't the first time that the Eastern Sky King went to Jun Wuyu's place to eat and drink. He's very wrong. I also criticized him just now. Yu Yang tried hard to show that he was a good boy. Don't you dare. It was a pity that His Majesty could see through him with one look. Yes, I'm also very wrong. Yu Yang's skin was not inferior to the Eastern Sky King's. The mermaid's tear is not a rare item, it's fine to give it to you. It's just that your sneaky little actions really made me angry. Although Tianluo Emperor Hua Suri said this, it seemed that he really felt sorry for the mermaid's tear. Before he gave away the treasure in his heart, he scolded Yu Yang. After a pause, he said, because of some reasons, I might need you to do something in the future. Brat, I'm on call. Yu Yang patted his chest, indicating that he would be available 24 hours a day. Don't smile mischievously, that is a very serious matter. In the future, I forbid you to be disrespectful in front of me. His Majesty seemed to be very angry with Yu Yang's current attitude, especially with his smile. Yes, what does His Majesty want me to do? Yu Yang guessed maliciously. Could it be that there was no one in the imperial harem and her heart was lonely, so she needed him to warm her bed? Of course, he only dared to think this kind of fantasy in his heart. He absolutely did not dare to show it on his face, otherwise His Majesty might tear him apart. No matter what, His Majesty's dignity still had to be maintained. Let's talk about it in the future. You are forbidden from mentioning it to anyone. This matter has not been decided yet, and it is an extremely troublesome matter. Forget it, you go back first. I'll get someone to bring you the mermaid's tear later. His Majesty warned Yu Yang before he left, don't let your imagination run wild, and don't let a third person know about today's conversation. If Wu Xia and the others know about it, I will cut off your tongue. Don't worry, this brat has always been a tight-lipped person. Usually, I don't talk in my sleep. Even if I did, it would have nothing to do with beauties. Today's secret conversation is guaranteed to be absolutely safe. Yu Yang was prepared to give himself the nickname of the most tight-lipped person in Tong Tian Tower. Who doesn't know you? Scram. His Majesty scolded him unhappily. Yu Yang smiled and left. Although he was separated by the palace door, he did not see His Majesty's true appearance, nor did he smell any special fragrance. However, after leveling up to the Elder Innate Realm and peeking into the Holy Elder Realm, his perception was completely different from before. What he needed to see in the past, now he could feel it even more clearly than seeing. Although his current, divine vision, had not been upgraded to the highest realm, it was already very close to the highest realm of divine vision. His Majesty's appearance could not be seen clearly through the palace door, but Yu Yang at least saw a little. Of course, the smart Yu Yang pretended not to see it. It was very important to maintain His Majesty's dignity. Not the Night Empress, Yu Yang came to a conclusion. He had always suspected, but now he finally denied his guess. The Night Empress was the Night Empress, and His Majesty was His Majesty, although there were some similarities in some aspects. In the evening, the maid really sent a brocade box. When he opened it, it was filled with colorful mermaids' tears. Yu Yang's nose twitched slightly, as if he could still smell the lingering fragrance of the treasure in the air. After thanking the maid, Yu Yang rushed to the trial ground of the Western Heaven Realm. He sneaked through the encirclement of the central shrine and re-entered the trial ground. He went to the third stage, Sand Valley, to find Granny Xia and fulfill her wish. Wearing the mermaid's tears, Granny Xia's body flashed with brilliance. Although she couldn't draw out the pool water, it was not a problem to condense water to wash her face, hands, and feet. This was just the beginning. With Granny Xia's proficiency in using and borrowing the energy of the mermaid's tears, it was estimated that her wish to bathe would be realized soon. Granny Xia cried tears of joy. Although she didn't give Yu Yang a reward, she tried hard to recall and pointed out the location of an ancient rune to Yu Yang. If no one destroyed it, it should still be there. The ancient rune will not disappear with the passage of time. It exists for a long time that we can't imagine. By the way, I also remember one thing. In the battle between Beautiful Silk Fairy and Supreme Lai Hua, both of them died in the Burial Sword Valley. After that, there was no news of them. They should have perished together. You go and look for them. Maybe you can find something about them. I'm sorry, little Yu Yang, because it's too long ago and I'm too happy today, I can't remember more about the past. Maybe you can come back later and I'll see if there are any useful memories for you. Thank you, Granny Xia Luo. The news of the ancient rune is already the greatest guidance. I'm very grateful. Yu Yang's words were sincere. The value of the ancient rune was indeed something that no treasure could measure. Especially for the current Yu Yang, what he needed most was to integrate more ancient runes. Yu Yang returned to the Soaring Dragon continent and rushed to the place that Granny Xia had pointed out. The world had changed. Tens of thousands of years had passed. The place where the ancient runes were stored was completely different from what Granny Xia remembered. There was originally a valley filled with birds and flowers. Now, not only was the valley buried in the dust of history, there was also a 2,000-meter-tall mountain. After careful observation, Yu Yang came to a conclusion: the location of the ancient runes was at least 1,000 meters under the soil. If they did not make a passage, it would be useless no matter how strong Yu Yang's senses were. He went back to Xia to find Jun Wuyu and ask him for help. This is a small matter. Our Soaring Dragon continent lacks everything but manpower. Jun Wuyu was overjoyed. He waved his hand to signal Yu Yang not to worry. Even if you don't want to mobilize a large force, I know a few old guys. Their strength is not high, but they all have special skills. For example, one of them is a mountain drilling earthworm. It won't be a problem for him to make a passage that is a few thousand meters deep. At most, it would take a little more time. According to the speed he used to dig tunnels for our palace, he would be done in a month. That's great. If it only takes a month, then I will be able to fuse with it before going to the trial grounds. Yu Yang knew that Jun Wuyu had a way. How is Xianxia? Jun Wuyu pretended to ask casually. She has improved a lot recently. She has already broken through her limit and is preparing to fuse with the Prison Emperor Excalibur. She has been concentrating on her cultivation recently and I have been rejected. Yu Yang quickly stood on the same side as his father-in-law. He did not want this old man to feel jealous and think that a grown-up girl could not be kept at home. Good. Jun Wuyu felt much better when he heard this. He also knew that the Prison Emperor Excalibur originally recognized Yu Yang. It was just that because of the Prison Emperor's bloodline, it was changed to his daughter. If his daughter could remove the Prison Emperor's remaining protective consciousness and completely take over and fuse with the Prison Emperor Excalibur, it would undoubtedly be an immeasurable cultivation achievement. In such a short period of time, this little girl had achieved such strength and realm. It would be strange if Jun Wuyu didn't feel proud of her. Among the younger generation of Tong Tian Tower, Yu Yang was too abnormal. Other than that child Shui Wuxia, who else could be mentioned in the same breath as his precious daughter? When he left the palace of the Great Xia dynasty, someone appeared. Yu Yang smiled. This guy was the East Heaven King who had fled to the Great Xia dynasty palace to seek refuge. East Sky King first looked around and found that there was no one around. He grabbed Yu Yang's collar and said, "Good boy, you dare to expose your father-in-law. Do you not want to live anymore?" Yu Yang's face was full of helplessness. "It's not like you don't know what kind of person His Majesty is. If I didn't say it at that time, I might not have been able to keep my skin. Besides, His Majesty isn't really angry. You can go back and apologize in a few days. His Majesty will definitely forgive you." When East Sky King heard this, his big head was like a rattle drum. "I'm not going back. I won't go back without half a year's time." After saying that, he patted Yu Yang's shoulder again. "I know you definitely couldn't endure it, that's why you said it. I can't blame you, no one can withstand that kind of thunderous rage. Oh right, why didn't you bring little fallen flowers along when you go out recently? Cultivation is important, but it's not good for a couple to be apart. More than they are together. It will affect the relationship between husband and wife. If you don't have anything important to do and can't be distracted, just bring her along. Besides, with her skills, she won't cause any trouble. She will definitely be able to help you a little. You guys have to work hard. It's best if you can give me a white and chubby little grandson next year. That fellow Jun Wuyu will die of jealousy." After saying so much, he still wanted to suppress Jun Wuyu. Yu Yang couldn't help but secretly laugh. Of course, East Sky King's desire to protect his children was no less than Jun Wuyu's. In fact, he was even more protective than Jun Wuyu. Previously, when he saw Jun Wuyu and Yu Yang meeting, he was afraid that Yu Yang would spend more time with Princess Sisai and neglect his precious baby. Hence, he rushed out to give Yu Yang a warning. After replying one by one, Yu Yang didn't just give a perfunctory reply. He really went back to the Stairway World Tree and brought out City Mistress Fallen Flowers. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was very surprised, but she rejected it on the surface. "Treasure hunt? But I still have to cultivate. Otherwise, I'll fall behind. You'd better find Anan and Bing Air to go with you." Yu Yang hugged this fragrant beauty in embroidered clothes and kissed her red lips. "I've been performing well recently. Don't you think I deserve a reward?" Seeing that Yu was not far away, Fallen Flowers quickly avoided his kiss. Blushing, she used her hands to stop him from kissing her. No matter how boldly she served this bad guy at night, she still couldn't bring herself to do it in the day in front of others. It was only until she waved goodbye to Yu, sickly beauty, and the rest and left the Stairway World Tree that she regained her lively personality. She jumped onto Yu Yang's back and wrapped her arms around his neck intimately. First, she rewarded him with a sweet kiss. Then, she breathed into his ear. "That's not right. Why are you suddenly so nice to me? Did you do something wrong? Tell me the truth. I'll be lenient if I confess." Yu Yang held her little butt with both hands and lifted it up a little, trying to make her lie down more comfortably. While taking advantage of the beauty, he replied with a smile, "Beautiful and suspicious city mistress, if this goes on, I, the guard captain, will have to resign." "You can't resign. You must die to atone for your sins." City Mistress Fallen Flowers was amused by him. In the world of the two of them, she had completely returned to her original self. She was not restrained at all as she laughed boldly and freely. Her shoulders shook, looking exceptionally happy. "Can you die of exhaustion? I, the guard captain, am willing to do my best." Yu Yang's wolfish claws did not stop her lover's actions. "Scoundrel, you only know how to bully me all day." Luohua City Mistress didn't stop her lover's actions. She only closed her starry eyes in a slightly intoxicated manner. Her delicate nose lightly panted, and when Yu Yang turned his face, she offered her sweet lips to him, kissing him under the setting sun. The sunlight elongated their shadows as they kissed for a long time. Buried Sword Valley was not a valley. The original location was a city built at the foot of the Iron Ridge mountain range in the Soaring Dragon continent. Due to the prosperity of forging divine weapons in the past, it was named Berry Sword Valley, or Berry Sword Villa. The first ruler was Berry Sword Master, who had created an extremely glorious history. In ancient times, Berry Sword Valley was even bigger than Shangjing. However, it had already become an abandoned area in history. Yu Yang learned a little bit of the truth from the incomplete historical records and Granny Shaw's narration. After more than 180 generations, the Burial Sword Valley's forces split up. They fought against each other and fought for hundreds of years. In the end, beautiful Silk Fairy's husband died in battle. Buried Sword Valley expelled the traitors led by Lord Lihua at the cost of a Pyrrhic victory. However, when true Lord Lihua regained his strength, he immediately broke his vow and through the vow he had made not to become enemies with the Sword Burial Valley when he was defeated to the back of his mind. True Lord Lihua used the excuse that women should not be in charge of the Sword Burial Valley, and even used his status as the pure-blooded descendant of true Lord Lihua to lead many experts to attack the Sword Burial Valley. In the end, the battle between beautiful Silk Fairy and Flame Lord Lihua triggered a heavenly tribulation. The entire buried sword villa was destroyed. Both of them died at the same time and were never heard from again. Iron Ridge Mountain became a land of destruction. No one dared to go near it. Thousands of years passed. When the forest grew again and the demonic beasts grew again, Buried Sword Valley no longer existed in the world. The demonic beasts here are different. Although they are not strong, they are strange. They seem to be affected by some kind of power. Also, the plants are the same. I saw dozens of flowers on the road, but none of them are normal. City Mistress Fallen Flowers and Yu Yang searched the Iron Ridge Mountain for a long time. She was very careful and found many suspicious places. They must be affected by the heavenly tribulation. Maybe Buried Sword Valley itself has some kind of secret power. Yu Yang also found the same thing. The demonic beasts here were not strong, but they were very different from the outside world. Their vitality was also much stronger than other demonic beasts of the same level. Is it possible to use this kind of power? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was thinking about this. If it's possible, then the beasts of warriors below the innate realm will be greatly improved. As for those above the innate realm, it's hard to say. Yu Yang felt that he was about to grasp an inspiration, but he was always missing something. Maybe we can use the plants here to feed vegetarian beasts. City Mistress Fallen Flowers suggested a possibility. That probably won't work. Yu Yang rejected it. Why don't we find someone to dig here again? I keep feeling that this place is similar to Aquamarine's Meteor Shower Sea, but the power of the influence is different. Luo Hua's unintentional words had instantly enlightened Yu Yang, who had been thinking hard about the answer, giving him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. That's right, this place was very similar to the Meteor Shower Sea. The only difference was that there was no strong negative influence here. In other words, some kind of energy in Buried Sword Valley was still working, and did not let the heavenly tribulation's power destroy everything. What was destroyed was only the surface. As expected of City Mistress, you're smart. Yu Yang flattered the beauty. Humph. Fallen Flowers proudly raised her chin. Seeing the beauty pouting coquettishly, it was really alluring. A certain guy from another world couldn't help but hug the beauty, tilt her delicate body, bend down, and give her a long, suffocating kiss. Yu Yang didn't want to tell anyone the secret of Buried Sword Valley for the time being. Maybe they could dig out the Buried Sword Villa underground and find some incredible treasures. Leaving the quintet golden puppet mice to search for information about this place, Yu Yang brought Luo Hua and headed to the Southern Heaven Realm, Nightless City, which they had not seen for a long time. The Western Heaven Realm was about to be in chaos. If the Southern Heaven Realm didn't cause any trouble, the Central Shrine would only need to fight alone. That would be too easy for them. Yu Yang decided to do something in the Southern Heaven Realm no matter what. He couldn't talk about fighting on multiple fronts, but he had to make the Central Shrine fight on 2 fronts. If he didn't make them suffer, he wouldn't be able to live up to his name. Nightless City had the 3 who surrendered, as well as Fei Huang and Hua Ban. The Emerald Lord was also afraid of the power behind him and didn't dare to provoke him, so it was very safe. During this period of time, everything had been calm. There was no tax exemption, and there were no wars. Business was booming to the extreme. Bao Gu and Niu Zhen had an incredible status now. Everyone who saw them would call them master. Especially Bao Gu, who was originally a peddler and traveling merchant, he was deeply respected by the people of the city. Even strangers who came from other places admired him endlessly when they heard about what happened that day. Of course, both Bao Gu and Niu Zhen knew their limits. When they saw Yu Yang coming, they immediately flew forward and greeted him respectfully. Their positions and attitudes were very proper. They didn't really think that they had become masters. They felt that it was extremely rare to be able to become the third young master's subordinates. One had to know that the three who surrendered, Flying Locust, and Huaban, who possessed the strength of Heaven's stage, didn't even have the qualifications to be servants. I'm very relieved that you guys are doing things. There's no need to report. When young Master Hai has time, you can report to him. Yu Yang gave them a mission, and that was to contact Bai Lu as soon as possible. With Yu Yang's current strength, killing the Emerald Lord was no longer a problem. However, he still had King Tuai and the Lionheart King behind him. If he could get more information, he might even be able to catch all the enemies in one fell swoop. This way, the Southern Heaven Realm would at least cause some waves. As long as Yu Yang continued to add fuel to the fire and expand the influence of the entire matter, the central shrine wouldn't be able to not be distracted. How could a small emerald territory accommodate Yu Yang's ambitions? 3 days later, there was finally news from Bai Lu. She was not in the Emerald Territory at the moment, but it was said that she had gone to a place called the Tailuan continent. The secret report said that the local King Tailuan had been arrested by the Scarlet Warden of the Central Shrine, Tantai Tumia, for colluding with the evil forces and was escorted to the platform of God's loathing for execution. King Tailuan's relatives and friends would all be sent to the Central Shrine's everlasting hatred prison to atone for their crimes. It's too unjust. In the Southern Heaven Realm, even a 3-year-old child knows that King Tailuan is a good person. Bao Gu sighed. Is that so? Fallen Flowers was suddenly a little interested in this news. Madam Fallen Flowers, Bao Gu is right. If it were any other king, Niu Zhen would not dare to say, but King Tailuan is definitely a good person. Under King Tailuan's rule, the people lived and worked in peace, and there were no bandits. The strong preying on the weak that can be seen everywhere in the Heaven Realm rarely happened there. Even the powerful Tailuan magical beasts that occupy a region have all signed an agreement with King Tailuan, accepting the offerings of King Tailuan and not easily disturbing the people. The Tailuan continent is like a dream in the hearts of many people. Its only weakness is that most of the places are located on plateaus that are tens of thousands of meters above sea level. The gravity there is at least 10 times higher than in other places, and it is not a place that an ordinary person can adapt to. Coupled with the fact that it is rather cold there, who knows how many people would migrate to the Tailuan continent? Niu Zhen explained in detail. So, King Tailuan colluded with the evil forces and was arrested by the Central Shrine, and was wronged? Fallen Flowers asked. Definitely wronged. Bao Gu and Niu Zhen both nodded with certainty. Then why would the Central Shrine publicly execute such a popular king? Yu Yang felt that things were not that simple. The people of the Central Shrine were not fools. Without evidence, publicly executing King Tailuan was definitely not possible. Without evidence, they could also execute him in secret. Why would they execute him in public and invite the people to watch? Since they were confident in making it public, it meant that they had evidence in their hands. Regardless of whether the evidence was true or false. However, there was at least one thing that could be confirmed. The evidence was enough to nail the fact that King Tailuan was colluding with the evil forces. Bao Gu and Niu Zhen could not answer Yu Yang's question. They were insignificant people and only had the most basic ability to judge things. It would be too difficult for them to figure out the inside story like those in power. Yu Yang waited for another half a day before he received another piece of intelligence. It was personally collected by Yu Yang's #1 secret agent, Smoke Flea. Smoke Flea had another task. He did not have time to rush back to Nightless City to report, but through their unique underground organization of thieves, he brought back the information that Yu Yang needed. According to Smoke Flea's intelligence, the Tui King Mo Zhangqing and the fake Emerald leader Peng Pei had already headed to the Tailuan continent with his most powerful subordinate, the Imperial Army of 1,000. Most importantly, Smoke Flea had heard that the clown had already brought the clown team to the Tailuan continent. Currently, among the few kings or more famous factions in the area, only the Lionheart King was still biding his time. A man's wealth was his own ruin. Yu Yang had a guess about King Tailuan's punishment. Could it be that this King Tailuan had some treasure or discovered some secret that the warden of the Central Shrine wanted, but he was unwilling to give it to him, or this secret was something that the Central Shrine had always wanted, but King Tailuan was unwilling to give it to him for some reason? If the clown, the Tui king, and the fake emerald leader had not been so eager to watch King Tailuan's execution, then Yu Yang would not have been so sure. Looking at it now, he felt that there was at least a high chance of it being true. Moreover, Yu Yang also speculated that this might be a treasure that could not be found by a single person. Otherwise, why would the central shrine publicly execute King Tailuan? They would have killed him in secret. Let's go and take a look too. City Mistress Fallen Flowers felt that it did not matter if there was a treasure or not. This was the best opportunity to wreak havoc in the southern heaven realm. If a warden of the central shrine dies. Yu Yang's thoughts were racing. If they could kill the warden called Tantai Tumia, then the central shrine would definitely be enraged, and the southern heaven realm would definitely be in chaos. Third young master, it will be a little difficult to kill Tantai Tumia. Niu Zhen was afraid that Yu Yang would be angry, and explained weakly, even ants like us know how powerful Tantai Tumia is. He, the Scarlet Warden, is a super expert ranked below the 3 hall masters in the entire central shrine, and is as famous as Hall Master Xianxia. It is said that he has an immortal body, and at the same time, he wields the divine weapon God's Blade. King Stage Heaven Stage rankers can only be killed in an instant in his hands. He has executed King Stage Heaven Stage rankers more than once or twice in the southern heaven realm, and I have never heard of anyone being able to escape his capture. Even the 2 law enforcers under him, Sky Ghost and Sky Demon, have the strength of heaven rank level 6. How did you know? Yu Yang asked curiously. Once, Captain. Wild Bull snatched a rare treasure and was about to take us to celebrate. Who knew that in the middle of the night, the fake lord of the Emerald Territory, Peng Pei, would quickly drag him out. He ordered Wild Bull to immediately hand over the treasure. It was said that it was the treasure of a relative of the Sky Ghost. When the Sky Ghost found the Lionheart King could not refuse. In addition to personally compensating the Sky Ghost with a large amount of property, he also asked Peng Pei to immediately return the treasure that the Wild Bull had snatched. Later on, I heard from the Wild Bull, who still had a lingering fear, once that time, we lost everything, so I had a deep impression of it and have always kept it in mind. Niu Zhen's memory was very good, and he usually paid attention to collecting important information. That's good news. Yu Yang patted Niu Zhen's shoulder to show his approval. In fact, Yu Yang did not completely believe this information. If the Sky Ghost and Sky Demon really only had the strength of Heaven Stage level 6, the Lionheart King would never lower his head. Other than the possibility of the Lionheart King hiding his strength, there was another possibility, and that was that the Sky Demon and Sky Ghost were even stronger than the legendary Heaven Stage level 6. As for the warden, Tantai Tumia, there was no need to mention him. He was only ranked below the 3 hall masters, and was as famous as Hall Master Xianxia. With a divine weapon in hand, how awesome was that? Although the heaven realm was huge, how many of them had a divine weapon? Hall Master Guan Xianxia, Yu Yang suspected that he was the one who drove the Dark World's tens of thousands of corrupted warriors. Other than Ji Wuri, the strongest ranker that Yu Yang had seen in the heaven realm was Xianxia, who was like a god. If Tantai Tumia and Xianghua's strength were on par, Yu Yang estimated that it would be difficult for him to touch the Scarlet Warden by himself. However, if Yu Yang could not take him down by himself, he could still call for help. Jizun and Night Empress could help him if necessary. He could even use his brain to get Mingyu Guang's attention. At the very least, writing a letter to contact them was not a bad idea. I miss you, my Moonlight Beauty. I heard that the warden of the central shrine has a divine weapon. I am prepared to use it as a betrothal gift. I wonder if Moonlight Beauty is willing to help me fulfill this wish? Tailuan Continent, I'll be waiting for you. Yu Yang used the heaven runes to write a love letter, specially packed it in an embroidered box, and personally delivered it to the Troop Association, before sending it to one of the 3 powerhouses of the Western Heaven Realm, Mingyu Guang. He had written a few letters before, but this time was different. This time, Yu Yang clearly wanted to cooperate. For such an important token, he believed that the Troop Association would use all their power to deliver the embroidered box as soon as possible. Whether Mingyu Guang would appear in the Tailuan continent and work together with Yu Yang to kill Tantai Tumia was not the result that Yu Yang wanted the most. Furthermore, Yu Yang had a feeling that it was not possible to kill Tantai Tumia in the Tailuan continent. He had to find a better opportunity to wait for Tantai Tumye to completely let down his guard before he could achieve this. There was no hurry to work together this time. As long as Ming Yuguang agreed, they could work together at any time. Furthermore, Yu Yang was not sure how much of Ming Yuguang's power had recovered. How much power could she unleash when she had not recovered to her peak? Are you sure that she will agree? Luohua city mistress felt that this brat's love letter was too short. Let's not talk about whether there was any sincerity in it or not, there were even a few lines written carelessly. No matter what, he should at least write a few pages of mushy words, right? Otherwise, how could he move Ming Yuguang's heart? She is now isolated and helpless. Who would work together with her? I am providing her with help in her hour of need. Yu Yang expressed that he was a very noble person. I don't think it will work at all. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' words were very direct. She was not afraid of hurting Yu Yang's heart. If I can't do it with one letter, I'll write a few more. Dripping water will wear through a stone, I'll definitely succeed. Yu Yang understood the true meaning of picking up girls. His shameless pestering skills were displayed to the extreme. I guess this will only have the opposite effect. City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed. If writing a few letters could settle a Heaven Realm great leader, then why did the prison emperor have to fight so hard back then? Of course, Yu Yang also had his reasons. How would he know if he did not try? He felt that the biggest difference between him and the prison emperor was that he was smarter. Alright, he was more shameless. After obtaining information from various sources, Yu Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers analyzed the situation. They felt that this was not a trap. In the end, they decided to immediately head to Tailuan continent and meet up with Bai Lu and Smoke Flea, who was scouting for information on the Tailuan continent. After determining the situation, they would take the next step. They could not go directly to the Tailuan continent. The Tailuan continent had already been taken over by the guards of the central shrine. They must have a reason to go there. Otherwise, if they were to investigate, the Nightless City, an outpost of the Tong Tian Tower, would be easily discovered and destroyed by the central shrine. A day later. In front of the teleportation portal to the Tailuan continent, a luxurious airship arrived. On the airship was written Raging Flame, indicating that it was the exclusive ship of the Raging Flame bandit group. Leader Raging Flame, who was still training on the Heaven Stairway, was grabbed by Yu Yang to present the invitation to the soldiers guarding the teleportation portal with the identity of the bandit group leader. In reality, this thing was only snatched from a leader halfway. There was no name on it, only the unique symbol of the central shrine. Leader Raging Flame used it to disguise herself as the bandit group leader, without any flaws. Yu Yang stood behind Raging Flame, acting as her attendant. He pretended to be heaven-ranked level 3, barely qualified to attend the ceremony. Didn't the Raging Flame bandit group disband? A guard muttered, a little puzzled. Forget it, as long as the group leader is not dead, it can be rebuilt as you wish. The leader snorted in boredom. In the Heaven Realm, there were as many bandit groups as there were hairs on a cow. Usually, only the group leader had the strength. If the group leader did not die, and his subordinates all died, it would not matter at all. They could just recruit more people. Not only did Raging Flame not die, but she also seemed to have had a fortuitous encounter. Her strength had improved greatly, and rebuilding the Raging Flame bandit group was just a matter of a word. The warden has ordered that no one is allowed to carry weapons in front of the God's Abomination execution platform. Leader, please pay attention. The guard who was inspecting quickly reminded Raging Flame, and at the same time, he skillfully took the money pouch from Yu Yang as a bribe. After proving his identity, Raging Flame and Yu Yang left on the airship. He opened the strangely heavy money pouch in his hand, and found that other than gold coins, there was also a gem on it. He could not help but excitedly rush towards the leader, and cheered repeatedly, I say, leader, this Raging Flame bandit group must have made a fortune recently. Do you know how much that lad tipped us? A whole 1,000 gold, and even a cat's eye stone that is worth 3,000 gold. Then what are you waiting for? You don't need to be on duty anymore. Immediately go find my cousin and ask him to arrange a good place for the Raging Flame group. We can't miss the opportunity to make friends with such a generous expert. When the leader heard this, he immediately became spirited. King Tailuan had decided that he would be beheaded on the platform of God's loathing at noon 10 days later, when the sun was high in the sky. Yu Yang learned of this news while he was still on his way. In the central shrine, the execution of major criminals was usually done at noon. There was a rumor in the heaven realm that the souls of those executed at noon could be cleansed of their sins more thoroughly under the fierce sunlight. It was the best way to atone for their sins. On the contrary, Tongtian Tower had a completely different explanation for this rumor. The predecessors of Tongtian Tower believed that killing at noon was a very vicious punishment, because the fierce sunlight would double the damage to the fragile soul that had just left the body. When the soul of an ordinary person encountered sunlight, it would easily dissipate and be annihilated. Even if it was a strong person, once they were killed, their soul that had just left the body would be severely injured by the fierce sunlight. The predecessors of Tongtian Tower believed that killing at noon was a vicious punishment. It should not be used easily unless it was a person who had committed a heinous crime. The Raging Flame Bandits' airship finally saw its target after 30 minutes of sailing. They arrived at the City of Salvation. The City of Salvation was located under the Soul Summoning Ridge. On the ridge was the platform of God's loathing, where King Tailuan was executed. In addition to the Raging Flame Bandit, there were at least a dozen different airships or shuttles parked outside the city, waiting to be dispatched. Why don't we go down and take a walk too? City Lord Fallen Flowers was a little bored and stretched seductively. These days, if I'm not staying in the city, I'm bored in the airship. It's too monotonous. Maybe the City of Salvation will also have exotic flowers and plants from the heaven realm. Let's go down and take a look. Yes, my city lord. Since Yu Yang had asked her to pull him along, there was no way he could refuse. Besides, staying in the airship every day was really a little stuffy. What if the clown group finds out? Raging Flame was most worried about this problem. He won't do anything, at least not here. Yu Yang was no longer so worried about the clown. Unless the clown's supporter was the central shrine, the clown's strength would not be able to cause any trouble. The scary thing about the clown was that he knew all kinds of secrets of Tongtian Tower and was extremely cunning. If he were to contact some powerful person in Tongtian Tower, it would be a little troublesome. Hey, didn't you say that it's okay to kill people as you please? Anyway, this is the heaven realm, everything depends on strength. We don't need to be afraid of the clown now, the Lionheart King is more like it. City Master Fallen Flowers' strength had increased greatly, and she was eager to challenge the heaven realm rankers to see just how much stronger she had become. Then let's go. Raging Flames no longer insisted. Since Yu Yang was here, she would listen to Yu Yang. Even if Yu Yang was not here, she would listen to Fallen Flowers. She used to think that she was smart and could make her own decisions. After spending time with Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and the others, she realized that it was better for her not to make a decision. After strolling for a few hours, City Master Fallen Flowers harvested a few pots of strange flowers from the heaven realm. She was so happy that she walked happily. The pitiful Yu Yang and Raging Flames, who had been reduced to hard labor, each held 2 pots of flowers and followed behind her. Only now did Yu Yang realize why young master always had an errand boy following him. It turned out that not having an errand boy was really a loss. Fortunately, a message was sent to the Mercenary Guild, and Smoke Flea, who had arrived early in the City of Salvation, rushed over. When he saw Yu Yang holding the flowers, he quickly stepped forward and replaced him. Let me do it, let me do it. Yu Yang asked about Bai Lu's news. When he heard that Smoke Flea hadn't found her yet, he quickly sent him to look for someone. The messy news that he had collected was temporarily suppressed. Things had to be prioritized. Smoke Flea handed the flower pot back and rushed to the Mercenary Guild. He guessed that Bai Lu would send someone to wait there. Yu Yang and City Master Fallen Flowers strolled for another half an hour. They couldn't help but feel curious when they saw the commotion in front of them. Leaping into the air, they looked down at the crowd in front of them. In front, the Black Skeleton Guild leader Rachel was also among them. He was the only acquaintance that Yu Yang recognized. However, the one who had a conflict was not him, but the skeleton man's friend. That vampire-like guy also had pretty good strength, Heaven Stage Level 3. He wore a blood-red robe with a special emblem embroidered on it. He seemed to be from a big family or a big sect. The one who met the vampire's eyes was a minotaur. His strength was similar to that of a vampire. His upper body was bare, and his muscles were bulging. His chest and back were tattooed with terrifying tattoos. His nose, ears, and lips were nailed with golden rings and bone nails of different sizes. His appearance was truly ferocious and frightening. If such an ugly face was placed in the soaring dragon continent, no matter how strong a beauty was, she probably wouldn't be interested in it. This was because this minotaur was too ugly, so ugly that it could make a child stop crying. Even Yu Yang, who was used to seeing the world, was shocked when he saw it. He sighed inwardly. To have the courage to live with such an appearance, his mental quality was really too strong. What made it hard for Yu Yang to understand the most was that beside the minotaur, there was a delicate and coquettish beauty. He didn't know if she was from the snake race or some other race. Her skin had a few scales and was especially smooth. When she opened and closed her red lips, her snake tongue flickered, giving off a cold and strange feeling. Other than using her slender arms to hold on to the minotaur's thick arms, this coquettish lamia's long tail also curled around the minotaur's thigh in a seductive manner. Yu Yang noticed something. The tip of this coquettish lamia's tail was shaped like a bee's tail. "Hurry up and apologize to my girl, or I'll split you apart." The minotaur and vampire scolded each other with the catchphrase Lima. It seems that this guy is the Southern Heaven Realm's wandering bandit Lima. I've heard of this name before. He's a ruthless guy, but I didn't know he was a minotaur. Raging Flame explained to Yu Yang. In addition to the chivalrous bandit group, there were also many wandering bandits. They didn't want to manage a large group of people. They did things alone and usually ambushed small groups of peddlers for profit. They were generally called wandering bandits. Of course, most wandering bandits called themselves rangers. Only a few extremely vicious fellows would call themselves wandering bandits. For example, this minotaur Lima. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering who it was." "So it's Lima, you brainless bug." Vampire laughed out loud. "I'm not called Lima. I'm the famous wandering bandit Hei Ting." Lima was just a nickname given to the minotaur by the outside world. Because there were many people who called him that, no one knew his real name. "Let's fight. The wager is your girl." Vampire stretched out a pale hand and sniffed it. "When I touched it just now, I found that it felt good." There's also a smell of urine. It seems that your skills in bed must be very good." "Lima, I want your girl. If you don't want me to beat you up, get out of here immediately. If you don't have the strength, don't even think about owning such a good beauty. You're courting death. I'll cut you down immediately." The minotaur was furious. He waved his hand like an axe, raising a strong shock wave and slashing towards Vampire. "Child's play." The vampire easily dodged the attack and sneered. Yu Yang was bored watching. A battle of equal strength like this would probably take several days and nights to determine the outcome. The minotaur was slightly stronger, and the vampire was faster. It was hard to determine who was better. Especially in this Salvation City, he didn't dare to use destructive moves. It was even more impossible to determine the outcome in a short fight. City Lord Fallen Flowers also felt that there was nothing to see, so it was better to continue searching for exotic flowers and herbs in the heavenly realm. Raging Flames liked to watch the decisive battle, but Yu Yang wanted to leave, so she immediately followed. After strolling for half an hour in the flower market on the neighboring street, Yu Yang and Raging Flames had a few more pots of spoils of war. Even City Lord Fallen Flowers saw that the two of them were working hard, so she helped carry a pot. The three of them walked back happily. Suddenly, there was a rumble. A shadow flew over from afar like a meteor. It fell heavily in front of Yu Yang and Fallen Flowers. It was the Minotaur. In the sky, Rachel and the seductive Lamia were already fighting. The vampire was blind in one eye. He angrily descended from the sky and pointed at the Minotaur. "You dare to plot against my eyes? Lima, you've successfully angered me. Today will be the day you die. You can't even protect yourself, yet you're still spouting such arrogant words?" The Minotaur stood up, spat out a mouthful of blood, and sneered. "What?" The vampire was stunned. "Do you know who you hit when you lost control of your heavy blow and the shockwave?" the beloved concubine of the city Lord of Salvation. She was standing upstairs, watching our battle. Do you know why I had to take 10 punches and 5 kicks from you, and why I had to blind you? It's not that I don't know you have a way to recover. I've heard of your name as the blood-sucking demon. The reason why I did that was because when you get angry and lose control of your attack, you will accidentally injure someone you shouldn't have. Do you know why I'm standing in that direction? I'm just trying to trick you into making a move. Among so many onlookers, only the beloved concubine of the city Lord of Salvation is not at heaven stage. Only she will let you accidentally injure her. Haha, you will be wanted by the city Lord right now. Do you still want to fight me? Besides, my strength is not inferior to yours at all. If I didn't deliberately lure you into a trap, how could I have been sent flying 1,000 meters away by a heavy blow from you? The Minotaur's words caused the surrounding people to break out in cold sweat. Whoever said that this Minotaur had no brain would be an idiot. On the surface, it seemed that the vampire was full of evil tricks, but who knew that the real cunning one was the Minotaur who looked like a composite of brain residues. When Rachel and the vampire heard this, they immediately fled. Injuring the city lord's beloved concubine could be a big or small matter. Rachel and the vampire flew away with a whoosh. They decided to flee as far as they could before the incident. They didn't dare to stay for a second longer. Rachel and the vampires were scared off with just a few words. Raging Flame was speechless. No wonder the Minotaur, a lone bandit, was able to thrive in the southern heaven realm. It turned out that everyone who saw him was deceived by his appearance. The Minotaur looked like a fool, and he was the brainless kind. Who knew that his mind was more cunning than anyone else? Yu Yang, Fallen Flowers, and Raging Flame prepared to leave when they saw that there was no more fighting. Unexpectedly, the Minotaur stretched out his hand and shouted, "Captain Raging Flame, if I remember correctly, you are the wanted Captain Raging Flame, right? I didn't see you clearly in the quarrel just now, and you left in a hurry. I almost thought that I would never see you again. Fortunately, you still have the leisure to go shopping, otherwise, I wouldn't have discovered that you are still here. Although it hurts a bit to take that guy's punch for nothing, to be able to take the opportunity to catch up with Captain Raging Flame, this deal is not too bad." Raging Flame was infuriated. "You want to keep me here?" The Minotaur shook his head and waved his hand. His eyes were filled with cunning. "Of course not. Long before I came, I had my companions report it to the city lord. If he kills a beloved concubine, the city lord may not care, because he has more than 100 beautiful concubines. However, if he can catch you, who has been declared a wanted criminal by the central shrine, and present a gift to Lord Heavenly Ghost and Warden Tantide before the execution, it would be a great merit. I think the city lord will definitely be moved." Yu Yang couldn't help but give the Minotaur a thumbs up, praising him. "Not bad, among the Minotaur, you are the smartest I have ever seen. And the most despicable." The Minotaur was stunned by Yu Yang's words. Then he reacted, "You said that I'm the smartest, I agree, but how do you explain that I'm the cheapest?" Yu Yang spread out his hands. "If you weren't cheap enough, you wouldn't have come to me to beat you up. Isn't that the cheapest?" Before he finished speaking, he flashed over and slapped the Minotaur in the face as fast as lightning. Just as the Minotaur was about to get angry and fight back, Yu Yang had already slid back with mysterious footsteps. When the Minotaur put down his fist and was about to curse, Yu Yang appeared in front of the Minotaur and gave him another slap on the other cheek. He did it with ease, as if he was born to kill people. Pa 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 pa, the Minotaur couldn't speak at all. As soon as he opened his mouth, he would be slapped back by Yu Yang. If he wanted to make a move, Yu Yang would fly back to Raging Flame's side. The Minotaur wasn't a fool. He understood that it was impossible to fight Raging Flames alone with his strength, not to mention that there was a super fast kid on the side. 1 against 2, he would definitely die without leaving any dregs. There was really no way to speak. The Minotaur suddenly gave Yu Yang a thumbs up. What was the meaning of this? Yu Yang was puzzled. Could it be that this guy was a masochist and felt pleasure from slapping people in the face? When Yu Yang thought of this, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he felt a chill. "Your speed is very good, much faster than that vampire just now, and the strength of the slap is also very strong." "Very good." The ox-head man praised Yu Yang sincerely, as if he was not the one who was beaten, but a commentator who was watching from the side. After the Minotaur finished speaking, he bowed deeply to the side of the sky, Lord City Lord, and Lord Fish Eye, in order to delay the criminal's escape, this old face of mine has been slapped hard. Lord City Master and Lord Fish Eye, please say something for me. You deserve it. A middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious brocade robe descended from the sky and said in a thunderous rage, Lima, you evil Tauren. You deliberately used my beloved concubine as bait and disregarded her life. Even I, the Tauren, can't help but want to beat you up, let alone outsiders. He looked like he was going to tear the Minotaur apart. Fortunately, there was still a personal guard captain and a butler. The two of them stopped the city lord. Moreover, with Captain Raging Flames, a wanted criminal, around, the city lord couldn't immediately make a move on the Tauren, lest Raging Flames take the opportunity to escape. The Minotaur smiled slyly. Actually, the city lord doesn't lack women. It doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. Besides, even if it's top-grade food, you'll get tired of it after eating too much. It's not bad to change your taste sometimes. If you don't favor one of them, everyone will share the reign and dew, and there will be no resentment in your heart. I'm sure the city lord's family will live in harmony. This kind of killing many birds with one stone is actually the city lord's good fortune, so why be angry? That seems to make sense. That city lord had an impatient temper. He came quickly and left even more quickly. He was no longer angry and no longer looked like he wanted to devour someone. Yu Yang looked on coldly from the side and did not express any opinion. City Lord of Fallen Flowers ordered a few Heaven Stage onlookers to help move the flowers into a shop, so as to prevent the fight from destroying her precious collection. Those few Heaven Stage experts were actually considered figures in the Southern Heaven realm, but seeing that Fallen Flowers had a noble and dignified temperament, she didn't hold back when commanding others to do work. As if everyone was her subordinate, they guessed that she was a noble superior from the upper realm. In addition, Yu Yang and Raging Flames had helped her move the flowers, looking like hard workers. They followed behind her, making it even more difficult for people to disobey. You guys are all idiots. You can't even move the potted flowers properly, yet you call yourself Heaven Stage. Put it down slowly. If you want to damage my flowers, I'll cut off your hands. Don't you know how to be gentle? Not only did Luohua City Mistress order those unlucky fellows to do hard labor, she even scolded them harshly, causing those fellows to be filled with fear and trepidation, afraid that they would offend this heaven's proud daughter. Not to mention the few of them, even the onlookers, including the city lord of Redemption City who was at the peak of Heaven Stage level 5, didn't dare to look down on Fallen Flowers. Beside the city lord of Redemption City, there was a skinny man with a pale and emotionless face who looked like a machine. In his hand, he held a black scale with strange energy. When Fallen Flowers ordered people to move the flower pots away, Raging Flames and Yu Yang confronted the city lord of Redemption City, the Ox-Head Man and the others. The robot-like guy raised the black scale and aimed it at the Ox-Head Man. Then, he put down a silver feather on the left scale and asked, Ox-Head Man Lima, do you admit to the crime of fraud? I plead guilty. The Ox-Head Man replied respectfully. Under the hands of the heavenly ghost executioner. There were two executioner elders, Yumu and Nanshan. One was in charge of chasing, the other was in charge of interrogating. Among them, the Yumu elder was the one in charge of chasing. In front of the black scale, it was useless for anyone to deny their crime. Because according to the warden's law, in the heaven realm, other than the gods, all living beings were guilty. The only difference was the degree of their crime. Moreover, once they denied it, the person being interrogated would be severely punished. The person being interrogated could only hope that his crime was very light. If that was the case, then the black scale that represented fairness would make the side of silver feather, which contained kindness, fall, proving that there was more kindness than evil, and that they could be forgiven and redeemed. The Ox-Head Man answered honestly, admitting that he had tricked the vampire to accidentally injure the city lord's beloved concubine. A wave of energy emerged from his body. It floated to the right side of the black scale. The light flickered, and the black scale shook slightly. Finally, the side on the left that represented kindness, silver feather, fell, while the side on the right that represented sin, rose. The Yumu elder nodded expressionlessly, Ox-Head Man Lima, your crime can be forgiven. Your nature is also kind. The ox-head man was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. Yu Yang was dumbfounded. This guy was even more evil than Judge Wang, who used common sense to speculate about Ping Yu's case. How could this work? The emotionless, robot-like Yumu elder pointed the black scale at the city lord of fallen flowers. You are with a wanted criminal. Do you admit that you were guilty of ganging up? The city lord of fallen flowers' beautiful eyes turned cold. So what if I am guilty? Before she could finish speaking, another wave of energy floated up and landed on the black scale. The side of silver feather, which represented kindness, fell rapidly, while the right side, which represented sin, rose high. Seeing this scene, the onlookers and the city lord of salvation all heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was fine. If she had been caught by the Yumu elder, there would probably have been a big mess. The Yumu elder still had a deadpan expression, and said emotionlessly, although you are guilty of ganging up, you are extremely kind in nature. You were just tricked by a wanted criminal and lost your mind for a moment. You, who have committed a very light crime, can be forgiven. The onlookers applauded enthusiastically. Putting aside the sin, a beauty like this shouldn't be arrested. Then, the Yumu elder asked Captain Raging Flames, as a wanted criminal of the temple, you have committed a heinous crime. Do you realize it now and plead guilty? Bah, this was Raging Flames' answer. Energy floated up, and the right side of the scale, which represented sin, fell rapidly, while the left side of silver feather, which represented kindness, floated high in the air. It was confirmed that Raging Flames was guilty. She should be arrested. The Yumu elder didn't say anything, but everyone knew the result. Yu Yang suddenly raised his hand. I also want to take part in this good and evil test. If Yu Yang hadn't raised his hand, everyone would have almost forgotten about him. Great, he delivered himself to the door. As an accomplice of a wanted criminal, do you know your crime for helping a villain do evil? The Yumu elder asked. I don't know. Yu Yang shook his head. Your sins are grave. You are lost and don't know how to turn back. After the Yumu elder finished speaking, the right side of the black scale in his hand, which represented evil, sank, while the silver feather, which represented kindness, rose high. This proved that Yu Yang was guilty, even more serious than Raging Flames. The onlookers were all eager to try when they saw this situation. Everyone knew the name of Captain Raging Flames, and she was definitely a hard bone to chew. However, this kid's strength wasn't too high, only at the 3rd level of Heaven stage. If everyone joined forces and attacked together, they believed that they could capture him in one fell swoop. When the time came, they would offer him to Lord Yumu. The reward was secondary. The most important thing was to establish a relationship with the people of the central shrine, just like the ox head. Raging Flames clenched her fists and made her attitude clear. Whoever dares to come up, I'll beat them up, she would definitely resist to the end. The onlookers thought that with Captain Raging Flame's strength at the peak of the 5th level of Heaven stage and the ancient dragon power, other than the Redemption City Lord and the Yumu Elder, everyone else would have to stand aside. Therefore, it was better to take it easy in this battle and not provoke her easily. Of course, no one here knew that when Raging Flames went to Tong Tian Tower to cultivate, she had already learned to hide her aura and suppress her realm. Otherwise, she would have fled in fright. With her arduous cultivation in the gate of life and death and the heaven stairway, she had already broken through the 5th level of Heaven stage and advanced to the 6th level of Heaven stage, entering the state of the quasi-innate sovereign. Later on, she broke through in one fell swoop in Yu Yang's energy field and completely comprehended the sovereign realm. Although she had just advanced to the innate sovereign, the current her was not someone that a few Heaven stage experts could contend against. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't want to ruin the plan of this trip, with Raging Flame's unyielding personality, how could she allow a lowly fellow like the Oxhead to strut around in front of her? Your scale is not bad. Lend it to me to play with. Yu Yang's figure turned into a stream of light and flashed. Before he could finish his sentence, the black scale was already in his hands. Everyone was shocked. Even Yumu's eyes were wide open. He didn't feel anything at all. He didn't understand why the treasure would fall into the other party's hands. This treasure was clearly controlled by his own will. How was this possible? Yu Yang deliberately imitated the expression and tone of the Yumu elder, raising the black tray scale in his hand. Yumu, you claim to be the embodiment of justice, but your intelligence is seriously lacking. You have drunk too much Sanlu since you were young, causing your brainstem to be damaged. Not only is your brain damaged, but you also have facial paralysis, which seriously affects the appearance of the city. Do you know your crime? The mouths of the onlookers at the side were so wide open that a hippopotamus could be stuffed in. I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen such arrogance. I've seen arrogance, but I've never seen such arrogance, this brat. This was courting death. Regardless of whether he was guilty or not, Elder Yumu would not let him off. Fallen Flowers couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw Yu Yang's mischief. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. She laughed as if there was no one else around, without any scruples, and was exceptionally heroic. Unlike ordinary women, her unique hearty laughter didn't affect her appearance and noble temperament at all. Instead, it made people feel that she was full of aura, a true superior. The entire audience was speechless. Only Fallen Flowers' bell-like laughter echoed on the street for a long time. Raging Flames originally wanted to make herself a little more fierce, but she really couldn't do it. Her lips pursed into an arc. If it weren't for the fact that a great battle was imminent and she needed to endure it with all her might, she would probably be laughing like Fallen Flowers. You're courting death. Elder Yu Ye's expression trembled slightly, but there wasn't any emotion on his face. He was still as rigid as a rock, and his eyes were emotionless like a robot's. He only stared at Yu Yang. Wrong answer. Yu Yang didn't absorb energy to judge crimes like Yumu. Instead, he directly used his finger to forcefully press down the right side of the black scale, making the side of Silver Feather, which represented kindness, rise high. Yu Yang pressed down on the right side of the rooftop, indicating for everyone to look and stop laughing. He imitated Yumu's tone and said, "The treasure has already made the best explanation. Not only are you brainless and have facial paralysis, you have also committed an extremely serious crime. You deserve to die 1,000 times, and your crimes are unforgivable. I, who am very kind and full of justice, have made a difficult decision. In addition to confiscating your tools, I will also help you wash away your sins and send you on your way. In short, the sooner you die, the sooner you reincarnate." Just as Yu Yang finished speaking, the index and middle fingers of Yumu's right hand had already pierced his eyelashes. Yumu's attack speed was extremely fast. None of the onlookers could react. Even Raging Flames, who had the strength of Heaven Stage Level 6 and had comprehended the Sovereign Realm, could only turn her head and see a phantom. A figure flashed. Elder Yu Yi had already returned to his original position. His bloodied right hand was still pinching his 2 eyeballs. A smile appeared on the Redemption City Lord's face. He knew that Elder Yu Yi had a move called eye snatching. He could use his super speed to remove the enemy's eyeballs in an instant. The most amazing thing was that the removed eyeballs were almost undamaged. It was 100 times better than digging them out with a knife. There was once a medical master who said that if Elder Yu Yi returned his eyeballs, there was a way to reconnect the eyeballs to the eyes of the blind person. However, this had never happened before. This was because Elder Yu Yi would never return his eyeballs. He was expressionless as he pinched his crystal-clear eyeballs. Exploding them one by one, the onlookers all sucked in a breath of cold air. This fish-eyed disciplinary elder was indeed cruel and merciless. A miserable howl resounded on the street. This person wasn't Yu Yang, but a guard who was standing beside Elder Yumu. He was originally the guard beside the Redemption City Lord, standing beside the personal guard captain and the butler. At this moment, both of his eyeballs had been dug out, revealing only bloody black holes. This guard, who suddenly reacted, couldn't bear the heart-wrenching pain. He covered his face with both hands and howled crazily. Elder Yu Ye's pupils dilated rapidly when he saw this. The Redemption City Lord and the surrounding people all looked as if they had seen a ghost. All of their faces were filled with disbelief and horror. Yu Yang clapped his hands. His lonely clapping was especially ear-piercing in the midst of the painful howl. Every clap was like a hammer hitting the hearts of the people. "If you think that you can dig out my eyes with the speed of that turtle, you're wrong." Before Yu Yang could finish his words, Elder Yu Ye's index and middle fingers pierced into Yu Yang's eyelids again. This time, everyone saw clearly that Elder Yu Ye's eyes had indeed been pierced. Elder Yu Ye's shadow was too fast to be captured, but everyone could still see his attack clearly. Bo. As soon as Elder Yu returned, he immediately crushed the eyeballs in his hands, not giving his enemy any chance to regret. It hurts, it hurts. Yu Yang covered his face and shouted. Humph. The city lord of salvation snorted in his heart. If this kid hadn't been so careless, perhaps he wouldn't have let Elder Yu succeed in seizing his eye a second time. The damage transfer from before was probably because this brat had some kind of skill that could transfer his own damage. But what about the second time? Could he still hide? The master of Redemption City glanced around him and found that none of the guards around him had their eyes injured. The person who was covering his face and shouting was the hateful human kid opposite him. He was just about to open his mouth and mock the other party for getting what they deserved. Unexpectedly, before he could open his mouth, an imperial bodyguard behind him frantically shouted, "No, it's my eyes, I can't see, I can't see." The onlookers all looked behind the Lord of Redemption City. One of the guards in the crowd was shaking his head in pain. His eyes had also been dug into two terrifying bloody holes. This time, the spectators immediately retreated dozens of meters, afraid that they would become the target of Yu Yang's damage transfer. Now he understood. Why wasn't this kid afraid of attacks? It was because he had a way to transfer damage. That was why he dared to challenge Elder Yu at heaven-ranked level 3. Shatter. Elder Yu condensed a ball of terrifying energy in his right hand. Once he attacked, not to mention a heaven-ranked level 3 warrior, even half of Redemption City would probably collapse. The onlookers were all scared out of their wits. He was going to die, this Elder Yu was going to go crazy. Wait a minute. At this time, the only person who dared to stand out to stop was the Ox-head Lima. The Ox-head Lima rushed to the side of the city lord and waved his hand anxiously. That's not damage transfer. He's using an even faster speed. It's useless to use the power of extinction to attack. It will only destroy the city. When he said this, everyone, including Elder Yu, turned to look at him. Everyone was filled with confusion. The Ox-head Lima swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pointed at Yu Yang with a trembling finger. His ability isn't damage transfer, but acceleration. I didn't see the first one clearly, but I saw the second guard. That person first flew behind the city lord before Elder Yu dug out his eyes and grabbed the guard to block in front of him. Then, he waited for Elder Yu to dig out his eyes before putting him back. His speed is really unimaginable. The city lord was so shocked that his whole body turned cold. What? The Ox-head Lima swallowed hard again. Lima is right. Although Elder Yu's speed is famous for being fast in the entire southern heaven realm, the other party's speed is even faster. Elder Yu suddenly turned his face and stared at Yu Yang. This was the first time he looked at Yu Yang seriously. Under everyone's gaze, this kid first slid to his side, grabbed a guard, made him dig out his eyes, and finally put the guard back. This series of actions had even fooled his own eyes? How fast does he need to be to complete all of this? Elder Yu couldn't imagine it. For the first time, he felt that this weak enemy was very difficult to deal with. The city lord still didn't dare to believe it and asked the Ox-head Lima, "How did you see it?" The Ox-head Lima smiled bitterly. "I can immediately use my hooves to create a special shockwave that ordinary people can't hear. It's like the sound waves of bats, and it can cover the entire space. Only I can hear it. In this space, the echoes will tell me everything that is happening like eyes. I can see, but I can't stop it. In comparison, I'm like a pitiful snail." For the third time, Elder Yu made his move. This time, he used his fastest speed and threw out a ball of strange energy that looked like mucus to trap Yu Yang. He pointed the index and middle fingers of his right hand directly at Yu Yang's eyes. While people were watching, they felt that their bodies, which were trapped in the mucus energy, were like a group of ants that fell into a small pond. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. Their struggling speed was so slow that it seemed like they were moving in slow motion. In the center of the mucus energy, people saw that Elder Yu was like a fish swimming as fast as lightning. He swam in front of Yu Yang and used his two fingers to dig out his eyeballs. However, a strange miracle happened. The moment he was about to dig out his eyeballs, people saw the human boy move even faster than Elder Yu. Compared to him, Elder Yu, who was as fast as lightning, seemed to have stopped. He moved in the opposite direction and dodged Duo Qing's two fingers. He slid towards the city lord and randomly grabbed a guard beside him. Then, he retreated and placed the guard in front of Elder Yu Yi. Elder Yu Yi saw it too, but he couldn't stop the inertia of his hands. When he watched himself dig out the guard's eyes and retreated, the heavily injured guard had already been placed back in his original position. The most terrifying thing was that the guard didn't even realize that his eyes had been dug out because of the speed. When Elder Yu Yi pinched his 2 eyes, the guard finally realized that he was blind. Only then did the guard realize that he was blind. He groaned in pain and slid to the ground weakly. If it weren't for the mucus energy that could bind people, no one would have been able to see Yu Yang's movements or even Elder Yu Ye's attack clearly. Now, everyone could see it very clearly. Elder Yu Ye's speed was very fast. Ordinary people were like snails compared to him. However, the speed that he was so proud of was on a completely different level compared to the boy in front of him. If Elder Yu Ye's speed was like a swimming fish, then the boy's speed was like a flying eagle, or even faster than lightning. No one had ever thought that a person could reach such a level of speed. Even under the restriction of the mucus energy, he could still grab a guard more than 10 meters away and replace him the moment his fingers touched his eyelids. He could even release the guard at the same time. It was too terrifying. The shocking thing about this speed wasn't that it was fast, but that it was terrifying. It was a kind of terror that sent chills down one's spine. Facing this kind of speed, anyone would feel very small and helpless. What happened today is just the beginning. Elder Yu Yi crushed the eyeball in his hand and said this to Yu Yang. Then, he left expressionlessly and disappeared in an instant. I'll wait for you, slow green-headed tortoise. Yu Yang waved his hand in the direction where Elder Yu Yi disappeared, as if he was seeing off an old friend. The Lord of Salvation City was in an awkward situation now. Even Elder Yu Yi couldn't take down this boy, let alone himself. The problem was that he had already bragged and lost 3 guards. If he didn't do anything, wouldn't he be the Lord of Salvation City? He thought for a while and clapped his hands hard. Good, what a fast speed, what a wonderful body movement. Actually, it's just a small misunderstanding between us. It's fine after we make it clear. I've always admired a chivalrous bandit like Captain Raging Flame. As for this little brother, Elder Yu Yi appreciated him even more and gave him his beloved good and evil scale. I, Qianhu, have always been happy to make friends with a heroic young man like you. As for this one. The words of the Lord of Salvation City almost shocked the onlookers to death. Captain Raging Flame had a chivalrous heart. Why didn't you admire her just now? The black good and evil scale was snatched by him. Elder Yu Yi gave him nothing. If it wasn't for his speed, Elder Yu Yi would have dug out the boy's eyeballs long ago. He wouldn't have let go of them so easily. The person who said this could no longer be described as shameless. How thick-skinned did he have to be to say such words, as expected of the famous Lord of Salvation City in the Southern Heaven Realm who was known for his thick skin? The Lord of Salvation City originally wanted to compliment Fallen Beauty, but she didn't give him the chance. She didn't even look at him, as if the Lord of Salvation City was invisible. She ordered the few experts of Heaven Stage beside her to help her carry the flower pot, then waved at Yu Yang and Raging Flame. Let's go, it's not fun at all. What temple elder, jumping around like a monkey, it's too boring. My personal guard captain, why don't you blind his eyes? I'm waiting for your order? Yu Yang indicated that without an order, he, as a very obedient personal guard captain, couldn't casually kill. Then let's blind him next time. I hate people who overestimate themselves and jump around in front of me. Luo Hua Beauty said lightly. As you wish. Yu Yang's performance as the personal guard captain was full marks. Bring the scale over. It's not a good thing, nor is it beautiful. I'll take the silver feather, this black scale is yours. Fallen Beauty took the black scale and looked at it, then threw it to Yu Yang. Yu Yang, who had a tacit understanding, had a very grateful expression on his face. City Lord, you are the most generous master in the entire Heaven Realm. Stop flattering me. Next time, don't embarrass me again. Otherwise, you can forget about being the personal guard captain. If anyone provokes you, just kill them. I hate those flea-like temple elders the most. Forget it, let's go back. Fallen Beauty handed the silver feather to Raging Flame. Raging Flame cooperated with her and bowed respectfully to receive it. The surrounding people were all completely shocked by the words of the city lord of fallen flowers, an elder of the central shrine. Such a noble existence was actually not worth mentioning in front of her. What exactly was the identity of this beauty? Could it be that she was the legendary? The city lord of salvation was sweating profusely, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He quickly lowered his head and put on his most humble appearance. He was really afraid that a casual order from fallen beauty would destroy him. As for the previously uneasy Tauren Lima, he was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Now, even if fallen beauty wanted to chop off his head, he wouldn't dare to resist. No wonder the young human who could defeat Elder Yumu with his speed, and Captain Raging Flame, who was at the peak of the 5th level of Heaven stage, were only her attendants. No wonder she could order strangers to do things as casually as ordering servants. The few Heaven stage cultivators holding flower pots were now very pleased with themselves. Previously, they had bitter faces, but now they were as energetic as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They all held their heads high and stuck out their chests, following closely behind. The Heaven stage cultivators who didn't get this qualification secretly hated themselves for standing too far away just now. If they had stood behind that noble beauty, they wouldn't have missed the opportunity to make friends with an extremely noble superior. Accompanied by Raging Flame and Yu Yang, fallen beauty floated away. The people on the street bowed deeply like a tide, sending her off respectfully in the most pious manner. No one dared to look down on her anymore. The city lord of Salvation City was drenched in sweat, as if he had been scooped out of water. Fortunately, it was Elder Yumu who took action just now. Otherwise, he reckoned that even if he wasn't beheaded by that beauty, he would at least be blinded, just like his 3 pitiful subordinates. Quick, bring my treasured pearl to that honorable lord. In addition, try to gather as much information as possible. I must be the first to know the identity of this noble lord. If I neglect him, I'll cut off your head. Wait, remember, when you go, you can't lose your composure, and you can't be rude. The city lord of Salvation City's heart felt as if it was being scratched by thousands of kittens. He knew that because of the execution of King Tai Luan, an extremely noble superior had come to his city. Just what kind of existence was this person? Unimaginable, but he was definitely a superior in the upper realm. Without any connections to introduce him, it was impossible for him to personally pay a visit to express his goodwill. Not everyone would look at a superior in a favorable light. If he could get to know such a superior who didn't even put the elder of the central shrine in his eyes, then he would laugh even in his dreams. When he returned to the luxurious airship with the blazing symbol, Smoke Flea was already waiting respectfully below. He reported to Yu Yang using a secret language. Yu Yang thought for a while and sent him away with a few words to gather more information. As for the group of heaven rankers who rushed over to curry favor with him, Yu Yang completely ignored them. Even the butler who was sent by the Redemption City Master to request an audience with the pearl was rejected outside the door by Yu Yang. How could it be so easy to request an audience with a superior? The butler was not surprised that he was rejected. He knelt down and begged for an audience. If he could not see the Lord Fallen Beauty, he would not ask for anything else. He only hoped that Yu Yang would accept the priceless pearl. As long as he was willing to accept the gift, it meant that there was hope. As the personal guard captain, Yu Yang had no choice but to deal with him. Otherwise, who knew how long this guy would have to kneel here? We don't want too many people to know our whereabouts. We will leave after watching the God's loathsome execution platform. At this time, I hope that the Redemption City Master will control himself and not let too many people disturb him. It would be best if he pretended not to know that Lord has come. Although it is said that Lord is playing on a whim, but with his noble and honorable identity, appearing in the lower realm casually is a worrying negative influence. Lord is not in a good mood today and does not want to meet any guests. If he gets better, I will definitely put in a few good words for the Redemption City Master. As for whether Lord is willing to meet him or not, it is not up to me. Let's try our luck. Yu Yang was too qualified to be the personal guard captain. With just a few words, he was able to scare the butler into a daze. The Chenyu City Master will definitely follow Lord's order and guarantee that no one will disturb Lord's rest. The butler respectfully saluted to the sky to show his worship. Then, he secretly stuffed a top-grade dragon blood stone into Yu Yang's hand. He apologized profusely. He claimed that he did not mean to offend Yu Yang. He only asked for Yu Yang's help to reveal some information so that he could go back and report to the Redemption City Master. His attitude was perfect. He was just short of committing suicide in front of Yu Yang to show his sincerity. Yu Yang secretly cursed him for being a sly fox and pretended to be in a difficult position. Finally, under the repeated pleas of the other party, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind to reveal some information to the other party. His finger was suspended in the air, and the housekeeper hurriedly stretched out his palm to receive it. Yu Yang was not in the other party's palm, and was still suspended in the air. Slowly, he drew an incomparably profound rune circle. Then, he sent a secret message to the housekeeper. Let me put it this way. Not long ago, Gudu Chongfeng of the 4 big clans met you by chance and addressed you as princess. When he requested to see you, he presented the magic mirror to you. Initially, I wanted to accompany you on the journey to ensure your safety. However, you detested the magic mirror for its inauspiciousness and gave it to me. Young Master Chongfeng was also ashamed of himself and did not dare to accompany you anymore. Yu Yang released the mirror of pain that was sealed in the suppressing demon tower. It lit up. If the housekeeper still had some suspicions before, now that he heard Yu Yang's words, he was immediately scared out of his wits. He was sweating profusely and his hands were trembling non-stop. No one would be surprised if some region emperor in the Heaven Realm said that he didn't know about it. After all, the Heaven Realm was too big, and there were many people who didn't know about it. However, if a Heaven Ranker said that he didn't know about the 4 big clans, that would be too ridiculous. Not to mention ordinary Heaven Rankers, even the most powerful central shrine would have to show some respect. Even the most powerful central shrine would have to give some face to the 4 big clans. The housekeeper was familiar with all kinds of rankers in the Heaven Realm. How could he not know about young Master Chongfeng of the Dugu clan? The master of Salvation City had tried to bribe the disciples of the Gudu clan with a large sum of money. He wanted to get to know the unruly, secretive and low-key young Master Chongfeng through the middleman. The housekeeper had a certain understanding of young Master Chongfeng's temperament, appearance, treasures and skills. As for the mirror of pain, even if the housekeeper hadn't seen it before, he had heard of it many times. Now that he suddenly saw it in Yu Yang's hands, how could he not be shocked? That was young Master Chongfeng's most cherished treasure. If he didn't offer it up willingly, who would be able to take it away from him? To be able to make young Master Chongfeng offer up his most cherished treasure and not be happy, how noble must that person be? Let's not talk about the 4 big clans and young Master Chongfeng, let's not think about that unimaginably noble lord. Even this personal guard captain who was only a heaven-ranked level 3 on the outside was also an unfathomable person. A mere guard captain actually possessed a ceiling-type treasure with boundless power. He could even use it easily. If it wasn't for the fact that he was used to seeing precious stones and pearls being offered up, how could his expression be as calm as water? Lastly, it was strength. With the strength of a heaven-ranked level 3, he didn't fear the execution elder who was at the peak of heaven-ranked level 5 at all. Even though he knew that the execution elder was from the central shrine, he still mocked and ridiculed him. He even fought back mercilessly, almost causing the execution elder to fail miserably. With such an outstanding and arrogant attitude, if it wasn't for his strength and his backing, he wouldn't have dared to provoke a temple elder. Even a fool wouldn't try to challenge a temple elder. That would definitely be a disaster for the entire clan. However, not only did this young man do it, his attitude was also extremely arrogant. According to all kinds of information, there was only one possibility. This lord was the legendary. The housekeeper didn't dare to continue thinking, he was afraid that he would faint from fear, unknowingly. He was so scared that his heavy clothes were soaked in sweat. It was as if he had just been drenched in water. Seeing Yu Yang's expression that seemed like a smile yet not a smile, he was terrified. He hurriedly prostrated on the ground and used his most devout heart to salute the luxurious airship in the sky. He also apologized to Yu Yang, repeatedly saying that he didn't mean to spy on Lord's information. He was just like Qianhu City Master, with a heart full of respect and longing for the pity of a superior. Go back. I will send Smoke Flea to inform you if there's good news. In the end, Yu Yang sent this guy away. He reckoned that if he continued to scare this guy would be so scared that he would commit suicide. Yes, I will wait for the Jade Decree with Qianhu City Master. Seeing that Yu Yang's attitude had changed for the better, the housekeeper couldn't help but feel elated. He hurriedly bowed and left. He knew that he was not qualified to have too much of a relationship with the Lord's personal guard captain. Being able to have a good relationship with the errand servant Smoke Flea was already the greatest success. On this trip, he was able to find out some secret information revealed by the other party. He dared to guarantee that Qianhu City Master would be extremely satisfied with his performance. As for how to get the noble lord to grant him an audience, this was not what he thought about. Let Qianhu City Master worry about it himself. Yu Yang returned to the luxurious airship, turned around the side corridor, and walked into the main hall. He found that the sexy and enchanting beauty by LV was waving at him with a smile on her face. Even if he had the sovereign's will, he couldn't help but tremble. Fallen Beauty was nowhere to be seen. She had a clean nature. After shopping for a long time, she probably ran back to take a bath. Raging Flame had just finished arranging for the Heavenly Realm Dragon Woman to control the airship and walked in from the other side. Yu Yang pretended not to see Bai LV. He took out the top-grade Dragon Blood Stone and purified it with Nirvana Flame before throwing it to Captain Raging Flame. Next time, let Wu Hen attach the Heaven Rune to you. Whether it's embedded in a weapon or armor, it will have a good auxiliary effect on you. Raging Flame nodded. She was already used to Yu Yang's things and would no longer resist them like before. Especially after the spiritual fusion in the energy field, she learned a lot about Yu Yang and gradually assimilated his ideals. She was no longer as chivalrous as before. It's so beautiful, give me one too. Bai LV snatched it from Raging Flame's hands and looked at it for a long time, as if she couldn't bear to part with it. Raging Flame originally wanted to give it to her, but Bai LV refused with a smile. She returned the purified top-grade Dragon Blood Stone to Raging Flame and sat next to Yu Yang. She spread out a small, jade-like hand and asked him for it. No more, do you think there's a basket? That guy just stuffed one. Yu Yang ignored her at first, but then he couldn't bear to see that small, jade-like hand waving in front of him. He couldn't stand Bai LV's coquettish manner. This girl was already particularly sexy and enchanting. From what Yu Yang had seen, other than the mesmerizing impatience and the hornless dragon Jiangying, this girl was the sexiest. After revealing her true appearance, he felt a particularly captivating magic emanating from her body. Yu Yang took out the priceless pearl. He didn't put it down, but deliberately threw it into her palm to show that he was unwilling. No matter what Yu Yang said, the pearl was in his hands. Bai LV's smiling face was as beautiful as Yan Yan. Isn't this pearl for little sister Fallen Flowers? It's not a problem for me to take it? Be careful that little sister Fallen Flowers will pull your ears, I'll return it to you. Although she had returned it to Yu Yang, she was just saying it. Right now, Yu Yang reckoned that he wouldn't be able to snatch it back even if he tried to. When Yu Yang heard her call Fallen Beauty little sister, he was secretly sweating profusely. When did they become so intimate? She even called her little sister sister. Bai LV was sitting too close to him. Other than her fragrance, her laughter was also like a bell. Even Yu Yang, who had Jizun's will, felt a little aroused. He hurriedly got up and ran to find Fallen Beauty to bathe together, to release the fire in his heart. Who would have thought that Fallen Flowers had already come out with a bath towel draped over her? She flatly rejected Yu Yang's suggestion to go back to bathe together again. When Yu Yang came out after taking a cold bath, he discovered that the three girls were discussing the current situation, seemingly very serious. Are you sure it's an immemorial rune? Fallen Beauty asked. I'm 90% sure, but I don't know what the characteristics of this immemorial rune are. According to information leaked from a secret channel, because of the seal, at least 10,000 heaven rankers' lives and blood must be sacrificed for the immemorial rune to appear. Furthermore, 100 king stage heaven rankers must be sacrificed. Executing King Tai Luan is just an excuse to attract more heaven rankers. Of course, there are also some of King Tai Luan's friends who want to mediate or rescue. In short, the Central Shrine's Scarlet Warden Tantai Tu Mie is willing to pay any price in order to obtain this immemorial rune. Bai LV also put away her playful pout with Yu Yang, her face full of seriousness. Is the information reliable? Yu Yang had just taken a bath and did not listen carefully, so he hurriedly asked. This top-secret information was found out by King Tailuan's wife through a secret channel. The source of the information came from the central shrine. It should be that someone in the central shrine was worried that Tantai Tu Miao would obtain the immemorial rune and greatly improve his strength, threatening his position. Thus, this information was passed on to King Tailuan's wife through a secret channel. Moreover, a line was drawn, allowing King Tailuan's wife to contact some forces of the four great families, with the goal of destroying this sacrifice. This is not only a disaster for the Tailuan continent, but also an internal strife in the central shrine. As for us, we just happened to be there. Bai LV nodded solemnly to Yu Yang, indicating that the information was absolutely reliable. If that's the case, then it's too shocking. Raging Flame could not imagine what the final result would be if the sacrifice was successful. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Yu Yang smiled. Let's sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If the internal strife in the central shrine causes both sides to suffer, then we can reap the benefits. It's difficult. Bai LV shook her head. Although your progress is fast, compared to Tantai Tu Mia, you are still far behind. If the big bad guy hadn't broken through to primordial level, then I wouldn't be optimistic. But now, I still support my bad guy. Luo Hua City Mistress stood up and sat in Yu Yang's embrace. In front of the two girls, she unscrupulously wrapped her arms around Yu Yang's neck and kissed his cheek intimately. Student Yu Yang, I, the city mistress, support you so much, you can't let me down. City mistress, please rest assured, I will do my best and do my best. Yu Yang was teased by Fallen Beauty. He couldn't help but immediately carry the beauty and rush into the bedroom. Bai LV was surprised by the attitude of City Mistress Fallen Flowers. So what if she had comprehended primordial level? Her opponent was Tantai Tu Mia, but immediately, she understood, this was what a wife should do. Trust her husband unreservedly and support him wholeheartedly. After she thought it through, she turned to look at Captain Raging Flames and asked with a smile, do you also believe that he can succeed? Captain Raging Flames frowned. Tantai Tu Mia is indeed very powerful, but Yu Yang is a person who can achieve anything. He has created many impossible miracles. Besides, this doesn't have to be a fight. Maybe the primordial rune has chosen Yu Yang, not Tantai Tu Mia. You don't know much about him. I've trained with him in Tong Tian Tower for a long period of time, and there has never been anything that baffled him, especially with the support of so many people. You don't know how outstanding those people are. In short, he will succeed. Perhaps it won't be a day, but I believe that he will succeed in the end. Bai LV was stunned. She didn't expect Captain Raging Flames to answer like this. Finally, she laughed. She understood what Raging Flames meant. It was to comfort her. But she also didn't need Raging Flames' comfort. In fact, although she said that, she still supported that kid in her heart. Otherwise, why would she tell him such a shocking secret? Or, even if she told him, she would persuade him to leave, and not let him come to the Tailuan continent. In fact, the one who believed in his success the most was herself. Although the sound insulation of the bedroom door was good, Bai LV and Raging Flames could hear the sound of some kind of battle. Their expressions changed at the same time. Bai LV was shy, her face flushed, her legs subconsciously closed together, her fingers pretending to drink water trembling slightly. Raging Flames was even more embarrassed. She had actually heard about it many times, and was already familiar with Yu Yang's combat power. It was just that this was not the Heaven Stairway, and Bai LV was not Sickly Beauty and the others, so she felt a little embarrassed. Does he and Sister Fallen Flowers often do this? Bai LV still didn't know that she had a part of the responsibility. If it weren't for her deliberate teasing and unintentionally seductive posture, Yu Yang wouldn't have gotten angry so easily. Just get used to it. Captain Raging Flames didn't want to talk about this topic with Bai LV. She stood up and prepared to return to her room to rest. Do you sometimes have some thoughts? Bai LV broke the pot and asked. I'm a giant. Raging Flames paused and quickly denied, don't guess randomly, I'm not in his aesthetic at all, I have nothing to do with him. Well, I believe so. Bai LV suddenly put down the cup when Captain Raging Flames was about to enter the room, and said to Raging Flames in a secret message, have you heard of something called the Holy Fruit of Fairies? Even a woman with an ordinary appearance will become a great beauty after eating it. It even has the ability to transform its body at will. Maybe you can try it. Thank you, I won't pursue that kind of thing that exists in an illusory legend. It's good as it is now. I don't have too many thoughts. My relationship with him is really that of a partner, not what you think. Raging Flame shook her head and held the door handle, preparing to close the door. What if I say that I happen to have one? By LV's words made Raging Flames freeze. The butler stood in front of the Master of Redemption City and reported everything respectfully. Although the Master of Redemption City was prepared, he was still frightened by the information that the butler found out. Fortunately, he changed his stance quickly. Otherwise, his entire family would have died without a burial place. Even if he was the Master of Redemption City who was specially appointed to guard the god's hatred execution platform in the outer hall of the central shrine, he would not be able to kill him with one finger if he offended that kind of lord. It was easy to change the Master of Redemption City. There were many people in the central shrine who were eyeing his position covetously. If there was a reason to condemn him, he would definitely die. Tell me. I want to know your thoughts on this matter. The more detailed, the better. Apart from being thick-skinned, the Master of Redemption City was also good at using other people as a mirror. He knew how to correct his own mistakes in time through other people's eyes. Sir, please forgive me for being blunt. Of course, the butler knew the temperament of the Master of Redemption City. Moreover, their interests were tied together. Of course, he was willing to suggest the Master of Redemption City. Actually, even with your status, it's impossible to get close to that heavenly guest. After all, the difference in status is too great. If we express our feelings too hastily, it'll easily make the other party unhappy. For example, the best pearl in our eyes is a priceless treasure. However, in the eyes of the other party, it's like a bowl of brown rice to a person who is used to eating luxurious banquets. Compared to young Master Everlasting Wind's mirror of pain, our pearl is like a piece of old linen in front of a brocade robe. It's not worth mentioning at all. Most importantly, young Master Everlasting Wind's mirror of pain can't get the favor of that heavenly guest. That's why young Master Everlasting Wind left in shame. What we need to do now is nothing else but to control the situation according to the other party's instructions and wait for an opportunity. If the heavenly guest is happy, it's not impossible for him to summon us. Well said. The Master of Redemption City nodded with satisfaction. Of course, I know my limits. As long as I don't offend that heavenly guest, it's already a great success. You have to handle this matter. No matter what method you use, no one is allowed to disturb you. As for the Oxhead Lima, he would temporarily wait in the mansion. If there was a need, he might be sent out to ask for a reward. Elder Yumu, we don't care, it has nothing to do with us. On the other hand, we must build a good relationship with that smoke flea. Through him, we can open up a channel to the guard captain. That young man is definitely not an ordinary person. We must stabilize this situation first. This matter is not necessarily a bad thing. I even have a feeling that our luck is about to change. Congratulations, my lord. The butler also knew that this was a good opportunity. If the city lord succeeded, entering the upper circle of the heaven realm would no longer be a dream. If I, the city lord, have a meteoric rise, I will not forget all of you. Do your job well, and in the future, we will enjoy the upper realm together. The Master of Salvation City patted the butler's shoulder earnestly, making the butler's eyes wet and almost tearful. A luxurious airship. City Lord Fallen Flowers was fiddling with her precious flowers, while the female giant Raging Flame insisted on her habit of training on the heaven stairway, doubling her training every day. Bai LV looked everywhere, but did not find Yu Yang. At first, she thought that he had gone out, so she waited patiently. Who would have thought that he would not return after a long time? In the end, she could not help but sit beside City Lord Fallen Flowers and asked softly, Sister Fallen Flowers, where is your guard captain? Fallen Beauty smiled and stopped. I thought you could hold back for a day. He is not here, don't worry, he will be back later. In fact, Yu Yang had entered the black hole sealed space to look for Her Majesty Queen Vivian Li. However, Fallen Flowers did not want to mention it to Bai LV and was too lazy to explain. Without Yu Yang, no matter what she did, Bai LV did not seem to have the energy to do it. She lazily nodded and lay down to read a book. After a while, she put the book down and sighed, "This damned heaven rune is too complicated and difficult. It's really hard to imagine how you guys can read it." In fact, she was not surprised that City Lord Fallen Flowers was proficient in heaven runes. It was just that Raging Flame had mastered more than her, which was what really frustrated by LV. Raging Flame was doing strength training. She wiped her sweat and waved her hand, "I'm nothing. I'm not even 1/10,000th of Fallen Flowers." However, the ones who are most proficient in runes are the two mistresses, Traceless and Flawless. When she said this, LV stuck out her tongue in fright. Black hole sealed space. Queen Vivian Lee's cheerful laughter continued to ring out, and the surrounding black hole continued to absorb it. Yu Yang's return had brought her a surprise that far exceeded her expectations. In the energy field, Yu Yang's soul resonated with Jizun, Night Empress, and the other girls. They exchanged fused realms together and comprehended breakthroughs together. He had reached the most perfect innate sovereign realm in history. In this kind of perfect comprehension, even for Queen Vivian Lee, who had almost swept through the heaven realm back then, it was extremely beneficial. When she absorbed Yu Yang's pure innate qi, she also used her realm to connect with him. Yu Yang had achieved a breakthrough to a higher realm. As for Fei Wenli, she had been strengthened in the innate sovereign realm. How long did I sleep? Under the impact of the new realm brought by Queen Vivian Lee, Yu Yang once again fell into a deep sleep. It was only now that he realized how terrifying Queen Vivian Lee's true realm was. Less than a day. I thought you would sleep for a few days, but your body's potential is far beyond my imagination. Queen Vivian Lee lightly kissed Yu Yang's face. With Yu Yang's current strength and realm, it was impossible for him to completely assimilate Queen Vivian Lee's realm. However, he cleverly sealed Fei Wenli's extremely high realm in his mind, just like Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge. Then, he slowly comprehended it and assimilated it layer by layer. If not for Sister Xianxia's previous inheritance of knowledge, without the perfect innate sovereign realm adaptation, Yu Yang would definitely not wake up so easily. He would probably have slept for 10 days to half a month. This time, when Yu Yang merged with Queen Vivian Lee's realm, not only did it bring about the sublimation of the innate sovereign realm, it also allowed his innate invisible sword qi to have a new breakthrough. If he was not in the black hole space, he would have rushed to find the heavenly sword goddess. Now, for the first time, Yu Yang had the feeling of being an absolute expert. Finally, with a sword in hand, he had the confidence of being invincible in the world. It was just like that day when he saw the heavenly sword goddess in the dream realm. Splitting space, destroying the world, everything that was impossible in the past was no longer a fantasy. Yu Yang was in the black hole space. Even though 90% of his innate qi had been absorbed by Fei Wenli, he still had the feeling that he could swing his sword and pierce through the black hole seal. The pressure that the black hole seal gave him in the past was no longer impossible. Could it be that this was the legendary divine sense that could easily see through everything in the world? Was this the legendary and invincible divine sense that could ignore everything? Queen Vivian Lee hugged Yu Yang's neck with both her hands, smiling like a beauty. "Now, I finally have the feeling of being a divine sovereign." Yu Yang did not have the time to feel her intimacy. Instead, he placed his hands in front of his eyes in disbelief and looked at them for a long time. "Is this really the power that I control?" "Qi!" A stern shout came from behind him. Little Wen Li, who had also benefited from the realm fusion, had an illusion of 100 meters tall golden snake demon above her head. It was solemn and dignified, and its divine might was intimidating. Under Little Wen Li's actions, the golden snake demon raised its golden giant blade and fiercely slashed at the black hole seal space, as if it wanted to blast open a passage and rescue its mother, Queen Vivian Lee. Hundreds of millions of rays of light, like a divine pillar striking the sea, rumbled forward in the endless darkness. This was an energy pillar that the golden snake demon had blasted out. Even the black hole seal space could not withstand it. Crack. In the distant sky, a ray of light that looked like a star appeared. However, an indescribably strong power of the ancient code instantly appeared beside Fei Wenli, firmly suppressing her. Queen Vivian Lee could not even blink her eyes. Directly after the crack in the black hole space disappeared, the hidden power of the ancient code completely disappeared without a trace. The black hole space also returned to normal, as if it had never been pierced. Little Wenli was stunned. She thought that today, after obtaining the guidance of the Divine Supreme Realm, she would be able to successfully save her mother. Who knew that the seal of the black hole space was far beyond her imagination? In fact, Yu Yang knew this before she made her move. Just breaking through the black hole space was not enough. As early as the first time he entered here, Queen Vivian Li used her remaining strength to open the space and send him out. It was the same every time after that. If Fei Wenli could break through the black hole space and leave, she would have broken the seal long ago. The true power of the seal was the Nirvana seal law. Only by possessing the ability to surpass the sealer, or completely deceive or break the seal law, could it be possible to rescue Queen Vivian Li, the black hole seal. It was not so easy to escape. Queen Vivian Li used her hand to gently caress little Wenli, who had turned her head back with tears on her face. The soft motherly glow shone at this moment. "Baby, I'm very happy that you have such a wish. But this can't be rushed. It's better to leave it to mother and father to solve. Father will definitely save me. His future divine deity is the world, and the black hole space is just a part of the world." Cough. When Yu Yang heard the word father, he was a little embarrassed, especially now that his body was naked. Yes, yes. Little Wenli was not embarrassed about the naked father and mother. On the contrary, she liked being intimate in such a situation and felt that it was natural. She hugged Queen Vivian Li with one hand and Yu Yang with the other, unwilling to let go of either side. In the end, after consuming a large amount of energy, she felt a little tired and felt uncomfortable after staying in the black hole space for too long. She reluctantly kissed Queen Vivian Li goodbye and returned to Yu Yang's body to sleep. Queen Vivian Li waited for little Wenli to sleep. She changed from a mother to a conquering queen. Even if she was lying on Yu Yang's chest, she hugged him intimately. She could still think rationally. After a long time, Fei Wenli said seriously, "Tantai Tumia is a strong opponent for you, but he is only a strong opponent. His intelligence, strategy, and ability make it impossible for him to become a top contender. On the other hand, that Jiwuri is a big threat. I don't know King Tai Luan, but the god's hatred of torture platform has existed since ancient times. Moreover, the older generation of warriors also know that there are 3 immemorial runes under the god's hatred of torture platform. Ordinary forces can't even shake their seal." Yu Yang was shocked and then ecstatic. "There are 3 immemorial runes?" Queen Vivian Li pressed her jade-like hand on Yu Yang's lips, indicating that he should not be too excited. "These 3 immemorial runes are extremely difficult to obtain. Even I failed in the past. No matter how many people Tantai Tumia kills, no matter how many blood sacrifices he performs, it is destined to be a waste of effort. You don't need to spend too much time on the god's hatred of torture platform, but the trial grounds." Yu Yang knew that this was the most important news. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and listened carefully. The trial grounds is actually the entire process of an ancient warrior training a descendant god. Yu Yang returned from the black hole and meditated for another day. Dream Realm. These are the 3 swords that I have comprehended. While Yu Yang was meditating, he showed the heavenly sword goddess He Gui Tsang, by Shuanghua and Qi Shaolian the 3 swords. The sword Qi that Yu Yang condensed now had a godly power. Although it was far from the heavenly sword goddess's finger, it was a huge improvement compared to before. It could completely split the heaven and earth, and its power was endless. The heavenly sword goddess saw it, but did not make any comments and quietly disappeared. Maybe in her heart, she tacitly agreed that the child was teachable. Maybe Yu Yang's comprehension was not up to her requirements, at least he did not have the possibility to learn the next few swords. Yu Yang's state of mind was very stable. He was not ecstatic, nor was he discouraged. In fact, the more powerful Yu Yang was, the more he realized that he had grasped too little. Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge pointed out that if it was possible, it was not impossible to create a world with a single thought. The current Yu Yang, compared to the description of Sister Xianxia's inheritance of knowledge, and the supreme realm left by the previous warriors in the world tree, was still too far away. The most obvious example was that even Fei Wenli and Jizun were far beyond him, so he could not help but look up to them. "You seem to be a little different?" Yu Yang found that the big loli who was sparring with him seemed a little depressed. This was the first time she was not ahead of Yu Yang. The big loli touched her index finger cutely, and the hair on her head bent down. The bag on your waist looks a little familiar. Yu Yang suddenly saw a strange bag hanging on the big loli's waist. The big loli stared at him with a little panic, and kept the bag in her bosom. This made Yu Yang, who wanted to snatch it to take a look, awkwardly stop his curiosity. Forget it, this big loli's bag was also his, it was not a big deal to let her keep it. Yu Yang always had a wish in the past. He hoped that when he could defeat the big loli, he would ruthlessly beat her up and take revenge. Now he had finally caught up to her. His realm was the same as hers, so she couldn't muster up any energy. He sat down next to the big loli and carefully observed her. He realized that the big loli had actually changed a lot without him noticing. It wasn't about her appearance, nor was it about her body. It was about her spirituality. She had changed a lot from when she was just created by the heavenly sword goddess using her sword chi. She was much cuter than before. Could it be that she wasn't a sword chi, but an immortal spiritual body born from that small Qianquan bag? In the beginning, she wasn't too cute when she was a little violent. Now, it could kill Yu Yang, the otaku, with its cuteness. After teasing him for half a day, the big loli already knew what kind of person Yu Yang was, so she was completely on guard against him. Hence, Yu Yang was unable to get any information out of her. However, if Yu Yang said it was fun, she would wrinkle her cute little nose and squint her eyes into crescent moons, secretly laughing. If Yu Yang said it was hateful and provoked her, she would immediately give him a punch. She was a violent woman. It was also from this day onwards that Yu Yang's training method had a whole new content. The big loli did something that Yu Yang had never seen before, the top-up energy converging method. She placed her hand on top of Yu Yang's head and poured all of her energy into his body. Just as Yu Yang was about to return the energy back to her body like he did during dual cultivation, the big loli refused. A light flashed in her bosom, and she recovered in an instant. When Yu Yang found it hard to digest her huge amount of energy, the big loli planted a kind of energy source that Yu Yang couldn't understand in his heart. It was a kind of seemingly weak but inexhaustible energy source. This kind of energy source was like the seed of a world tree. Although it was weak, it felt like it could enrich the whole world if it grew up. When Yu Yang exited the dream and returned to the grimoire world, he found that the space inside was completely different. A kind of life that he had never seen before was born. Only now could the grimoire world be called a world. The halo-shaped beast world also started to change. It was no longer expanding in 2 dimensions, but in 8 directions and 10 directions. It had shrunk to a very small size now, but the energy it contained did not decrease but increased instead. Yu Yang held it in his palm. He felt like he was holding the whole world in his hands. When the world was completely formed, it might be the time when the legendary divine spark was born. The higher realms are still far ahead. I need to work harder and grow faster. Yu Yang was now full of enthusiasm for training. If it wasn't for all the things that he had to do, he really wanted to return to the heaven stairway and focus on training with Shui Wuxia and Princess Sisai for a few years. Through this meditation, Yu Yang deeply comprehended the sublimation of thinking brought about by Queen Vivian Li's fusion of the Holy Supreme Realm. Although there was still a long way to go before he could completely fuse with Fei Wen Li's realm, Yu Yang had already taken a big step forward. At the very least, he had crossed the limit of the innate elder realm. He had unbelievably stepped into the Holy Supreme Realm. Before this, no one could do this. Even Queen Vivian Li couldn't do it, let alone the prison emperor. It could be said that Yu Yang, who was only an innate elder, had already stepped half a foot into the Holy Supreme Realm. This was an advanced growth that no other innate elder in the world could achieve. Qi Xiu's breakthrough under the Heaven Stairway World Tree was equivalent to directly airdropping Yu Yang to the top of the world. He didn't need to be lost halfway and could set foot on the peak. Looking into the distance. As long as Yu Yang's own strength could increase, then everything would come naturally. He would no longer need to fumble around repeatedly like other warriors. Now, as long as he opened his eyes, he could look down on the world. As long as he opened his arms, he could soar into the sky. Yu Yang didn't say anything about all this, but he knew that it was all thanks to the foundation that the heavenly sword goddess had laid for him. There was also the inheritance of Sister Xianxia's knowledge. Without them, although Yu Yang could also succeed, he definitely wouldn't be as fast as he was today. Part of the reason for Yu Yang's hard work was because of Shui Wuxia and the others' support and supporting skills. But actually, the one who helped Yu Yang the most was the heavenly sword goddess, who was always hiding in an unknown place and silently protecting him. It was her who taught Yu Yang the innate invisible sword qi. It was her who gave him the most solid and vast foundation. It was also her who, at the most crucial moment when he received help from Jizun, Night Empress, and the others, pierced through the heaven stairway world tree, allowing countless warriors from the past to enter his body. This was how he became the one and only perfect innate Jizun, the one and only Yu Yang. I won't let you down. Yu Yang clenched his fists and looked up to the sky, silently praying in his heart. It seemed like an illusion, but for a moment, Yu Yang seemed to feel that the heavenly sword goddess was high up in the sky, looking back at him with a smile. When Yu Yang opened the bedroom door and walked out of the hall, it was already 3 days after he went to meet Queen Vivian Li. Fallen flowers, raging flames, and Bai Lu saw Yu Yang walking out. Their expressions changed. All of them revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. The moment they opened the door, they seemed to have seen a god appear. If it wasn't for the familiar aura, they would have been scared out of their wits. The Heaven Realm Dragon Women guards who sensed Yu Yang's aura had already flown to the front of the hall and knelt down with tears streaming down their faces. They felt that the ancestor, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor, who had been passed down from generation to generation, had really returned and was right in front of them. Are you really Yu Yang? Bai Lu still couldn't believe it. Hey, what kind of look is that? Only then did Yu Yang realize that he had forgotten to hide his aura because he was too excited. After comprehending the fusion of realms with Empress Fei Wenli, even if the power that was released unintentionally, it was still as shocking as the power of the ancient code. He hurriedly hid his aura. Moreover, with his camouflage inherent skill, he could achieve an effect that others couldn't control in a short period of time. He instantly returned to his original state and disguised himself as a heaven-ranked level 3 expert. His appearance was flawless. Ah, you scared me to death. You scared me. Fallen Flowers threw herself into her lover's arms in surprise and joy, pouting coquettishly as she rewarded him with a few punches. You've improved again. Raging Flame sat on the ground. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. This kid had only been gone for 3 days, yet he had improved again, and it was by leaps and bounds. Not to mention catching up to him, it was impossible to even look up to him. This kind of blow was really hard to accept. Yu Yang carried Fallen Flowers and walked to the sofa to sit down. He then gestured for Raging Flames and Bai Lu to come over. Because things have changed, I have a new plan. You guys come and take a look. When Raging Flames heard this, she quickly calmed her mind. In fact, this kid was an abnormal genius that was unprecedented in the history of Tongtian Tower. No one could compare to him. Had he not seen enough miracles before? When Raging Flames thought of this, her mind immediately turned for the better. She hurriedly sat opposite to Yu Yang and seriously listened to Yu Yang's new plan. Her green eyes were filled with a strange splendor as she looked at Yu Yang, almost unwilling to look away. Fallen Beauty saw this, but she didn't feel jealous. He was her husband. The stronger he was, the faster he improved, the prouder she was. What Yu Yang and the 3 women didn't know was that in a secret room far below the luxurious airship, the housekeeper who was drinking and chatting happily with Smoke Flea dropped the cup in his hand at some point. The wine spilled all over his body, but he didn't notice it. Mr. Qin? In fact, Smoke Flea had just recovered from the shock, but he immediately pretended to be used to it, signaling the housekeeper not to lose his composure. Ah, I'm so sorry. The housekeeper asked in disbelief. Just now, I seem to have sensed the arrival of a god? With your status, this is a common occurrence. At this time, Smoke Flea was also extremely excited. It was really awesome to have such a master. Just now, it was definitely the descent of a god. With such a vast divine might, he believed that not only the surrounding space, but even the entire Salvation City would have sensed it to varying degrees. He didn't dare to think about his master's matters. What he had to do was to follow his master's orders and fool the housekeeper sent by the Lord of Salvation City to curry favor with him to death. Really? As humble as I am, I didn't even have time to kneel before the arrival of a god. It's really impolite of me. The housekeeper hurriedly knelt down and kowed out again and again. Please don't talk about this too much, it's against the master's will. Smoke Flea's words were a little warning. Even if I die 10,000 times, I won't dare to forget the god's jade decree. The housekeeper bowed respectfully to Smoke Flea, who used to be a spy, and said apologetically, "Please forgive me for replying to the Lord of Salvation City. If the Lord wants to command us, we are willing to serve him with our lives. Mr. Qin and the Lord of Salvation City are so warm-hearted that the master will definitely look at us differently." Smoke Flea naturally gave them some hope. Anyway, they came to him voluntarily, and it wasn't hard to make use of them. He also believed that the master wouldn't be polite to these people. However, he didn't know the master's plan, so he couldn't say too much. Otherwise, it was estimated that the housekeeper and the Lord of Salvation City would celebrate with the whole city for 3 days. When the housekeeper rushed back to the Lord's mansion as soon as possible, the Lord of Salvation City was already anxious like an ant on a hot pan. He rubbed his hands and paced back and forth. He wanted to go to the luxurious airship to take a look, but he was afraid of angering the god. When the housekeeper returned, he was already shouting with joy even before he arrived. This made the Lord of Salvation City feel as if he had suddenly seen the light of dawn in the dark night. He was overjoyed, and his whole body seemed to have lightened by half. He hurriedly went forward to welcome the housekeeper, and asked with a trembling voice, "Quick, quick, tell me, is there a god's decree?" If the Lord of Salvation City knew the truth of the matter, he would probably have a cerebral hemorrhage and directly fall to the ground. However, the current him was wild with joy. He was willing to serve the god, Yu Yang, like an ox or a horse, even if he had to sacrifice his life for him. Just when the butler and the master of Salvation City were filled with hope, Smoke Flea, the scumbag spy who was nothing in the past, brought them good news that made them excited. His lord wanted to see them. The master of Salvation City hurriedly put on his grandest attire, brought his wife, and accompanied by the butler and the captain of the guards. They secretly went to the hall of the luxurious airship and kowtowed to thank God. Although it was a blessing from behind a curtain, and kissing God was enough to show their sincerity, this was enough honor. People like the butler and the captain of the guards didn't even dare to raise their heads. They were afraid that they wouldn't be respectful enough and anger God. After getting a seat, the master of Salvation City thanked her again and again. In the end, he sat on the embroidered chair with an excited expression, but he only dared to sit half his buttocks. His body was as straight as a spear, deeply afraid that he would lose his composure. Not to mention him, even the butler and the captain of the guards who were standing behind the master were so nervous that they were trembling. If they didn't try their best to control themselves, they would have made a fool of themselves on the spot. Madame assists the master in guarding this area and is also a virtuous and benevolent person. Please sit down. Fallen Beauty's aura was full. Her natural elegance was unique and no one in the world could imitate it. Her heavenly voice made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. This humble servant is moved to tears. The master's wife hurriedly wiped her tears. After thanking him, she sat beside the master, just a little behind to show her respect. Today, I invited the master and madam to come. I'm just taking a stroll and didn't come specially. It's good that the master and madam know, there's no need to disturb the people. Fallen Beauty casually asked a few questions about the situation of Salvation City and its surroundings, and then gave them a cup of wine. This wine was the Qilin wine. It was then served in a rune wine cup that Yu Yang had refined. The so-called luminous wine cup of grape wine. Good wine also needed good tools to match it. It turned out that the Qilin wine was of the highest quality. Under the contrast of the exquisite wine cup that was inlaid with heaven runes, it looked even more extraordinary, as if it was from another world, incomparable to the mortal world. This. The master of Salvation City had never seen such an exquisite rune wine cup in his life. His hands trembled as he held the cup. He simply didn't dare to lower his head to drink, afraid that he would make a fool of himself. It's rare that the master likes this cup. I'll give it to the master as a wine vessel. Fallen Beauty raised the cup from afar and drank it with her lips. The Lord of Redemption City hurriedly thanked him. By the time he stood up, she had already disappeared without a trace. With regards to her departure, the Redemption City Lord and the others weren't surprised at all. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. With her noble status, it was already a great honor for her to be given a seat and a drink. Which superior would chat with an ant? That was impossible. The only thing that disappointed Qianhu, the city lord of Redemption City, was that the noble lord did not give him a mission. It was as if she still did not believe in his loyalty. They didn't even value his abilities. After Fallen Beauty returned to the grimoire world to rest for a long time, the Lord of Redemption City finally stood up from the ground. This was even with Yu Yang's support. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood up and continued to express his loyalty. Yu Yang invited the Lord of Redemption City to taste his wine, but the Lord of Redemption City didn't dare to finish it. After tasting it a little, other than sighing inwardly that it was the best wine in the world, he even expressed to Yu Yang that it was the greatest honor of his life and that he was extremely touched. Yu Yang wasn't a good person to begin with. Moreover, he had learned a lot of tricks from Jun Wuyu and the old fox. Tricking the Lord of Redemption City was a piece of cake. If he didn't trick him until he became a cripple, he wouldn't be considered capable. After a cordial conversation, the Lord of Redemption City couldn't suppress his impatience and asked if there was anything he could do for Yu Yang. Yu Yang muttered to himself. This action made the hearts of the Lord of Redemption City and the others hang in suspense. It's over, there's really no hope. It seemed that the other party had unlimited power and looked down on a mere Lord of Redemption City. Most importantly, the Lord of Redemption City was appointed by the Central Shrine. Although it was only in the name of the Central Shrine, it didn't have any real relationship with them. Even if the other party wanted to use people, he would have to consider the issue of loyalty. Just as he was about to express his loyalty to the other party, a golden scale suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The Lord of Redemption City had seen the black scale before and knew that it could judge good and evil. However, he didn't know what use this golden scale, which was different in appearance and energy level, had. Of course, this wasn't something that the Lord of Redemption City could ask. He could only maintain a respectful posture and wait quietly. Yu Yang took out the black good and evil scale and placed it beside the golden scale. Then, he bent down and swung the golden scale a few times. The golden scale maintained its balance from beginning to end. There was no difference at all. However, the atmosphere was tense. The butler was sweating profusely, drenching his shirt. The personal guard captain was sweating profusely. The Lord of Redemption City had never tried so hard to control his heart in his entire life. He repeated the words loyal and die for the Central Shrine. He was afraid that this mysterious golden scale was a treasure to measure people's hearts. Please forgive us, Lord of Redemption City. Because the Central Shrine has its own system, it's not convenient for us to hand over missions if there are people under the Emperor. After hearing what Yu Yang said, the Lord of Redemption City was suddenly enlightened. This golden scale was a treasure to measure whether there were spies from the Central Shrine in his group. It seemed that this balance was the proof that he was not related to the Central Shrine at all. On one side was the treasure used by the people from the Central Shrine, and on the other side was his group of people. The two were in a separate state and were clearly separated by the balance of the golden scale. If the balance was broken, he would probably never get another chance in his life. Thinking of this, the Lord of Redemption City was almost scared to death. If it was found out that there was a spy from the Central Shrine in his group, it would be a problem whether he could return alive or not. If you have any orders, Qianhu will die for it. The Lord of Redemption City wiped his cold sweat and quickly expressed his position. Now was the best time. If he didn't take this opportunity to show his loyalty and accept the mission, he would be a fool. Actually, maybe you know some inside information about the platform of God's loathsome execution. There are some top-secret information circulating through various channels. Some are real, some are fake, but those are not important. What we need to do is to maintain the existence of the platform of God's loathsome execution and not let it, which has existed since ancient times, be destroyed. This is also your responsibility to guard the platform of God's loathsome execution. After Yu Yang explained a little, the Lord of Redemption City was quick-witted. He immediately understood that his mission was to protect the platform of God's loathsome execution and not let the execution proceed. Qianhu accepts the order. The Lord of Redemption City immediately knelt down. Regardless of whether he could successfully protect it or not, he had to agree to it. Not to mention Tantai Tumia, even if Sky Ghost and Sky Demon were here, he wouldn't have the chance to speak. Naturally, someone would stand up for him. What he had to do was to help in some small matters. Although he wasn't sure what he had to do, the Lord of Redemption City felt that as long as he stood up and did it, he would be able to achieve meteoric success in the future. As a appointed city lord, he knew that there were immemorial runes under the platform of God's loathsome execution. As for the execution of King Tailuan, he also knew that it was a blood sacrifice to break the seal. However, he pretended not to know. Now that a deity had descended to stop this, he didn't care who was right or wrong, or who won or lost. As long as he could join any side, it would be the greatest success. On the contrary, if he didn't join any side and was stuck in the middle, he would die a horrible death. Previously, he wanted to join the central shrine, but Yumu obviously didn't have the intention to recommend him. Moreover, he had seen Yumu being defeated in front of him, which made him lose face. He believed that he must be secretly holding a grudge. If he didn't join the god race's side, his position as a city lord would probably come to an end soon. He might even become a scapegoat. A designated person to be sacrificed by the central shrine. A pitiful person to appease the public's anger. In view of this, how could the Lord of Redemption City not fight for his life and bright future? A fine bird chooses a good tree to nest in. If he didn't show off now, he would regret it for the rest of his life after the rare opportunity passed. Yu Yang gestured for the Lord of Redemption City and the others to sit down first. He smiled and said, "City Lord, don't be anxious. Actually, even if we don't do anything, it's impossible for Warden Tantai to open the platform of God's loathsome and explore the secret of the immemorial runes. Because only we know the truth. Under the deity's loathsome, the three immemorial runes have merged into one. Unless it's a deity, Warden Tantai won't be able to shake it even with all his strength." The Lord of Redemption City was puzzled. "If that's the case, why do I still need to do anything?" The butler reacted quickly. He immediately used his best actor ability and kowtowed with tears. "The deities are merciful to the world. They pity us, the people who are redeemed. They can't bear to see the warden open the platform of God's loathsome with a blood sacrifice and destroy all living beings." "I'm really," Qianhu's head buzzed. He had become stupid from being a city lord, he couldn't even be compared to a butler. This matter wasn't about obtaining the immemorial runes. Tantai Tumi definitely couldn't obtain it, but why did he stop him? It was obvious that he didn't want Tantai Tumi, or rather, he didn't want the people of the central shrine to know the ancient secret of the three immemorial runes under the platform of God's loathsome. That was why a deity descended here and stopped him. That was why the truth continued to be buried underground. The central shrine should know something. Tantai Tumi used the execution of King Tailuan to test them. However, the god race didn't want the truth to be leaked, lest the whole southern heaven realm would be shaken and warriors from all walks of life would swarm over. From then on, the platform of God's loathsome execution would no longer be peaceful. "Lord of Qianhu City, I want to meet the queen of King Tailuan. Help me arrange it." Yu Yang made a request. "Yes, sir." The Lord of Redemption City immediately responded with a solemn expression. Although he hadn't called Yu Yang's full name, he had already taken a big step forward. He was already calling Lord of Qianhu City. Compared to the polite Lord of City and Lord of City before, their relationship was 2 levels closer. As long as he took another step forward and removed the 2 words Lord of City, he would be able to truly become his subordinate. With such a mission and such an opportunity, even a fool would know to climb up the ladder, let alone a wily old fox who was well versed in the ways of the world. Yu Yang patted the shoulder of the Lord of Redemption City to show his approval. "Do it well. You must do it well. Actually, not only my lord, but there are also many eyes watching this matter from behind. Sometimes, the people below can do it with just a word. So just do it." This time, Qianhu was really touched. With so many bosses supporting him, what was there for him to be afraid of? He immediately burst into tears. "Qianhu, I can't repay your kindness even if I die 10,000 times." A day later, Qianhu secretly found the hidden Queen Tailuan through countless secret connections. However, he heard something that shocked him greatly from Yu Yang. Yu Yang said, "Queen, I have already met King Tailuan. However, he is determined to die and refuses to come out with me. Do you have any way to persuade him?" King Tailuan could be rescued at any time, then wouldn't the strict security of the central shrine be useless? The one being guarded was Tantai Tumia's #1 subordinate, the heavenly ghost. Forget it. I shouldn't think too much about things that are beyond my imagination. It's best for me to be a small character. If I think too much about those things, I'll definitely go crazy. But then again, was King Tailuan brain damaged after being locked up in prison? He refused to come out even when someone was trying to save him. Why would this fellow suddenly act like an idiot? Qianhu, the Lord of Redemption City, was puzzled. He's just tired. The Queen of King Tailuan sighed slightly. What? Master of Qianhu City was stunned. Actually, he and I escaped from the everlasting hatred prison. Unlike me, who was known as Wildflower, Tailuan came from the dark world. Yu Yang was still calm when the queen said this, but Master of Qianhu City was shocked. Who was Wildflower? The craziest female bandit in the southern heaven realm 10,000 years ago. The current leader Raging Flame could not be compared to her at all. Back then, Wildflower was an existence that conquered several king-level heaven realm territories. Warden Tantai's most capable subordinates, Sky Ghost and Sky Demon, worked together to capture her for 3 days and 3 nights before successfully capturing her. Wildflower was not famous in the beginning. She was peaceful and did not like to fight. She was just a wandering female mercenary. After that, something happened. She became a female bandit. Looting everywhere. Back then, because Empress Fei Wenli wanted to conquer the entire heaven realm, the threatened Central Divine Palace invited heroes from all over to fight. The great leaders of the East, South, West, and North, as well as the region emperors, all gathered in the Western Heaven Realm to fight against the army led by the conquering queen. As a result, most of the places in the rear were empty of power. Many experts took the opportunity to rise, especially in the areas ruled by the region emperors who had died in battle. The Wildflower Bandit was a robbing bandit group. They never thought of controlling a place. They attacked cities everywhere and plundered resources. Even king-level heaven rankers could not suppress them. In the end, Queen Vivian Li was sealed. The leaders returned and the region emperors regained control of the regions. The central shrine also sent out troops to quell the war in the heaven realm. As for King Tailuan, if he came from the dark world, Master of Qianhu City shuddered. He felt that there were some things that he should not know. It would not be a good thing if he knew. He hurriedly excused himself from Yu Yang. For some secrets that he shouldn't know, the less he knew, the safer he would be. Tailuan was not called Tailuan. He was a fugitive from the dark world. He only called himself Tailuan after meeting me on the Tailuan continent. He and I met and fell in love. Race and philosophy cannot stop the fire of love. However, he and I are both abandoned by fate. I am the daughter of a prisoner on death row in the everlasting hatred prison. Because of the protection of my family, I managed to escape before my family was exterminated. As for Tyren, he was a fallen warrior from the dark world. He was destined to be a prisoner since birth. Even if he managed to escape from the dark world, he would be a rat that would never see the light of day. The queen recalled the past, and her eyes flashed with a hint of nostalgia. So you formed the Wildflower Bandits? Captain Raging Flames asked. No, for people like us, what we want the most is for no one to pay attention to us. Why would we form a bandit group? That was merely Tantai Tumi's request, or rather, the Central Shrine's request. The queen shook her head and gave an answer that greatly surprised Lai Yan and Jade Emerald. When did Tantai Tumi capture you? Bai Lu was curious. Why did Tantai Tumi want the two of them to form the Flower Frenzy Bandits? About a year after we met and fell in love, I was already pregnant with our baby. Tantai Tumia appeared in front of us with the Heavenly Ghost and Heavenly Demon. In front of him, we could not resist at all. It was completely hopeless. He locked us up in the everlasting hatred prison to clear our name. After the child was born, he took the child away. We had no choice but to obey his orders and form the Wildflower Bandits to loot resources for him. In fact, it has always been like this. We were not the first to be threatened, and we will not be the last. In order to obtain more resources, to better control the heaven realm, and to better maintain their image, the Central Shrine used all kinds of methods to form countless bandit groups, and seized countless cities and territories in the Heaven Realm. Almost all the areas that were not attacked were under the Central Shrine's control. Other than the territories of the region emperors or the leaders, the territories of the king tier or heaven rankers, as long as they are not under the Central Shrine's management, and are not willing to accept the Central Shrine's secret rule, they will become the target of attack. Queen Tyran revealed a secret of the Heaven Realm that very few people knew. In that case, my father was killed because of this. Bai Lu cried out in shock. She had only just come to a realization. That's right. As far as I know, the clown group is one of the pawns in the hands of the Central Shrine. Yu Yang figured out why the clown group could mix well in the Western Heaven Realm and the Southern Heaven Realm. The reason was because they had the support of some people in the Central Shrine. The clown group was purely a form of destruction. They never attacked a city as a base. However, they could obtain supplies in the cities that were wanted everywhere. If it was not for the Central Shrine, they would have already been eliminated by the king tier or heaven rankers. However, the truth was the opposite. Even the powerful Lionheart King, who aspired to become the region emperor, looked at the clown group differently. If it was not for the support of the Central Shrine, it was impossible for the Lionheart King to cooperate with the clown group. Of course, it seemed that the things that the clown had mastered were not as simple as disturbing the Southern Heaven Realm. The real reason why the Central Shrine used the clown group was to target the Tongtian Tower. It was just unknown whether the battle between the Prison Emperor and the Western Heaven Realm had anything to do with the clown. It seemed that he had to find Qianyi, Tian Luan, Wu Sei, and the other strong warriors of the Tongtian Tower to find out more. Queen Tyluan nodded, confirming what Yu Yang had said. She looked at Bai Lv. I have heard about your father. It is said that he was punished because of his treasure. The resources that your father received were not the best, but he should have gotten a very good treasure. The Central Shrine sent people to him, but he refused to hand it over. In the end, he was betrayed by his family. Bai Lv was shocked, but I have never heard that my father had a special treasure. If you knew, I'm afraid you wouldn't be alive anymore, or you would have become a puppet. Queen Tyluan shook her head and sighed. She said emotionally, there are some things in the world that are a disaster if you know them. It is a blessing if you don't know them. When you and King Tyluan were captured, you should be imprisoned in the everlasting hatred prison. But later, you became the famous King Tyluan. Was it also Tantai Tumia's doing? Bai Lv finally reacted. If capturing King Tyluan and the Queen was a feat, then it was normal for Sky Ghost and Sky Demon to come and capture them. But how did the two of them come out and become the rulers of a region? That's right. Queen Tyluan nodded, because they have something in their hands, we have no choice but to listen to them. We become kings in the Southern Heaven Realm, manage a place, and collect all kinds of resources for them for many years. As for treating the people with kindness, it's just a way for us to make up for our sins with a little peace of mind. Is it possible to get rid of this control by saving you and King Tyluan's children? Raging Flame asked. Young man, what do you think? The Queen looked at Yu Yang. No, impossible. Yu Yang knew that things would not be that simple. People like King Tyluan and the Queen were definitely not people who could be controlled with the lives of children. Actually, the little baby from back then died a long time ago. The Queen sighed sadly and covered her face with her hands, feeling endless sorrow. Then, why do you and King Tyluan still listen to them? Raging Flame did not understand. Because of one thing, and that is hope. There was a layer of mist in the Queen's eyes. Hope? This word stunned Raging Flame, and Bai Lv. Yu Yang seemed to be deep in thought. He somewhat understood what the Queen was talking about. She should be referring to the hope of the Dark Realm. King Tyluan was someone who escaped from the Dark Realm. If he died, then the people of the Dark Realm would be in complete despair. For the sake of those who had sacrificed countless lives to help King Tyluan escape from the Dark Realm, King Tyluan had to live. As for why King Tyluan was suddenly unwilling to cooperate with the Central Shrine, why was he so disheartened and wanted to die, he probably knew that all his clansmen were in trouble. Or perhaps, hope was completely cut off. The Queen looked at Yu Yang. Actually, Tyluan and I don't care about life and death. For people like us, the earlier we die, the earlier we are free. Besides, you know that our matter is just a setup. Tantai Tumia took advantage of it. It's like this today, and I'm afraid it will be like this in the future. If we die earlier, we can reduce some of our sins. Yu Yang pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Queen Tailuan. I can't give you any promises now, but in the future, perhaps one day soon, I will kill Tantai Tumia. If you and Tailuan can wait, then try your best to endure. You may have done many wrong things, but as long as you have the heart to correct yourself, you will eventually wash away your crimes and restore your original nature. I don't know much about the Dark Realm, but in the Western Heaven Realm, I saw more than 10,000 warriors of the Dark Realm appear with my own eyes. Although they are still unable to completely escape control, there is at least a trace of possibility. Those are only superficial improvements. If we don't overthrow the central shrine, there will never be a dawn in the Dark Realm. Pawns will always be pawns. The queen shook her head gently and finally looked at Yu Yang. Young man, if you can talk to God, I hope you can pass on a message to God. What message do you need me to pass on? Yu Yang asked. The Dark Realm has used countless lives to wash away the sins of the past. Now, morality and hope have been restored. It's just that the people of the central shrine have covered up their prayers. Tailuan and I are willing to swear with our lives and souls that we only hope that the glory of God will descend upon the Dark Realm as soon as possible. This has been their prayer for tens of thousands of years. This is also the hope that we have held on to for 10,000 years. A teardrop quickly fell from the queen's eyes and shattered on the ground. I can't give you a promise, but I will pass on the message truthfully. If it's possible, I might go to the Dark Realm and verify its authenticity. Yu Yang was moved by the hope that Queen Tailuan held on to. She had been living under control for 10,000 years, but she still held on to hope. How persistent was this kind of person? How strong was she? Yu Yang didn't necessarily respect seniors, but he respected this kind of strong person who held on to hope and goal for their entire life. This kind of strength wasn't in terms of strength, but in terms of spirit. Compared to these people who held on to hope to escape from the Dark Realm, weren't the ancestors of the soaring dragon continent who fought for the survival of the younger generation, like Yu Qiu and the Tailuan couple, the same as them? It was just that the location of the battle was different, and the way they held on to hope was different. Yu Yang was the hope of the soaring dragon continent, the hope of Tong Tian Tower. He could bring Tong Tian Tower to power, if the Dark Realm was also suitable. Why couldn't he bring those people to power and overthrow the rule of the central shrine? Yu Yang didn't have this ability at the moment. However, he had already set this goal. As long as he continued to work hard, with his talent and everyone's endless support, that day would definitely not be far away. After sending off King Tailuan, Raging Flame and Bai Lu both looked at Yu Yang. Yu Yang smiled. Why are you looking at me? Bai Lu hesitated and finally asked the question in her heart. You want to go to the Dark World? The impression of the Dark World in the Heaven Realm had always been that of darkness and depravity. The Dark World meant incurable evil and depravity. Even if Bai Lu was willing to believe in Queen Tailuan, she would not completely agree with her words that the Dark World had been cleansed of evil and restored its morality. In Bai Lu's heart, there might be some good people like King Tailuan in the Dark World, but there were more depraved warriors and unrepentant thugs. Raging Flame had the same idea. If it wasn't for what she had seen and heard in Tong Tian Tower, which completely broke the shackles of her previous thoughts, and her stubborn chivalrous heart, she might have even resisted. Yu Yang was not surprised by their thoughts. He was completely neutral. No one knew what happened to the Dark World. No matter what the Dark World became, it was not strange. Unless it was a god with an absolute will, the thoughts of ordinary people were actually very fragile and would change due to the environment. Under certain conditions, it was not strange for the corrupted warriors who were exiled to the Dark World to regain their morals. Furthermore, not all the people exiled to the Dark World were bad people. It was fine if it was the ancient era, but after the Central Divine Palace gained the power of exile, the people they exiled were definitely their enemies. Those people were not necessarily bad people. Without investigation, Yu Yang would not give a definition of the Dark World. At least, before that. The 10,000 Dark World warriors that Yu Yang saw were not completely bad. They were just a group of chess pieces that could not struggle and get rid of control. I do want to go to the Dark World, but the plan remains the same. Yu Yang picked up a portrait on the table and smiled. Before that, let's get rid of this guy first. In the portrait, there was a strong man with red hair and red eyes. His muscles were like steel, and his face was full of arrogance. He was Yu Yang's first target, Tantai Tu Mia's #1 subordinate. Sky Ghost, kill Sky Ghost. The luxurious airship of the Raging Flame Bandit group left the City of Redemption. City Master Qianhu and his wife secretly saw him off. Of course, he still acted as the City Master of Salvation City on the surface and continued to contact Elder Yu Yi as if nothing had happened. Even the cunning Tauren named Lima was released. The Tauren was not a fool. He had thought about many possibilities in the prison over the past few days. Now that he was released, he refused to leave. Instead, he took the initiative to express his goodwill to the City Lord of Qianhu City and insisted on staying in the City Lord's mansion. It was as if he wanted to atone for his crimes with his actions. The day passed and night fell. After learning from the City Lord that the luxurious airship had left, the fish-eyed disciplinary elder quietly stepped into the portal. After making sure that no one was following them, he came to a secret place, the Stargazing Harbor. Stargazing Harbor was not actually a bay. There was no water here. It was a large floating island. It was known as the Stargazing Harbor mainly because it was the designated base of the outer palace of the Central Shrine. All the members of the Central Shrine who were dispatched to the Tailuan continent and a large area around it could stay here for the night. Not to mention the tens of thousands of combatants who had come here to execute King Tailuan, there would also be dozens of airships here during normal times. Now, there were more than 200 luxurious airships and combat airships parked at the Stargazing Harbor. They were densely packed together on the sky pier of the Stargazing Harbor. Elder Yu Yi passed through the heavily guarded sky pier. After several identity checks, he finally walked into the brightly lit Stargazing Fortress. "You're back. What news do you have?" In the main seat of the hall of the Stargazing Fortress sat a fierce-looking man with crimson hair and red eyes. Even though he was sitting, his body was much larger than the standing Elder Yu Yi. This person's imposing aura was ruthless to the extreme, and he was like a berserk lion that would swallow a person at any moment. Especially his face that was covered in muscles that were hard like iron, there was a savage and terrifying scar on it that stretched from the bridge of his nose to his cheeks, and it caused him to seem even more wild and ferocious. "Master, that airship suddenly left. I am unable to determine the other party's true intentions, so I came here to report." Elder Yu Yi replied expressionlessly. "Fort Master and Nan Bei, what do you think?" The crimson-haired man sitting on the main seat did not speak immediately. Instead, he looked to the two sides. "If we are certain that a deity has descended, there must be a secret beneath the divine execution platform that we are unable to fathom. Now that the airship has left, I don't think this is the end of the matter. On the contrary, it is a signal for us to take action. No family in the heavenly realm, or even higher existences, would openly declare war on the Central Shrine. If they want to stop us, they will definitely do so in order to avoid suspicion." The person who replied was a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. He was clad in golden heavy armor. This man was not as fierce as the fierce-looking man with crimson hair and red eyes, but he still had a dignified aura. Regardless of whether he was sitting upright or speaking, he had an invisible pressure of a superior being. He was the general dispatched by the Central Shrine to the Stargazing Harbor. He was also the fort master of the Stargazing Fortress, Tai Jian. Sitting quietly opposite the Stargazing Fortress master, General Tai Jian, was an old man who always maintained an elegant smile on his face. Most of the old man's hair and beard were black. Only the hair on his temples was dyed white. Instead of looking old, he looked mature and wise. With a paper fan in his hand, he looked like a wise man who stayed at home to make peace in the world. Sitting upright on the main seat, he always had a confident smile on his face. His smile was elegant, noble, and calm. When the fierce-looking man with crimson hair and red eyes looked over, the smiling wise man immediately stood up slowly and bowed slightly. His clear and magnetic voice sounded, "Master, Nan Bei thinks that the departure of that luxurious airship is actually a good thing." This answer was unexpected. Even the fierce-looking man with crimson hair and red eyes paused for a moment before asking, "Tell me more details." The old wise man opened the paper fan with a swish. His movement was extremely elegant. Then, he stroked his beard as if he was organizing his words. After a long time, he smiled and said, "Master, Nanbei thinks that this might be a warning signal. If we don't do anything, then the other party will really make a move. Even if it's a big clan from the upper realm, or a god from the realm beyond heaven, they won't make a move immediately. No matter when, everything is under certain rules. The higher the position, the more they will pay attention to the rules, even if the rules are made by them. The fisheye asked, since the other party has issued a warning, how should we deal with it? The old wise man closed his fan and waved it slightly, indicating that there was no need to hurry. We should report this to the warden. The other party's warning should be a signal. They know that we are not the ones who make the decision, so they want to communicate with the warden. Otherwise, they could just come here and kill us. There is no need for them to drive the airship away from the god's hatred execution platform. The dignified General Tai Jian suddenly stood up. No matter what the other party's intention is, we should report it to the warden as soon as possible. After all, there is a god's will behind this. The fisheye agreed in his heart and looked at the fierce-looking man with red hair and red eyes. As long as he gave the order, the fisheye would bring the news to the warden at the fastest speed in his life. However, the fierce-looking man with red hair and red eyes did not speak. He continued to look at the old wise man as if he wanted to listen to his subordinate's opinion. The old wise man who called himself Nanbei suddenly laughed. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. With the vastness of Salvation City, we are definitely not the only ones who know the news of the departure of the luxurious airship. Queen Tailuan or some other small characters who are secretly eyeing us will definitely make use of this opportunity to cause trouble. They will use the name of the gods to confuse us so that they can benefit from it. Therefore, what we need to do now is not just to send a letter to the warden, but also to prepare to welcome our guests. Guests? The body of the fisheye elder trembled slightly when he heard this, but he still remained expressionless. It was as if he would never feel anger in his life. I will personally go out to welcome the guests. General Iron Jian had just stood up when he heard the sounds of explosions coming from outside. A look of admiration flashed in his eyes as he bowed slightly to the old wise man. As expected of Mr. Nanbei. You know everything in the world and always think ahead of others. Iron Jian admires you. May I ask, mister, what should we do next? The old wise man returned the bow and stroked his beard with a smile. Castle master, you are meticulous in your work. You have already made preparations long before the arrival of the guests. Such prudence and meticulousness are what I admire. I believe that the guests will not be able to arrive in a short time. Why don't we wait here and wait for the guests to arrive? We will then set up a banquet to welcome the guests. Ha ha ha. General Iron Jian looked at the fierce-looking man with red hair and red eyes who was still sitting still. Suddenly, he was shocked. So Lord Heavenly Ghost has already prepared for this. Iron Jian is ashamed. The fierce-looking man with red hair and red eyes waved his hand. Castle master, please sit down. Since there are guests coming, there is no harm in us waiting. 10 minutes later. Explosions and the sounds of various battles were still going on. It was just that compared to the beginning, it was much weaker. It was estimated that many places had already lost their resistance. After another 10 minutes, other than the stargazing fortress, there were no more sounds in the surrounding areas. It was as if all the battles had disappeared. Only the sporadic sounds of explosions caused by the flames could be heard occasionally. The fierce-looking man with red hair and red eyes drank the blood wine without any reaction, as if he knew nothing about what was happening outside. Elder Yi stubbornly stood in the middle of the hall. He did not sit down, nor did he eat or drink. His cold face was expressionless. General Iron Jian also sat still and looked at the blood wine in his cup. There seemed to be flames burning in his eyes. The old wise man had a smile on his face. He shook his head and fanned himself with a paper fan. His movements were elegant and calm. The gate of the star-gazing fortress finally opened. A gust of hot wind that carried the smoke of war blew in. Then, a figure strode in. Before he arrived, his hearty laughter had already resounded in the entire hall. Lord Heavenly Ghost, greetings to General Iron Shoulder, Elder Fisheye, and Mr. Nanbei. Is the Lionheart King also one of the guests? The old wise man, Mr. Nanbei, asked with a smile. There are many kinds of guests. The Lionheart King belongs to the kind that watches quietly and won't make things difficult for his master at any time. The Lionheart King, whose body was shining brightly, laughed out loud. The Lionheart King is a good guest, but the few guests behind him shouldn't be so easy to deal with, right? General Iron Jian suddenly stood up and looked behind the Lionheart King. There were a few more shadows there. We are the opposite of the Lionheart King. Because of our restless nature, we belong to the kind that doesn't like to watch quietly and like to make things difficult for our master. A young man wearing a strange mask walked in with big strides, accompanied by a female giant and two peerless beauties. Looking at the way he walked with his head held high, he didn't look like a guest at all. It felt more like he was returning home and walking around his own courtyard casually. He had the calmness of a guest as the host. The person who came in was, of course, Yu Yang. Although he appeared to be heaven-ranked level 3, no one dared to look down on him. Raging Flame, Bai Lu, and Fallen Beauty with a veil covering her face were all centered around him. Even a blind man could see that this masked young man was not simple. The fierce man with red hair and red eyes was still sitting on the seat of honor. He glanced at Yu Yang, then glanced at Raging Flames and Bai Lu. Finally, he glanced at Beauty Flower from the corner of his eyes. Finally, he looked at Elder Yu Yi. Yu Yi, was he the one who defeated you? Elder Yu Yi nodded and answered honestly, moreover, he won in speed, which I am best at. Without any treasures, beasts, or inherent skills, I was completely defeated. The old wise man, Mr. Nan Shan, carefully sized up Yu Yang's body. He discovered that Yu Yang had a top-grade holy level deception ring on his left hand, and a super-speed semi-god ring on his right hand. He immediately narrowed his eyes. However, his smile did not change. He turned to Lionheart King and slowly waved his fan. No wonder Lionheart King is so confident. It turns out that this friend of Lionheart King is really an incredible guest. Lionheart King laughed out loud. Lionheart has always liked crowds. I came here tonight just to join in the fun. This little friend, I have indeed met you once before. However, you have such a noble status. Although Lionheart wants to make friends with you, I have no choice but to be ashamed of my inferiority. Amidst the laughter, more than 10 figures walked into Stargazing Castle one after another. The largest group of people did not know anyone. The leader was a cool-looking man with electric arcs flashing all over his body. Although his level was not high, only heaven-ranked level 4, the aura he naturally emitted was extremely pressuring. It was not weaker than Raging Flame, who was at the peak of heaven-ranked level 5. His appearance made even Lionheart King, who was an uninvited guest, take a few more glances. The people behind the cool-looking man were all unfamiliar warriors around heaven-ranked level 3. No one knew any of them, but they all had the same biting cold aura. It gave people a strange feeling that they were deeply hidden. Behind them, there were a few great demon kings that were full of evil aura and blazing flames. At the back of this group of people were a few heaven rankers who looked familiar. The old wise man Nanbei thought deeply and immediately stood up. Clown group, you are Yusu and Yonghui of the clown group. Yonghui was silent and pretended not to hear. Yusu had a bitter smile on his face. Mr. Nanbei, the few of us are just passing by. So, I'm sorry. Beside him, the group of 3 who surrendered, as well as Fei Huang and Hua Ban, were much more proactive. They spread out and followed behind the handsome man with electric arcs flashing all over his body. They did not show any cowardice in front of the experts of the central shrine. If it was in the past, they would have peed their pants in fright. However, things were different now. After being transformed by the captives, their strength had not increased much, but their courage had increased. Other than this large group of strangers, there were 2 other groups of people he was familiar with. The first was Queen Thalen and her friends. There were not many of them, only 5 of them, including Queen Thalen. Although the number of people was small, they were good friends of King Thalen and his wife. Even in the face of the experts of the central shrine, they dared to glare at them. The second group was out of Yumu's expectation. It turned out to be Qian Hu, the city lord of Redemption City, and the cunning Tauren Lima. Behind them was a trembling butler. It's you? Do you know what you are doing? Yumu stared coldly at the city lord of Qian Hu. Ahem, we are definitely on the side of the central shrine. We heard that someone came to the stargazing fort to make trouble and damage the prestige of the shrine. Although Qianhu is weak, he has a righteous heart and can't just sit back and do nothing. So, we are here to listen to orders. The thick-skinned city lord of Qianhu replied. Although his words sounded nice, even a deaf person could tell that he was not sincere. Unless Ximu was mentally retarded, he would never believe a word of Qianhu's. City Lord Qianhu is very brave and smart. However, are you sure that this is the will of the gods? Aren't you afraid that someone might impersonate the will of the gods? Mr. Nanshan asked with a smile. Mr. Nanshan, the will of the gods is unpredictable. Qianhu wouldn't dare to make a wild guess. I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had the guts. The city lord of Qianhu bowed and smiled apologetically. However, his actions attracted the interest of the Lionheart King. The Lionheart King nodded to himself. He felt that this thick-skinned and flexible man was quite a character. Most importantly, this man was courageous. He dared to take such a gamble in the face of the pressure of the central shrine. Even the Lionheart King had thought about it repeatedly before coming to the stargazing fort. He had analyzed the situation before deciding to come here. The city lord of Qianhu, who was appointed by the central shrine to guard the divine abomination execution platform, dared to come here. Although he was powerful, he had to be courageous. Welcome, distinguished guests. Everyone knows about the Lionheart King. The city lord of Qianhu is also famous. The Queen's benevolence has brightened the Tailuan continent. However, it's a pity that I'm not familiar with the other guests. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? The old wise man, Mr. Nanshan, waved his paper fan confidently, his smile unchanged. He bowed to Yu Yang and the rest, as if he was a hospitable host welcoming his guests sincerely. Sky Execution. Sky Execution never wasted words. I'm Long Xian. I've always admired wise elders like Mr. Nanshan. If you have the time, please take care of me. The Dragon Emperor calmly returned the greeting. As for the Emperor of the Underworld and the great demon King Baruth, they couldn't be bothered to speak. After all, no matter how well they spoke, they would still be risking their lives later. Furthermore, there was nothing for them to do here. The main focus was on that brat Yu Yang. He was the main character tonight. Mr. Nanshan looked at Sky Execution, then at the Dragon Emperor. He frowned slightly, as if he couldn't figure out where they came from. No matter how good his memory was, it was impossible for him to guess that Yu Yang and Sky Execution were from the Skirich Tower. No matter how much he guessed, it was just a blind guess. However, Nanshan quickly adjusted himself and smiled at Bai LV and Raging Flame. You're the young princess of the Emerald Territory, right? I know your parents. I have to say, you look too much like your mother. His words made Bai LV grit her teeth. She had already guessed that even if her parents' death wasn't caused by this Nanshan, it was caused by his treachery. Without his support, how could the fake Emerald Lord, Peng Pei, dare to murder her father? She suppressed her anger and remained silent. As if he didn't see the anger in her eyes, Nanshan smiled and nodded at her in a friendly manner. He then looked at Raging Flame. Captain Raging Flame, Nanshan has always heard of Captain Raging Flame's chivalrous name. Seeing that Captain Raging Flame's aura is like a rainbow, it seems that you've broken through again. Congratulations. Raging Flame's answer was very simple. Bah. With her fiery personality, it was impossible for her to counterattack with a smiling face like Yu Yang. She was directly disdainful. She had a clear distinction between love and hate, fire and water. Mr. Nanshan pretended not to see it at all. He still maintained a smile on his face and bowed slightly to Yu Yang. Although the masked beauty's status is noble, Nanshan's eyes are not blind. I can still see that the one in charge is you. Nanshan pays his respects to you. May I know the name of this esteemed guest? Yu Yang smiled and pretended to return the greeting, but no matter how he looked at it, he looked like a little fox. Mr. Nanshan is too polite. It's just a name, it's not enough to tell outsiders. If Mr. Nanshan doesn't mind, please call me Third Young Master. Ah, so it's the famous Third Young Master. Mr. Nanshan had never heard of Third Young Master before, but it seemed like he had heard of him for a long time. May I know why Third Young Master has come? Although Yu Yan was the same disciplinary elder as Nan Shan, he could never be as hypocritical as Nan Shan. In some ways, he was similar to Raging Flame. They both belonged to the type of people who spoke their mind. It's nothing big. I just want to walk around and get to know you. I also want to borrow something from you. Yu Yang took on the attitude of a guest. May I know what third young master wants to borrow? General Tai Jian asked solemnly. He felt that since the other party asked, it must be an important treasure. It could even be the stargazing fort. In any case, it was something that couldn't be lent, or it must be something that would damage the reputation of the central shrine. Another possibility was to ask for King Tailuan. As long as he saved King Tailuan, wouldn't he be able to prevent the secret under the god's loathing execution platform from being leaked? Yu Yang didn't answer immediately. He just walked forward with a smile and stopped less than 3 meters in front of Yu Yan. He cupped his hands with a smile and said, "We don't dare to borrow anything valuable. We just want to find an excuse to build a relationship with the central shrine. In the heaven realm, who doesn't want to build a good relationship with you? Naturally, we are no exception. Haha, as for what you want to borrow, it's very simple. As long as you borrow Lord Sky Ghost's head, you can return it." Borrow Sky Ghost's head? Xian, who knew that today's matter wouldn't end well, but when he heard Yu Yang's words, he couldn't help but feel a little weak in the knees. As for the few friends standing beside Queen Tailuan, they almost hit their heads against the wall. Who the hell was this guy? He was too arrogant. How could he say such words? The scarlet-haired, red-eyed, ferocious man had remained silent until Yu Yang said, "Lend me your head." Only then did he laugh out loud. Not bad, these words are full of energy. I like it. Unlike those fools in the past, who wanted to kill people but didn't have the courage to do so. They only knew how to assassinate people. Kid, as long as you have the ability, you can take this head at any time. Lord Sky Ghost is so generous. Yu Yang gave him a thumbs up and praised him vigorously. Then he waved his hand behind him. What are you waiting for? Lord Sky Ghost said that you can take it as you please. Why are you still so polite? We're afraid of an ambush. Other than Fallen Beauty, no one dared to joke with Yu Yang on the battlefield. There's definitely no ambush, but if you don't make a move, Lord Sky Ghost's reinforcements will arrive. If I remember correctly, half an hour ago, there was a guy who ran very fast and left to report. When Yu Yang said this, Sky Execution and the others were furious. If you knew that there would be reinforcements, why did you waste your breath with them? Raging Flame almost beat this kid up with a punch, but Yu Yang had a reason. He smiled and explained, I'm afraid of an ambush. Now that I've figured it out, Lord Sky Ghost is open and aboveboard. There's no ambush, so everyone can make their move. Raging Flame was very dissatisfied. She stepped forward and pushed Yu Yang away, assuming an offensive stance. Just now, you discovered that someone had sent a message. Why didn't you kill that son of a bitch? Yu Yang still had a good reason. Everyone doesn't feel any pressure. It's obvious that you can't fight it out. I'm doing this for your own good. As soon as he said this, he was immediately despised by everyone. Even the thick-skinned Qian Hu city master had to admit that he was inferior to him. Elder Yu Ye's figure flashed, and his fist had already landed on Raging Flame's face. His speed was 100 times faster than when he was fighting against Yu Yang. Previously, when he was fighting against Yu Yang on the streets of Salvation City, he didn't use his full strength. At least, he didn't use any treasures or beasts to assist him. Now, in addition to wearing a pair of Winged Wind silver boots, he also had a pair of acceleration gloves on his hands. Of course, the most important thing was that he had summoned a heaven-ranked level 5 war beast, Lightning Jet Dragon, and fused it with his body. Whether it was strength or speed, compared to when he was fighting Yu Yang, it had increased by 100 times. This kind of power was not bad, but that kind of speed beyond vision and reaction made even the Lionheart King frown. Raging Flame paused and took a few steps back. There were a few drops of blood on her nose. Gurgling. She reached out and wiped it lightly, then spat out a mouthful of blood. Not bad, you can hit my face 100 times in an instant. No wonder you're known as the fastest temple elder. But do you want to scare me to death with just the power of a mosquito bite? Elder Yu Ye's face was expressionless. When Raging Flame spoke, he disappeared again. The sound of raindrops bombarding the back of Raging Flame's head rang out. However, this time, Elder Yu Yi couldn't return to his original position calmly after finishing his attack like he did before. His fist was already in Raging Flame's hand. Raging Flame didn't look back. She turned her hand back and held Elder Yu Yi's wrist. The giant hand was as steady as an iron pincer holding the forelimb of a small flying insect. Elder Yu Yi couldn't break free at all. "Humph, do you think I'll let you hit me again and again without being able to fight back? The same trick is useless against me," Raging Flame said. Yu Yang scratched the back of his head. Why did this sound so familiar? Elder Yu Yi kicked out 100 times in an instant, hitting Raging Flame's back. Raging Flame took it head-on, twisted her waist and turned around. Her right hand moved Elder Yu Yi's body and smashed him to the side. Boom! Elder Yu Yi was smashed into the ground by Raging Flame, more than 10 meters deep. This was not enough. Raging Flame stretched out her hand, and the dizzy Elder Yu Yi fell into her giant hands once again. Raging Flames pinched the fish's head and once again fiercely pressed it against the ground. At the same time that the fish's head smashed into the ground, she also heavily kicked it. Even though the sound of the collision was deafening, everyone present could hear the muffled sound of bones breaking. If it weren't for the fact that there was another person in front of Raging Flames, Elder Yu Yi wouldn't have been able to escape from this miserable fate of suffering. It was unknown when General Iron Shoulder had arrived in front of Raging Flame. He stretched out a hand and stopped Raging Flame's left hand from continuing to attack. Seeing that Captain Raging Flames had started fighting, the group of people behind immediately dispersed. Then Sky Execution and the Dragon Emperor who stayed behind, the others moved around to look for opponents. They were ready to wipe out the remaining resistance in the surroundings and capture the Stargazing Fort. The only ones who did not move were the Lionheart King, who was quietly watching the battle, and the tenacious Tiger City Lord, who was cowering in the corner like a quail. The Sky Execution and the Dragon Emperor had a tacit understanding of the old wise man, Nan Shan. As for Yu Yang, seeing that the red-haired heavenly ghost was still sitting on the ground, he immediately glared at Bai Lu. "You idiot, hurry up and go to the treasure room to take a look. The treasures are about to be emptied." When Bai Lu heard this, she felt wronged. "You were the one who said that without your permission, no one was allowed to move. Especially those who were not strong enough, they had to obediently stand behind and accept protection." Now she was complaining that they were not moving fast enough. She didn't have time to drop the golden beans. When she saw Fallen Beauty flying towards the inner hall, she hurriedly followed. Yu Yang secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that she was willing to leave. With this girl's strength, if they were to fight, she might be ambushed by some people with unknown intentions and be instantly killed. The Lionheart King's eyes turned between Yu Yang and the red-haired heavenly ghost. He only glanced at the battle between Raging Flame and General Iron Shoulder, Sky Execution Dragon Emperor and Nan Shan. He knew that what truly determined the outcome of the battle was. It was these two people. Boom! General Iron Shoulder caught Raging Flame's heavy fist with his hand and kicked her out of the castle gate. At the same time, he chased after her and punched her. Faster than him was Fish Eye, who drilled out from the ground. Scram, Bone Spirit! The moment Raging Flame flew out, she grabbed Fish Eye's neck and used it as a broom. She swept Fish Eye across the iron gate and destroyed a large part of the wall. As for General Tai Jian, who had taken advantage of the chaos to chase after Raging Flames and hit her lower abdomen, he did not have the upper hand. Raging Flames made an extremely exquisite turn and kicked out with a miraculous skill, hitting Tai Jian's chin. If she did not go through the gate of life and death and the heaven stairway, Raging Flame would not be General Iron Shoulder's opponent. Now, Raging Flame was like a completely different person. On the other side, the battle was even more intense. Mr. Nan Shan, who was known as the Wise One and had the strength of Heaven Stage Level 5, was actually completely suppressed by a Heaven Stage Level 4 Sky Execution and a Heaven Stage Level 3 Dragon Emperor. This kind of battle not only stunned Lionheart King, but also greatly exceeded the expectations of the red-haired Sky Ghost. If Sky Execution and Dragon Emperor had super strong treasures and beasts, it would be fine. But they didn't. They completely relied on their incomprehensible battle power and exquisite battle skills to continuously push Nan Shan back, making him unable to stand firm and attack. The two of them, who were at a lower level, were completely unafraid of Nanshan's high-level pressure. If the red-haired Sky Ghost and Lionheart King knew that Yu Yang had already used 3 Temple Elders to train Sky Execution and Dragon Emperor, they probably wouldn't be so surprised. Sky Execution and Dragon Emperor had already fought against the Temple Elders until they were sick of it. How could they still have any fear? How exciting, third young master. You are an outstanding young man, but do you think you can defeat me like this? The red-haired Sky Ghost was still sitting upright. Can't I? Yu Yang pretended to be puzzled and asked. Haha, Lionheart King, do you want to make a bet with me? The red-haired Sky Ghost suddenly looked at Lionheart King. What do you want to bet? Lionheart King asked. I bet that you will fail. Within 10 moves, I will be able to kill the third young master that you think highly of. The red-haired Sky Ghost smiled confidently, but his smile pulled at his scars, making him look even more ferocious. Although gambling is not Lionheart's hobby, but as the saying goes, a little gambling is good for the mood. How about Lionheart bet with Lord Sky Ghost? Lionheart King laughed loudly, as if he didn't hear the hidden meaning in the Sky Ghost's words. He turned his head and looked at Yu Yang. Third young master, Lionheart is betting on you this time. You won't go easy on me, right? I will also bet with you. Within 10 moves, I will take his head. Yu Yang loved to join in the fun. Lionheart King wanted to say that it was impossible, but in the end, he held it in. Killing Sky Ghost in 10 moves, was this really not a joke? The Sky Ghost was a famous person from 10,000 years ago. He had fought with Fei Wenli's conquering army. How could an old ghost that could survive that kind of bloody battlefield be killed in 10 moves? The red-haired Sky Ghost was stunned. Then, he laughed maniacally and cheered repeatedly. Outside the gate, General Tai Jian held his chin and stood up. After being kicked by raging flames, he felt that his teeth were a little loose. However, he was still confident that he could take down this Captain Raging Flames, who was famous for her chivalry. General Tai Jian tore off the big red cloak behind him and erupted with all his strength. If you think that I, Tai Jian, am only at the 5th level of heaven stage, then you are wrong. The strong aura that he erupted formed a shockwave that shook the entire stargazing fortress. To be able to become a fortress master and a general who was appointed to be Tai Jian, his true strength was at the 6th level of heaven stage. With the support of the heaven stage war beast, treasures, and talent, he had the power to destroy the earth with a single blow. The stargazing fortress behind him was also shaking. The ground cracked like a spider web. Countless rocks broke out of the ground, dragging out deep ravines. There was also a large amount of soil that shot into the sky like a volcanic eruption under the vibration of the shockwave. For a moment, it covered the sky. The sky that was originally filled with stars was pitch black, and one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. In the darkness, Fisheye used his unique talent, fish glue. Countless slimy energy filled the entire sky, forming a spherical domain. Other than Fisheye himself, anyone who was trapped in this domain would be affected. Their speed would be greatly slowed down, and they would even be completely submerged by the slimy energy. In the end, they would be unable to move and miserably suffocate and drown inside. Alright, it's time to send you on your way. When General Tai Jian saw that Raging Flames was trapped in Fisheye's slimy domain, he immediately gathered all his strength. He swung his fist and punched forward. A terrifying pillar of energy erupted in front of General Tai Jian's fist. The destructive power directly sent Raging Flames flying, crashing into the ground within the domain and sinking deeply. There was no reaction from the ground for a long time, as if he had been instantly killed. General Tai Jian stood on top of the pit with some doubt. Raging Flames, who possessed the dragon blood inheritance, died just like that. Fisheye looked at him and shrugged his shoulders, indicating that this was the truth. This was because within his domain energy, there was no longer any sign of living beings. Just as General Tai Jian turned around and was about to return to Lone Star Castle, a shadow silently appeared behind him. When Tai Jian turned around, he realized that the female giant Raging Flames was standing in front of him, completely unharmed. Tai Jian's pupils constricted. How was this possible? He had clearly used his greatest strength, a strike that could destroy the earth. How could the other party be unscathed? He couldn't understand at all. Of course, his first reaction was not to seek confirmation, but to escape. At this moment, raging flames gave him a feeling like the shadow of death. It assaulted his heart, making him subconsciously want to escape far away. Pa, raging flame's large hand pressed down on Tai Jian's shoulder. She smiled, revealing her snow-white teeth. If you think that you can be arrogant just because you're at the 6th level of heaven stage, then you're wrong. Let me tell you, I'm also at the 6th level of heaven stage. Furthermore, I'm at the 6th level of heaven stage who has comprehended the innate sovereign. Do you think I don't have talent and domain? Countless flames erupted from her body, more terrifying than the eruption of thousands of volcanoes. Elder Fisheye discovered that his domain had instantly shattered. All the slimy energy was incinerated by the flames. In the sky, there was a dragon's roar. The image of an ancient golden dragon, which was nearly 1,000 meters long, flickered. Flaming dragon patterns appeared on the female giant's body, especially on her pair of powerful arms, which were densely covered with dragon patterns. Raging flames raised her right hand and slowly waved it over. Just like twisting a watermelon in a melon field, she twisted off General Tai Jian's head from his neck. The moment the head was twisted off, there was a look of fear on General Tai Jian's face. Raging flames seemed to want to throw Tai Jian's head towards Elder Fisheye, who was about to cry out in alarm. However, Elder Fisheye didn't dare to catch it. He stared blankly as Tai Jian's head fell to the ground and rolled around. The moment raging flames walked over, he turned around and ran away as fast as he could. He wanted to escape back to the heavenly ghost. Because with his strength, it was impossible for him to fight against the current raging flames. Raging flames chased after him unhurriedly until Yui fled into the gate of the stargazing castle, passed by Yu Yang, and was about to escape to the red-haired heavenly ghost. Only then did she speed up and catch up to Yui. She stretched out a hand and pinched Yui's head. Under the gaze of the red-haired heavenly ghost, she directly crushed Yui's head. Interesting. The red-haired heavenly ghost was still sitting on the seat of honor. In addition to leisurely clapping his hands in praise, he even tried to persuade raging flames to surrender. If you are willing to surrender now, I will exempt you from all your crimes. I will also let you replace Yui and directly promote you to the disciplinary elder. How about it? It's very rare to be able to comprehend the will of a supreme being. I really don't want to destroy a talent like this. Ask my fist first. Raging flames waved her fist, and the ancient dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire stargazing castle. The fist aura blasted towards the red-haired heavenly ghost with indomitable will. Rumble, the result of the punch was out. Not to mention raging flames, even the Lionheart King, who was watching the battle from the side, was dumbfounded. Because the red-haired heavenly ghost only used one index finger of his left hand to block raging flames' heavy punch. It seemed that it was very easy. It didn't take any effort at all. Everyone present, except for Yu Yang, could not remain calm. Surrender, or die. The red-haired heavenly ghost looked at raging flames and revealed a sinister and terrifying smile. Bah! Raging flames' answer was still so firm. In fact, other than Yu Yang, no man could shake her will, and no man could influence her decision. Long before she met Yu Yang, Raging Flames, the female giant, was a warrior who would rather break than bend and die than surrender. She adhered to the path of chivalry, was not afraid of power, and ignored all threats and temptations. If she hadn't met Yu Yang, she would never have realized what change and compromise were. Other than Yu Yang's angry glare, she didn't care about anything else in the world, especially after comprehending the sovereign's will. There was no one of the opposite sex that could shake her iron will. She roared at the sky. Like a thunderstorm. The blood-red dragon tattoos on her body shone like a blaze, and countless extremely high-temperature flames gushed out from her body, burning fiercely. The image of the ancient dragon appeared above her head, almost bursting the entire stargazing castle. The shockwave from the explosion was so shocking that it was as if the supporting stone pillars were broken in the middle. The floor tiles on the ground were overturned and thrown towards the walls. The hot air almost suffocated everyone present. Even Sky Execution, Dragon Emperor, and Southern Wolf, who were in a bitter battle, had no choice but to stop fighting and avoid the energy impact of the flames. City Lord Qianhu and the others almost fainted, cowering in a corner of the hall. It was as if the end of the world had come. Other than the Lionheart King and Yu Yang, no one else could stand still. Facing the collapse of the hall and the red-haired heavenly ghost, Raging Flames was furious to the limit. Dragon raises its head. Her roar was like the cry of thousands of troops and horses. The greatest power she had accumulated, through the design of Yu Yang for her, and later improved by Shui Wuxia, Princess Sisai, and even the Night Empress, the first move of the Dragon 3 style, the dragon raises its head, burst out. The energy that erupted from Raging Flame's right fist transformed into a blood-red ancient dragon head. It opened up and devoured the red-haired heavenly ghost. The red-haired heavenly ghost was slightly moved. This time, it stretched out a hand. The flaming dragon raised its head and slammed into his palm. The ancient dragon's head, which could devour all things, was pulverized by his palm. At the same time, Raging Flame had already turned her body. With her right leg as the axis, she raised her left leg high and slashed at the red-haired heavenly ghost's shoulder like a sharp axe that weighed 10,000 kilograms. It hit the weakest point between the shoulder and the head, the neck. This chain of attacks was the second form of the third style of the dragon swings its tail. The flaming female giant who possessed the dragon bloodline inheritance could level a small mountain with a full-powered attack from the dragon swings its tail. Furthermore, this was a surprise attack that was connected to the aftermath of the first move. Its power was enhanced and unexpected by the previous dragon raises its head. Even the crimson-haired heavenly ghost, who had fought countless battles on the battlefield, was caught off guard by the sudden attack of the dragon's tail. Boom! The entire stargazing fortress trembled. The ground cracked, dust and gravel erupted like a volcanic eruption, huge broken stone pillars were like straws being blown up by a strong wind, flying everywhere. The stargazing fortress had not collapsed yet, but the scene inside was more terrifying than the end of the world. A ripple appeared, and the smoke and dust quickly dispersed. The Lionheart King's eyes widened, but his pupils were contracting. He saw an incredible scene. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost was still sitting, but the chair and the ground under his feet had already turned into smoke. He, who was suspended above the deep pit, had directly endured the surprise attack of the flaming female giant's dragon swings its tail. His body was unharmed, and he could even maintain his original relaxed posture of sitting on the chair. Too powerful, as expected of the crimson-haired heavenly ghost who fought against the conquering army back then, as expected of the number one subordinate of the Scarlet Warden, Tantai Tumi. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost pushed with his palm, and the flaming female giant flew backward. She barely managed to stand. She staggered a few steps and retreated to Yu Yang's side. The flaming female giant turned her head to look at Yu Yang, who was standing quietly with a normal expression, and murmured, "I'm sorry." Then, she fell headfirst onto the ground. The Lionheart King's pupils contracted again. He did not understand how this flaming female giant had fallen to the ground with such heavy injuries. However, he was sure that this crimson-haired heavenly ghost did not make a move before the surprise attack. Could it be that just a gentle push of his palm could severely injure the flaming female giant, who had inherited the dragon blood and had an extremely tenacious life force? If that was really the case, then this crimson-haired heavenly ghost was too powerful, right? A crimson-haired heavenly ghost in the central shrine was already so powerful. Even if he became the Regent Emperor, wouldn't he still be a puppet? The Lionheart King's thoughts flashed through his mind, and he felt a great sense of frustration. The thing that he had been pursuing for his entire life seemed so fragile in front of the strong. Not bad. I thought I could kill this female giant with one blow. Her life force is really too strong. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost laughed loudly. The scars on his cheeks pulled as he laughed, making him look even more ferocious and terrifying. City Lord Qian Hu, who was hiding in the corner, was so frightened that he vomited. Although Qian Hu did not eat anything before this, the acid in his stomach still poured out, and he almost vomited all his bile. The Lionheart King immediately looked at Yu Yang. He could not help but be stunned when he found that this young man was as calm as usual. "How is it, Lionheart King? With your strength, it's such a pity to bet on the wrong person. Do you want to come to the central shrine? I, the heavenly ghost, can promise you that I will not pursue the previous matter. With your strength, wisdom, and ambition, you can definitely show off your skills if you come to our side. I, the heavenly ghost, only like to follow Lord Tantai in the everlasting hatred prison." you don't have to do this. With your strength, Lionheart King, it's not a problem for you to be a deputy shrine master. If you are confident, you can even challenge for the position of shrine master. Lord Tantai and I will support you. It's too boring to be the region emperor. Being a leader and being clean will only make people more undisciplined and degenerate. Moreover, when you truly enter the upper echelons of the heaven realm, don't you still need to find a backer to stand firm? In the heaven realm, is there a stronger and more stable backer than the central shrine? The crimson-haired heavenly ghost stood up and stretched his body. But before the battle, he patiently persuaded the Lionheart King. The Lionheart King had to admit that this persuasion was very attractive. It was indeed dangerous to bet on the wrong person. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost was much stronger than he had imagined. If he continued to persist and chose the wrong side, he would easily lose. If he went over now, everything would turn for the better. In the future, he would not only have an unshakable backer, but also fame and fortune. The only regret was that he would no longer be able to realize his dreams, and he would probably no longer be free. The Lionheart King looked at Yu Yang for the second time. He found that this young man's expression was the same as before, as if he did not hear the crimson-haired heavenly ghost's words, nor did he see the shocking power of the crimson-haired heavenly ghost. The Lionheart King took a deep, deep breath of hot air, causing a slight burning pain in his lungs. This was the most difficult decision in his life. The future was right in front of him. The path he would take in the future, whether it was right or wrong, success or failure, depended on today. If he made the right choice, he would be successful and famous in the future. If he made the wrong choice, he would be doomed eternally and die. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost waited patiently until the Lionheart King completely calmed down. Then, he smiled and asked, "How is it? Have you made up your mind?" The Lionheart King nodded vigorously and bowed. "Thank you. I still feel that third young master is more like my future master." Hearing this, the crimson-haired heavenly ghost's eyes narrowed. Like a needle. There seemed to be an extremely small electric current flashing in his squinted eyes. After a while, the crimson-haired heavenly ghost laughed loudly. His voice shook the entire stargazing fortress. Then, he suddenly stopped laughing like a knife. He looked at the Lionheart King and asked, "Can you tell me why?" "There's not a lot of reasons, it's just a hunch." The Lionheart King smiled a little self-deprecatingly. "I, the Lionheart King, have always been a rational person, but I've finally made an exception today. Heavenly Ghost, you are indeed very strong, but I can feel your strength, but I can't feel third young master's strength. What really made me make up my mind was your persuasion." "Is there a problem with my persuasion?" The crimson-haired heavenly ghost asked curiously. "There's no problem at all." The Lionheart King shook his head. He pointed at Yu Yang, who was keeping raging flames into the grimoire world. "Third young master didn't persuade me." "What does this mean?" "He doesn't care which side I stand on, but you do. If you have absolute confidence, then you won't care about my inclination, just like him." "Well said, but you miscalculated one thing." The crimson-haired heavenly ghost laughed. "Third young master didn't say anything because he knew that no matter what he said, you wouldn't believe him. So he didn't say anything and made you suspicious instead. Lionheart King, you don't have any shortcomings, but you're too suspicious. You should know that in the heaven realm, people who are too suspicious usually don't live long." "Is that so?" The Lionheart King's expression didn't change. He clasped his hands together and increased the energy in his body. "Heavenly Ghost, do you know what I want to say? Because third young master ignored your calmness, I finally comprehended the divine sense that I couldn't understand or break through for nearly 1,000 years. From now on, I, Lionheart, also have an unshakable will. Don't try to use words to sway my mind. It's useless. Not just me, even this sky execution and that Long Xian beside me can't be affected by your words. Then I'll show you that even those who have comprehended Jizun's will are just small bugs in front of me, the heavenly ghost." The crimson-haired heavenly ghost's figure flashed. He appeared behind the Dragon Emperor and Sky Execution. The Dragon Emperor immediately raised his dragon shield and successfully blocked the crimson-haired heavenly ghost's surprise attack. As for Sky Execution, he was even faster than the crimson-haired heavenly ghost. The lightning fist that carried the power of destruction had already accurately bombarded the crimson-haired heavenly ghost's left ear. Lionheart King saw this and understood. The reason why these two low-leveled warriors were able to force the higher-leveled Southern Wolf to retreat was because they had unshakable willpower. They were able to completely disregard their opponent's pressure and unleash 100% of their strength, unlike other heaven rankers who would be completely suppressed when facing a higher-leveled opponent and not be able to unleash even half of their strength. The true Jizuns could even face a strong enemy like the crimson-haired heavenly ghost calmly and attack with all their strength. Insignificant skill. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost's ear was punched. If it was someone else, they would have already collapsed with heavy injuries. However, he didn't feel anything and sent Sky Execution flying with a slap. He then stomped on the ground, causing it to explode. The Dragon Emperor, who was using the dragon shield to defend himself, was sent flying into the sky. Sky Execution smashed the hard wall of the stargazing castle with a loud bang. He flew out. As for the Dragon Emperor, he smashed through the ceiling of the hall and continued to rush to a higher floor with broken stones and bricks. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost could have chased after him just now, but he didn't because Yu Yang was already standing in front of him. Yu Yang looked calmly at the crimson-haired heavenly ghost who had shocked everyone present. There was no fear or anger. His gaze was like that of a random passerby on a busy street in the city. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost snorted. He didn't attack Yu Yang immediately. Instead, he took a step and walked past Yu Yang, appearing behind the Lionheart King in a flash. Lionheart, this is your last chance. If you don't surrender, you will die. Sun Griffin. The Lionheart King's answer was to summon the golden griffin that was as mighty as the sun and fuse it with his body. He then condensed a sun that could fill the entire stargazing castle with energy and pushed it toward the crimson-haired heavenly ghost. If his golden griffin king hadn't advanced to the sun griffin king realm, the Lionheart King wouldn't have been so confident. However, he had used a large piece of territory to exchange for a sun gem and successfully promoted his guardian war beast. With the Sun Griffin King, the Lionheart King wasn't afraid even if he had to fight the crimson-haired heavenly ghost. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire stargazing castle exploded on the spot. The dome in the sky disappeared, and the surrounding hard and extremely thick walls were reduced to rubble. City Master Chihu and the others who were originally hiding in the corner had long been thrown to an unknown place like dust. There were only 3 people left on the scene. One was the Lionheart King himself, who was attacking with all his might. The other was the calm Yu Yang. The third was the crimson-haired heavenly ghost who looked completely fine after taking a full blow from the Lionheart King. The Lionheart King slowly turned around and saw that the crimson-haired heavenly ghost standing behind him was completely unharmed. Even its clothes weren't tattered at all. He couldn't help but feel a trace of despair. This crimson-haired heavenly ghost was too strong. He had surpassed all king-level heaven rankers and was close to the emperor-level heaven queen. His guardian war beast had advanced to the Sun Griffin King, and before the battle, he had comprehended the will of the gods. But even so, the crimson-haired heavenly ghost was still unharmed. How could he defeat such a powerful enemy? The Lionheart King looked at Yu Yang for the 3rd time. He felt that he had no other way. He could only rely on this young man. He had originally thought that he could still play a role in the battlefield. Who knew that in front of a true powerhouse, even the sun impact that he was so proud of was completely useless? Just as the Lionheart King was feeling disheartened, Yu Yang suddenly laughed. This laughter was very light, but it was like a clear spring appearing in the desert, and also like a ray of light breaking through the darkness. The Lionheart King suddenly felt touched. He had never looked forward to anyone so much. Could it be that this young man really had a way to defeat the crimson-haired heavenly ghost? Could such a powerful crimson-haired heavenly ghost really be defeated? Was this ridiculously young human boy really worth looking forward to? I've finally figured it out. Ripple Inherent Skill, Shockwave Domain, an energy-absorbing demon insect war beast. No wonder it can eliminate any attack. Yu Yang said slowly. The crimson-haired heavenly ghost's previously arrogant expression gradually darkened as Yu Yang said more and more. In the end, there was even an irrepressible rage. This was because Yu Yang had revealed a big secret that even the Lionheart King was shocked by. Yu Yang maintained a very annoying smile as he reached out to brush the sand and stones off his shoulders. His voice rang clearly in the ruins of the stargazing castle. Moreover, there were two heavenly ghosts playing tricks in the battle. I knew it. How could the all-out attacks of raging flames, sky execution, and the Lionheart King be completely ignored? Why was the heavenly ghost still so arrogant in the face of a disadvantageous situation? I finally figured it out. It turns out that the heavenly ghost and sky demon are never separated. You have always been fighting as two people. Really, don't think that I can't see you just because you look black. That's right, but what you don't know is that everyone who knows this secret is dead. Behind the crimson-haired heavenly ghost, there was a shadow that looked exactly like the crimson-haired heavenly ghost. Lionheart King saw this and suddenly understood. Why was the red-haired sky ghost so ridiculously powerful? It turned out that there were two other people besides the wave inherent skill and shockwave domain. If Third Young Master hadn't pointed it out, this secret would have continued to be buried among the corpses of the defeated. However, even if he knew the truth, how could Third Young Master defeat the Sky Ghost and Sky Demon working together? Not only did the two twin brothers look exactly the same, they also had the waves, inherent skill and shockwave domain. Combined with the energy-absorbing demon insect beast, they were able to ignore raging flames and Sky Execution's attacks. Even Yu Yang's son was useless against them. How could he defeat the Sky Ghost and Sky Demon? Before Lionheart King could think about this question, he suddenly felt the shadow of death looming over him. A fist landed heavily on the back of his heart. Then, another fist came from the front, and at the same time, it hit the position of the heart. The twin brothers, the Sky Ghost and Sky Demon, didn't attack Third Young Master first, but him? Lionheart King was shocked. He could no longer maintain the sovereign's will he had just comprehended and wavered. Lionheart King did not choose to fight back. Instead, he braced his body that had been punched, swallowed the blood in his throat, and fled as fast as he could. On the contrary, a shadow brushed past him. Lionheart King saw it clearly. It was Sky's Execution, who had sent the red-haired Sky Ghost flying with a punch. What was Sky's Execution trying to do? One Sky Ghost was enough to send him flying, and now there were two. Was he going to die? I'll return your punch. Heavenly Retribution brought with it a sky full of electric arcs, and its fist roared like thunder, completely breaking through the sound barrier in the air. It was 100 times faster than sound, cleverly brushing past Lionheart King's body and accurately hitting the left ear of the first red-haired Sky Ghost. This punch was exactly the same as the previous one. Whether it was the move, the target, or the suddenness, it was exactly the same. The only difference was that it was more powerful and faster. It was clearly Sky Execution's strongest attack. The red-haired Sky Ghost that was hit produced a ripple of energy in its ear. But as soon as it appeared, it instantly stopped moving. Lionheart King turned his head in astonishment and discovered that Yu Yang's body was emitting specks of energy, turning the entire space into a night sky, making everything abnormally quiet. Even energy fluctuations were unable to form. He immediately understood that the scarlet-haired heavenly ghost's shockwave domain and the Third Young Master's star-shaped domain had already come to an end. Third Young Master's domain, which resembled a starry sky, had destroyed Sky Demon's shockwave domain. When the shockwave domain failed to form, Lionheart King discovered that the originally invincible Sky Ghost, under the attack of Sky Execution, was sent flying like a meteorite, smashing deep into the ground. It turned out that the Sky Demon was not invincible. As long as the shockwave field was broken, in an instant, the Lionheart King's dying embers were reignited, and they burned 1,000,000 times more fiercely. The other Sky Demon, who looked exactly like Sky Ghost, was enraged. He kicked God's Retribution in the stomach. As God's Retribution spat out blood and flew backward, he caught up with him as fast as lightning. He raised his fist and exploded with all his strength, ready to smash God's Retribution's head. Lionheart King was filled with hatred. He had only been watching the Third Young Master and Sky Demon's domain clash, and had missed the chance to save Sky Demon. If this Sky Demon with impressive attack power died, it would have a significant impact on the entire battle. He wished he could use his fastest speed, but he was too far away and could not save Sky Demon in time. He could only watch helplessly as the Sky Demon punched down. Bang! The sound of a hard object colliding rang out. A person flew out from the rubble on the ground, holding a dazzling dragon shield. He stood in front of Sky Demon and blocked the fatal blow. It was the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's arms were numb from the Sky Demon's immense strength. His internal organs churned, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as the Sky Demon was about to punch him a second time, Lionheart King had already arrived, the sun blazing in his hand. Without the protection of the shockwave field, the Sky Demon no longer dared to take the blow head-on like before. He retreated like a wisp of smoke. Although Lionheart King's attack had missed, he was so excited that he looked up to the sky and roared. His confidence had returned. Gold feather. A pair of giant griffin wings grew out of Lionheart King's back, and the wings folded into a ball. While it protected the Dragon Emperor and Sky Execution, it also expanded violently, directly sending the red-haired heavenly ghost flying over to take 3 steps back. Thousands of golden feathers shot out like a storm, forcing the red-haired Sky Demon back, and formed a gold feather field that was like thousands of blades to protect him. Lionheart King looked at the red-haired Sky Demon and confidently challenged him. I also have a field. Let's fight it out. The red-haired Sky Demon nodded. As you wish. But the moment he spoke, the Sky Demon silently appeared behind Lionheart King and punched him in the waist. As Lionheart King dodged in pain, the Sky Demon punched him in the chin. Boom! Sky Demon condensed a ball of lightning with both hands, passing through the other side of Lionheart King's waist and hitting the red-haired Sky Demon's armpit. The Dragon Emperor's dragon shield smashed into the Sky Demon's right kneecap, causing the Sky Demon who was chasing Lionheart King to tremble in pain. Taking advantage of the two of them holding him back, Lionheart King avoided the most dangerous attack. This time, he didn't escape again. Instead, he launched an angry counterattack. Now he knew that if he joined forces with Sky Demon and Dragon Emperor, they could complement each other's weaknesses. Only then could they defeat the Sky Demon and Sky Demon's tacit attacks. Even if the Sky Demon and Sky Demon brothers didn't have the shock field, they couldn't fight 1 against 2 alone. Lionheart King's energy exploded, and the gold feather field blazed like the sun. It directly forced the Sky Demon and Sky Demon to retreat. Stroking his aching chin and waist, Lionheart King thought that it was a close call. If not for Sky Demon and Dragon Emperor's timely rescue, he would have lost miserably. On the contrary, the Sky Demon and Sky Demon brothers, who were repeatedly attacked by Lionheart King, Sky Demon, and the Dragon Emperor, showed no signs of pain. Sky Demon, who let Sky Demon punch through his left ear, had ripples of energy in his muscles, quickly recovering to their original state. Even the power of Sky Demon's retribution in his ear was sucked away by the energy-sucking demon insect until it finally disappeared without a trace. The energy-sucking demon insect even helped the Sky Demon recover some of its energy. Let's go together. Lionheart King hadn't said this to anyone for almost 1,000 years. But against the Sky Demon and Sky Demon brothers, he was a fool who fought alone. In fact, the Sky Demon brothers always fought 2 against 1. The starlight around Yuyang increased. One after another, constellations were born. All kinds of energy, blessings, and influences were born. Even Lionheart King and the Sky Demon brothers thought that Yuyang's field was the starry field. Only Sky Demon and the Dragon Emperor knew that Yuyang's field was creation. Right now, he was only imitating Night Empress' starry field, using the creation field to create a starry sky. Kill, Lionheart King, who had received the blessings, was extremely confident. The longer the third young master's starry field, the stronger the blessings would be. With such a helper, why would they be afraid of Sky Demon? The Sky Demon brothers, who felt their field being suppressed and their strength weakening, knew that things were not going well. They had to end the battle quickly, or else it would be dangerous. Both sides attacked each other without holding back. Fists rained down on each other's vital parts. Due to the crazy attacks of the 5 super powerhouses, the ruins of the stargazing castle burst into an unprecedented explosion. 4 suns, 2 lightning balls, and a ball of dragon flames collided with the 8 blood-colored energy balls, and then caused an earth-shattering explosion. City Master Tenacious Tiger woke up from the shock and realized that he was not dead yet. However, he had fallen on a burning battleship 10 kilometers away from the stargazing fortress. His butler, who had a life force stronger than a cockroach, was not dead either. His body was stuck upside down on the deck. It looked like he was in a much better state than the Minotaur who was hanging upside down on the mast and covered in blood. At least this fellow was still snoring, while the Minotaur was gasping for air. At the very least, he was half dead from the shock wave. He sat up with great effort, ignoring the bleeding on his head, and opened his eyes to look at the stargazing fortress. The stargazing fortress no longer existed. There was a huge crater with a radius of 5 kilometers. Queen Tyluan and the others were scattered on the ground 7 or 8 kilometers away. No one knew if they were dead or alive. There were only 3 people left standing. One was Yu Yang. The other 2 were the Sky Demon and Sky Demon brothers. The Sky Demon brothers were injured, but they were much better than the Lionheart King and Sky Execution. The Lionheart King was now like a bald peacock. He tried to stand up again, but the ribs that pierced through his chest and the concussion in his head made him dizzy and weak. Not far below him, Sky Execution was sitting on the ground, trying to recover, as if he wanted to fight again. The Dragon Emperor supported himself with his shield, and wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth with a grave expression. Yu Yang was floating in the air, holding the unconscious Bai Lu in his hand. Bai Lu was still hugging a shiny box. It seemed like she did not forget Yu Yang's instructions even though she was unconscious. High up in the sky, a person descended like a fairy descending from the heavens. It was Fallen Beauty. As soon as she appeared, the whole place was filled with a fragrance, and flower petals fell like snow. Because of her appearance, the whole tragic battlefield seemed to have turned into a fragrant garden. Fortunately, I ran fast. That was close. Fallen Beauty patted her chest in relief. The veil on her face was not blown off. In fact, there was not even a speck of dust on her. Since the last time she successfully fused Swiftfinger Light Tooth, Spiral Aurora, and Light Dragon Spirit, and broke through in Yu Yang's energy field, she had a glimpse of the God realm. Her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Die. The Sky Demon, who was covered in blood and was no longer as powerful as before, pointed with his finger, and a fierce blood-colored light beam shot out at high speed, piercing through the space between Fallen Beauty's eyebrows. Too slow. Fallen Beauty raised her hand. The 8 dragon-headed aurora spiraled into a curved ring, surrounding the largest dragon-headed aurora. The counterattack was thousands of times faster than the blood-colored beam of light. After swallowing up the blood-colored beam of light, it kept bombarding the heavenly ghoul face gate. That kind of immeasurable speed and power made the Lionheart King's eyes twitch. This was because Fallen Beauty had casually raised her hand and released the Death Aurora, which directly sent the Sky Demon flying 10,000 meters away. For the first time, the Sky Demon cried out in pain. Even when the Sky Punishment had bombarded his left ear and the lightning force had penetrated his brain, it did not make him cry out in pain. The Dragon Monarch laughed. So the Paragons can be used like this? The Lionheart King asked in surprise, what? After asking, he suddenly understood. The power of this masked beauty's attack was not as powerful as his son, but why could she hurt the Sky Demon? The reason was that her energy light beam was filled with her killing will. In other words, her will and the energy of the attack were one. The Sky Demon's wave's talent could not eliminate the impact of this damage, and he had to bear the full power of the attack. That was why he seemed to be in so much pain. After the Lionheart King understood, it was as if a bigger window had opened in front of him, and he suddenly felt enlightened. It turned out that the true and unshakable Paragon's will was omnipresent. Whether it was maintaining one state of mind or attacking, it was always one. He had only just touched the threshold, the Sky Demon appeared behind Fallen Beauty. His sneak attacks caused the Lionheart King to be hit again and again, unable to dodge at all. Fallen Beauty did not turn back. The fragrance of her body became even stronger, and a snow fox girl appeared. She waved a fragrant energy vortex, enveloping the Sky Demon. The vortex disappeared in a flash. After another 3 seconds, the powerful Sky Demon was actually transported 10,000 meters away, and he fell to the ground in a sorry state. An attack that doesn't require power? The Lionheart King was dumbfounded. This kind of special battle had completely overturned his understanding of battles in the past. A combination of the Holy Beast's will and unique talent, as well as teleportation. The Dragon Monarch chuckled. It's just a holy beast. If it's a divine beast, then wouldn't it be? The Lionheart King felt that he really needed to refresh his thinking now. Once the divine beasts will appears, it will represent death. The dragon monarch said with certainty. As if to confirm his words, the sky demon condensed 2 blood-red energy balls, preparing to attack fallen beauty from afar. He could see that this opponent's strength was not very strong. It was just that her realm was high and her attack speed was fast. In other words, she had not grown up yet, just like that third young master. She was not even at heaven stage level 3. No matter how fast she would be annihilated by the energy shock wave of heaven stage level 6 and above. At the moment when the sky demon threw the energy ball, a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. It was as if a blade had pierced through time and space, splitting the sky in half. The sky demon was shouting crazily. The sky demon turned around in shock and found that there was a 100-meter-tall golden snake demon behind him. She waved her giant golden blade and slashed down. This scene was so familiar. It was as if it had been 10,000 years since the slash that came from the battlefield. It seemed to have passed through time and space and reappeared in front of him. Under the gaze of the Lionheart King, the Dragon Monarch, and the Qianhu City Lord, a little snake demon lowly appeared out of nowhere. She waved the blade in her hand, and with an unstoppable slash, she cut the sky demon's body in half. From the shoulders, all the way down to the waist, all the inherent skills and domain power, all the beasts and treasures were useless. Just like in the past, a 6-armed serpent demon war god appeared, and with a single slash, it split the heavens and the earth into 2. The only difference was that the snake demon war god, bathed in blood, was already exhausted. Although he had killed dozens of Sky Ghost's companions with a single slash, his strength had been reduced to the point that it was not enough to kill Sky Ghost. Thus, the heavily injured Sky Ghost escaped death. Today, it reappeared, but it was a full-strength attack. The opponent was at his peak, reproducing the slash from back then. This time, it would definitely not be as lucky as last time. The red-haired sky demon's eyes revealed endless despair and fear. It's over. End of chapter 837. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.